If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. You got it. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need.
That you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go sad. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go sad. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me, I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, you got it. Act like you don't care, you got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need, you got it. I got just what you need, you got it. I got just what you need. What you need. fun. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitations. We're united as one nation.
Love a struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take
you're away. In this place, there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
A very good morning. Hello. It is the only day. It's special right now. We got ourselves a 4-person band. We got Tice on the keys. We got Bob on the guitar. We got Thomas on the trumpet. And the drums by Jens. Of course, I'm talking about the PogChamp Pandas. I can't believe that the assignment that was stand like you would at the bar is so difficult.
We don't know what that's like, Shiver.
It's such an easy problem. Stand like you would at the bar.
That's him.
That's
He's
what I
never-
did. I was standing, I was petting Jenkins' head. That's what I would do.
He's never been to a bar before in his life.
I love bars.
He goes to bars and he goes, I would fancy a game of billiards. And then he
That's
just
true.
and then he plays billiards like his life depends on it.
He's very competitive.
Not true. Ish.
He's really good at billiards.
I do think it's very cool. We have a 4-person band. Guys, if you like having a 4-person PogChamp Pandas rather than a 3-person PogChamp Pandas, make sure you let ESL and DreamLeague know in the survey at the end of the DreamLeague that, you know, might have some cool. I hope so. I've fingers crossed.
If people like 3 more than 4, just make them fight each other to the death. Whoever dies first doesn't get to play in the band.
That's good
I
content.
think Jens
Who-
would definitely
who-
be there. That he's a drummer. He must, must be able to throw punch. Also, he has like the barrier of the drums around him, so the rest will kill each other first.
He's also
before
got the rhythm to. Well, they all do music actually. Wait a minute.
Which instrument would be the best weapon, though?
Trumpet.
the super
it's
bass.
brass.
It's really hard to swing the double bass. You need
It
to
i-
be able to wield it. You know?
Yeah, but it's a good shield.
True.
Well, I said
Then-
weapon. Shield is not a weapon.
No,
Shiver.
but if you think about it, there
Shiver, it's not that hard to stand in a bar or think about a weapon.
I can
Why is
I can
everything you
stand
do
like
so
that
awkward?
as I would in a bar if you want.
Can I get a hand check this morning? Let's go.
Hand check.
Speaking of awkward,
So soft.
that's true.
It's like you have no calluses whatsoever.
Because I don't.
Can I feel your knuckles? Yeah, no knuckle either. This is just a.
Is this even a hand?
See this fifth finger?
Yeah, I see. Oh,
It is a fifth finger. Everybody's thumb is a fifth finger. That's what we established.
again.
Thank you so much for that. Let's talk about some things that we should be talking about right now, like the EWC, as we have got the final stop, and actually the final 4 days of this DreamLeague season 26. It's day 10 of 14. It might even be day 10 of 13, depending on if there's tiebreakers or not. But that also means we're coming a little bit closer every day to finding out which two teams will be filling out this leaderboard. And I say two because Tundra is mathematically gonna be in. But it's looking pretty spooky for 4 teams in particular: Nigma, Galaxy, Flipster, Talon, Aurora Gaming, and Yakult Brothers. And I do not mention Gaming Gladiators because they are the defending champions and they will be in regardless. But those 4 teams I just mentioned, those still have a shot of filling in those last 2 spots that are at the moment taken by Nigma, Galaxy, and Avalos. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later when we are going to look at what the standings are and the points. But before we do that, let's take a look at yesterday's results, because we had a pretty long day yesterday because every series went 3 games. But I want to focus our attention on one series in particular. And can we start with Series 3? I am so sorry on behalf of DreamLeague that was aired. It was not a great series.
I was gonna say, what is it? It's
Damn, Fever is savage today.
That was 3 of the most one-sided games in a row. And you remember how we here talked at some point how we had the other series that was the most boring one, where also Nigma Galaxy did the...
I almost fell asleep.
But they did the Silencer and Bloodseeker thing again, and Liquid just didn't... I don't know, maybe they just didn't do their homework because they didn't know about it. They got run over, and Liquid ran over the other 2 games. It was...
Yeah, the more you talk them, the more I actually want to go watch that now.
Well, here you go.
Oh, great.
This is actually starting with game 2. So this is the one where GH had an absolute field day. And Saberlight had not. Did not. It
A lot
was
of brain
pretty
rot in
sad
this game, looks like.
Yes.
Oh, this one. Oh my god. And it just wouldn't end
wouldn't
either.
end.
It just wouldn't end.
They kept trying.
Like what?
Commendable.
The thing is, I mean, okay, I get it. You got Puck, Kunkka, Bloodseeker as your cores. You can't go high ground. But basically, this was just Liquid, like, split forming desperately with no kills while Saberlight is TPing out in every single fight. Like, they would find him, they would lasso him, they would boat him, and he would just pipe and then TP out. And then everyone would go back to
31
farming.
to 3. It's good.
Yeah.
Bad.
This was basically the story of every single game in this series.
The sad thing about this result is that, realistically speaking, Liquid are, I don't know if they're mathematically out of top 4 even being a possibility. I think they are, right? Because they were 0-4 going into this, were they?
Yeah, but they won the series in the end.
Yes, now they're 1-4, so the best
they're
thing is
1-4, which is likely out, but mathematically not yet.
Okay, all right. Well, then there's definitely something, because I was just going to make the point that, you know, they're dragging each other to the bottom here, that Nigma Galaxy, this was the series we talked about yesterday. They have to win this. And, well, now that they didn't, we had hope for, like, go back a couple of days, we had hope that this team could maybe even make top 4 this event, based of their group stage 1, where things were looking great, but unfortunately fallen off when it mattered the most.
What are their numbers looking like right now? How are they doing? Can they still get top 4?
We'll
If Liquid can, then Nigma can too.
yeah.
They're 1-3. Wait a minute. That's,
You
that's-
want to move that forward?
1-4.
Because we were going to talk about that in a little bit, but we can move that forward if you want. Let's do that. Let's take a look at the results so far. We got Paravision 5-0. You know what? Statistically, it's not yet in, but it's very likely to be in. Also, keep in mind that we can't lock anybody in on the upper side because there's also a difference between first and second and third and fourth, because it's upper bracket, lower bracket.
Right.
Which Paravision, I believe they're guaranteed in. They're just not. We just don't know if they're upper bracket or lower bracket. BetBoom obviously looking pretty healthy as well, but that middle pack, pretty
There's going to be
spooky.
tiebreakers.
You think
for
so?
Sure. Oh, yeah, 100%. I feel like
Looks
these
very
teams just take turns on stomping each other. They're just not consistent. I think outside of Paravision, BetBoom, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Add in a new patch, you know. I thought it was going to be like, we have some really exciting games, and I think the discrepancy between the ceiling and the floor so far has been kind of drastic.
Yeah.
So by the playoffs, I think it'll be a little bit better.
Can we flip between this and the prize pool potentially, and potentially also the leaderboard, so we know like what people need? Because Nigma Galaxy actually does already have 2.6k or something like that on points on board, and getting top 4 obviously is nice, but as you can see, 5th is not necessarily that bad if you already have a large amount of points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, and even the difference between 7th and 8th is 400.
Yeah.
So that's pretty significant, depending on how the other teams do. I guess it's Yakult, Talon, Aurora. So they would need to. They would ideally like to get, higher position than 7th, and then have like at least 2 of those teams below them, so they get more points and are benefiting from the points difference that they already have.
Well, realistically, if Nigma Galaxy comes 7th, they have 1,200 extra points, which will leave them at like 4K points total.
Is that the 5th and 6th is only separated by 400? That's kind of random. It's like 1,000, 1,000, 800, 800, 400, then 800 again. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very
Why would it
interesting
not
that
be?
you're looking at this in so much detail, Shannon. You generally don't look at numbers
Let me get my
at all.
spreadsheet out real
I
quick.
find this very interesting. I actually find this interesting. I'm proud of you.
That's really weird.
Well, I think
really proud of you. But yeah, you're right. This does look strange.
Because in tournaments, 7th, 8th is usually the same position, right? So it's separated by 400.
Right.
5th, 6th is usually the same position, so
Yeah.
it's separated by 400. But the difference between 7th, 8th, and 5th, 6th is 1 extra best of 3 that you've usually won.
Yeah.
That's good rationale.
So this is like making
Very
it
good.
equivalent, given that we have 2
I've lost
stages.
interest.
We're talking a lot about this from Nigma's perspective. If you think about it from Avulus, I think that's also worth mentioning, right? Avulus are locked in 8th right now. They
Yeah.
can't
Oh,
get any more
Avulus.
With
points.
2.4?
They had about 2.4, right? Which means if Aurora get top 4,
Top for Aurora.
they leapfrog them, right?
Yeah, let's say like
been
so.
struggling
Yeah,
with that name.
Actually, Nigma Galaxy has 2.9 right now, so
Yeah.
the chances that they are gonna get 4K points is pretty high. And if we look at Flips or Talon, they need, in order to breach the 4,000 points, which I guess they don't necessarily, depending on what the rest does, because they will leapfrog Avulus anyway.
Avulus can still make it if Aurora and Talon bomb out now, right? They need both of those 2 teams to do poorly enough to not get 1,100 points. Oh, these are the current points. Yeah.
Current points?
Yeah. So if neither of those 2 teams make top 4, then Avulus could stay. And they also need Yakult. They need all 3 of them to not
bomb
make
out.
top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
3 of
there's-
those teams. That means effectively they're really cheering now
There's
for
one,
Nigma and Liquid.
It's an important point for Aurora. They actually have 600 more points than this because at the moment these are the points without any points awarded from DreamLeague. But in group stage number 1, Aurora came first in their group. And you get 600 extra points for that. Nigma Galaxy came second in their group, and actually it's a shared first place. So I'm not actually sure who gets the points, but that's another like 400 points for whoever's there second. So those 2 teams do have more points than this already. In the other group, it's Yakult brothers that was second in their group, so they also get a little bit more points already. So it's looking pretty spooky for Avulus. I would actually go as far as to say that the way this is going, Aurora will definitely leapfrog Avulus. I think they already did, to be fair. You know what? I can look that up.
I
Amongst
thought
yourself.
I was almost certain that going into this tournament, Aurora had 0 points, right? I thought this was their first tournament gaining any points. I would have thought this 1,400 is actually live, that this is their numbers right now.
I think maybe you are right.
So the 1,400 they have locked in is because of the group stage points they got and the guarantee of worst possible placement being 8th.
When's the last time
Yes.
you checked your spreadsheet?
Good
He
question.
is correct. Syndrin is correct. I've got confirmation.
Okay, so that means there's still hope for Avulus and
Yeah.
for Avulus fans out there. They just need multiple teams to not get top 4, essentially.
Imagine wishing for somebody else's downfall, for actually many other somebody else's downfalls in order for your...
That's literally
Success.
Dota 2 in a nutshell.
That's the Dota spirit.
life.
That's called playing old techies. You weren't playing to win.
This
That's
is
true, that
true,
was
actually.
1v9.
You were playing to ruin other
The
people's day.
whole point of laning is to make your enemy miserable.
Shiver, you're a position 5. The whole point of laning is for me to get CS.
To make your enemy sad.
I don't give a fuck about them. I just want CS.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Have you heard cha-ching, cha-ching every time you kill the guy?
No, it doesn't happen to me.
That doesn't happen for you?
No.
What about... Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
I don't know that sound. I
You
know
get it
the...
like once every few minutes with the gold creep now, though. You should be happy. You get one delectable succulent treat every few minutes.
Pick up the money bags, too.
You know what's good news for Avulus? Is that whoever gets first place in this group stage will take 600 points as well, but there's no extra points for second and third and stuff. And at the moment, Paravision is looking so solid
That's
in
true.
terms of first place that they'll take points away from the system that other teams won't get. So Avulus is really rooting for Paravision, amongst other teams.
Avulus, I'm going to predict they're going to make it in.
You think Avulus
I don't
will
have
make
confidence. As much as I love watching Aurora play, I don't have confidence in any of these teams.
What
Well,
about
if you don't have
Talon?
confidence in any of them, somebody's got to get top 4.
Avulus.
Okay. Well,
That would
Come
be
back into
pretty
the tournament with a
miraculous.
bang, you know?
No, let's talk about something else entirely. Yesterday we had a full day. We had all 3 series going 3 games, which is the first time that happened this DreamLeague. It was also the 4th day of the patch, and I figured it was nice to check in on some trends that we've seen before the patch, right after the patch, and maybe with yesterday as an exception, I thought it was interesting to see the game length, because we definitely have seen a change in that, as we have got, before the patch, average game time, it was
This is
39 minutes. Then the first 3 days of the patch, it was atrocious. We had 80-minute games quite frequently, actually, with almost 43-minute average. And then yesterday, average of 36, which is very close to the old number.
right, and you can't even pin this on. Oh, yesterday we just had a match draw of top of the pack versus bottom of the pack, and that's why the games were stomps. A lot of the games yesterday that were 30 minutes, like for example, you had Nigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid, where you would think, okay, these two teams, if Liquid is doing a little bit better and Nigma do a little bit worse, they might be evenly matched, but the games were 30 minutes, right? So it's pretty interesting. It almost seems like we're reaching a point now where teams are starting to have more confidence when they're ahead, because that was what stood out to me in some of the games we cast on day 1 and 2 of this new patch. Was like, okay, these teams actually have a really big advantage, but they're
they
hesitant.
don't do anything.
They don't necessarily understand how far ahead they are, so they're not instinctually just gonna go for the win.
Also,
and I think now teams get that better.
Every game, or every series yesterday went to 3 games. So it's not like the games were quick because the series were stomps. It's like the series,
Well, they were stomps in different ways.
they were stomps in different, but they were close series, but just not in the way that series are usually close. And I think part of this might be also because Helm Dom is coming back as an offlane item, like Beastmaster, Enigma, lots of these like summoner heroes are kind of coming back, and I feel like a lot of that might be a response to like, let's try to end early. The item is also just generally good, and with these heroes you can hit towers with.
I mean, we've
these
seen
items,
metas
hit
develop
towers.
throughout every tournament, and this tournament, a brand new patch got slapped in, right? So it's going to take them a while to get rid of their horrific idea. I'm sure some of these ideas are just like, we're going to look at it in a month and like, my God, that was such a garbage idea.
The Bloodseeker Silencer.
That's
God,
a
I
good
love
idea.
that one.
That's a good one. That's
That
a
one
good
is good.
idea.
That'll catapult itself to tier 1 for sure, soon enough.
Do you think
Well-
Miro will play Lycan today?
Why?
Oh, if he's talking about the Helm of the Dawn
maybe.
over
Oh.
Overlord offlane heroes. Like,
I could definitely see it. I mean, against some like Silencer, Ringmaster type
For example.
supports, it's definitely really good. But it does also feel like Enigma and Beastmaster were really strong on the previous patch, and now with Dom, they're even stronger than they were. So
do we have confirmation whether the IO and morph bugs have been fixed, either of them?
Guess.
I would guess not.
That's my line. You can't do that.
I don't think they have.
Neither of them. Okay.
Because the morph bug, you mean the one where he will heal regardless, other than the Doom and the AL?
Yeah, so only Doom and AIL reduce healing from morph, which is by 100%. And then for IO, it's when you're tethered to an ally, you can see IO on the map. or
Yes,
something.
you're
That seems like a pretty important one to fix.
Yeah, those bugs usually get fixed within 24 hours.
But
Yeah.
So,
okay, so the IO one has been in for way longer than that.
yeah, it's kind
So
of
that one's not.
Are we
fixed.
sure it's been that long in Seattle, though? Time
Yes.
works differently.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
do
warped.
think
It's
been,
warped there.
It's been that long. Yeah,
Okay, just checking.
yeah. No, it's all good.
I mean, like, Gabe's yacht, you know?
we saw Aurora pick IO anyway.
About Gabe's yacht? What do you mean?
She
you can't just
completely ignored it. God, that's great.
I thought there was something more coming after that.
Nope, that's about it.
Yeah,
That's all
go
I got.
Gabe's yacht. He's right, Cheever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's in New Zealand, so that's I don't know.
Well, it's
Time works differently there as
around
well.
New
apparently.
Zealand. We don't know the exact location
We do
quite
not.
yet. We'll get back to them.
You know what you know what Gabe probably does? He just chases the daylight, so that way the day never ends. He's like, well, I said I'd fix it tomorrow.
Or
Yeah.
he's underwater because he has that other technology that allows him to go deep in the sea.
That did not go well for the Titanic submarine people. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
let's just talk about something else. Come up with something else, anything. at this
So I
point.
noticed that Sinern has really small feet, Sheever.
Okay.
Okay?
Define
That's
small
definitely
feet.
something else.
For his height,
Okay, so
his
tell me,
shoes are smaller than mine.
what are the?
I'm not that much taller
What is-
than you either, though.
You're
Can we
4
talk-
inches taller. That's quite a
Really?
bit taller. Yeah.
Not that much taller.
You are 6'5", 6'4".
6'4"-ish.
6'4".
Yeah.
What's the shoe size? I don't know. What's your shoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell her.
Why don't you compare here?
It's pretty close.
Now, the thing to keep
Is
in
it
mind
smaller
here,
than this foot? This?
Yeah, let's compare here.
This is like the worst. This is the most nothing. Congratulations, Shannon. You've really outdone yourself with this one.
Yeah.
This is the most nothing.
Show it on
burger segment
camera,
ever.
Cinderin.
I am-
God.
I am-
I'm lining them up.
I'm
Okay.
6'2".
There you go.
So we have a pretty tall panel over here. I'm 6'2", and that is smaller.
That's significantly smaller.
Senator, put the feet up here.
These are size 40, right?
Shiva, you
31.
have really
41.
small feet
They're
for your
41.
size.
Yeah.
These are 40. This is the difference in one size. Mine are 42.
I will tell you, Owen has 42
Yeah,
as
I have
well.
42.
And
I
Owen
have
is
42 as well.
6'3" as well.
Yeah.
These
So
numbers
Owen
mean
and I are
nothing
yeah.
to me.
It's the same.
Use American.
Okay, Owen and I have the same shoe size, and we're the same
You
height.
guys have small feet then.
Yeah, we both have small feet.
I think in America would be 8.5 men. Is that
No,
possible?
no.
No, that's
way.
child. That's child
child
size.
size.
That's child.
That sounds about right.
Doesn't that work with
Mine
sneakers
are like
that?
mine are like 12, I would say. Whatever that is.
Okay, I'm
Well,
gonna
then I
Google
guess mine
this.
are 11.
This is very important.
And you're
Yeah.
4 inches taller.
12.
It's impressive. Good
This-
job.
This
High
is a
five.
great topic.
Thank you.
I'm also 12.
High five.
I'm 12, by the way.
Now these actually, this is really.
46.
Same as your age.
So these are actually smaller size because I got a wider foot on this one, or wider shoe style.
There's no way that's 46. Give me your shoe.
No, this one is smaller.
Give me your shoe.
Because it's wider.
Sure.
So this is like a 10 or something, which is 2 sizes under my normal.
Can I make a shoe
I
complaint?
would not think. I think this might be.
Can I speak straight to Adidas? Because I got an Adidas in Hong Kong,
Yeah.
and it's one that you can order online. And this part, what's this part of a shoe?
The
The lip.
The flap.
The lip. The lip that I got does not say Adidas on it.
so it's fake.
No, it's real, and I got it because I got it in a Hong Kong Adidas.
Why
And
doesn't
then when I
it
look
say
online, the lip on the exact same shoe says Adidas. Now I don't like it when it says that on there. I can't find it anywhere. I've looked in
You're-
every city.
First of all, it says here you're a US 10, which is for 43 in Europe.
Yeah, this is 2 sizes smaller than my normal
This is
because it's a
43.
wider version.
It's not that
How
big,
can you
guys.
use a shoe size too smaller than your usual? and it
well,
doesn't fit.
I don't know how
What
the
is
size.
this?
I'm just saying this is
What
the
size
only
do you
shoe
have?
I've ever owned that's like the wide version,
It says so on the back.
and
I mean,
it's a smaller
back, on the
size
bottom,
as a result.
on the
But
bottom, on
it's
the bottom.
so comfy. It's so roomy.
European size 69.
America. High five.
Yeah,
flip
let's
it
go.
over.
43.
Congratulations, America.
That's it. You guys have the same shoe size.
High five. God, this was the best segment we've done so far, guys. Shout out.
Did I
all
say the
people.
thing that I want to say about Adidas, or is that in my head?
Your lip does not
Unfortunately,
say
did-
Adidas.
Yeah, the lip doesn't say Adidas. It's ridiculous.
Is it supposed to?
There's rare shoes. I realize this is a whole thing. There's actually rare shoes. Do you remember the shoes that I bought that were multicolored?
I know. Yes.
Just
I
keep playing
at some
crickets,
point,
guys. Keep.
And I couldn't
For
find
people
them anywhere.
wondering,
You have
I have
somehow
introduced,
taken-
and I'm sorry for it. I've introduced Jenkins to what's it called StockX,
StockX.
and rip his wallet.
Yeah, because
That
there's
happened.
a pair of shoes that I accidentally left at a friggin' Dota event. And I really liked them. And then it turns out shoes, once they're done selling them, they don't sell anymore. They're like friggin' cosmetics in Dota. They're like immortals.
Yeah, he basically did.
You've taken a subject that wasn't interesting to begin with and made it even more uninteresting,
That's a
which is
soft-
usually a Cinderin special.
You're a
That's his
soft man.
specialty.
Great.
You're the
I
only
really
person
empathize
that
with
makes
you
me
right now,
not look
Shannon.
pale.
I am bored beyond belief. with
Okay,
this
well, in
conversation.
that case, I don't want you on my couch anymore.
Yes.
No, it's time. It's time to get our first series started. We didn't look at the we didn't look at the schedule yet. Can we look at the schedule real quick? Did I? Here we go. This is coming our way. Nigma Galaxy Paravision Gaming Gladiators, Team Liquid. We got Flipster Talon and BetBoom Team, and our first series of the day, where we're heading over right now, Aurora Gaming
guys can just
versus
leave, I
your
think.
Cold Brothers.
Go ahead.
Let's start.
Just get out.
As Shiva mentioned, we are going to be watching Yakult Brothers versus Aurora, and I know shoe size isn't always what matters, but this is a big series for both these teams. I'm the same as you, actually, Suns fan. And going into the series, both these teams, yeah, I'm 12, by the way. I'm trying to do my segment. Trust me, I don't know if you guys can hear them, but I can. Both these teams are 2-3. 2 series left in group stage 2. If they win this series, they're most likely going to be top 4 going into the playoffs. If they lose this series, either of these teams is almost certainly out of contention. And so Yakult brothers and Aurora both lost yesterday after winning game 1, losing game 2 and 3. I'd say Yakult brothers, they have a relatively consistent performance this event. They've tried different strategies and it doesn't always hit. But when we watch Aurora, you really never know what you're going to get. And I wanted to show 2 clips from 2 different games that really show us the best and the worst that we may see from Aurora today. So this is game 1 of Parivision versus Parivision yesterday. And Aurora's going to take a team fight 4v5. But they're going to start off really well, taking down crucial targets. And even though it's going to end up losing their Shadow Demon, he is going to buy back. And Satanic, who had been going on a rampage throughout the course of this game, they're going to drop him low. And he has Sunder still. So you see Toronto Tokyo kiting out the Sunder. They're baiting him out, Shadow Demon disrupting him, ensuring that he does not have a Sunder target, poking him down to enough of a threshold where Kiyotaka is then going to finish him off, where Satanic has absolutely no time to Sunder. Just perfect, flawless execution from Aurora in game 1. But this is game 3, and I want you to note that there's 3 heroes on the side of Aurora that are not here yet, and Kiyotaka is nowhere near this fight at all. So they're going to end up starting out on killing the Oracle, which is nice and all, but Satanic is just going to proceed to hit them, and they're going to look like they're running away, and you're wondering, okay, is this fight going to turn potentially? Toronto Tokyo has become quite the signature Tidehunter player where he ravages and runs away. We saw this several times during this series. Now, Kiyotaka never shows up to this fight, and it looks like they're kind of chickens with their head cut off in these type of situations. And you may say, okay, let's reset, let's wait for the next Ravage. No, this is within the next minute, Tide's still dead, and Kiyotaka is just hitting Roche for some reason, down by 4K with no Ravage. And this happened several times in this game where Aurora's threatening Roche without bringing enough resources. In this case, the Ravage Tide with the Vlads and the Sustain, the Pipe teamfight items. And they're simply just going to walk away. And this went from a basically even game to down 5K. And as a spectator, it feels like you may be thinking the same thing I am, that virtually nothing happened in those 2 clips, nothing of significance, and that seems to be how they're losing their games sometimes. So going into today's series, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, are we getting Kiyotaka or Takayaki? Are we getting Prime Nightfall or the Lightfall? We'll just have to see as we go into Series 1 of the day.
Thank you, Brian. Also, very well done with all the distraction going on at the start.
Thank you. Challenge mode.
Yes, the challenge mode indeed has been completed successfully. Hey, Misery, welcome to the panel as well.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Did you want to share with the room also your shoe size, or are you good?
I'm a 44 and a half.
Ooh.
Big boy.
You know what they say
The
about
42 was the 42 cylinder was shocking.
That is shocking.
That is pretty
Shocking news.
crazy. But I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, Owen's the same, so I'm used to that. But it is
Right.
in comparison, it's quite different. That is very true.
I'm glad we came back to that.
Yeah, me too. Let's talk about Dota
really
though, because I do agree. We have these 2 teams that we had high expectations from, and we've seen them do well. So they've been a little bit hot and cold, and I feel like yesterday's games, both of them were able to take a game, but not a series. Very impactful, Misery, because these 2 teams, I don't know. What do you look for when you watch these teams? Because we've seen them do so well, and then we also seen them like do more.
Yeah. Do they have a little bit of the same tendencies to, like, they fall in the same problem, I think. Sometimes they look incredibly strong. Picks are good. You know, team fights are great. Everything is just flowing. And then the next game, they can look like a different team, right? I think we saw it with Yakult Bros, especially yesterday in their series against Talon. They look like a different team from what we previously saw, right? And Aurora as well, when sometimes they pick Kiyotaka, the weirdest heroes, and he has no impact, right? And I really think he is particularly a special case, right, for this team. Like, he is really hit or miss. So, yeah, I mean, super exciting series, right? Also the what do you call it? The implications of this match, right? The winner can go directly to the tournament, EWC. So I think that's very hype.
It is very hype. I know that you have some warm fuzzy feelings with Aurora, Jenkins. How do you feel like they are right now? Like, what are you gonna look for when you see them play? Obviously, we have very, 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 very high expectations from them every time. Yeah.
Do we?
You do.
I think we expect the same thing every time, which is
Something different.
whenever they're in a series they're supposed to win, they will lose a game, always. This is going to be a 2-1 series, guaranteed, no matter what. When they're supposed to win, they win. When they're supposed to lose, such as in the Paravision series, they lose. And they look pathetic in the games that they lose, and they look like literally the best team that has ever graced Dota in the game that they win. I don't know what it is with this team and their mental and their attitude, whatever it is, but it's something really special, and it feels like to me, if this is something that can be polished by the time of Riyadh or polished by the time of TI, they could actually win the whole thing. Like, they could be the dark horse. Now, the question is, can they maintain their mental for long enough to even get to these tournaments?
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now. Because I think Yakult also on the other side, people would really like to see them at Riyadh. They're one of the most fun teams to watch in the world right now. They pick crazy shit. We talked about, Emo and how, like, his ceiling is really high, but his floor is really low, and it feels like it's a tournament-to-tournament thing.
Yeah, real talk though. Let's assume both teams show up, good form. What heroes are we thinking is going to be very important in this match as we are getting closer to the draft? I do want to get a little bit into the nitty-gritty of the style of Dota they have been playing and successfully have been playing.
I mean, I want to highlight the Oracle that's starting to get banned like first round, seemingly most of these series. Yakult Brothers has used it to a lot of success. I believe they're 3-0 with it. Didn't get their hands on it yesterday for that exact reason. And I'm still looking at like the signature Tidehunter for Toronto Tokyo, but also I think Nightfall, he's playing a lot of Abaddon, tiny carries, heroes that got nerfed, that I feel like he's getting his hero picked much more early on in the draft in order to enable the late game or late pick Kiyotaka. And then we see some of Kiyotaka's picks be sick and then fall short on like the OD. He's picked that several times overall last pick. So I think in the order that Aurora is going to pick it, probably Nightfall early, Toronto Tokyo somewhere in the middle, and then Kiyotaka last pick.
I think there's also some overlapping heroes, right? I think we also see the rise of Ursa coming back to the meta. Maybe this hero is even going to be banned first phase now. I think Magnus. Something I'm curious about Yakult Bros is they had such good drafts in the first few days with Magnus 4, things like that, and then they just stopped picking it. It was available for Boboka to take it. Maybe they lost the game and lost faith in it or something, but that was quite weird to me that they started playing Ricky 4 and Lion on Boboka. Yeah. It's like
there was one game I think they lost with it, and we said that Boboka was hitting all the right marks.
It's Boboka getting bored,
but they just didn't have the damage.
Yeah, I think Boboka just gets bored. And Tokyo Toronto, I also think that his Magnus has looked amazing. It's his #1 most played offlaner, perhaps because it was also a mid before, so I don't know, but he looks extremely good on it. So I definitely agree that both of these heroes are contestable. And Ursa for Nightfall, I don't even think this is just a Darkseer answer. I think they should just pick it. He looks incredible on it. They know how to play around it. It's one of his best heroes.
When is the Venomancer coming back? To counter the Ursa.
That's what I was thinking. Veno Viper, this sort of thing.
That's what I was going to say, is I think that the reason that Ursa is so broken in theory when Darkseer is picked is because you know exactly what lane Darkseer is going, is one of the few cores that's early drafted that isn't flexed, and then Ursa just free farms against it, and it's good against it in game. So I think picking Ursa super early on in the draft without seeing the offlaner that is not flexible in regards to what role it's going to go, I think it has a lot less potency. So I'd just be careful of...
I would like to see it tried because my theory...
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, because my theory is that the offlaners that would punish it are so dog shit right now that I would, as a carrier, I'd be like, have it. Go ahead. Pick Windrunner off lane or whatever, that can like dumpster it in lane. You're going to lose.
Well, teams are going to have to innovate ideas, right? They're going to have to come up with something.
Yeah.
Like, this is a problem that we're thinking about. They have to be considering it as well.
I want to see a great Ursa player like Nightfall present this problem and then actually force teams to solve it. That's what I would love to see.
I like that.
Well, I'd love to see what's coming our way in the draft, as Yakult Brothers is on the rating side with second pick, overall last pick with that as well. Aurora will be first pick, and they're taking their time to think about what to ban into pick here. In terms of all the other bans, I think it's pretty straightforward. Maybe the Storm Spirit is the odd one out, but I think we looked at that before. When playing against Yakult Brothers, banning out a Spirit is never really a bad idea, and maybe especially with Ember Spirit having a very bad win rate, you don't need to ban him anymore. So we just see people going for the Storm instead. And they open with that Oracle you guys mentioned, and ban the Silence.
I think that's a bit of a deny pick as well. It blocks the Darkseer, takes it away from Yakult.
As much as I like Oracle, is this hero a little overrated right now as well? Like, it's very strong, but is it going to be one of those cases where people start picking it just without much purpose, and then he starts losing, and then the win rate drops, and then...
It's the same question for Oracle as it is for Ursa, right? Like,
yeah, a little bit.
The stock is going up. they're buying. They think it's still low. They're continuing to buy. At what point are people going to be like, oh, abandon ship? The thing about Oracle, I think, is that the teams that have lost with it, first off, there was that one game, I think it was Nigma Galaxy, that picked Medusa carry with it, which is literally anti-synergy. I think that's one of the only 2 losses it's had. If you pick a carry or a mid in the case of Gaiman who picked Huskar, I think there's so many synergies right now that work really well with Oracle, and it's not as much about the counters to it as we're mentioning with Ursa getting like Venoed offlane or something. I think for me, it's more about making sure there's a core in the game that wants to go in, utilizes the ultimate.
Where I'm a little bit worried for Oracle is that his earlier weaknesses, which was the laning phase, right? Okay, you pick the Ursa Oracle against the Darkseer. Okay, you're gonna have a great lane.
Yeah, of course.
But now you pick Oracle early. If the Ursa gets banned out, for example, and you pick a really strong laner with the Shaman, that offlaner is gonna free farm against Oracle, right? Oracle cannot do much to stop offlaners from free farming. So I think that's a little window. I mean, they did protect themselves with the silencer, but there might be other heroes that count as Oracle in the game. It has not been in the meta for a long time.
People have tried Shadow Demon so far, like
Shadow Demon,
to purge the Oracle heals. That look okay.
Is there anything else that?
No, I'm just trying to think because this hero has not been in the meta for a long time. So people have to dig deep into the history of Dota. What used to counter Oracle?
Would you consider, because they left Ancient Deparation in, and I think that Oracle Ancient Deparation can work both ways, right?
AA and Oracle?
Yeah, it depends on the timing of ability usage.
because in theory, one can counter the other, but also vice versa.
I think Oracle wins that matchup most of the time.
Definitely now, even more than before, because your Fate's Edict, or whatever the BKB is, you get spell immunity, and you don't disarm the guy anymore. So against AA, like, you can literally just use that and not even use the ult anymore. So you have this way to like extend the ult and prevent the Ice Blast from doing what you want it to do.
You were mentioning going into history books. I always love just pulling up the Dota buff page of like worst matchups for the hero. So the first 2 are Lycan and Brood, just like summons-based heroes. And the other ones seem to be guys with blink burst damage. It's like anti-mage with, late game like Manta Abyssal. You'll have Tusk as a support, Marcy, CK. So it's a lot of these heroes that are meant to be single target, like annihilate you.
CK destroys Oracle.
Do you think it still does it as a support as well, or
honestly, yeah, I think so. I think just like an armlet support CK can kill Oracle.
Yeah, the 9-class armlet support CK.
Yeah.
That could be a Baboka hero.
That could be a Baboka hero.
He gets excited about really dumb shit like that. So definitely, I think another thing that that potentially makes Oracle just innately broken is his innate. Like the fact that you now know what rune it is and where it's going to spawn. I think that's one difference between Ursa and Oracle, is that like if you just pick a mid that really benefits from knowing where the rune is and what it is, Oracle's always going to be useful in the game. So they do go for summons. They go for essentially double summons.
I mean, we thought Beastmaster was kind of a niche pick now, like after the new patch of the nerfs to Aghanims and stuff like this, but actually the last day or 2 we've seen this hero come back. And now it's even getting picked in the first 2 picks here.
I'm a bit concerned. Don't you just go Gyrocopter here? Like, isn't that the traditional counter to like summons Beastmaster? It goes well with Oracle.
Yeah. I think that's the natural reaction.
Is the idea like they're gonna respond with either Doom is not in, but Ancient Apparition?
But like you said, that matchup goes both ways, because the way the as long as the Oracle heal or the ult ends after AA blast ends, even if you were AA blasted during your Satanic usage, the heal is registered at the end of your Oracle ult. So
the question is if the Oracle is too weak of a laner that it matters, like that the Jacob that doesn't necessarily counter the Beastmaster because it has an Oracle with him.
Now you play around the boar, right? And I feel like Oracle nuking the boar is pretty damn good. Like Oracle nuking the boar, Gyro gets a couple flags off. That thing is dead.
Yeah, I actually think this lane, if it is Oracle Gyro versus Shadow Shaman Beast, I think it gets decided like level 1 or 2. Like whatever team is ahead at like third creep wave, I think will just snowball in that direction.
Do you start the Tusk in the lane to
because of
like
that
balance? Yeah.
You can. I mean, the thing is with the Gyrocopter Beastmaster is you summon a boar, Gyrocopter flags, he pushes the lane. Yeah. Right.
Sure.
And that is, you are giving Beastmaster free experience, right?
Yeah.
Shaman can roam around, and then Beastmaster suddenly higher level than the Gyro, potentially, right? So things can happen like that. I don't know if Yakult bros are interested in putting Beastmaster in the safe lane or doing some other thing with this hero. Maybe you can even throw it mid now, but still going for the Dom. Like, why not?
Is that like an emo thing, though? You know?
Maybe not. It's more like, I mean, I actually don't know, but I think that's something that we might see.
It's a potential thing.
Like Beastmaster evolving into like you can still play him in 3 lanes, but you just play him on Dom, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Fly did play Night Stalker carry, so maybe they go for the Beast carry and then Lina mid. So more of like a right-clicking carry on the mid lane and let Emo do the carrying.
I think another way of dealing with Oracle, I mean, the mag is a great option here, but what I was going to say is you just don't need to burst one guy. You can just have like the turret type of heroes, right? Like the Lina, like the TA, where you don't have cooldowns you rely on. Like you don't need cooldowns to kill a target, right? Because then it's problematic. The Oracle can save the guy, but Lina just keeps hitting, and then it puts the Oracle in a weird situation where should I ult? Well, Lina hasn't used anything. It's just right clicks, right? So in that case, I think the Lina is pretty good. This hero has also looked really strong in this tournament. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more actually than we have.
Yeah.
I think I think this Darkseer pick was coming from a mile away. They needed like some Aura guy for the team, some team fight to match the Magnus, and you already have Tusk as its lane synergy. The hero has been getting first round picker ban in a lot of games, and you already kind of did the Oracle block pick. I'll just say this: like I think Aurora's draft is incredibly meta and really good against everything they're seeing. So like I like Darkseer against Lina because. The lane's constantly pushed in, and when you're dealing with like a Lina Drow type carry, then
they don't like tanking.
Then like the lane being pushed in them and being cut and stuff is really annoying, especially because they don't have the innate stout shield block, but they're also very slow in terms of their movement speed. So that means that Lina, I would like to see it go mid.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. I would love to see that.
But then Tusk can kind of roam on it if you give Kiyotaka like a kill hero. So like I feel like Tusk in the game is annoying for Lina mid. These are just a lot of concerns. These aren't things that have to go wrong. There is turn potential on the side of Yakult, but Boca has shown he can move all around the lanes and potentially salvage these type of situations.
For Aurora, if you're worried about that, then Tiny mid is extremely good, right? The repositioning element for the Lina, even if Lina is a carry.
You do need a do shit ganker right now, probably on low cooldowns ideally, because you only have one and you have like a Tusk to play around.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree overall that the lanes look a bit fragile for Yakult if they just do standard lanes with Beastmaster offlane into Gyrocopter and then the Lina into the Darkseer, and then I think that could end up in a scenario where they lose their side lane so hard and Lina starts feeding and then they have no response, right? And now you're looking at a lot of healing and saves from Aurora, and you can't really fight back in the mid game, right? On the other hand, though, if Yakult Bros manage to put their lanes or weather the storm, I think they have really good heroes come mid game. Like the Mags, they have a lot of damage, a lot of stuns. They have a lot of ways to play the game as it progresses. So
they do.
So if it's not one-sided in the early game, I think it could be a very interesting game here. We also see the last pick for Yakult Bros, so there is some flexibility for them.
I guess from my perspective, the Aurora picks were so obvious in response to what they saw, and also with what they've already picked, like Gyros would counter to Beastmaster, it works with Oracle, Darkseer Tusk is synergistic, and it's like generally good against Lina. So it's like, my question is, if it's obvious to me, it was probably obvious to Yakult. They knew these heroes were in the draft. They weren't concerned about them. So this is almost like you have the meta heroes that synergize. We think we have a way to beat it, or we'll beat it with our own style. That does kind of line up with how Yakult has been approaching this entire tournament.
Yeah, that is so in their style, which I think is really cool.
But I also think Aurora, like Nightfall, he loves this type of draft. Like he loves the drafts that kind of play themselves, have like, you know what I'm saying?
He can shout his formula at his team, and they can listen to him, and they will win.
Yeah, I would lean towards Aurora when they get the playstyle they want. They look like the better team.
Well, we'll see though. I mean,
I think we need to see Yakult Bros' last pick to determine what they're cooking, because
I feel like they're gonna surprise us with something. That's just what my gut says.
I think they should think of something, because if they just play default, I agree. I think it might be a hard game.
Yeah, that's a low cooldown do shitter. They might have a bit of damage issues in the mid game, but maybe the Ion Shell fixes that. I guess Tusk is pretty decent damage. There's no like super mobile guys on Yakult so far, so like with these slows from Astral Step and Tag Team, that is a guy that they need stuns against and they don't really have, but the Void Spirit Acceptor is decent for that later on. I like the Weaver pick. It's been looking pretty good as a carry, especially in limited stun lineups in the early to mid game.
Yeah.
We saw Paravision use it really well yesterday. I'm still leaning versus Aurora, but how did this pick spice it up for you at all, Misery?
Now that I'm looking at it, I actually think it's not bad for Yakult Bros. I think they can win their safe lane pretty hard against the Darkseer, shut them down early. And then I think that the Beastmaster he might not win the lane top, but he's gonna get what he needs by the logic that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Summon a boar, force the flag cannon, and pull the boar back, and then just get the lane pushed in. But Boga can stop the pull from happening, so Beastmaster can get solo XP. Maybe he can get a fast helm and just sustain himself there. The mid matchup, I'm not sure how much Lina wins that matchup against Void Spirit, but Lina is maybe the strongest laner in the game in mid. So if he wins as well, I could definitely see Yakult Bros having a good early game. And overall, I think that draft looks strong. But again, Aurora's draft is also really strong, and it's like a classic combination of Darkseer,
it plays
Gyrocopter,
itself,
Oracle. Like
for sure.
These three heroes have been seen
Yeah.
many times before in the past.
Although I will say I love playing Weaver against these types of supports. Like with the Shard and Adesso, you walk on top of Oracle, he will literally die before he can even press a single button. Tusk does nothing to disable you. The only hero that can kill this Weaver is Void Spirit with an Aghanim Scepter, and he's against a Lina mid. That's a rough. I mean, Lina dumpsters anything mid, right? You have to kill the Lina, but Lina in a 1-to-1, she should farm and do very well.
We said at the very start of the series that other than the draft, a very important factor is who's going to be basically having the better mental today in game number 1, who's showing up in game number 1 of this best of 3, and it's time to test the waters a little bit. Aurora versus Yakult Brothers, game 1 brought to you by the PogChamp Partners.
She's hot. Lina in the game. Cinderman. Also joined by me, Sunsfan. Yakult versus Aurora. This is going to be, well, I've said this so many times, it feels like. I genuinely feel like this is going to be a good series. Lots of kind of wild card factors, I guess you could say. I mean, anytime Q talks in the game, you know it's going to happen.
Well, you could make the same case for Emo too, right? So
Yes, I mean, well, that's the thing. Emo, I want to say the first half of the tournament was actually not like that. He was super solid, if not amazing. And then now he's faltered a little bit, so a little bit more inconsistent now again. See if he can find the former glory of 3 days ago for him.
It's just his, I feel like that's been his player identity for as long as I can remember. It's just he can be the best player in the world one day, and then another day he can overextend 2 or 3 times.
Yep. And
kind of make some uncharacteristic mistakes. And I mean, we've seen the polarity of Kiyotaka in this tournament too. Yesterday against Power Vision, he had an insane Pango game. But then other games, it's just not clicking. So the inconsistency in delivery is... It's interesting because I think we've had this conversation before, actually. If you could pick a player if you were making a team, you would rather have the player that has S-tier performances sometimes and some days they just bomb out, than you would have someone that's consistently solid but never great, you know?
Well, okay, if you're putting together a roster, you need one person like that at most.
Right.
But yeah, I would agree.
Because that's like, you know, another great example of this would be Duraccio. Look at how many championships he won, right?
Yep.
And people would shit on him when he had bad games, but then perhaps not recognize the games that he would just completely take over in a fashion that pretty much no other player could have, right?
Yep.
So it's pretty interesting that there just are players like that and that the game enables them in that way. So let's see who's going to show up today. I think mid lane is just going to be the lane to watch because that's where there's definitely the most volatility will be between these two guys. And in this game, you have to favor Emo on hero-to-hero matchup. This is a very good lane for Lina. The Void Spirit does not really hold too much of a candle to you in the laning stage, but later on it gets interesting because Void Spirit can get on top of you, and that's what Lina does not like, is getting jumped in fights. You got Void Spirit, you got Tusk, you got the Surge of Darkseer to stay on top of her.
Yeah, we'll mention, of course, the matchup used to be worse. This facet actually helps quite a bit for Kiyotaka, changing the barrier, or sorry, the physical shield that you get from Resonant Pulse into just a general barrier.
Yeah.
So usually that magic damage would just destroy Kiyotaka, and I mean, he's still going to find a bit of issue, of course.
I love that word, the name of this facet, Sanctuary. It's such a good word. We never say that, Shane.
Yeah.
Because we have no reason to.
We should put that into our vocabulary list. You know, I think in the future we should have a new word of the day that we try to implement, like amalgamation, which is from 20 years ago at this point. LSA connects again. Kiyotaka, 6-3 right now versus the 6-2 emo. So far even.
It's pretty hard to dodge. You would think it's not that hard to dodge Light Strike Array with Dissimulate, but Dissimulate has a deceptively long cast time. So if you factor in, reaction time versus Lina's ability to pump fake the stun,
yeah,
you obviously can't tell. Like with Kunkka, for example, when you cast the Torrent, you'll see his mana bar go down when he actually casts it.
Now you will.
But with Lina, that's not the case. Like when she loses her mana, you don't really have time to react with the
that's because
spell.
It's a cast time versus the actual delay of the spell.
So this is very hard for Kiyotaka to dodge. And I have to say, I love Emo going this build. We've mainly seen Lina's in this tournament go something like 4-0-3. Emo valuing the Light Strike Array point for this matchup to try to play more of a harassment style rather than a farming style. So he's hitting the stuns. Kiyotaka for now will be able to float the lane, but this is where the rune control gets really important. If Kiyotaka is unable to get water runes at minute 4, he could be bullied out of lane by Emo. He's consistently laying into him here. So I don't know if we'll see a support rotation for minute 4, but Kiyotaka might already be calling for it here.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen it a decent amount of times already in this patch as the LSAs continue to come out. But looking at Yakult to go along with Emo, Fly playing the Weaver, we saw, I believe it was Satanic, go completely berserk on this hero yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll see if this is a patch thing or a Satanic thing. But yeah, your thoughts on, I guess, the lineups overall?
I think this is a really good Weaver game. It was also one of the last picks, if not the last pick of the draft, right? So when you have a lot of information, you see relatively limited lockdown, and you can envision a fight where you can move around freely. Weaver is a potentially true hard carry in current Dota. Oh, they're trying to dive down here on the side of Aurora. They will commit to it. This is awkward.
Yeah, Ollie, he's going to take the stun. Looks like he will eventually drop. And that is first blood for Toronto Tokyo. And the question is, can they get out? Mira likely will fall to Fly. The benefits of having a Weaver on your team, of course. But yeah, first blood for Toronto Tokyo should help quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine, especially when it's Darkseer, because I was going to make the point that you spent so many resources on this, but Darkseer is about to hit level 4, and he's going to get a burst of regen from that, so it's probably going to be okay. And he gets a very fast Vanguard, which is the item against Weaver, of course. Works very, very well, and yeah, he should be having a solid game here. Gyro from Nightfall was a direct response to the Beastmaster that we saw Yakult pick up. In the last patch, what people would generally do when this happens was just put the Beastmaster mid, but not really an option Yakult were interested in this one. They're interested in killing Beyond, though, on the side of Aurora. Triple teaming him here, and this should be good. They got it.
Yeah, very easy one. Good rotations as Nightfall will claim it. So 2 kills for Aurora early on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And feels like the Gyrocopter hasn't been coming out as consistently as we've been seeing in the past. As Panto skewered into the tower. But Baboka is triple teamed and easily taken out by Panto and company. So bites off a little bit too much.
I'm not really sure what he was expecting there, to be honest with you. Like, that was never going to happen. It wasn't even close, him killing Panto. It was like 150 or 200 HP to go. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication with when Beastmaster was arriving. Maybe he felt like he was just going to die, so he might as well go for the skewer. But I actually think he was fine if he didn't make a play. But either way, a great start here for the side of Aurora in both side lanes. The mid lane is the one falling behind a little bit, but that is to be expected for Kiyotaka. 6-minute rune is where it's at. Aurora here in numbers, and they will get him the Arcane. This is big.
Oh yeah, that's a good one
for Kiyotaka. Perhaps, and this is where it gets really interesting for the side of Aurora. If they could kill Lina mid with a rotation from Tusk when Void Spirit gets level 6, they could effectively win all 3 lanes. the luxury of having a Darkseer with such a fast Vanguard is that he doesn't even need any help. I don't think he's at any risk of dying to Weaver Shadow Shaman, so the Tusk is free to play the map exactly like he wants, and Mira is probably not coming back to bottom for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, Kiyotaka has to be careful, though. Not quite level 6. Very close. LSA is there into the Hex. Shackle to follow, and Emo with the Laguna. That's enough. Kiyotaka just so close to that level 6.
Yeah.
But now he's going to have to wait to use that Arcane Rune for when he's back.
Yeah, and Aurora, they also don't manage to contest the Wisdom. They're now bringing heroes over to mid. Feels like this is just a little bit too late, right? If they want to try to kill Emo, that opportunity is gone. They're going to lose both Wisdoms. Fly just snuck over there on the Weaver. This is another aspect of this hero that's kind of interesting. Its ability to fight for Wisdom Shrines. One thing is sneaking in, but you're also incredibly good for the fight itself when you're showing up at level 5 or especially level 6. But yeah, getting that one for free, that's big news for the side of Yakult. The supports on the Dire side will be struggling to find those ultis, and both of them are very important this game. You want the punch since you have so limited lockdown.
Yeah.
And the Oracle save against Roar, against RP. This will be coming out much, much later than planned.
Of course, Baboko, we've been seeing in this tournament, play a ridiculously good Magnus support.
Yeah, he's been the best Magnus, I think.
And he's going to run into Mira.
They'll put him to the test. Oh.
Ollie gets the Hex, and in instant disengage from both sides.
Yeah.
As Kiyotaka gets the regen rune. So far the rune battle on Aurora's side.
That's one of those fights, or rather, it wasn't a fight, but it's one of those decisions where it would be really cool to go back and just look at the individual vision of the teams, right? Because from our perspective, that was clearly going to be a bad fight for Yakult. But with the vision they had, this seemed like more of an overall assessment based on lane positions to make that call to not initiate after you get the Hex.
Baboko going to be defending this tower as the rest of Aurora checking to see if there's any stacks. There are none. They've already put so much pressure on this top lane. Looks like the tower's already going to fall. Nightfall going to be happy with that. Going for the Chrysalis first item into likely the Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's top tower
As close to cookie cutter as you can get for this hero. And for Fly, we talked about the last time this was played. He went for, or not him, but what did Satanic go for again? It wasn't the Dragonlance first. He went the Deso route.
Did he rush Deso, or did he get a small item before? Did he also get Falcon Blade?
I believe he got Falcon Blade Deso.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but...
I think you're right. For once.
So this is Dragonlance into what exactly? Like, what do you think the item that makes more sense this game? Because if he's going to go Deso, he would have been prioritizing it already, I feel like. Like a Maelstrom type, perhaps?
I guess one upside to... I don't know how much it matters to get, like, cleave against Darkseer Wall, right? Of some kind, but... It's the only real argument I see here for why Maelstrom will be better, unless you think you just really want to focus on farming versus fighting, but you look at their lineup.
Oh, Astral Step into the Aether Remnant, and the Snowball connection is made. Easy pick off. As Panto picking up a lot of these kills, he's going to pause the game to make sure that his game's not bugged. Not used to having this many in the game.
Yep.
Sitting on 2.
I think he's pausing now. He's realizing, wait, guys, did we forget the Wisdom Shrines? Gonna go and pick it up. Yeah, nice rotation, though. This was the play I was talking about. You're going to do this to Lina with this lineup. You just are. And it's hard for Yakult to be ready every single time to counterplay it. And that time they were caught off guard.
Yeah, and we should mention that, I mean, having an Oracle on the thing, we've seen every single rune go the way of Kiyotaka and company.
Yeah.
They know exactly where and what it's going to be. And it's not something that we inherently see because there's no text indication, which that would be a nice thing for Valve to put in at some point for the spectators at least.
Do you like this innate conceptually? I don't really like this one.
I actually find it very interesting because it's so unique. So yeah, I actually do like it.
It's very unique. I personally don't like this one, and I don't like the Roche one for TA, just because I think that advantage fundamentally is kind of... I personally find them to be kind of game-breaking, Because I think so much of the game at a pro level revolves around that exact knowledge of when does Roche spawn.
I would actually agree more with the Roche one than the power runes.
Really?
I'm not saying that I'm not saying there's not inherent advantage of getting all these power runes, but there's also mind games that go into it.
Sure.
Like grouping up on one side where it's actually going to be on the other, like faking them out. I think it just makes for more interesting gameplay as opposed to Roche, which is, I think you could argue that runes make a big difference in the game. Roche is the game winner in many games where runes are not. That's why I'm okay with it. Call down, try to defend here for Nightfall. Another pause.
Yeah, that's our third pause for the game in 10 minutes. Hope this is not going to be the trend of the day. Although, of course, we love talking about nothing, so we'll entertain ourselves.
That's right.
But
you want to talk about shoe sizes again?
yeah, that's right. That was a great segment, Sunsfan. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
I was having such a good laugh backstage afterwards. I was like, okay, so Shiva opens the floor and she's like, is there anything else you guys want to talk about? And you just jumped on it. Like, you were super excited to talk about this absolute nothing burger of a conversation. I was like, this is one of the worst segments I've done this for many, many years, and so have you.
Same.
And I'm trying to remember a less interesting panel segment. I cannot come up with one. And it would be one thing if Shiva was like, is there anything else you guys want to talk about? And everybody's like thinking it over like, I don't know. I don't really have anything. And you're like, you know what, guys? All right. If you guys have nothing else, let's talk about shoes. You were like, let's talk about shoe sizes. Woo! You were super excited. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
It's a skill, all right? It's a skill.
Yeah, you loved it. You made Jenkins really say that. How was he saying it? He was trying to say it in the European way, I think. I think he's really trying to. He was not specifically not saying Adidas. He was saying Adidas.
Yeah, his conversation was worse. Is Toronto Tokyo taken out by Fly. That is a pretty big kill for the Weaver. 2-0 right now.
Of course, with these pauses, I think the players, this is what happens a lot in games that get a lot of pauses, a little bit of disruption in focus. I'm not saying he died because of that, but sometimes that does happen.
Yep, you've been there many a time, I'm sure.
Yeah, I have paused a lot of games.
Baboka used the RP
attack.
for that, I assume, since we didn't see it.
Yep. Well, at least he doesn't have it. He might have whiffed it. Who knows?
Oh, will be a Deso still for Fly.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I wonder the Dragonlance build-up if he just feels like he needs a little bit of extra tankiness and the range to combat Gyro. One of the upsides to having this is both Weaver and Gyro have short attack range when Flak Cannon is inactive. So with the Dragonlance, you have the range advantage, and you can perhaps trade more favorably for that reason, or it's a recognition of the fact that the enemy team has this like assassin-style lineup, and just having a little bit more distance gives you more time to react. And at the same time, also just a player preference. Oh, this is a good find. Nightfall did not expect this
Swarm
gate
applied, have the shackle as well, and this is going to be an easy one in the end. Does get off the call down, but to no avail. TP canceled as well, so Yakult can turn this into more. It feels like the support's taken all the kills today. But great rotation from Fly. We talked about this yesterday. Just a very good carry for just coming in for a little poke, little kill here, then go back. Very mobile in general.
Not surprised you like that kill. Of course, Fly using your favorite skill in Dota, the shawarma. I knew you were gonna like that one. Yeah, just instead of bugs, it's just shawarmas.
Blink up for Baboka. We'll see if they want to smoke once well, the RP is back up, actually. Toronto Tokyo getting forced out a bit.
It's going to have the Crimson in Fady Gold. Great item against Weaver. Not and against Beastmaster.
He's actually going to go for the RP. Oh, just on the edge. LSA Laguna. Kiyotaka dead. That was so close to being out of range on the RP.
Baboka is so good at this hero.
Perfect.
There were a couple of things about this draft that were honestly just flat out very surprising. Like the Magnus made it to 4th pick for Yakult, and the Darkseer made it to 4th pick for Aurora. And
I feel like the Magnus has consistently been making late in drafts, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's really weird.
We saw on day 1 or I think maybe day 1 and 2, that this hero was just owning it up. And then people stopped picking it. I'm like, why wouldn't this team just pick it from both?
Potential pick off here, but Nightfall gets the call down off. False Promise not going to be in time. Dies beforehand. Now the chase is on, but the Roar going to keep Gyro contained. They do lose the support in Ollie, so 1 for 1. Now Beyond on the run. Baboka shadowing him. Getting a shockwave as Beyond is still slowed. There's Baboka. We'll be trying to tank this. Gets the skewer off onto Gyro.
Wait,
Goes
what?
to the north. Is he actually going to be okay here? No, Aether Remnant back into the fray. So trying to save his team as the Lina dies.
How did Toronto Tokyo kill him without... Oh, he did use... Wait, where's the wall? Oh, it's up there. Oh, wow. This was a long chase, I think.
Is that a solo kill?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Lina was buttered up from the fight before, but still was not anticipating that Toronto Tokyo. That's a massive kill for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting that solo pick on Lina.
Here we go.
And this was also happening off screen.
for the
Fly.
shrine.
Yeah. Killed off Mira and got the shrine again. So that's 4 wisdom shrines in a row now for the side of Yakult. Very even
XP
game.
advantage for Yakult. At the very least, they do have level 6s on their supports for the Aurora side. As Kiyotaka.
Yeah, just barely. It's minute 15.
Yeah.
They're both level 6. The support is on the Radiant, level 9 and almost level 9 on Shaman too. It's a massive advantage on the
Boka
experience.
level 9. Kiyotaka's level 9.
Yeah.
My goodness.
The level's definitely not in their favor right now.
He went for the Spirit Vessel build here. And we'll be going for the Ags next for the Resonant Pulse Silence. What's the Spirit Vessel for exactly? Just the heals from the Oracle? Doesn't feel like a normal Spirit Vessel game.
Well, if you're buying Vessel in this game on Void Spirit, I feel like you just buy it every game, right? It's good against nothing. There's no heroes that inherently have healing. There's no heroes with massive HP pools. I guess Beastmaster's all right. So now that it's all attributes, maybe Void Spirit just defaults to this. It obviously, it's a great damage booster, right? So that's why you're buying it. But generally speaking, in the last patch, Vessel was never bought unless you specifically took advantage of the minus healing. Since you're not doing that this game and still grabbing it first item, Kiyotaka just thinks this is the item on the hero every game. It's the only conclusion here, right?
Oh, he played Void Spirit the other day, didn't he? Don't think he went for Spirit Vessel.
Kiyotaka did. Did he?
Maybe not. Desolator now online for Flyflies. The tier 1 tower is sacked. Aurora claims it, and now an Ags for Nightfall as well.
Deso on the Weaver.
Yep.
This is a very even game right now, and I think for the side of Yakult, that's good news because we've seen how many games them being in either an even or slightly disadvantageous position, and Baboka just wins the game with Magnus. You have Oracle against it for Aurora, which is a big difference from other Magnus games he has played, but the thing about that matchup that can get spicy for the Oracle is if you get good skewers off, Oracle save almost doesn't even matter if you're fast enough. It can be really difficult to react with the false promise. The cast point of RP into skewer is pretty low.
Kiyotaka finding an
Be a big
opening here
find,
onto Emo. Aether Remnant bringing it back, but Ollie with the instant Hex. Laguna Blade does literally nothing other than get rid of some of that shield rune. LSA to follow. Baboka skewers, but no RP to follow. Flyfly making his way over. Time lapses already just to get better positioning. I think that just ends the fight.
Ah, yes, the classic 5-on-5 mid with no objective minute 17. That wasn't even a tower.
Yes.
Everybody shows up. And this is a big part of the Weaver pick. It's very good at assassinating that Oracle, so Panto had to disengage quickly, but that time around, Baboka did not find the skewer he was hoping for. I think he really wanted to fish in the Oracle, and that fight would have been broken wide open, but they're going to try again. In spite of not having Laguna Blade, there's no wall, there's no call down.
Baboka, smoke will pop. Okay, going the other way now as Roche Pit being contested right now by Yakult. Kiyotaka will know about it. Aether Remnant, not going to find a connection. With the Hex onto the Void Spirit as Flyfly doing quite a bit to Panto. Snowball is not going to hit. Kiyotaka, they do have a good amount of catch.
He's
but
so fast.
not enough in the end. But Roche, oh, here the Serpent Wards go down.
Oh, they're committing hard
Laguna
to this.
Blade as well. And they're going to have to get out of the pit because Aurora have come back. Meanwhile, oh, there's a skewer into the RP onto 2 with the right clicks from Flyfly. A lot of minus on with the snowball save with 3 members inside on top of Magnus. Down he goes, and now the fight is for Roche. Kiyotaka coming, trying to take it. Mira gets the Aegis of all people, and Aurora will clean house. They get 4 kills, and the only remaining member is Flyfly. They put so much into that fight for the Yakult side. They used Laguna and the Serpent Words onto Roche, and they still don't get the kill or the Aegis.
That was basically perfect for Aurora, right? It doesn't get much better than that. You get 2-man RP'd, but it's not the Tusk. He gets the snowball save onto both of them. In the meantime, Weaver, who was trying to chase the backline, started out maybe a little bit too early and got forced out of the fight. He's the only one to survive since he was away from the mayhem, but yeah, that was just awesome for Aurora. Like, they did everything correctly. They get the big rewards, and what was an even game is now going to massively favor them. The only downside, if you want to look at one there, is that the Tusk has the Aegis. That was the one thing they could have gone better, I guess, but
Yeah.
you'll take this every single time.
Indeed. I mean, if they had Weaver, I mean, I know he went to the north, so he couldn't get there in time. If Weaver was in the pit while they were blowing everything on him,
Yeah.
Laguna Blade and whatnot, they definitely would have gotten the Roche before Aurora.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, but then the complexion of the moment would have been different, right?
Yeah.
The reason that they even went for the Roche was that Flyfly was distracting, but Aurora didn't fall for it. They
It does
kept
feel like
Roche.
Flyfly is the one that has to be in the pit.
Miro with the punch.
Walrus punch.
Okay. He has ult.
Does have time lapse. Shikuchi gets dusted, but he's fine. And now Yakult on the back foot here. Has the shard coming for Flyfly. Talked about that yesterday being one of the best shards in the game,
dire are scanning.
especially for carries. Feels like the carry shards are a lot of times just not particularly good. Not the case for
Oh, whoa,
Weaver.
whoa.
Panto.
Okay. This is,
Yeah, Walrus punch. He does not have time lapse. Snowball's gonna hit. Gets blocked off, but wants to continue to fight. He's got reinforcements now. Mira taking heavy amount of damage, but the Crimson Guard doing pretty good work. Baboka gets a nice skewer onto Toronto Tokyo. Call down. Won't find anybody other than Baboka as the Laguna Blade reserved for the Aegis holding Mira. They lose their Magnus. They lose their Rasta. So Aurora going to be perfectly fine with this exchange, especially if it turns into a kill on the Flyfly.
oh, that did not hit. Could have got spicy, but
Well, that's an interesting interaction there. The shard goes off without him probably wanting to,
yeah.
but won't cost them as Aurora will easily get the Tormentor now.
This will be a shard for Mira. I think they would have rather had Pantos, but it's all right. At least the ice shards in this game are level 3. It's not some 1-4-4 build. Now Mira can start clearing creep waves with the ice shards. A little more teamfight damage. And interestingly, I think against a hero like Weaver, it actually can matter quite a bit that the shards are deeper, because you can, like, the way you block him in at the end of it, perhaps that extra distance he has to run out with Shikuchi will allow you to vacuum him back in and then keep him contained. Kiyotaka approaching the item on this hero.
Bottom tower is
500 off the Axe, which will be a big problem for Weaver. And you can see Flyfly is not planning on getting a BKB, so he will be vulnerable for a long time against this Void Spirit with an 8k lead.
I don't know what percent of the runes they've gotten on Aurora.
Yeah.
Honestly, can't pay too much attention past the laning stage, but they, I'm sure, add up.
Radiant's
As the
bottom
butterfly
tower
for
is under
Nightfall
attack.
will help him take the tier 2 tower.
He is so far ahead.
Yeah.
He's up by a full Premier item against the Weaver. 5,000 gold.
I mean, how is this matchup normal, just even if they're even? Like, who would you rather be?
Weaver.
Or Gyro?
Weaver, I think. Because the thing about Gyro is...
Would you rather be him now? The double silence comes out. The stun locks. Down goes Flyfly.
Yeah, that's a problem.
As a wall onto Baboka. Gets vacuumed in.
Got him
Dust.
with the dust, yeah, he has to.
Skewers to the high ground. TP is fine.
Barely made it.
Obviously-
Mira was very close to having a punch there with Blink. He gets out.
Yeah, Weaver the big kill, though. That one wouldn't have mattered much anyway. 10k lead for Aurora in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I would obviously not rather be Weaver if Gyro is an item up. But
Yeah.
if they're even, I would say it's generally a good matchup for Weaver. Gyro is a spread damage carry. Of course, when you have Flat Cannon, you can do more single target damage, but usually, you know, the Flat Cannon will hit a further away target when Weaver's close.
RP,
Don't have time for that.
Kiyotaka is who they want. Laguna Blade, LSA. Oh, that beautiful shackle onto the Tusk. Mira trying to save his comrade. Double kill for Emo. That was really good reaction time from Ollie.
Did Tusk blink into the LSA, or did he blink
No,
into...
he blinked into Shackle.
That shouldn't be possible.
What do you mean it shouldn't be possible? He wasn't close enough to get Snowball off yet.
Oh, so he did. So
he had to walk a bit.
He blinked too far away. I see. Okay.
But still, the Shackle was like instant.
Yeah, it's very fast.
Crazy reactions. It's Fly going to be accompanied by his team. No members of Aurora on this side of the map, though, so most they can do is poke at this tier 2.
That's honestly a pretty big sequence to get there for Yakult. When you're this far behind, just getting a little bit of a free core kill plus support under your tower. They need to buy time and try to get Fly up to speed here.
Another power rune the way of Aurora. As the Crimson finally picked up for Beyond. Feels like Toronto Tokyo's had his for quite a while. A little bit surprised that Kiyotaka's bottom net worth for the cores. That's kind of interesting.
This happens a lot to Void Spirit. I think by design, this hero will just often find himself in this range because you're very much about hunting kills. If you play a farm style, this hero has pretty high mana cost, so it's hard to just maintain your spellcasting. When you go Vessel, you're not going to have enough mana regen to just spam your spells for farm, whereas a hero like Lina will just out-farm you, right? So you need to compensate with kills, and there hasn't been too many this game for him. Smoke could
As they're going
bear
hunting.
fruit. They see Emo. This is a big quick reaction on the BKB. Should be getting out, maybe. There's a punch threat, but run off to the right here and TP back to base. Mid tower is probably a goner, though. Nightfall with the coverage of Oracle.
Should mention the shard pickup for Kiyotaka, giving True Sight against the Weaver can be pretty damn good as well.
Radiant's middle tower
Potentially.
has fallen.
Yeah, and it makes it into a clock, which Valve love to make clocks that you can't read 2 of them now in the game.
That's right.
Dire's structures are fortified.
No numbers on the axes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're trying to pressure this tier 2. We'll back away.
Mission accomplished. They forced a TP out of Gyro. This means they're going to try to make a play on the other side of the map, but Boca not getting any vision, though.
That was close. And now it's nighttime.
Satanic on the Gyro. I mean, Nightfall's just... very, very big. 370 CS minute 26 to the 230 of Weaver. It's up by 150 CS. Carry versus carry, that's pretty unusual nowadays.
This is like an Alchemist game.
Yeah, when you look at the net worth distribution, it kind of looks like he's an Alch. It's of course worth keeping in mind that he is the net worth lead. The rest of the game is even. So if Gyro gets out of position, or if they take a fight without him nearby any sort of 4v4 or whatever...
If you can force Nightfall to Nightfall away, you're going to be in a good spot.
Absolutely.
That's true. He doesn't have BKB. He can't actually do the Nightfall.
He shouldn't need to. When he's this tanky and has 2 saving supports, he really should be able to stand his ground. But there's always that skewer.
Does he feel comfortable without having the Nightfall in his pocket?
He's not going to buy it this game, I think.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
He's
If he
queuing up
changes
Swift
his
Blink
mind.
next. Just doesn't want to buy BKB. I mean, you are against Roar and RP, which will pierce it, but I still think the BKB has just intrinsic value against a lot of damage, right? Magnus, Shaman, Lina. It will block a lot, but... I do think it's the right call not to buy it, at least for now. But maybe as like the overall last slot, you might have to eventually get it, especially when more lockdown might get itemized with like a Hex, for example, on the Beastmaster.
Honestly, those late game, like super late game BKBs don't even feel that bad. 9 seconds.
Yeah, getting it very late can be very good. Absolutely.
Oh, Fly. Taka.
Yeah. Fly has the vision advantage. This is too easy to play around. He has 2 wards up here. Should never get caught.
Helping him farm a bit. Baby Triceratops. SNY looks to be the next pickup for Boys. Is that normal? Obviously wants to stats resist, but
I'm gonna say
used to seeing that
not
on Voice
very
here.
common.
Where's his boot to travel, Synderen?
Yeah.
He's a big believer. Kiyotaka. They're going to Fly. Aether Remnant goes off. They get the vision. They get the dust on top of the RP onto 3. Swarm to follow. But they still have the silence. They just don't have enough damage right now. Skewer from Baboka. He does save Fly, attempting to TP out. Oh, he's actually fine. All right, so no casualties here.
Except Roshan.
True. Aegis for Nightfall. They'll get the banner as well.
I think high ground is on the cards here, specifically because RP was just used. I think this is...
Well, what about this?
Yeah, you kind of have to deal with the bottom problem first, but then, yeah, okay, this is good. This is going to bridge the gap between RPs, so Yakult doing the right thing under the circumstances, forcing a rotation back to base. Because I think Nightfall will love to just run down the lane right now. Even if he gets skewered into the enemy base, killing him twice with Satanic on him and the Oracle for protection, I think, is going to be a tall order without RP. So you just need to buy enough time to get it again. Baboka is a minute away. If they just run straight down bottom, they would have like 20, 30 seconds in the base before RP comes up. See if that's the plan here for the side of Aurora.
No. Nightfall just finishes Daedalus.
Seems like he's getting a new item every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Pretty absurd farming right now. So they will go down the bottom lane. And nice cutting here from the Triceratops from beyond.
They don't have their whole squad here. I think pushing is just not a... Oh,
There's only one wave.
Okay, they are connecting now.
There's only one... Well, there's another wave mid, I suppose. See how much Nightfall and company can get out of this before the backdoor protection inevitably comes in. Of course, Roche's banner certainly helping their cause. Puts it a little low, though. So now the creeps, half of them are available to kill. Not the greatest placement. Wave already dead. The Nightfall forcing out the fortification. They will get the tower. The wave is mid, so they could theoretically keep pushing. Nightfall just wants to collect towers right now.
Yep.
Into the tier 2, or tier 3 mid.
Nice fuel. Oh, that's perfect from Mira.
Pass onto Baboka. Tries to get the RP off. Gets 2 in the RP, but they actually do get a nice connection onto the Void, or the Darkseer, I should say. But Nightfall is just going ham right now. He is not scared of anybody. Roar on top of Kiyotaka. Puts himself in a precarious spot. He's going to drop. Does have the buyback. Probably will not expend it here. As now Gyro basically left to his own devices against the entirety of Yakult. That's going to be life number 1, and this is pretty bad for Aurora. He's going to die a second time, despite being a monster in this game, and just like that, it's a 4K net worth lead.
Wow, it's honestly kind of
requires 1 buyback too.
It's kind of criminal that they don't get a lane here, and not only that, they lose a fight horribly too. I don't know, they just dove way too deep. I think they're going to be kicking themselves now that they even went for this. What you managed to accomplish there with that perfect Yules from Mira, you could have played that fight in a way that Mag does not find an RP skewer, but instead he ended up still getting one.
Yeah.
And getting them a little bit out of position. And after that, they still fight in the tier 4 towers against a team that's rather obviously going to have a buyback. The entire lead is gone.
Yeah, this is even now.
And Gyro is still a monster, but...
He's still up 6K by himself.
The way you want to play this usually when you have a hyper carry that's so far ahead is just let him hit the tower, man. And when you get... I thought when they got that Yules from Mira, I genuinely thought it was GG. Because like you catch the Magnus there, you kill him off with literally anything. You can purge him with the Oracle while he's flying in the Yules. You could get an Aether Remnant off. You could maybe catch him in charge, like whatever it is. And you kill the Magnus, you play back, and you keep letting Gyro hit the tower. The moment you dive, you're actually opening yourself up. You're becoming vulnerable in the fight for very little benefit. I mean, it's obviously easier said than done, right? But
now it's going to be harder to pull that play with a BKB onto Baboka.
Yeah, this is a huge item.
Can activate that before jumping in.
Yep.
So now the complexion of this game totally different. And from Yakult's perspective, you just cannot afford to have any pickoffs.
Obviously that was a reveal as well for Fly's BKB. So that's another big thing. Nice try here with the dust, but he just barely made it out from this gank. The way fights are going to break down now, in essence, is Magnus will try to fish for anything. if he finds any hero that is worth saving and skewers them in, Oracle will try to help, and then Fly will come in for the backstab. That's the type of fight Yakult want to play. On the side of Aurora, it's a little less obvious how you want to approach fights right now, I think. You obviously would be very happy if Void Spirit can get a jump and just burst a hero together with the gyro. But the fact of the matter is you actually don't have that much burst damage when you look at it. I don't know. I think this game actually got really hard. Very suddenly.
Lots going to come down to this next Roche, for sure.
Yeah.
The question is, though, does Yakult think that this is an even net worth game?
Yeah, that's true. That's always going to be the... Having access to that information is, of course, something that teams do not. That was a Yoda sentence. You're welcome.
That's an aneurysm sentence, right?
I mean, it was technically correct. It was just a bit of an interesting...
Correct it was.
That's right. Right, that's...
Daedalus getting pretty close for Fly. Now, Aurora have something to truly worry about.
It's hard.
I feel like in the RPs, they haven't really had enough during just that one stun to kill off anyone. By anyone, I mean the cores.
Yeah.
With this Daedalus, they will.
The thing that's interesting about this is that I don't actually necessarily think Fly should kill people in the RP, which is kind of rare that your carry isn't... Usually RP
to the back
means
line and go for the supports.
Yeah, if you skewer in 1 or 2 enemy heroes and you RP them, Weaver shouldn't necessarily kill the RP'd heroes. Weaver should kill the supports. His whole fight is actually very straightforward. This is something very unique to this carry versus a lot of the other popular ones, is its ability to flank constantly in these fights and be relatively safe about it. Like, what's killing Fly when he goes in on the Oracle and pops BKB? I don't think he can die. Gyro does not have enough single target burst rate. You have 1 punch from Tusk, and you can time-lapse off 2,500 damage and just keep going. So, I would love to see Fly... Yeah, okay, he has to queued up the Nullifier, right? It's just a reliable way of getting on the Oracle. And the only thing that's going to save Oracle if he finds him is the Tusk Snowball. But then you forced out Snowball, and you have the support positions compromised, and then the other teammates can kind of compound on that play. So Aurora defensively have to be very, very careful with how they place their heroes against that carry. God, I love Weaver. I feel like I've always liked this hero.
Good for you.
You know. Opinions change. You think back, you've played this game for 2 decades. You probably at some point hated almost every hero if you think about it. Whenever you wish for a patch, you're like, God, I'm so sick of this hero.
Yeah.
There's probably been a patch for Weaver too where you were like, just nerf Weaver, man.
Yeah, probably. The tier 2, or the tier 3 gets taken out by the Siege without any assistance from Aurora.
Can you think of a hero that's never been broken?
That's never been broken?
Yeah. Like where you're like, okay, this is just too strong in this patch. Is there a hero that comes to mind? I'm looking through the hero list right now, trying to think. Someone who's never... I think Elder Titan... No, he was OP in Dota 1 when his auras...
There's always a hero.
That was also Dota 2 early on. I think both the Spirit carried both auras, right? In the beginning of Dota 2, I think it did. Where the Spirit also had the armor removal.
I feel like most heroes, if not all, have had their time to shine.
Yeah.
As a smoke from Yakult.
Skywrath Mage, maybe?
Comes out.
Never been really good.
Yeah, just keep going down the list.
I mean, Skywrath is just such a weird hero sometimes. All right, here comes the push.
And Nightfall with the call down, blinks in. Fly already at half HP. They pop the Crimson as well.
Oh, this is an
Talk
interesting
on the
play.
other side, yeah. The Clock Remnant finds Lina.
They have them surrounded, but now they need to get the hell out of there. Will they find the roar? Oh, he cancels his own
the
TP.
TP, dissimulates to the south.
Uh-oh.
He's fine.
Well, for now, keep in mind he doesn't have a TP and he's playing against a chasing lineup of Weaver. I don't think he's fine.
RP available.
Okay.
He's fine.
Well,
now the rest of his team coming in with the smoke.
Oh, there's a damage rune bottom.
Emo gets off the LSA, but he's going to get punched into the air, pulled into the beautiful vacuum wall onto 2. Emo's going to BKB and try to right-click away with the Satanic, but they get the RP out of Nightfall. Can they do enough damage to take him out, though? The False Promise saving him, and now the Lina looks to be dead. That's 2 already down. in terms of cores for Yakult. They find the Weaver as well. Buyback into the game, and now Aurora in really good position. The two supports that are dead do have buyback. Nightfall wants to go for the win right here, right now, and he might get it.
Nightfall boss. Look at those damage numbers on the fight recap. 10k. He did more damage than the enemy team combined.
Yep, pretty damn good. They're going to jump right in, trying to get this Weaver a second time. They will. It's a dieback.
Wow. All right.
And that's game. So Aurora, with a massive lead, throw it away, and then win a big team fight and win the game.
Yep.
The classic Aurora way.
Very, very unpredictable. We love that. There's Nightfall with a big smile on his face, understandably so, truly carrying this game as that gyro. 11, 2, and 7, 550 CS. Into the game, completely dwarfing everybody. Got that swift blink, got in there, did the damage. And yeah, like you said, they find the RP. The problem is the Lina is already in a really tough spot when that fight begins. She had to pop Satanic on 10% HP. She gets some swings off, but not enough to stay alive.
I mean, good resilience from Yakult, I have to say. I thought the game was over as well as you. They capitalize on maybe, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's a big mistake, but it's such a small frame of, like, it just happened in like half a second.
Yeah.
But they take advantage of it, and they make it even, and then, yeah, we saw what just happened. But
have to say, these are some really pitiful numbers from Beastmaster. This hero did not feel like it did anything.
That's true. It didn't really set the pace to the game. Do you feel like it's completely necessary for him to just take over like the early to mid game for this hero to be S tier?
I think it's just a bad Beastmaster game. You're playing against Tusk Oracle. Like,
yeah.
Playing against two of the best saves in the entire game did not work out.
All right, Aurora start this out 1-0. Shiba.
Thank you very much, Sensvan and Synderen. They do start this one good, and then they threw it, and they end it also good. So luckily for them, they get the win on the board. It didn't always look that easy, though, Jenkins.
No, it didn't. I mean, in classic Aurora fashion, I actually went for a walk. They had an 8k Goldie. I come back, and they had a 1k Goldie. I was like, what happened? Apparently, there was a high ground push.
Oh, this happened. Like, actually, was it this one?
No, that did
this
happen.
happened like 10
this
minutes
went from
later.
11k to 8k, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, Nightfall, he wanted out of this one. Like, you can tell sometimes he is just...
So we skipped it.
He's just in the zone. Swift Blink Gyro. Banana Slam Jamma, you're saying you really like this build.
I'm a big fan. Yeah, I mean, usually you have to wait till one more item, like you end up selling your boots for it, but since he has Oracle, he was able to skip the BKB. You know, we saw that Roche fight. Misery, we were talking backstage, you mentioned how, like, you kind of get baited into taking this team fight because you have team fight spells, but it would have just been better to play the map because of all your pick-off.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, if you look at the Yakult Bros draft, right, in comparison to Aurora's draft, you have a lot of stuns. You have Mag, Skewer, you have Beastmaster. You can easily play the map. Beast can push one lane, travels on Lina. He can connect to the side lanes. Weaver is uncatchable until Void Spirit Aghanims. Even when he gets Aghs, it's very hard to kill him. So I think Yakult Bro made a huge mistake when they walked into Roche Pit and forced Aurora to come there and take the fight, right? We also saw what ended up happening. They got wiped and lost the Aegis. And that was like the downfall from there. Then they did this throw Aurora on the high ground. And actually, more so when they got the Aegis, they started playing the map. Because now it's like, oh, they have Aegis, guys, we can't fight. So they started playing the map properly. And that's where you could see the heroes actually play better in the game, right? So I think that was a big problem for Yakult, just how they played the game overall. If they played the map before this Roshan mistake, probably would have seen a very different game where Lina could scale much harder and Gyro, there wouldn't be, you know, 30k net worth to Weaver's 20.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get baited when you have the team fight spells to decide to take a team fight, but then, like you said, when you think about like how does Weaver die on the map, how does this person die, it's like when you think about Oracle can only be in one space at a time, you have plenty of stuns to RP anyone that's alone without the Oracle, and they will die to Mag plus potentially one or two heroes. Yeah, it just felt more straightforward on the side of Yakult Brothers if they are playing the map, but looking at playing the map in the early game, wanted to highlight Mira's early rotations. This was a really cool dive by them, utilizing the fortification. Shaman as a support I found really struggles against the likes of Tusk, just heroes that can all-in commit. And at first it may seem like, it's a one-for-one trade. That's fine for Yakult Brothers. But what this kill did, giving Toronto Tokyo first blood, was he had a 4-minute Vanguard, which allowed Mira to then leave him alone, bottom lane, and decided to pick on all the other lanes. So then we see him rotate top almost immediately after that death. You see it's about 40 seconds later. And Beastmaster, who is already having a bit of a tough game, further ensuring that Nightfall free farms. And then about 3 or 4 minutes later, it's now Lena's turn. The snowball, the gank potential from the Tusk. This was a really cool play by Nightfall. He actually used Flak Cannon on the small camp to be able to attack the creep wave from a long distance, which effectively shut down a 4-man push.
Because he can aggro the creeps.
Yeah, because he can aggro the creeps that way. So I thought that they did a lot of little cool things in the early game. They did try to make a smoke play off of that on Aurora. They didn't get any kills off of it, but it still, I think, was responsible for giving them that 1 or 2K lead at 15 minutes. Yeah, I feel like the game got blown wide open by that Roche fight. Yakult brothers did make a couple nice rotations on Nightfall. And I do feel like they were a bit slow on Ponto's Oracle. There was times where like Void Spirit's getting dove mid at minute 6. And Oracle TP's in like right at the tail end of him dying. And the same thing happened, like Nightfall was getting shackled for 5 seconds top and Oracle TP's in towards the end of it. And then, so not the cleanest game from Aurora for many, at all stages. I don't think it was just that one high ground push.
Yeah, we also, we had a commentary team at the end of that game criticizing the Beastmaster pick a little bit. It was picked into the Oracle. Obviously, the Tusk came out afterwards, but it's another save. On hindsight, Misery, is it easy to just like, yeah, you're cool, they just didn't have the right draft, and then on top of that, obviously, they didn't play their draft the way it was supposed to be played?
I think the Beastmaster is a good topic to talk about because in the last patch, Beastmaster was falling off drastically in the off lane because people were picking it and he would always have a bad lane. And then either he would go for the very slow Aghanims, which doesn't really work, or he would go Dominator very late as well, and that's also kind of bad. So people started playing mid Beast, carry Beast, going Aghanims. And then the Aghanims actually got nerfed, so people can't really play the Beastmaster carry or mid anymore. But the offlane Beast is the same situation as before, but they picked it second, right?
Yeah.
And he gets countered by the Gyrocopter, so he has a really bad game. Like Sunderen said, he gets the slow Dominator, so he can't abuse the creeps against the Oracle and the Tusk. So then he doesn't counter them anymore, right? And now they counter him and his Roar. So I do think that it is not the best pick early on. That being said, though, I think if they had played the map, we might have seen the Beastmaster have more impact. Just because, you know, that's what that hero does really well, is it pushes in lanes and controls areas. But they didn't do that at all, right? They just went straight for Roche and threw away the even game.
That's like the classic Beastmaster that we're back to, honestly, which is like, if you're winning, he's the most oppressive hero to play against because it feels like he controls this area of the map. If you walk in, there's a creep pushing a lane, you die to boars, you get roared, like it's incredibly oppressive. But if you're winning and he's trying to do that, you just go kill him. Like he's food. And then he's kind of just a roar in fights. Like the timing really matters. If you can get the Dom at like a couple minutes earlier because you have a good lane, then you have a carry who's not level 6, maybe a mid who's not level 6. He can like push the tower before you can respond to it. He gets another item. He controls the area. Like it's very snowbally, which is good. I like this. Like this is back to old Beastmaster. So I think this is just the nature of the hero right now.
Well, and in this case, they banned out the Kunkka right before picking the Beastmaster. But I think, Brian, you were instantly, when they picked the Beastmaster, you're like, well, then they're just going to get gyroed. So potentially they should protect that Beastmaster a little bit better next time.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is it just seems like there's always numerous layers to drafting, and I feel like they just went maybe not a layer deep enough, which is that you were giving them the benefit of the doubt, Misery, that if they pick Beastmaster here, that it's flexible.
Flex,
Yeah.
So if
They have a plan.
I feel like if you give them gyro and then put Beastmaster into it anyway with no intention of flexing it, that's just simply an oversight. Like it can be
Very lazy.
very lazy.
Do you guys think though that the mid Beastmaster flex with the Dom is as potent as like the Aghanims flex? Because I feel like
But no, if you're not going to do it and then give them Gyrocopter,
just don't
it's
prioritize,
just a bad
just
pick
don't
is the
prioritize
point.
Beast like
We're not
this.
arguing that that's a good idea.
So I guess the logic there is that maybe they are scared of the Beastmaster. They have the first pick Shaman, right? If we don't take Beast, oh no, they can take Beast.
Yeah.
But then you can gyro them, right? That's the whole idea. But I also think that we talked about can you actually play Beast carry now with Dominator or Beast mid with Dominator? I think you still can. You just have to. I don't know how early you can pick it. That's the first thing. And then second, it might be hard to play for the mid and the carry, right? They actually have to play more of the Beastmaster than just buying Aghanims and running down lanes and
it was pretty easy.
do nothing
before.
in the fight and get triple kill, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that's also something to consider, that it's harder to play perhaps.
Yeah, a lot of things to think about with the draft coming for game number 2. Will be coming your way after break.
DJ 31. Killing the ones and twos. It's DJ Set It Off. Brand new. Yeah, he makes your body rock. DJ D-Rock is in the mix. Haters, step back. DJ Spin Now. DJ Willie D's in the building.
Bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. You can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. To me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss
watching DreamLeague Season 26. We're in the middle of a series. Aurora and Yakult brothers are going head-to-head in day number... Is day number 10, but how? Day number six of this group stage. There you go. So it means the second to last series that these two teams are playing. Exceptionally important because they are both 2 and 3. Aurora's doing a little bit better in the series though, because they're one game up. We're gonna find out if they can take this one 2-0. And who am I kidding? Jack, is they're not gonna take this one 2-0.
No, they're not. They're not. I mean, Yakult didn't look so bad last game either, so it's not like they're just gonna fold over. Aurora is gonna be the team that's doing the folding over. They're probably pretty mad with that one throw that they did in the game. You can tell Nightfall in his gameplay. Brian, tell me, as a guy who rages and gives up on your team a lot, getting a Swift Blink and blinking into the base and going straight for the tier 4s. This is the play if somebody's like, get me the fuck out of this game.
No. Actually, I'm going to take a more positive spin on this as the guy who rages on his team.
Yeah,
but
you definitely do that.
You know, hopefully I can imagine that. Is that we were talking, like, when you have one carry that's super farmed, or I think it was Synderen saying it on the cast, you want people to just play around you, let you hit the building, don't overreact. You know, Toronto Tokyo blinked in and tried to vacuum wall. But you're a gyrocopter and you're like, guys, I'm just a gyrocopter, like, just play behind me. We got Oracle, we got Tusk. But he adapted. He knew what Yataka was going to do. He knew what Darkseer was going to, Toronto Tokyo was going to do next time. And he's like, rather than being the guy that insists on it being his way, I'm going to blink the fuck in there with you. And then I'm going to flat cannon everyone to death.
Have you seen Jujutsu Kaisen, Brian?
I've seen the first season.
Do you know who Maharaga is?
No.
It's one of the summons of Megumi, and he has the ability to adapt to anything. This is his strong, powerful ability.
Is this where Nightfall
This is Nightfall.
Yeah.
Nightfall is the Maharaga of Dota 2. You put him under any
strong ability.
You put her under any duress.
Our Twitch chat, do you think knows about this?
Press 1 in chat if you know Jujutsu Kaisen and you
60%.
69%.
I have heard the name before, but I don't know, because probably because you guys bring it up all the time. One thing that I want to ask about, yesterday we saw Aurora versus Paravision, and they really, like, game 1 of Aurora versus Paravision was the cleanest Aurora has ever looked. And I'm sure that they would look back at the series and be very proud and happy with their performance.
No, they're going to look back and say, yeah, this is normal for us. And then they look at the second one, they argue with each other.
Mystery, how much do you think that from that series they learned and that they are able to recreate?
I don't know about that particular game, but I think they learned a lot from the losses, perhaps, more than the win, realistically.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they learned to not pick stupid OD, maybe, and pick more solid. I feel like when they have solid drafts, they do a lot better when they're trying to, like, have Kiyotaka have some fun, you know?
Yes.
So I think maybe Aurora has looked a little bit more solid than Yakult. Now that we've seen more of Yakult, I feel like they are falling a bit flat. I think they had some amazing games where they looked insanely strong and Emo was popping off with Boboka and things like that. But now, I don't know. That decision making just seems a bit off.
I really think the Roche fight says so much about their lack of understanding of their own strategy. If Aurora did not play clean that game, but it felt like they were, like, in the moment decisions. Like, I don't think it was wrong for Aurora to go high ground there. They just reacted improperly to when Mag blinked in, they got the Yules and everything. I think those type of mistakes are way more fixable as a team than going Roche and when you're not supposed to.
Because one is a strategic mistake, the other is a mistake from a single player in a fight where it's like, guys, we just need to be on the same page in this one fight, rather than like, do we actually understand the strategy that we're doing?
Yeah, there's of course a big difference between the two teams as well. Yakult Brothers doesn't have a traditional coach, whereas Aurora does. So potentially also just in terms of growth on a patch and adaptation and just moving forward and constantly evolving, there is a little bit more of that evolving on the side of Aurora rather than Yakult, who is maybe flatlining a little bit in terms of ceiling.
Yeah, I've got a question for Misery about that, because do you feel like with your time coaching, I feel like the coach helps these discussions, facilitate these discussions a lot, like where people are on separate pages or whatever between a team, it makes it easier to have like a neutral third party. Do you think that was a crucial part of your role as a coach, or do you, like, what do you think about that in terms of this dynamic?
Yeah, I think probably yes. I think having somebody who watched the game outside, who was not present in the game, like that helps a lot, right? But I don't think the coach does not, having a coach or not does not necessarily always make or break how good a team is at like at that particular tournament. But we have seen recently that the coaches play a bigger role, like Estini, for example, being away and then Paravision dropping out of Blast early, things like that, right? Like it is becoming more. I mean, maybe also Liquid having they have 3 coaches, but it feels very unstable. Like, who's even present at what times, right? It's like
they're all taking breaks.
Sometimes Blitz is there, sometimes it's Yab, sometimes they're all there. The drafting is switching. I think maybe that's so maybe the coach matters nowadays more actually than what you give it credit for, like in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting start to the draft, right? They took Centaur overall first pick, and then I feel like this is partially a Toronto-Tokyo signature Magnus, but also a deny pick a bit to Baboka, who's been playing a lot of 4. We saw it last game. I think despite the fact that they lost, we've still liked the Magnus. Like, it doesn't feel like the Magnus is like a problem in the draft. He was super high level early game, like level 9 at minute 13 or something. So, Toronto-Tokyo, he was doing the 1-4-4 stats build on Mag, and with the empowerment facet, so it's a very different approach to the hero. We'll just have to see. Do we see this Mag going anywhere else, or is it almost certainly a Toronto-Tokyo hero?
I would say it's almost certainly Toronto-Tokyo. I don't imagine Mira being the type of player who is so tempted by the 4 Mag to the same degree as other 4s.
He plays pretty normal stuff on Mira, honestly.
Like his ranged 4s, right?
Yeah.
Like the ones that are banned now, the Dark Willow and Shaman. Maybe it could be an option to pick it since those heroes are banned, or like change it to 4, but...
Ooh, is the Bloodseeker coming out on the next pick? What do you guys think?
Nah, but I think
I actually think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Into AA?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's possible. I just want to mention that the Storm Silencer combo has been very successful for Yakult Bros earlier.
Without the Bloodseeker.
Yeah. So I think it's also Emo Storm.
Yeah.
The classic.
Didn't they ban Silencer game 1 on the side of Aurora?
Yeah,
And Storm.
And Storm.
And Storm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both in the first
And
phase.
Centaur in the second phase. So they're
so
getting
they
all
did-
the...
yeah.
Literally 3 of the first 5 bans are in this draft now.
Yep.
Yeah, it even says it up there. I'm really happy I'm contributing meaningfully. You guys?
It's nice to highlight because sometimes people might be walking around their house listening to.
Maybe people
that
are
is-
watching-
They might not look at the screen.
We're on the second monitor. Hello, people. I'm over here on the side monitor. Misery?
That was just
I think they probably are miserable
gonna
from
say something, but it's not important now. Anyways, what's there? There's a Tusk in the pool.
Yeah.
From Euro, potentially, that we might see.
There is a Marana in the pool. Unusual.
I'm imagining a Marana support, same as Shaman, that gets destroyed by Bloodseeker Silencer.
So you definitely need some additional setup for this, right? I don't feel like a Mag is enough. I mean, Mag Marana is good in lane.
You know what sets up Marana Arrow?
Oh, no.
Astral Imprisonment.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Kunkka does too. By the way, Mag Miranas is a good combo in the game for the obvious reasons of Mirana all setting up for the Mag. I think also just playing the map with these 2 heroes is quite nice. That being said though, I don't know. I haven't been convinced by the Mirana that much. I think, but maybe it's a result of the Shaman and the Willow being banned out, and then the next in line is the Mirana for Mira perhaps.
I like the idea of, I guess, like spicing up the way in which you're going to engage in team fights and pickoffs. Because like whenever I see a Centaur come out, it's like, okay, it's like Centaur or Silencer. If you try to take some normal fight, they have such an easy ability to like disengage and re-engage that you just need something different for starting the fight, where like you kill a guy before they can even react. And like a Moonlight Shadow plus Tiny jumping a backline Silencer, this seems like a pretty good way to like, you know, go around the map and get kills.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I think the Mirana is quite nice against the Silencer and lane too, because obviously the glaives don't work. That's one reason. And then the second is that the Mirana has a very easy time to get a lot of farm. Silencer kind of doesn't, so I think there you can maybe outscale him a little bit, and like roaming mid, things like that is an option as well.
This is a flex Terrorblade pick. Bloodseeker still on the table.
Nah, this is just fly terrible.
Baboka can play it.
It's such a good fly here. Like, it's such a good Terrorblade game. You don't have like a standard. I guess you can buy Crimson Guard on Magnus, but there's no like beefy boy who's meant
Miro
to tank
did it.
your...
Crimson Magnus.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking like
He lost.
Reflection's really good in lane versus these ranged right-clicking 4s like Marana. You have Sunder that can heal you through AA Blast. Tiny, if it's a carry matchup, is really good for you. I think this is I think this is like a reverse where Yakult brothers just have heroes they like to play, and they're really good against what Aurora's doing. I think this is the reverse of game one, where I felt like Aurora's strategies made so much sense. It just looks so simple.
I like Yakult's way more now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's no like lane that's gonna be dumpstered either, right? Like there's no Beastmaster who can get abused here.
There's no liability here.
Yeah, there's no liability. It looks strong all around. I do think that Aurora's draft is also strong though. I think, even though you think Mag and Mirana is gonna lose to Sounds, like TB is good in that lane. I think Mag often does better in lane than you would expect him to do. He has pretty good stats. The Shockwave is really strong on 1. I think he usually gets what he needs from the lane. More so than Beastmaster, for example.
Yeah, he's more
It's
reliable.
very fragile, yeah.
Tinkerman. I like this.
With a Storm, that is some cool respect right there.
That matchups, we talked about this last DreamLeague. That matchup's not even good anymore for Storm.
Do you think with the Tinker nerfs?
What, the nerfs don't impact that matchup at all.
Well, he has -2 armor.
Either way, Tinker
There's only one way to
is
settle this.
banned. Let's take a look at we are thinking Baboka is not playing the Terrorblade, and we're looking for a final
Yeah,
pick
it's
for
a Baboka hero
Baboka?
last.
I think that matchup's incredibly even.
What about return of something like a Muerta here?
And then they could still keep it flex at the final second. We had the
I
fly
suppose.
Muerta,
I
right?
suppose, yeah, they could.
It slightly favors Storm, 0.5%. So you're
Ooh, another hero I think could be kind of cool here is
I
Bounty
don't really
Hunter.
care about that.
I know. That's
I
why I
really care about that.
Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Why is Bounty Hunter in particular?
It's good against Mirana, ult, right? Track.
Not much to catch him on the map early game, I
I
feel
think,
like.
yeah, I think he's also just a bit annoying for AA to deal with. It's a way sometimes AA can end up feeding quite relentlessly against the Bounty. I think they have what they need to sustain their lacks of Bounty. That's kind of... But nobody's really playing this hero that much, so unlikely.
Ooh, a Shadow Demon. Do we still like that too? It's not really your Baboka-esque hero.
I mean, honestly, they could pick pretty much anything in that slot, I
Yeah.
think, as a 4, and I would be okay with it. So I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
A lot of pressure on Tapioca here to jump the backline support.
Guess what, guys? OD's still in the pool.
Yeah, I actually think it'd be a crime if you picked OD here. Yeah, Puck. Okay, you're saying to jump the back line.
Yeah.
I was thinking some mobile person as well. Good against Storm. I think that, I mean, they do lack hard lockdown for it.
It's a good puck game.
It's a good puck game.
Yeah, it is.
I think this was actually a bit of an oversight from Yakult Brothers. They banned Tinker plus what was their Morph?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Morph's a good hero overall. I think that Morph ban was a bit of a throwaway ban. I would have much preferred to play against.
They didn't
Morph
want to get
and Puck.
cheesed. They just really were afraid of Kiyotaka playing one of his cheese heroes, and he just gets a
Cheesy hero.
extremely normal good hero in like
You don't
a
think
very
Puck's
good.
kind of cheesy?
It's a bit cheesy if there's like a lack of disable, but at least they have global for Puck. It's not completely unanswered in this game. They have an option. Sometimes you see Puck and there's literally no disable. It's like, oh shit, GG, go next.
That's true.
So what's important for your Colt brothers in this game in particular if they want to force out a third game? Emo needs to pop
Were you
off?
asking me?
I was asking
You're
anybody.
to the panel.
It's
Sir,
like-
what do you think?
Let's see here. I think winning the lanes is a good start.
Yes.
Just to say something generic.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot on emo actually, because I think early on the damage is kind of lacking for Yakult. I think they need quite a lot of items before they can start killing heroes on the map, I would say.
Yeah, Terrorblade
think-
needs some items, Storm needs Witchblade,
Whereas-
then they have damage.
Aurora just needs like level 6-ish on their heroes, right? Then they're online already. Like with one coil they can kill, with one A ult they can kill. So, but Yakult is like all Storm early game.
Yeah, I feel like last game, Aurora had the much more straightforward draft, and they can just kind of play their timings, and I think that's Yakult Brothers this game. So I think if the game's kind of stable, predictable, then they're going to take it. And we've seen Aurora kind of do, how do you word it? They do funky plays in these type of games, and I could see this being a game where Kiyotaka just becomes unkillable at some point, and it goes late, and that's how Aurora takes it. Nightfall's playing like off map with Shadowblade, Puck is split pushing, so I think it's a reverse of last game. I do think I would prefer to be the stable draft in this one from Yakult Brothers, but I see the win condition for the chaos of
Well,
Aurora.
funky plays is exactly what our commentary duo likes, and I think everybody likes it, especially when it's coming from the PogChamp Pandas.
Game 2 between Aurora and Yakult Bros is here. Suns fan with Cinder in. Game 1, Aurora snatched it after almost gifting it. But they came out on top in the end. That's all that matters, Cinderman.
Yep.
This time around, you talk.
30 seconds to battle.
This is quite inherently different from the side of Yakult, mainly from Baboka playing Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
I found that this team looks the best when he is truly playmaking, which I know he did last game and they didn't win, but I still think the hero, in essence, was good for them. There's a lot riding on Emo here. He is playing one of his absolute best heroes, though, in the Storm, but this is not an easy Storm game. You're against Puck Coil, you're against Tiny, who can kill you in a combo. You have to always be cognizant of getting RP'd, and while you do have the save of the Shadow Demon plus Global Silence, that isn't necessarily going to be enough down the stretch. And you get to cast your favorite hero as well, of course. This game, Terrorblade, has finally been picked again after we had a hiatus of 1 game.
What did I say in the green room when they picked him?
I don't remember. I think you went to the bathroom.
Yeah, and I came out and I saw they picked Terrorblade.
Yep.
And I literally screamed at the top of my lungs.
So when you said, what did you say? What you said was, ah.
No, I screamed the F word.
Oh.
Because I was so unhappy with seeing Terrorblade again.
Just to clarify which F word it was Puck.
Yeah, Puck with an F.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, there's another F word that you hopefully did not scream in the green room.
No.
There you go.
Panto, he's going to be first blooded. Beyond will take the money. So good start for the Centaur on the side of Yakult Bros.
Yeah, Shadow Demon Centaur, classic. This lane, very good at killing squishy supports without mobility, and AA fits that category perfectly. So that's one major upside here, especially when they get level 2. It'll get even easier, and Panto has to be very, very wary of how he's moving around in the lane. They caught him slipping there. Honestly, you should not die level 1. I think that's just a mistake. I think it's way more forgivable to die when they're level 2 and 3. This one should have been avoided.
Yep, Avalanche from Nightfall. Trying to get some blocks onto Baboka. They actually used the Blood Grenade as well, but the Hoof Stomp coming out should put this play to an end. But yeah, this lane should be interesting. We got Toronto Tokyo on the Magnus this time. If he's played it 3 or 4 times, I feel like, in the cast that we've had, I believe he had a really bad performance once and then bounced back immediately, and we haven't really seen him have a poor performance since on this hero.
No. I think consistently the only hero that I've been unimpressed.
Wow.
That is
solo killed at level 3.
Huh?
Gracious me, oh my.
How's he even in kill range to begin with? How is he low enough from playing against Storm? This should be such an easy lane for play. This is massive for the game, by the way. Generally, these early game kills don't necessarily mean that much, but in this matchup, Storm killing Puck, getting level 6 first, that's a potential game changer here. That's a really unexpected kill.
The Kiyotaka special. Panto already has 3 stacks of...
Oh, nice sidestep there.
Yeah, well, Baboka won't be able to get the finishing blow.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He still will take a decent amount, though.
Shadow Servant.
Yeah, what do you think about that choice this time?
Expecting his Terrorblade to die, and then he gets his own Terrorblade.
Yeah, it feels like you're not getting great
nice
value.
Play from Toronto Tokyo as well.
Kiyotaka gonna force out the Fairy Fire onto Emo. He's just gonna die again. Second death in a row. This lane's over.
All right, this is not okay.
Kiyotaka doing Kiyotaka things, it seems. Metamorphosis for Fly.
Toronto Tokyo did Toronto Tokyo things, the good ones. Got a nice skewer and killed the the Shadow Silencer. That's right. That's what he's called nowadays.
Sounds like he's from the Shire.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, Toronto Tokyo on the Magnus, I think he's looked solid. I think the only hero this tournament that I've been disappointed in him in has been Nigma. I think he's had a couple of games that just not look good.
So this was the first death. Yeah, just got a bit greedy for that water rune, it seems.
Yeah.
So, like, what do you do here? Because this lane, it's just over. Emo is about to hit level 6 relatively soon. You're not even going to hit level 5 by then.
You keep laning as Puck. You still shouldn't die. When Storm is 6, you also shouldn't die. But
Okay, well, he's proven that wrong twice.
no, Storm hasn't been 6 yet.
Okay, that's technically true.
Yeah, now that Kiyotaka has experienced death and tasted it twice, he says it's a bad flavor.
You know, there's a reason that you're supposed to fear things in life,
Yeah,
like death.
yeah.
Because then you can have the proper reaction. But if you don't fear anything, it's actually, and a lot of times, a negative thing, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't feel the pressure,
Yeah, it
but
could
you
be a
also
good
don't
thing.
feel, you know, the remorse for feeding twice in lane against
Yeah.
the Storm Spirit. Keep that in mind when you... Never mind, not going
Feed
to go
against
down that
Storm Spirit
road.
in lane.
Not going to go down that road.
I don't even know where you were going with that.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Tell me later.
Yeah,
When
we'll
you
laugh
scream-
about it later, of course.
Tell me in the green room while you scream the F word.
And Nightfall right now sitting pretty with the 30 and 4. Top of the net worths
Big
right now.
damage
Or
on
top of the
Tamir.
CS, I should say. What's that?
Oh, just big damage on Tamir. He had a 15 charge magic 1 though, but Silencer is doing some decent lifting up here. Ollie putting whatever pressure he can to enable Fly to farm, but so far so good definitely. And then in this early game from Aurora, with the exception of mid, the rest of the game is looking quite fine.
It's a try all of a sudden here at the top lane. Got the disruption from Baboka. Fly gonna try to block the path onto Panto. Cold feet.
Oh,
Not gonna
Mira's
proc
sticking
in
around too
time.
long.
They
He's
get the
gonna
kill
die
onto
for
Panto,
this.
and Mira ticks away as well.
That was very unnecessary. Like, he could have just backed off on Mirana and called it quits, but they end up bleeding 2 heroes for no gain, really. He was just standing in the backline on Mirana, taking Shadow Poison stacks, and then eventually a curse.
Why don't you continue to cast? I'm gonna alt-tab and just see how many times
You're gonna Google what the
Aurora...
F word is?
Let's see how many times Aurora's series have gone 3 games. Just curious.
Yep.
'Cause let's see here.
I think all of them?
Aurora
Oh, they
in
did-
group stage 1.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't count, I guess.
No 3-game series there, I think. That would have been really interesting, of course, if they could have managed that in 2-game series to
All
go
right.
to third.
So,
The fact that you already forgot that is so funny that that was BO2's.
all right. They have had 1 2-0.
Okay.
And it was losing to BetBoom both times. So 0-2. Everything else has gone 3 games.
Yep.
And you're kind I mean, obviously the game's not over yet, but you're
Not at
kind of
all.
seeing why that they I feel like they get overconfident maybe. I don't know what it is. We'll see what Kiyotaka can do.
Yeah.
If he can get back in this game.
The good news is this is a good puck game. So you need a solution to Silencer, and you're pretty much good to go. The problem is the way Puck's game is meant to go here is that you do well in lane, you get to a fast Witchblade, and then you buy ults. But now that you're behind, are you going to have to skip Witchblade? I don't think that's really a thing that mid Pucks want to do. I say mid Puck as if you can play it in any other lane, which you technically can, but we haven't really seen that. Dude, we did see 1-4 Puck, didn't we, actually?
Radiant's bottom
I think in
tower
one
is
game
under
in
attack.
earlier in this stage. But yeah, 95 to 99% mid.
Avalanche onto 2 as Emo makes his way down to the bot lane. TP support on the way, though, as the arrow just misses beyond.
I think that arrow couldn't have hit.
He's trying to bait them onto the high ground where a majority of his team are waiting, but Mira will not bite. Nightfall, though, that's who they want to get. Reflection to start. Electric Vortex meta as well. Stampede, the silence continues.
He did.
And he is a dead Tony. So nice kill from Yakult on the Nightfall, and they will pressure this tier 1 as well.
And they're going to get it, too. I don't
It's
think
under attack.
Aurora can mount much of a defense. As a matter of fact, Panto being chased by Emo here.
Yep, they'll get the stun. Ollie's there to get the brain drain as well, as meanwhile Mira will end up faltering. So 2 pickoffs already here for Yakult.
Dire's turret has been killed.
That's after getting the Tiny just moments before. Kiyotaka makes his way over, gets the coil onto the Storm. Silence to follow. Avalanche as well, but Emo should be more than fine. There's plenty of man to get away. Baboka with the disruption just to make the chase even harder. Yeah, Kiyotaka running out of steam as the RP being faked. And still not used. Toronto Tokyo wants to get better value than just a Baboka.
Dire are scanning.
My mind immediately goes to, if you were just a viewer without team names, would you think it's the same two teams playing as in game number 1?
Yeah.
A little bit of a different feel to it this time. Nice steals here from Kiyotaka, at the very least. Something going right. But
Kiyotaka.
Also something
Dead
going
again.
wrong. So I was about to say can't have it all. You can barely have anything, as it seems for now. 2K lead for the Yakult brothers. And we've seen from this team in this group stage 2, we've seen some very short games.
Radiant's middle tower
in wins.
is under attack.
They seem to be very good at snowballing when they have the correct lineup for it. This feels like one of those games could be in the making. With Storm Centaur playing from ahead with Global Silence, you can hunt people all around the map. And just find picks. Nemo will get the rune and not go for more. Nice try from Mira to get the deny, but not happening. And the problem Aurora will face right now is without Ice Blast, they kind of have damage issues.
Are scanning.
It's tough for them to kill heroes in a
Dire's
coil
top tower is under attack.
for now. It will get easier once that unlocks. Early Blade Mail here for the Centaur. Very early on Beyond. He's going to get super fat this game with this item.
Yep, he's got Vanguard, Blade Mail, and Chipper
Oh my
all on
God,
his
the
side.
dream.
As if he needs anything more.
Yeah. How much damage does he deal to a creep when it hits him?
That's a
Like
good question.
100?
That's level 4 return.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
it's
under
about
attack.
100 per attack onto the Centaur.
That is nice. Love this item. Shout out to Chipper.
Yeah.
Mirror level 5 right now. 11 minutes in. Global Silence up and running. Yakult will smoke. Looking to find some more
Radiant's
pickoffs.
bottom
Looking to
tower
find
is under
Kiyotaka
attack.
in the middle of nowhere. This time
Radiant's bottom tower
we can
is
see that
falling.
he is in their jungle. So they won't find that this time around at least. But Echo Saber on the Nightfall. Doesn't look like this will bear fruit, as you like to say.
Double damage.
Get some vision though as Emo.
See you later, Pano. Oh, he's through there. Ice Blast out. Oh, well
He
clip,
did,
actually.
and the coil from the other side. Global Silence. It actually keeps missing. We'll finally finish off the AA. Zips away,
Radiant's top tower is under
and
attack.
we'll be just fine and dandy.
That was a great
Radiant's
showcase of
structures are
Sister
falling.
Shroud being crazy, right? He almost lived.
Yeah, true.
There were 2 or 3 misses in a row from Emo.
Emo wants to re-aggress, this time onto Mira. Gets the leap onto the high ground. Emo's out of mana right now, but bottling up as Baboka and Ollie shadowing him.
That's a good disruption.
Disruption, can't jaunt anymore. Kiyotaka is dead again. Emo dodging the arrow as well.
Under attack.
As Fly, he's going to be taking some enemy creeps here. And that is death number 4 for Kiyotaka.
It's such a treat to watch Emo play Storm when he's on. Like, the little things. He's doing a really good job at assessing. I think one of the hardest things about this hero for players to learn in general until you're an expert is mana management, right? Is understanding how far you can go and how much you're going to do in the fights. He's just squeezing every little bit of advantage out of his mana pool in these situations.
Yep, gets another pickoff on the Mira.
I know,
And-
Rory, this has got to be demoralizing.
Yeah, we've
No.
seen Storm Spirits get off to a start like this as this.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're going to get all of these creeps, it looks like. Storm, one of the hardest snowballing heroes in the game. 4K lead already, 12-1 advantage. Aurora, we've seen, feels like every series with them, there's one game where this happens.
Yep.
It's actually the most consistent thing about them, is that they will just completely fall flat at some point during a series.
Good news is there is, of course, a third game for them since they did manage to win the first one in this one.
That's right, so another 3-game series.
Unless they somehow turn around. Okay, let's be realistic here. What's the turnaround potential look like? It's very item based for them. They need the Magnus Blink, which is here. He's just hiding it in the trees. So this is a potential fight opener with Blink Skewer, and you can skewer out of Coil for a guaranteed snap. You have the Ice Blast, and they're immediately going to put it to use. I think this is a great play. Let's see if they find a connection. The dream catch here is, of course, Emo, but you need to also get Ollie or you will just get globaled.
Oh, RP only hits one.
Emo
Nice sidestep from Emo. A-Blast will hit on the Ollie as the global silence comes out, and that means the Magnus shall fall. And I think Ollie even lives through this. It's going to be close.
So quick on Emo there. Yeah. All right, well, that was meant to be the comeback play. It worked against you. If this one also clips the Storm, this could have got interesting. But
yeah. And we should mention, I forget what the bans were, but this is another reason that Rasta has been the pick, it feels like, for supports. You can't dodge that. Blink Hex out of smoke, there's no chance. But the RP, there's a cast time to it. And when you got the quick fingers of Emo, you can get out.
While this is happening, of course, Fly will just outfarm the Tiny. Tiny should be outpaced by Terrorblade until he gets his shard, which Nightfall wisely will buy almost immediately at minute 15 to try to keep up. It does take a while for Tiny to really get there when played as a carry. You need multiple items. He wants to get the Shadow Blade after this Echo Saber. Then he starts being able to really fight. And of course, you hit critical mass way later. But against the Terrorblade, this matchup is never really great, I think. Terrorblade, one of the heroes that has so much armor that he can survive your big crits. And of course, Thunder, a dream of an ability to have against high HP heroes like Tiny, who play so much on the tankiness. You'll always have that at your disposal. You'll have Global Silence to almost guarantee you get it off. So when you're in the lead like this, for Aurora, this is a very technically difficult game to play.
Big zip from Emo. Won't go any further, though. Will get a shield rune, though, for his efforts. Has the Obscurio in his inventory.
Yeah, I have no dispels. Oh, you can see now, by the way, Kiyotaka having to go the disastrous route. Yule's first on Puck feels super bad to have to do. But you're 0-4-0. You know the Storm Orchid is up. If you buy the Witchblade, you're just going to be food. So, not really much to do about this for him, but it does mean, again, the kill power on Aurora's side is super delayed. And they're probably just going to be playing this as slowly as they can, try to farm up.
Yep, going to find a nice pick off here onto Toronto, Tokyo. Good smoke.
You can't avoid this, that's the problem. The Dire lineup is way too good at catching heroes and killing them around the map. Storm Orchid, Stampede. And whenever Emo initiates on anything, if they even remotely fear a counterplay, they just press one button on Silencer and they get the kill. This is a classic combo. It's super easy when you're ahead to play it. There was a phase in Dota where a lot of games, I forget when this was many years ago, but there was a phase when teams were playing a lot of Bat Silencer and Storm Silencer. They would just jump heroes, kill them, and then chill. Doing that all across the map.
All right, well, let's take a guess here.
Yeah.
How many kills will Aurora get by the end of the game?
All right, do you want to do an over-under?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, give me one.
8.
Under.
Okay.
I was going to say 5 as my over-under for you if I was the one giving the number, but...
I'll take over 5. We'll have two different...
We can both be right. Let's watch them get 6 or 7, and we can both be...
In a win, of course.
Genius this time. Okay. Now that would be something. They just get nothing done for like 30 minutes, and then they win one team fight and end.
Yeah, they have Tiny.
Yeah.
You know, he can take those buildings real fast.
It's theoretically possible. And highly unlikely at the same time. But that's what we love, Shannon. We love the suspense.
Yes.
Of how will Yakult win. It's really suspenseful.
This is like a 40-point blowout in the NBA. What do you talk about anymore?
Yeah.
Whatever, just hit more three-pointers, it'll be fine.
Yep. Well, fortunately for them in the NBA, they play best of 117, so they can obviously come back in the 57th game.
That's true. Best of 7s can be a bit grindy, no doubt.
Remember when Dota had that? A couple of tournaments?
I do remember people saying that. I don't think I ever watched the full best of 7s before.
I think it only happened twice in Dota 2. I think there were 2 tournaments, and they might have been within the same year even, where the finals were best of 7s. I remember the most notorious one of the teams was up 3-0, and then there was a lunch break. And then they lost 4 games in a row. The reverse best-of-7 sweep after lunch.
That means too many carbs, man.
Yeah. It's got to be it.
Gonna get sleepy.
I believe that was... It was in a Chinese tournament. It was DK.
Was it the one on the boat?
No, I don't think so.
Nanyang or something?
No, I think it was... Who was it DK were playing? It was a China versus China tournament, I think. Or at least the finals, I remember it was. It's a long time ago. It was many, many years ago.
Looks like Fly is opting for the Orchid. Has the mantle already, of course. He's top net worth at the moment. And really, for Aurora, looks like Nightfall is doing relatively well still. Echo Saber with the Shadow Blade.
He's the one hero who has just been allowed to farm. Tiny will always sit here on net worth if he's uncontested. This just should happen. The good news for Yakult is I don't think it's a problem. I don't think you're worried that Tiny is farming. Oh, see you later, Toronto Tokyo. Gets thrown by Roche. Walked straight into him. I think when Roche throws a hero, if they land on top of another hero, that hero should get stunned like the Ogre Bruisers.
Yeah. Be like a pulverized situation.
And I think Roche should try to. So if he throws a hero, he should. If there's any other hero in the area, he will throw it at them.
All right, since we're talking shit at the moment.
Well, that was our pre-game segment today on the...
What do you think of this? Okay, what do you think of this? Now, I haven't really thought this through. I literally just thought of it. And I'm sure this has been brought up before.
All right.
What if there was some mechanism that lets you take over Roche?
For a period of time?
Yeah,
or?
for a period of time. Would you like, do you like the very base concept, you know? Because obviously, talking about balance and all of that can be worked out. It's not the point.
Well, what if that was the 4th Aegis? You get a summon Roshan for 1 minute.
Yeah,
or
I
something.
think that's interesting.
I think that's
because in these really long games where you keep going Roche over and over and over, there's not much variety anymore. It's like, oh, they're getting the same items again for the 10th time ever. Yeah, there should be like some point, some threshold where, hey, we also get Roche. Or Roche's baby. Something just pops out of his gut.
What if he dropped a Roshan Stone that transforms your hero into Roche? So you need to choose a hero on your team that plays as Roshan, and then you have Roshan spells. So you can walk
What
into...
about your... So what happens to your hero? You're inside?
Yeah, you're just unavailable
so it's
for
like a
the time.
pinata. So that's kind of like Heroes of the Storm had with the dragon.
Yeah, so you're Roche, and you can go and grab an enemy and throw them.
Yeah, I like it.
And you can slam.
Yeah, and then you pop out and you can cast your spells.
Yeah, and if the enemy team kills you, they get Aegis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
I don't know.
So the funny thing is, we have this conversation, let's say 5 years ago, everybody can say, man, you guys are stupid. They're probably still saying that.
Yeah.
Guess what? Give it another 2 years. We're gonna see that.
I'm way past the point of.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Of coping. I've accepted. I'm full acceptance now. Of all right, this is where we're at.
And nice little cheeky play here from Aurora, able to take the Tormy while the Roche is being taken. So Shard from Mira. This gets an extra charge onto Leap, and I believe the Panther will belch.
Nope, not anymore.
Mistaken.
You get crit on Leap.
Oh,
they removed the belch.
Yeah, that's too bad.
It was weird. This is about as good as it's going to get for Aurora here. Trading Roche for Tormentor.
Yeah, for sure.
Is pretty much the best case
Net
scenario.
worth says 4K, Sinner. Should we be believing this?
It's not so much about the gold, it's about where it sits. Like, you have so much gold on the Tiny and so little on the Magnus. I'm actually impressed with Kiyotaka's farm. I have to say that. He has been catching up. He's playing the map pretty well and just finding whatever he can. So, by all means, is this within reach? The question is, when you're down 1 and 15 and feel like you got crushed in your farming, when do you recognize that you have a moment of opportunity? And are you going to make the correct call?
Yeah.
Because this feels like a one-fight game right now, where if Aurora take a bad one, they just lose. And that's despite only being 4K down in the mid-game.
We'll see how much they can get with this Aegis. It is on the Storm Spirit, so less building hitting, but obviously much greater value in the second life.
He's going to pop his haste and run north, looking for a snack. Mirana will show, and I think she's about to die if Emo gets to connect here. The two supports are the only heroes up here. If Emo sees anything, they're dead. Yeah, he's going to keep running at them. He'll see Mirana soon. You get a new vision there? No. All right. Okay. They got out.
Shadow
Not
makes
bad.
it harder anyway. Baboka.
Good
will
space for
spot
Aurora.
The damage rune.
And look at how Aurora have placed their heroes on the map, right? It's like very spread out. They just had the 2 supports top. They had tiny jungling. Kiyotaka was farming the right side of the map and cutting waves. It's a very deliberate just keep away strategy. And this is hard to play against Storm, but they're doing a really good job not getting caught very much by Emo right now. So credit where credit's due. In a very difficult game, they're finding some good ways of playing it.
Yules himself before the global and...
Oh, well, credit to the other. Well,
no, he gets the blink off, but there's the Orchid to follow, and he dies. I don't understand these moves at all.
I think he didn't recognize that Flyfi has Orchid. I really don't think so. Otherwise, this is just nonsense, right? He went in and started casting some spells, and the Terrorblade, he gets Orchided. He has to Yule against that Orchid, then he gets Globaled.
Yeah.
And then Storm has like 10 seconds to connect with another Orchid. That was just not a play. If Terrorblade doesn't have Orchid there, you're not really under that much pressure. You just orb out.
Well, I suppose they haven't really... Well, his illusions have been in lane for quite a while, so you really should know that he has Orchid.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's any excuse for that. It's not like this is a I just picked this up kind of thing. It's been at least a few minutes.
Well, they're going to use this to push mid on the side of Yakult. Not overcommitting, though, but step by step, more illusions.
Tier 2 down.
All right. I have a question for you. I'm curious what you think about
Please, by all means.
I'm going to propose like 3 or 4 really dumb metas, and you have to tell me which one you would rather play in.
Okay.
Split push, where that's really good.
Definitely not.
Death ball.
Okay.
Or a meta, an illusion meta. Which one would you rather play? I guess the split push illusion is kind of overlapping, but
I guess Death Ball.
You'd rather play Death Ball games.
At least the misery is short-lived.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's a really Dota way of thinking about game design. Like, how can I suffer the least? Not how do I have the most fun?
Well, none of those are fun, so you're giving me shit options.
I guess you're right. Oh, wait, one more. Rubber Band.
Oh, I love Rubber Band's great.
You'd rather play Rubber Band?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Beyond, he's going to get ganked here. Coil to start. Toronto Tokyo is going to snap him out with the skewer.
Nice find. That's cool.
They actually used Global for,
Way
they were
too
getting
late.
close. Emo, he still wants to fight potentially. Fly actually finishes the teleportation as well. They're going to try to come high ground. The Sentry's place. Ollie, wrong place, wrong time. He gets 3-shot.
He gets a lot of info,
Double
though.
kill for Nightfall.
He got a lot of info.
Yep, Toronto Tokyo does get the RP up, but there's absolutely no follow-up whatsoever. Emo on top of Nightfall with the BKB. The Nightfall is successful. He's out of there. He's practiced that to a T. Panto in the meantime trying to dodge Emo. Inside of the trees, Fly gets the last right click. Double kill for him. 3-18. So they did triple up on their
True.
kills.
We need to keep track of the sub 8 or above 5. This was good news for you, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
You said below. You said 5 or below, right?
I said for you it was over under 5, and you said over, and I said under 8, right?
Oh, yeah.
So 6 or 7 means we both win. Okay. Kiyotaka. Disengage.
Dire are scanning.
Watch Aurora win this game with like 20 kills. That would be funny.
I mean, some part of me
not out of the
wouldn't even
question.
be surprised based on these games. It's just such a weird team. I was going to say meta, but it's really the team.
Yeah.
Aurora just, I don't know. Kiyotaka continuing to stay at about the same net worth as Emo. So
that's kind of crazy.
I don't know how that's possible.
Emo's 8-0-4. Puck is 0-5-1. How do they have the same net worth? He's 50 CS behind on the Storm.
Did Alk gift an Ags or something? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Well, Emo has a little bit of a bonus here with the 22 galvanized stacks. So that's some free net worth, if you will.
Kiyotaka does get off the blink into the correct direction.
He's
They're
on the
going to
ward.
continue to pursue, though.
They see him throw this orb out with the ward. And uh-oh. This is
He's TPing. He's fine.
spicy, but it worked. And when you see this game state for like 10 minutes, it really has you thinking, what if they just didn't mess up mid? Like, how different could this game have been if Kiyotaka was running the show instead? Once again, I think he's played a really good last 10 minutes. It's just very much plan B to play like this on Puck this game. But it's a good showing that even in bad games, you can find a way back. So, but if they play this game 10 times, I think this is the worst laning stage he's going to have, to be honest. So, it's like a low roll. But Boke is going Hex on Shadow Demon.
Oh.
They really want to target this Puck. I mean, he's very rich.
He's been getting farm from the disruption on to the Terror Blade. A lot of illusions to farm away as Mira.
Oh, he used Moonlight. What?
Drop. Yeah, Moonlight used as well.
He was beyond dead.
Well, 10 seconds from Roche being potentially available. Nightfall still under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. He's going to be seen here. It's off the Avalanche. They're TPing as well. Has the Shadow Blade,
Emo has
though.
a regen rune. He can chase forever.
Yeah. Do they have vision, though, is the question.
He'll keep going here, surely.
Has the gem, actually. They do find him. Electric Vortex onto Nightfall, but Kiyotaka coming in. Nice coil from the gates.
Sunder.
Global silence.
Sunder
As Storm in a lot of trouble.
Fly, hello?
not interested in saving his Storm. We'll pick up the gem at the very least.
All right, if I'm Emo, I'm just not happy. He had such a long time to go for that Sunder, and he has BKB to protect himself with.
Well, he doesn't want to die too, though, Cinder, you know.
Oh, worst case scenario, he dies instead of him. That's absolute worst case scenario, which also shouldn't really happen there, but...
Yeah, that was an
All right.
8-0 Storm, so...
Like,
nice
look how
catch
much
from
time
Aurora.
he has. He could Sunder him now. Now. He had 3 seconds. He's just not doing it.
Yep.
All right, well...
He doesn't believe in his teammate. That's very obvious.
Unfortunate.
Kiyotaka, hoof stomped. Ooh, barely gets the jaunt off. Kiyotaka with the blink now into the trees. Reflection.
Missed.
And Kiyotaka actually gets out for once.
Nightfall kills Baboka.
Yep, and that's a big kill because the support is quite farm this game.
Nice
Horn
little
toss
gem.
online for Toronto Tokyo. What's that?
Gem recovered. Or rather, was that a stolen one even? No, it was the Dire Gem. So Mira picks that up.
And we're sitting on a 2K net worth lead for Yakult.
Yep. Win expectancy is going up and up. Law and Order.
Radiant are scanning.
Law and Order.
They're going to be baited by this Invis rune. He gets Horn Toss. Toronto Tokyo. Great connection. Arrow. AA Blast. Goodbye, fat, juicy horse.
All right, you're safe, Shannon. We're above 5. My prediction is starting to look real bad right about now. Aurora allowed to get 1 more kill.
Yeah, they're looking okay now.
I mean, they fully recovered the game in a way I did not think was going to be possible. Like, I thought Emo would be, by now, like 15-0. And that's not an exaggeration. That's what I would have expected with that early game. You have Silencer. You have so many ways of opening. Aurora has just dodged them.
Oh, he gets silenced. Gets off the Yules, but the global silence to follow. Easy kill. They expended quite a bit here. We'll see if Aurora can try to reset. Nightfall trying to run away. The Electric Vortex is reflected. Do they have the stun connection onto the Storm Spirit? He's really low. Disruption comes out at the last moment. Panto has the AA Blast. He's going to try for a snipe here. Not going to find it, though. Good attempt. Very good attempt. Emo fully exited back to the fountain.
When you say very good attempt, you mean that he threw it out?
It was a good thought.
Oh, good thought. Okay, because the attempt was about 5,000 range off, at least. But
good effort.
Good effort. Yes, there it is. All right.
And Roche will go the way of Yakult after all that.
Time for you old Aegis. And Banner. Which goes to Emo.
Toronto Tokyo showing off that Ags earlier. We'll be going for Refresher next.
Yep, has enough mana for 2 RPs with this. Costs 950. So a little bit extra for BKB use, for a skewer, and a horn toss. But that's pretty much it. You got to be a little bit careful with your management. And this is something I always look for whenever heroes are buying Refresher, because I've seen countless pro games where they don't account for it. And they just use all their stuff, refresh, and then, oh, I can't use RP. Happens more often than you'd think at this level. Torment time for Yakult.
Torment.
Who is going to get this?
Well, it could be... No, it's one of the two supports.
Bob Oak.
Cleanse.
Not bad. Remove Puck Silence.
Yep.
Cold Feet. That's pretty much it, I guess. But the Silence is very nice to have a removal for in particular for the Storm. But, of course, Emo will be receiving his shiny golden stick. Gonna start a petition to get this item renamed.
Why?
It just sounds good, doesn't it?
Not really.
No, I don't think so either. I was just testing you.
Cosmodon.
The Cosmodon Rod.
Dire are scanning.
All right, so how much can they do with this next Aegis? 4K lead only.
Yep.
Despite it being 20 to 6
They can do
advantage in the
this.
kill department. Emo. That's the connection. Onto Toronto Tokyo with the BKB skewer. The arrow does hit the horse. And he's dead.
He has a gem. I don't know if they saw it. It's hard to see it in the middle of these ice vortexes, actually.
Sure
They're not
there?
noticing it.
It is there. Wow, you're right. Yeah.
All right, they should see it now. Well? Anyone? Okay. Kiyotaka's next to it. He just still didn't see it. Might stay there
whose
for a
gem
while.
is that?
The Centaur Courier is flying out. I think he's going to recover it.
Yeah, I think so. Don't they get vision of it, not the enemies, right?
Yeah. It's lying in a weird spot where it doesn't get very much vision on the map.
Pretty lucky.
Trees, but
Pretty lucky.
Prize is mine.
easy recovery here.
Oh, Nightfall's close to it, though. Will he see it? No.
All right, Aurora.
Bye.
7 kills, Shannon. This is it.
Yep, they're at their limit.
Good thing we didn't bet anything. I have a tendency to make really bad bets with you, don't I? I should probably just not do that.
Yep, thanks for the $200 dinner.
Yeah. All right, that wasn't the whole bet, though. I had to get you back for a lot of stuff you got me in Raleigh, of course, which was great. Played pickleball and was injured for a month. That's lovely. It's a good time.
Oh,
Coil.
AA Blast is coming, but Coil ends up being wasted.
He is.
Arrow? Is he dead?
Oh, good pipe.
Okay. Very close.
He would have been dead if Moran had eggs.
Yeah, true.
But not the case. Do not recommend Mira buying that.
One of the weakest ags in the game, and also one of the most uninteresting. I still miss the old Starstorm just passively going off. Created a very interesting playstyle for Moran.
I mean, at this point, you could bring it back, right?
Yeah.
They nerfed it at the time. They kind of changed it because it was considered too crazy for farming speed or whatever. But with how everything else has been going, I think Mirana is
bring it back.
Not too power creep for that anymore. Not seeing much play. This hero is exclusively played support right now. Used to be a time when you could pick at core. Those days are long gone. Fortunately, now that she can't be played core, we have Terrorblade support, so that's
Terrorblade
great development.
in some capacity in every game. That's a requirement, some contractual obligation with the anime, of course, being the main villain that nobody felt really strongly about, if we're being honest. Could not care less about him in the show. I don't know if that was just me. Most uninteresting character possible.
You watched the whole show? You did, right?
I did.
Yeah. I think a lot of people only watched season 1. I think the final season was
going to
the
pick up
best.
the haste. They get the Hex onto the AA. Oh, arrow connects. Onto the TB. No follow-up,
Do you guys want to kill Panto, or?
They will eventually. Just trying to get some other stragglers here. Emo doesn't have the gem any longer, so Mira in the Moonlight Shadow is fine. Actually scouting things out, if nothing else.
His Aegis is about to expire. I think Mira might be making a call here. Nightfall connecting. Ooh. That could have got interesting.
Oh, a bit of sieging action for Yakult as the tier 3.
All right, do you want to count together how many illusions is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 illusions.
No, just
Not bad.
the same amount of kills that Aurora has.
Yeah. Could double their kills by killing the illusions, but
They will expire naturally, of course. Oh, there we go. Nice.
yay, more illusions!
Yeah, illusion meta. Definitely not a thing. Well, most of the tower gone here. As Yakult almost certainly going to be waiting for the next Roche.
Oh, Kiyotaka!
Oh, they find Kiyotaka on the cliff. He's dead.
Bro, that was...
How many times, Cinderin? How many times?
I mean, I get you want to deward the cliff. You gotta need some coverage or a smoke, man. Like, the whole enemy team is gonna be there with their disables for you. They have X's,
This isn't going to stop them from trying to fight this out. Global silence after Emo gets initiated on. Now they can try to counteract everything. Buyback comes out from Kiyotaka's Toronto Tokyo with the double RP as Nightfall cleaving upon them. Emo is dead. No buyback here. The toss-up. Oh, they actually snap it. Trying to kite out the thunder. They get him out. Fly in the grave. Kiyotaka, a genius after all.
Yeah, that's not... I don't even know what level of bait that is. I was gonna say next level. But what's the next level when your base level is 0? At level 1 bait.
I don't know what to say. This is a 0 and 7 puck. This is the most eternal envy player in the world right now. There is no question.
It's funny how
50-50.
He had that atrocious Ricky game as well and won. Is this just gonna be a replay of that?
It might.
It's crazy. I mean, I will say this: his teammates really took advantage of the situation, and then the buyback ends up coming in clutch. So the follow-up fight worked out great for Aurora, but also that was Toronto Tokyo being able to get a 2-hero RP there. Emo should just not get caught by that one. He had so much time to think, right? The Magnus was stunned for a full 3 seconds, and then you ended up being in melee range for the RP anyway. That's kind of just... For Emo's standards, that's just unacceptable.
Kiyotaka on the high ground. Toronto Tokyo he goes fishing, and he finds a horse.
Oh, that's generally not what you're fishing for. Imagine that. Pulling that, just reeling that in.
Storm up in 5 seconds.
Go fishing and you reel in a horse mask.
And Nightfall and company somehow in this game are going to get the first barracks.
And the outcome we
I
all
don't
expected.
understand Dota anymore. I don't understand it.
No.
How can you go 0-7 on your mid laner and win the game potentially? Emo.
Oh,
Horn
that's
tossed
the
out.
perfect
The coil as
execution.
well. He's dead again.
Okay. Take it easy now. Testing the audio equipment here.
Aurora in the driver's seat. I don't understand anything anymore. Kiyotaka MVP so far in this game, no doubt.
That was...
Right there is the MVP play,
this
ladies
is
and
just
gentlemen.
completely bonkers. Like, that's so crazy. But this is the bigger mistake. Look how long Magnus is stunned for. How do you get RP'd there on Storm?
I don't know.
That is just... It's crazy. I will say the last kill they just got on Storm in the Dire base was pretty crisp, though. That was a nice fishing during coil.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful snap
true.
there.
And
No way
now
of saving.
Nightfall will take a snack of his own. It is Roche.
Yep. Refresher and cheese on this bad boy.
Yeah.
All right, here's my challenge for you. Come up with Roshan's next drop, and it cannot be the Roshan Stone. What should he give after cheese?
The Roshan Stone is when you become Roche?
Yeah, so we're ruling that out because we already had that idea. What would Roshan's next
you
item
could just make a block of cheese.
Okay. Okay, come up with something new.
New?
Yeah, something. What do you think could be cool if he dropped? What would it do?
Tower regrowth.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say something really stupid like that. I was so...
What? You're putting me on the spot. What do you expect?
When you put most people on the spot, they either come up with nothing or...
Okay. I never come up with nothing. We had a panel about feet, for God's sake.
Yeah, truly your greatest moment.
11K lead for Aurora.
Your track record so day on creativity
I mean,
is...
to be fair, it's not even a good item. You get one building. Like a tower.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's
fifth Roche.
stupid. That's not the same thing.
Whatever.
Shannon, you get 1 minute to think about it, and I'll quiz you.
I'm not thinking about it anymore. 3 charges on Aegis. Like the old days.
Yeah, the one you had to buy that gave armor and magic resist, and then you would be stuck with it in your inventory until the game ended because you couldn't drop it. Yep.
Tier 2 taken out from Aurora as a sheep stick now on Mira. And now Yakult are the ones forced to try to defend. Kiyotaka, of course, just enters the base just to see what's up.
Yeah.
Has the gem.
Checking them out.
Still looking for that 8th death here for Kiyotaka.
Well, love always finds a way. Nightfall might run into Emo. He cannot solo him, though, and Emo's getting the...
Oh!
He's dry now.
Yep,
Can they fish him? They can. They
Toronto
can.
Token
Oh,
just
no.
get vision! Horn toss! Into the Hex, into another death for Emo.
Good
Putting on
disruption.
his Kiyotaka cosplay.
Nice save.
Oh, wait. He's alive, Cinderin.
Yeah, they disrupted in Global. Thanks for paying attention to the team fight.
Fly takes
Nightfall's
down
in trouble.
Panto. As Nightfall able to delete Baboka, but Nightfall, that's the Aegis.
Okay, they coiled nothing.
Skewer, snaps. They get the RP on top. This is a dead Terrorblade. Has the buyback. We'll use it instantly. Meanwhile, another Hex onto Emo. Tossed up as well. This 25 talent from Nightfall is insane.
Yeah.
That's no longer a Storm Spirit. No way to get back in the game. Ultra kill as well as Beyond trying to run away. The Avalanche is there, though. As a Skewer will find Ollie. A nice tasty treat for the rest of the team. As Nightfall will get his Rampage that he so desperately wanted. And this is going to be GG somehow in favor of Aurora.
All right. There we go.
It's going to be years and years of research to figure out what the fuck this game was. That was not Dota.
They had such a big lead, and Yakult just could not find them around the map. And I can't believe I'm saying that. They had Storm, Centaur, and Global Silence, and they didn't find a kill for like 10 minutes. How did Aurora avoid getting jumped a singular time in that window and get to their items? And then in this last late game fight, the coil just ends up being the game winner, right? Ultimately. The coil, I said, he coiled nothing. He coiled only the Terrorblade, and that's while Tiny was respawning in the Aegis. I thought that coil was going to be a waste, but they turn it into a Skewer play. They kill him with that. And then Puck also had the Refresher Shard, so he got off a second volley of spells and set that fight up for success. Man,
Yakult are going to feel, they must feel so bad after this one.
It's like...
That's an irrecoverable loss, I feel like.
I mean, at the same time, we're looking at it from our perspective of, all right, the score is 15-1, they're running the map, but we talked about the gold lead wasn't that massive. It was, for me, it was never about the gold. It was about the feeling of flow in the game and what you would think Yakult would be able to do with it. But you see here, when all is said and done, this damage number on Emo is surprisingly low for the start that he had. He was 8-0, right? And he ends the game 8-4. I think he didn't find a kill after. He was at least 7-0. I'm positive about that. So, that was not the mid-game transformation I was expecting from Yakult, but Aurora too.
They do.
What do you know?
Kiyotaka, he gets 15 deaths on Ricky, wins. 0-7 on Puck, wins, Shiver. Is that the recipe for success?
I just think I've never seen that before. I've seen a lot of Dota games, but I don't think I've ever seen a mid puck go 0-7 and win.
Have you seen a mid player go 0-7?
Probably. I mean, that seems way more likely than a puck, because pucks normally are the type of hero that you get the early game, and then, you know, the moment you die twice, you lose the game. But this puck was such a different puck than what I'm used to seeing. It started Misery with him dying twice solo to Emo Storm.
Yeah. I mean,
Might have been a long time ago.
This is a classic Kiyotaka game. Classic Kiyotaka win, even, I would say. But funny enough, he wasn't actually that behind in net worth.
I was going to say, he might actually be the MVP. I feel like he was like making a ton of space for them to come back in the game.
But in the laning stage, he died twice, and he was losing by 200 net worth at like minute 8. That makes no sense.
That is weird, actually. Yeah.
Oh, what a game. What a game. I mean, the execution when they did decide that it was time to fight was nearly flawless.
One point I do want to make, though, is that about the Storm item build. We're talking about the Eternal Shroud being kind of good on Storm, because like you get really tanky, you get the mana regen when you take damage. But if you don't take any damage, because the enemy's dodging you the entire game, you have 1k max mana. Right? You're really tanky, but you can't actually jump that far, which means your catch is significantly worse, right? I think that could have been a factor as well in this game, right? If you had the Kaya.
It definitely had an
Kaya
effect.
Sanj instead of a
Yeah.
Shroud.
I mean, our casters were talking about it. They said, like, well, how do you get stunned by the RP, you know? Actually, I think that was you guys in the green room. But anyway, like, the question remains, like, how do you get stunned by the RP when you have that much time? And I think the reasoning was, like, he was like, well, I'm a tank. I got to tank damage to get mana. So he's playing, like, a lot less, you know, trying to dodge spells with Zip. He's like, oh, go ahead and use spells on me. But then you just get stunned. It's like, there's one quote that I remember. I don't remember who said it, but it was from a Dota coach or a Dota player that I played with a long time. It might have been BSJ. If you bait in Dota, a lot of the time you have to bait something that's so succulent, so delightful that they're actually going to take the bait. What happens if they just take the bait? If they just stun and kill that guy? Like if you're Storm and you're like, go ahead, stun me, and then they do, then you're stunned and you die.
Well,
You better have good backup.
You're
Good
full mana.
plan.
I mean,
Well, I'm going to tell you, Jenkins, one really good way to avoid getting stunned is what I have in some clips from that last game. As you know, he's known for it. He's famous for it. It's your boy Nightfall. We've got the highlight reel for y'all here. Kiyotaka getting gone on. Nightfall trying to pressure the tower, maybe help a buddy syndrome here. That's Nightfall #1, the BKB TP. Absolutely essential. Down 1-16 in the kills later to win this game. Coming up, we've got the kill on Ollie. Nightfall. We all know what's coming, but what's gonna lead to it? That's the question. It's not when, it's just how. He gets pulled by Storm. He's getting gone on. Avalanche. The TP. And in this one, he's threatening the Nightfall. Emo assumes he's going to Nightfall, but Kiyotaka's here, and Nightfall uses his BKB to kill the Storm, and then he TPs. That is the advanced Nightfall, my friends. And this is not exactly a Nightfall. We called this a half Nightfall, but he is going to go into this fight, looking to help his team. Things are going to go south. Kiyotaka, one of his many deaths in this game. And Nightfall, what's he going to do? What's the BKB usage? Is it going to be for aggression? Is it going to be to make plays? It's going to be to run away.
That's a 0.5.
That's a 0.5 Nightfall right there.
Is it though?
50% Nightfall, yeah.
That's a 0.5 Nightfall.
Because he's still
got
afraid.
His entire purpose of the BKB is oh shit.
Disengage.
Yeah, oh shit, that's a good way of putting it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nightfall looks like the most solid player on that team. He looks like the most composed, experienced player on that team.
Is that?
That's not even.
Are you
Kappa.
trying to say that that's saying a lot?
Yeah.
Oh.
That is one thing.
Okay.
And I feel bad for him sometimes in this team, with the way it's going. But yeah, props to him.
I don't want to make. Oh, go ahead.
Well, speaking of Nightfall, we actually don't have Nightfall. Pantoman. Panto, hello, my friend. How you doing? Can I ask you a question real quick? Can I interview you as if you're Nightfall?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So good to see you, Nightfall. Thank you for finally taking my interview. What is it like laning with such a good player as Pantomime every single game? Because I know you speak very highly of him.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Like I didn't expect this guy to be this good, and he's showing like best performance. If I can compare him to any other position 5 player which I played with, I think he's the best.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is in line with everything you've always said, Nightfall. Okay, so game 2. I don't even know what to make of that one, dude. Do you guys know how far behind you were? Like, did you feel like you were behind in the early game?
Yeah, we were feeling because we were getting stomped at every lane, and our moves were bad because every time we're trying to do something, we just fit, and the enemy team overreacting, and we fit. But if they overreact, it's like 5 heroes every time, and with Stampede or global usage, and we don't fit, it's gonna be good. But we fit, and this is bad. And at one point, we were like, okay, guys, we just don't need to do anything. We're just farm. That's all.
Okay, and so what was like the turning point where you decided, now we can fight? Because at a point you were doing like skewer backs and snapping coil and a bunch of cool shit like that. Like, who made that call and what was the call?
I think it depends on how map is going. Like when you see somebody waste TP or they waste like big button, for example, you're just making space on Mirano and apparition, and maybe Tini making space with Shadow Blade, and they were using TPs and using ults, and you have deep vision and you see them moving towards it, and you can take opportunity and try to do it. And our first fight was in triangle, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
And we took like 2 kills, and maybe if we didn't try to make more kills, they just run away. We get 2 kills, we happy, we farm. That's all. We know that more game is going, it's better for us. So.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that was an awesome game, by the way. You can answer this one as Panto, by the way. I want to ask about your reaction to the Nightfalls. We calculated 3.5 Nightfalls in that game. He had 3 BKB TPs and 1 BKB runaway. What's your reaction? Okay, what does he say on voice whenever he does the Nightfall? What does he say to you guys?
I think sometimes nothing, sometimes guys I'm tipping out.
And how do you react?
I think it depends on situation. Like there is like one situation out of 10 where I was thinking that just don't do it, and maybe we can fight something like this. But usually he has a clear vision of when to do it. So I think it's good. It's good. Yeah, and as far as you remember, when enemy team were ready to this play, but he just killed Storm with Coil, and they were like, oh no, he didn't TP out.
That was my next question, dude. I was going to ask, was that one intentional, but you answered it. That's really cool. So they thought he was going to Nightfall there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I got Big BS over here with some smart guy questions for you.
Yeah, sup, Panto. Do you mind if I resume your interview as Nightfall?
Yes, sure.
Awesome. So when you're in the early game and you see that your mid puck has died solo twice to the enemy mid, and now you, as the Tiny, with your awesome AA player, position 5 in the lane with you, are getting ganked at like minute 6 by this Storm, so you feel like this is bleeding into your lane. What kind of comms are going on there?
It was not good. I think for me, I can't farm creeps, I die. That's very sad for me. But when they run away from lane, I can farm creeps again, and I'm happy because I have creeps and gold.
What did you have anything you would like to say to your 5 that you felt like he should have done better in that spot, perhaps, to be more assisting in when you're under duress?
I will show him replays and point my finger into his death. For example, his first death for range creep. I know that I want to kill this range creep, that's why I say him go hit it, and he died, but it's anyway his fault because it's support-based thing. So we will try to think how to not fit and pain and still farm creeps.
Awesome. So one last question, buddy. These are awesome answers, Nightfall. So we saw Kiyotaka in that late game play walk up to that ward on the high ground and die, and then it seemed like you guys proceeded to call the fight, and later on your awesome AA player tipped you at the end of the fight when you guys took the 4v5 with the Kiyotaka buyback. What kind of call were you making in that situation to still take that fight?
We were just praying for their mistake, and we were like, doesn't matter, Pac is dead, just watch wave, and Storm approached, and we took up opportunity, attack him, and then I understand that TB wants to swap, that's why I call in voice like, go back guys, go back. I tossed him out, and he Coil stunned him due to toss, and that's why that was really good, and I kill everyone, and I was saying like, tip me guys, I'm so good. Something like this.
Awesome. Thank you, Nightfall.
Thanks for inviting.
Thank you very much, Nightfall. I have one more question for you. What
okay,
do you like? Do you like coffee?
Not really, but if games are early,
you'll have a coffee. What sort of coffee would you order?
Oh, good question.
You gonna ask him?
Which one?
Okay, as Panto, what coffee would you order?
I didn't drink before like this year, and then I started drinking it early with some latte with some syrups. But then I was like, okay, maybe it's too much sugar for me.
Caramel?
Because I didn't drink sugar at all, and then I started and I feel like bad influence. And I was like, okay, I need to maybe just drink coffee without syrups, and now I'm doing it. And then I was like, okay, I'm tired drinking coffee, now I drink tea.
Okay, tea.
Black tea. You know, English breakfast, never a mistake.
Yeah, you're right. Earl Grey is also solid. I don't know if you've had Earl Grey.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Okay, thank you so much, Nightfall/Pantomime, for the interview. Congratulations. I hope we
Thanks,
see you
guys.
again.
Thank you.
So now I don't know if Nightfall likes an English breakfast or Panto likes
No, Panto likes English breakfast, and Nightfall drinks coffee sometimes in the morning when he has an early game. But he didn't know the coffee order, so he gave his own, which it felt like a very healthy development. Like coffee needs caffeine with sugar, maybe not that healthy. Now back to the English breakfast, which has caffeine, but not as much sugar.
The morning meta is adjusting, just like they're adjusting to this meta. I do feel like Aurora's finding their own. They're unpredictable. I do feel kind of sorry for their safe lane. Like, I feel like Ponto and Nightfall are just like the very stable, normal players. So I'll just say that was probably my favorite interview that I've ever. Like his role playing was
He was good. He was good.
Yeah, he was really good.
I really threw him a curveball there. He just took it. He
and
just
ran with
grabbed
it.
that shit.
I
dude.
think you need to be able to do that when you're playing with Aurora, though.
He's actually been training in, in the gauntlet with Kiyotaka.
He's so calm that he fits perfectly into that.
He is the
He's like
perfect
the glue
vibe for
that's
this
keeping it together.
I'm Nightfall now, sure.
I mean, for God's sakes, he got 4th place with Chimera. They were literally disbanded. I think I know who the glue was.
That's why they took him. That's why Aurora got him. They're like, we need a guy.
We
that's
need
a rock.
the best glue that has ever existed in Dota history.
Quite the glue they got there for sure. Aurora winning also, of course, was very important for the scoreline for them as well, because they were 2 and 3 before, so was Yakult. Now Yakult is 2 and 4, whereas Aurora is now 3 and 3, so they're one step to be safer and to make it through to the final 4, which of course actually both Yakult and Aurora want to do in order to make it to EWC based on points. For Yakult, it's looking a little less likely. But they're not out of it yet. We'll still have another series tomorrow, and it also, of course, very much depends on what's happening with our other series. Speaking of our other series, I think this is the first time, no, it must be the second time that we're actually a little bit, tiny bit, ahead of schedule. That's right, doesn't happen very often, but when it happens, it's not always a bad thing, guys. It means we've got something planned for you. It's coming your way after a break.
They ruptured a bad target, like the Mirana, which is useless, and he just buybacks.
Thank you, bro.
Hey guys, it's Noob.
This is Omar.
We're gonna watch some old replays of ours. We're gonna review it and talk about it a bit.
And I'm gonna review his review. I see a very rough primal game.
I mean, at this point of game, it feels like super hard for them to play. We have PL primal like top networks, especially PL. They have 0 heroes against him, and we have Aegis. It's like super hard for them to play.
I don't really remember the Seeker build in this patch, so I'm not sure how good he was against PL. Also, it was patch where Enchantress just auto-secure his lane, so my PL will have a good game.
They go on PL, his Aegis target is kinda not the best, but it's Despair. And then Primal, I just get a good jump. SD dead, no global to save the Mars. Dying. I'm dead.
I'm chilling. Oh, Rubik still spear.
It's just hard for them to go kill the PL twice at this point. It's just super hard.
They can literally play for 6 seconds. It's the Bloodseeker BKB time. Other than this, I mean, even we have Primal for that if they don't have Global. This looks hard for them. I think PL has Nulli, yeah? He nullified. And Enchantress too. Hard for him to play.
Now the Bloodseeker is dead. They can't touch him at all, so they're just losing slowly. But since his spirit, they're just fighting till it's over.
Yep. Waiting to lose.
GG, GG.
So I tanked the Rupture because I have buyback. I baited
Amazing
them.
arena. I got 2 subs.
Oh,
Okay.
oh.
Snap owned, guys. Snap just
They're
owned.
so clumped into Luna. Ooh, Luna Snap. Back then the level 20 was the multi-shot, yeah?
Yeah, level 20
So,
was the...
yeah.
No, it was the damage. You deal damage, it's not multi.
Ah, I
Yeah,
see.
they did it, level 20 is the peak. Deal 100%. There was a fast team fight. The Snap just owned. I like big arena and Snap jumped to subs. Fight is over, kinda. Like they ruptured a bad target, like the Mirana, which is useless, and he just buybacks.
Thank you, bro.
It's not useless, but like bad rupture. And we managed to kill the subs at the start of the fight.
They got out of position when they chased too much. They overchased and we found a good jump.
Like the Snap back then, if you reach level 20 plus, you start overscaling. But yeah, it is anyway a big turning point. So because we kill them and we will probably take Roche after it. They will struggle after this point.
We have good tools to win this game. Especially Wagdan Snap was something else when he reached 25.
Oh, perfect arena.
Oh.
2 subs.
2 subs, good.
We're a bit far. Snap ulti killing subs. Oracle is dead. Looks like a really good fight.
Yeah. 2 subs dead.
Fight looking bad for Spirit. What a
Oh.
nice arrow.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
Snap a bit out of position.
Buyback
maybe.
Oracle.
He's chilling.
Ah, you baited him. All good.
Yeah. Still losing. I think we will dive here a bit.
I think we're over chasing, kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks.
They're dying though.
Yeah. Fuck, Rampage. Rampage.
Is he gonna get it? He's dead.
No, he's dead. Yeah, some insane overchase feels like.
Luna, is he gonna clutch it? Yeah,
No.
we overchased under tower.
Yeah.
I mean, fight looked super good, but the chase was bad. Like, we should have just went to rush.
Yeah.
I don't remember if they take it this game, but it's like super bad chase. I think we were hyped up by the Rampage, maybe.
Probably. I think we had this issue earlier on this team, but I think we're fixing it slowly. I think we've become much better at it. Like this overchasing stuff, we're aware of it and we try not to fall into this trap because it's very easy to fall into, especially after. It's like emotionally you can fall into this trap, or gameplay wise you see 3 heroes dead, go. Yeah, but we're aware of it. I think we're kind of really aware of it.
When the Oracle buyback and we just like full chase the Timber under tower, that's where we throw. But in reality, like stop chasing there and we just can go rush for free. Because Bongo has no role, Timber can't really go in because the Oracle will die. So that's the point where we should chill.
After the Seeker kill should be enough for us to subs and the Seeker kill. It's too much for us. It's auto rush. You can just go take the rush and heal up, wait cooldowns, BKBs, and just go again. They already cannot really fight into us. If we get a good jump on the subs and we have good formation, Luna will front with Aegis, yeah. Maybe we didn't realize how exactly good we were, I would say, because we were like going through every series thinking we have the second hand, like we're not the better team. I think now that I think about it more, we were actually pretty good.
I disagree with it. I didn't have that feeling, to be honest, back then. Like, I felt like we could win any game, to be honest.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PB&J podcast. Of course, Purge is not here, replaced by Misery. But your name is Peter, isn't it?
Yes.
That's his name is Peter, so we can still be the PB&J podcast. And today, we're going to test you guys because there have been complaints around the Dota 2 sphere about glance value. Even though this is something that Valve said 10 years ago, you can't change your opinion on things and you can't grow as people. That's what I've learned. So we're going to keep complaining about glance value and see if you guys can identify heroes by their glance value with a game of Guess Who.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys played Guess Who before?
I have.
I haven't.
I have played as a kid. It was like a very common game for, I guess, when you're like learning facial features and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I haven't played it in a long time.
If I showed you a picture of your father, would you be able to identify that is indeed your father?
I hope so.
You would.
I hope the man that I think of as my father is indeed my father.
What if it was actually the mailman?
Then I might need to go to a few more years of therapy, Jenkins.
Brian, this is actually an intervention.
Oh.
Okay, we can jump right into it. We can jump right into the game. If you guys could select your desired hero, Should I explain Guess Who to the audience? I guess I should for anybody who's not American.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, both of our players have a bunch of pictures of the Dota 2 characters on their screens, and they are going to select one of them. They're going to take turns in one each. So maybe it's the same one, maybe it's not. And you guys are going to ask each other yes or no questions. You can't ask anything, what hero is it? You can't do that. But you can say, is it a guy or a girl? And then Brian will say, it's a girl.
No, it has to be, is it a girl?
Is it a girl? I mean, it doesn't.
It's a big
same
difference.
Same thing. And then you can cross out, okay, it's none of the girls, or it is the girl. And then eventually, whoever guesses the hero first is the winner. So you guys can select your heroes.
Okay.
I've selected.
I've got mine locked in.
Okay.
Who's going first? Maybe it's his first time playing. You get to go first.
You give him
All right.
first play advantage.
So I will ask, is your hero female?
Yes.
Okay.
So now you can X out all the ones that you don't think it is.
Mm-hmm.
I will ask, is your hero melee?
No.
Give me a second here. Do we want to make like the rule that you can't copy the other person's question?
Well,
I think that's kind of fun.
Well, yeah, sure. We'll make that.
So like I can't ask a gender question, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. We'll get unique questions. Did you guys know in the original Guess Who, there are 5 characters with each trait, so it's actually balanced. I don't know if this one is balanced, but it's Dota 2, so it doesn't have to be balanced because this game is not remotely balanced. So
Yeah, I mean, I only got rid of 9 out of the 24, or actually no, 10.
So I'm asking, right?
Yeah.
it's your turn.
Ooh, this is not that easy to narrow it down. Is your hero human?
Ooh,
no.
That's a good one.
It's not human.
That's a good idea, actually, Misery. If you could write your name at the top.
Yeah, Peter at the top.
You just write Peter.
Okay.
No. That's not your name. That's your pseudonym.
Miss?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Does... How long do we have to think? Not very long, huh?
As long as you want, as long as you are telling the audience what you're thinking.
Okay. Is your hero a support? Usually.
Usually.
Yes.
That does make things a little...
Yeah, roles are a bit fluid in Dota.
No.
He wrote Peter Griffin.
Usually it's not a support.
Usually it's not a support.
Okay.
That is interesting. It does depend on the patch. But
I know.
We're assuming recency, right? It's recent.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I shot myself in the foot with this question.
There might have been a shoot footing that went on.
I'll do like this. Usually no. Okay, so that one's out.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some of these where I definitely shot myself in the foot here. Okay.
That's a good question, huh?
1, 2.
Okay. Does your hero...
He's got 7 of these left. I don't know how many you have.
Does your hero have a stun?
Ooh, that's a goodie. That's a goodie.
No.
Oh, that's true. That's technically true.
Yeah.
I think that...
There's some potential foot shooting here.
There are foot shooting type questions.
Yeah, because it depends if Misery defines as support. Depends on what he thinks of as a stun.
Mm-hmm.
How many times are we allowed to guess? Like, how does the guessing work?
As many as you want, baby boy.
Wait, but
you can ask 10 questions in a row if you want.
No, what I'm
no, I made that rule up.
No, what I'm saying is if like he guesses and gets it wrong, for instance, does that count as his question?
I will give you both a hint. There
Yeah.
has been no foot shooting so far.
No, but what I'm wondering is if I am I not allowed to guess until I cross out all the answers?
Oh,
Or, do you know
like
what I'm saying?
actual guesses. You can guess. It's just then you're not gonna get a question to eliminate.
Okay,
half.
so it counts as a question. Okay. So it'd be like, is your hero this? That okay, I get it. That's your turn's question. I see. Okay. Thank you, viewers. I'm sure they
A
needed that.
common
too.
strategy is to guess when you've narrowed it down to a small number of possibilities. That's in the strategy of the meta of Guess Who.
Okay. Is your...
Oh, he's going to guess?
No. I'm not going to guess the hero. I'm thinking of like repeat questions. This is tough. Is your hero elemental based?
Yes.
That was a great question.
I went for a ballsy one there.
That was a good question. You're both tracking it down.
Yeah. I have 3 left.
Me too.
You could take a risk in 1 out of 3 at
Yeah,
Missouri.
I'm thinking about it. There's also one easy... Can I ask a question and then guess the hero or no?
No.
No.
Counts as a question to ask.
Dang it.
That actually counts as your question. Brian, you're up.
I am going to guess... Is your hero... Muerta?
No. Whew. Is your hero Lena?
No.
Damn it.
What's wrong with you?
This is fun knowing both answers. This is good for me.
Okay. Okay, I guess your hero is Naga then.
Yeah.
Ah, he got it.
What was his hero?
Morphling.
It was. Oh,
So
my
you
God.
you actually had it. You both had it down to 3.
Well, because when I asked him a question about the support and he said usually, I was like, okay, Lena's played more support than Morph, so I thought like, I thought that was why he might be a bit tripped up.
Mm-hmm.
I thought to ask the question if your hero has legs.
Ah,
that's a classic, but that wouldn't. Yeah.
Nice.
I guess the stun question was also like, Dusa has more of a stun than Naga.
Yeah.
Like the sleep is kind of like.
I'm very
zero stun.
I'm very impressed with both of you that you asked if a hero had a stun, and you said no because it's Naga and she has a sleep and a net and a root, and then he didn't take it off.
Yeah,
his list.
that's even more impressive. Yeah.
Like you're both, you've passed the test of do you deserve this job? Do you know mechanics?
Up until now, I wasn't certain, but now I do.
Now I'm sure
Thank
after
you.
a game of Guess Who.
Thank you. Are we running it back, or what are we doing for the rolls?
No,
here?
that's it. You guys this was such an intense battle of Guess Who that we are ready to get into our next intense battle, which is
GG.
going to be Flips or Talon versus BetBoom, coming right up.
Gonna be a gold winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a gold winter, baby, without you here with me. So don't keep me waiting. I need your company. Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I'll say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Hey there, you are still watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are ready for our second series of the day. We started the day relatively fast. I know, we just had a 2-0. And that's not what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing long, drawn-out series. Potentially this one will be one of those. We got Talon and BetBoom coming your way. And before we start talking about if this series could potentially go along, we're first going to check in with what Lacoste thought was important for this upcoming series.
That is right, Shiver. We're going to be touching upon what's going on with position 5s in this current meta. Ever since the patch dropped, we definitely saw a shift in which heroes became popular, and we're going to be looking at the heroes that have the highest win rate from position 5. Undying up there with 5 games. Even though Miro did play 2 times, I still do consider this hero to be pretty much a position 5 hero. And then we see Bane as well, who is slowly creeping up, undefeated so far. Oracle as well, 13 games, sitting at 77% win rate. This hero is kind of a new thing. There's also a little bit of a bug happening with his prognosticate, but we can touch upon that later. The reason why this hero is also so popular is the rune control is extremely powerful, which makes your mid laner game pretty much super easy, and also it does give you kind of a move that you can make forcing a play. And the Nature's Prophet, I think he is not really a surprise to anyone. Seeing the change of the facet, we needed to remove the Iron Treant for a good reason. It was obnoxious to play against, but with the new facet that has been buffed, the healing, it seems like this is the perfect position 5 hero who can build into any kind of item, trades really well, has global presence. And Shadow Shaman, we've seen him in the previous patch, pretty much the only hero on this list who's been heavily contested in the previous one. The stonks for Dark Willow has been on the rise for a good reason, because some other heroes did get nerfed, but also this hero did receive a good amount of buffs in the previous patch, especially to her Pixie Dust. And we can also take a look at 2 supports that are going to be playing in this game, both position 5 players. Cuckoo, his hero pool is, I would say, kind of outdated compared to what Kataomi has been playing. You can see Shadow Shaman, which is still strong. You can see that he's playing Ringmaster, which is an okay hero right now, nothing too crazy. Jakiro, Mirana, we're not seeing much of those. But the big one for me is Kataomi. Those 3 Bane games that he did play, it's pretty much all him, sitting at 100% win rate. Not really a surprise considering that this is his most played hero. And again, he's playing these healing position 5s, Oracle, Io, he's playing Naga Siren as well. So completely different hero pool from position 5. I think overall BetBoom team had a better understanding what this meta is going to be about, which makes them more successful. And looking into this series, I kind of want to see if Talon is going to make some adaptations as well.
Yeah, I think they need to. Thank you so much, Lacoste. This is a series that is incredibly important. BetBoom is already 4-1 in the groups, and they're looking pretty good to make it out of the group stage. They need to be top 4 for that. But there's this middle pack, this meaty middle pack, and Flipster Talon is in the midst of that. They're 3-2 right now. winning this series will definitely, it is not guaranteed for them to be in the top 4, but it will put them in such a good spot that there is maybe this little bit of extra pressure coming out for the squad. And potentially support heroes, Misery, is going to be the key in this game. Or do you want to see supports being the key, or where are you going to put your focus otherwise?
I mean, I was also going to talk about the Katarumi Bane, actually, because I think that whenever he plays that, he sets up so many things for his team, always wins his lane. So I think that's been looking really strong so far.
He's a really pain in the ass when you play against him.
Yeah, he is.
Back to you, Shiver.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. No, the Bane will most likely make an appearance out on the ban side. Nature's Prophet for the side of Talon. I know for Flipster Talon, we talked about it yesterday that Cuckoo, he loves that hero, but we were kind of surprised in yesterday's series anyway that it was not more contested than it ended up being. Brian, how do you feel like this hero has a role in this upcoming game?
Because Flipster Talon, the hero was 2 days ago in their series, Flipster Talon versus Aurora. I'm getting confused. I feel like that was yesterday. Am I crazy?
What are you crazy about?
Is this like not up to, am I crazy? Okay, I am crazy. Because the day before yesterday, Nature's Prophet was banned every single game in their series, first round. And then yesterday, it was allowed through, and Flipster Talon just didn't take it. So now I'm wondering, like, what happened between 2 days ago and yesterday that Nature's Prophet stocks went so far down. It felt similar when you were talking about Baboka's Magnus, where it was working, it looked really good, and then for some reason they just stopped picking it. I would like to see Flipster Talon go back to that today. I know they did win 2-1 versus Yakult Brothers yesterday, but it also wasn't the most convincing performance for me. It was a good recovery. I also think the biggest buff to Flipster Talon going into today is that they are not the first series of the day. They've had plenty of time to shower.
Very
since
important.
The series started.
I don't know, Lacoste, if you are aware of this meta. I feel like I need to.
Are you aware of this, Lacoste?
Yeah, I'm on the night shift.
Yeah, so the first game of the day, the last few days, Flipster Talon played in it, and the first game they were atrocious. Like it wasn't like a bad draft or something. They just played the lane so poorly.
Debatable. I feel like the drafts were uninspired.
But the play itself was so atrocious, and we even asked after the series, we asked 23 Savage in an interview, like, what happened game 1? Was it the draft? And he's like, I just played terribly. Like I felt like I was asleep. I needed to go take a shower.
Did you ask them if this was their actual first game of the day, or do they wake up and play,
This would have been a great question, Tom.
I think it definitely was the first game of the day. It was like he rolled out of bed, played the game, and he's like, okay,
this is horrible.
I got to take a shower. And he took a shower in between the games, and then they started winning.
I think everybody whoever plays Dota knows that playing the first game of the day is not your best performance. That's why usually teams have at least one scrim, or they play a couple of pubs before. And some of the teams also prefer to play at the night because they're already geared up. They're played 5-6 games, and then they're ready to go.
Maybe you need to get good in the early games, then you just wipe the floor with all the sleepy teams.
Well, speaking of that, I do feel like we need to address that in the side of BetBoom. They were swept yesterday. In the first game they played against Gaiman, it was like, it must have been the shortest game of the patch so far. In 20 minutes, they were swept.
It was the Oracle Huskar problem. The problem is when you die to it once, they tried to make some 3-man rotation on Quinn, and the Oracle was there. And even though Oracle wasn't level 6 yet, he had Fate's Edict and saved him. And then the next fight was Oracle did have 6. They committed onto Huskar. He has 10% HP. And the beautiful thing about Huskar Oracle is that Huskar isn't healing while he's killing you, so he's just maxed out attack speed. I think these games are tending to snowball a lot more now because teams are finding their strategies. They're playing them cleaner. I think the first game of the Aurora Yakult Brothers series would have been a lot more convincing for Yakult if they had played according to their draft. And I think teams like BetBoom and even Gaiman in the games that they get these early pushes are more refined in the way that the vision they have of the game.
Yeah, and speaking of vision, I think BetBoom team, they've found the vision. They are the best team in the tournament. Doesn't matter if Power Vision is 5-0. This is the team that can win with Troll Warlord. They showed yesterday that they are a team that can win with the most worthless hero in Dota for quite some time. Maybe Grimstroke could like to have a word about that one, but overall, showing strengths as well. Jokes aside, that they can still utilize some of these heroes. It was a very good troll pick overall, which kind of Kiritich, I think he's carrying so many games. And something I said yesterday is that this guy has a very low amount of deaths in his games, like last 2 games that he did play yesterday against Gaiman, ended up with only 1 death. He's pretty much having flawless performance.
Yeah, we saw the interview with him last time.
Yeah.
Which almost, I don't know, it kind of tells why the team is functioning that well and why they're doing so good. I think just his attitude and the way he was talking, it was so positive, and
We all left with a positive vibe after
Yeah.
that. It's like, wow.
yeah, what a guy.
Yeah, you want that guy as a teammate.
Matt, I'll never forget a pure interview at Riyadh when he was asked, like, did you guys come into this series prepared for the enemy team? And he's like, why would I prepare for the enemy team? We're just better. And I'm thinking, like, you replaced that player with Kiritich, who was like, I'm so happy to be with these players. They're amazing. They're so smart. They're so helpful. And so they're making me feel so comfortable. And I just trust them and they trust me. And I'm like, what? What an interview. It was an awesome interview for sure.
It really was, and I think Misery hit the nail on the head. That's a big difference into obviously he's playing as a stand-in, but why a team can adapt as fast as it is a week with a new carry player, and we're talking about them making it all the way. That is very impressive to do, and I can totally see positive vibes coming into play in the most positive way. Let's see if it helps them in this upcoming series. Flips or Talon will be on the Dire side for this one and Radiant side for BetBoom team. And in terms of heroes picked, that Oracle that we mentioned in the previous game, we saw that coming out fairly early on, still in the pool. Actually, Ancient Operation is as well. Other than that, any notable heroes?
Darkseer, I would say, but I also feel that Darkseer is not a strong opener anymore, especially because there are 2 very good counters to it. There is Oracle and there's also Ursa.
Yeah.
A lot of teams showed in the tournament that they're not afraid to pick it straight away as a counter to the Darkseer immediately. So I kind of want to have Darkseer being shifted from overall first pick to maybe getting picked on 9 instead, just because he has 2 good counters. We did see some Oracle's bans in the first phase, but I don't think you're going to be banning Oracle and Ursa in the first phase. It might be just...
I think that's probably why you don't see BetBoom picking it here. Like, at least part of the reason why it feels bad to pick it on 8, just because the Ursa or the Oracle response can come in, or even both, potentially, right? If you don't ban it out. I'm a bit surprised to see the Ringmaster, though, being picked up first here. It's a hero that seems to have been falling a little bit out of favor compared to other heroes, but I mean, it's definitely still a solid hero that can be played both as a 4 and a 5.
I feel like the name of the game right now is that a lot of the teams, we saw Yakult Brothers game 1 with Beastmaster. We saw it with the DM Darkseer into Ursa yesterday, where Parivision did lose that 1 game to Aurora. The teams are losing in the draft where one of their cores ended up just having a really bad game, so I wouldn't mind leaning towards just like a generic support opening right now as an approach where maybe there's going to be broken cores that pop up with no answer, but I feel like TA and Bristle are probably the most notable ones for me that are always banned out, and they are just first pickable and they'll do their job in the game. But the heroes like the Darkseer that used to be able to do that, there's just enough bad matchups for them, and I think that goes for almost every core in Dota right now. So I'm fine with the generic support opening based on how I've been seeing teams lose in the draft.
I'm not a big fan of this Ringmaster as an opener. Liquid did play it yesterday against Nigma Galaxy. They did win it, but this hero has been heavily nerfed. Still a good support. He was definitely OP in the previous patch. He was contested like in the last couple of tournaments almost 100% of the time for a good reason, but I think there are better supports in meta right now, especially because the carry meta also did shift, and I also like what Talon are doing with Lina opener. This is a flex pick between position 1 and position 2, and if we're speaking of these long-range turrets, they want to have position 5 that is melee. You want to have Undying, you want to have Tusk, these type of heroes that can set things up, even Treant Protector, something that gaming did run. So kind of expecting these type of heroes to come out for Flips or Talon, something that can soak up the damage, set things up for Lina, some kind of a stun setup, or also just give her the free farm in the lane.
I agree. I like the Lina as well. I think it was a hero that Talon played in the first day. Like, they were the first team to bust out the Dina in the new patch, and I think it looked really strong for them. But then they didn't touch it the next few days, and played other stuff and won regardless. And now, when people start banning their other heroes like Doom, like Furion, right, they go back for the Lina. I think this is a pretty cool approach. And I agree with Lacoste. I think it would be nice to see Cuckoo play some kind of +5 that can stay in front of the Lina in the laning phase, so that we don't end up in other scenarios we've seen with Lina, where he has an AA5 or a similar weak laner where the Lina just gets ran at.
But I showed his hero pool, and he did not so far play a single melee hero. He has like 11 heroes, all of them are ranged.
To be fair though, most of the time when they have picked Lina, it is Mikoto, and Mikoto is maybe the best Lina there is. So I think more likely it's gonna be just Mikoto playing it. I think you can just pick the Lina early and not care much about what matchup she ends up on the mid lane.
I like the tiny ban a lot with the mag, with the Tusk. I know the Tusk and the mag would have both been. I'd say Tusk is more synergistic with Lina, but also we've just been seeing displacement be the primary way to deal with these ranged turret heroes because they often will back them up.
Yeah.
Maybe not only with a hero that tanks for them, but also as a hero that resets the fight for them. Tusk is the perfect example for Lina. Okay, so Yokam has had a lot of success with his Slark. It feels like he's a complete nuisance on the map. He's not really doing a 9-class imitation. He's actually doing his own. He's painted his own picture with Slark. I really like the way he plays it. We've seen him really push his limits. I've seen multiple times where he's like 1v2ing enemy supports and even getting kills sometimes. We saw that yesterday against Yakult Brothers. And that's kind of a hero that's going to frontline for Lina on the map, right? It's not going to frontline in fights, but it's going to supply the vision. It's going to make it difficult to actually get this Lina and catch her off guard. So I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, I agree. It looks really strong. How does BetBoom choose to respond to this though? It's kind of not that obvious what counters Slark, even though it's been in meta for quite a long time. Like the 4 Slark, like what actually counters this hero, right? Because it destroys your vision. He's very annoying to kill. I mean, we talked about it the other day. There's something like Disruptor, an easy way to kill this guy in the game, right? So whenever you spot him, you can just lock him down and kill him immediately.
You need some kind of a catch. You need to be able to have some ground targeted damage as well. You mentioned Disruptor, Konka definitely works, but you also need to have heroes who can actually kill him because he becomes so obnoxious to play against. If you lose the laning stage, Slark position 4 can get you back into the game, killing some couriers, creep skipping, providing vision for the team, and choosing when and where his team wants to take the fight.
Yeah. An old school approach is more like group up as 5, right? And push with heals, having a lot of team fight, but that's kind of where the Oracle fits in a little bit. They might not also react much to the Slark and just pick for their own draft. But yeah, we'll see here what they take. They're really low on time already, down to 18 seconds bonus time. Really thinking about this core pick here.
How many heals and saves do you want?
Yes.
All of them.
Well, we have seen Miero be very good on the Omni Knight, so...
Do you think it's almost certainly Miero? Is there any chance it's secure to Omni Knight? I know that they've... I think the fact that they were thinking for so long implies that no core felt super strong or super comfortable revealing their hand, so I would like to think it's flexible. Some of these teams were like, we don't mind that pick if it's flex, but then they don't flex it. So I guess what I'm curious about is what's Flipster Talon going to do? Maybe like a Razor that we've seen for 23 Savage as a way to like make this Omni Knight not want to lane top. And the question is, if that happens, will they still run it for Miero, who we think is kind of the default role that for BetBoom to pick this hero?
I'm looking more at the offlane heroes. Maybe Centaur, maybe Brewmaster could be a really good Brewmaster game. Some Brewmasters, they did fall off. I'm not really convinced in all of the Brewmaster gameplays that we've seen. DM's definitely the best Brewmaster player, but if you can cut into backline, you have ground targeted the spell, it's very good against pretty much everything they have.
Timbersaw is also a hero we saw yesterday. I think could be really good here.
Yeah.
Because these heroes don't really kill. Well, it's Centaur.
It's just the old school approach.
It's also
bring
solid.
the whole team, try to find these supports in the back lines.
Maybe they choose the Centaur in this case because they don't actually have a stun yet, and they like the idea of if they pick Brewmaster or Timbersaw for that matter, then they don't really have a good way of starting the fight, and all their heroes are kind of isolating them, like they're not good together either. So I think maybe Centaur is better in this case.
I would like to mention that out of the 6 heroes picked so far, 5 of them have saves. You know, I think the relevant save of Centaur is only really relevant when you're going to the late game with a turret hero that can attack while it's on the cart. So you have the Depth Shroud from Slark, the cart from Centaur, and 6
Another
saves, 6 out of 7.
And
Beastmaster. No,
Isn't
that isn't a hero save.
No, but isn't that hero basically already countered preemptively?
Shadow Demon?
No, the Beastmaster.
Oh, because of all the saves?
Yeah.
Beast is more about the
map play, you think?
Yeah, the map play, the summons, the take towers, the group is 5.
Their heroes don't clear summons at all. The Slarks, the Linas, the Shadow Demons.
I saw Lina using Laguna Blade yesterday to kill some of the creeps. I believe it was the BetBoom series as well. But not very efficient. You know, she gets well, what's it called when she gets those stacks?
Fiery Soul?
Yeah, Fiery Soul with Laguna Blade immediately and then tries to go...
Oh, the
and try to-
supercharge.
Yeah, supercharge, tries to kill the creep. If you don't have anything, but right now, BetBoom team, I see nothing on side of Flipster Talon that's going to be reducing the healing that is coming out. You have Oracle, you have Omni Knight as well. None of these heroes, at least early on, build into Spirit Vessel, which is a very strong item right now. They also don't build into Shivas until super later. These are also not Scotty buyers, so I think they are going to be hitting a very critical timing on their side. Been very impressed by Beastmaster, what they've been able to do ever since the nerfs to the Aghanim Scepter. This new build, Helm of the Overlord / Dominator, have been buffed in terms of the gold, so less gold required, which makes your also gameplay much easier. You hit earlier timing, and there are no Tormentors at 15, which makes a big difference.
Do you ever go for the mid SF for GPK here? I was just thinking, like, you have Omni Repel, you have Beastmaster Aura. What they're lacking is their own source of sustained damage in the fights. I can't really think of another hero in the mid lane that offers this. Is there anything
Another
else?
hero?
you're thinking?
No, I think they could also go for something like Pangolier here. It's also a hero that people pick a lot in these type of spots, I think.
Could be maybe difficult against Lina in the matchup, or you think with the double jump facet he could...
Lane is also always going to be hard, even for SF, I think, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's not really a fun matchup.
I'm thinking more of a DP type of a hero, like...
Oh, Sniper, nice.
The ranged turret,
I was
I like
actually
it.
going to mention that, but I think nobody's been picking it. I've been talking about this hero since the patch came out. I think this new take aim is really cool. It gives you so much vision, like 3,000 range of vision when you activate it, which is... I mean, I thought it was going to be broken, but people haven't gone out to it. But quick mentions, I guess, is that it's Omni carry, right? And then the second thing is, I really thought Flipster Talon would be looking at Silencer this game. Into Oracle, Ringmaster, and Omni Knight. I think Silencer could have been great, but going with the SD instead, so that's a bit of a question mark for me. It looks like it's going to be a 5 SD as well, right? Not something that we see a lot.
Is that carry Tide?
It looks like it could be. Otherwise, you would put Lina safe lane. No, but it is a carry Tide. Yeah.
I think
We like that.
they 100% had a summons issue, right? They had a hero. They had no hero on the map. Centaur doesn't really like it either, even though he eventually gets a Crimson Guard. He doesn't like sitting in front of that tier 1 tower, or he's sitting in front of mid tier 1 when Beastmaster invades. So they had to have a hero that does this. Which Tide
Actually, I think I played this carry Tide against the Beastmaster, like maybe half a year ago or something in a pub, and I was surprised how hard it actually was as Tide.
Really?
Yeah, because like
with the summon, like it was a summons Beastmaster?
You just get out farmed because you want to max anger. But if you max anger, you actually take too much damage from the boar. You're slowed. You can't get up close to the beast. He keeps kiting you. I think this matchup is a
little bit of a bait.
It's a bait. It doesn't work like you think it will.
Where's the damage?
If you, I mean, Lina has all the
It's
damage.
both the
I
both
don't
mid
like
laners
that.
do like 90%
I
of the damage.
don't like that. I've seen a game yesterday. It was a BetBoom team against Game, and it was pretty much Lina who was supposed to deal all the damage. If you remember, they had CK4, Darkseer. It was kind of a difficult one, and I've seen it a few more times, and I don't like it. I don't like when Lina is the sole damage.
I think the idea is that I think the idea here is that Tide destroys Beastmaster, has a free lane, farms a fast Radiance. He's also a Giga Chat core, right? This is the idea. And then if you have 2 damage dealers like that, suddenly there is a lot of damage in the draft, right? But I just don't think that the Tide Hunter counters Beastmaster in that fashion. So I think he's going to have a hard time.
I just think both teams have the exact same formula. Ranged turret, damage dealer mid, carries that likely go Radiance and soak up a lot of damage, and two enabling Beastmaster offlane heroes. So I'm excited to see which one does it better.
Well, we're going to find out who does it better. Game 1 coming your way via the PogChamp Pandas.
It's a sniper sighting, Cinderin.
Sure is. Sunspan here with Cindermeister. BetBoom
is going to have quite a development here versus Talon with the sniper pick from GPK. Yeah, BSJ is right, though. Very similar lineups. You got these tanky boys as position 1s and the Omni and the Tidehunter.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, as always, the offlaners will be inherently tanky as well. And then you got these range right-clickers in the mid lane. You got a lot of saves on both sides. Very interesting lineup.
Yeah.
Both teams.
I think in particular, what year? I don't know if I've ever seen this lane played before in any game. Oracle Omni Knight. This will be my first time watching these two heroes lane together. It's obviously times change. It's actually a pretty strong lane now. Yeah, we'll see how they make it work.
How do you know if you've never seen it?
I can't say it with confidence, okay? I just like, when would this have been a thing?
I know. It's just, yeah, it's pretty strong line. Like, well, I haven't seen it yet.
Genuinely cannot remember ever seeing these two heroes in the same lane. But I'm kind of with the panel's concern about this Tide, and then Misery in particular. I don't think it's that good of a pick here, so that's my main concern. Well, of course, you can alleviate anything if you get first blood.
Yes, indeed. Blood Grenade with the Gush. Jokum here. They want to give this to 23 Savage Miero. Okay. Well, we'll oblige.
I will argue that I don't know who it's worse for that he dies faster, if that's worse for him or for the Tide, because he could have kept running a little bit. But he kind of wants them to kill him faster so he can come back to lane.
Great news for Talon, though. So 23 Savage. I mean, this is kind of a playbook out of Falcons, I suppose, with the position 1 Tide that had found a moderate amount of success. It kind of fell flat a couple times as well. So, but in this lane against the Beastmaster, Misery was kind of talking about that matchup. How do you feel about it?
I kind of feel the same way that let's even say Tide is good against Beast. Let's entertain that idea. You're not going to stop him from farming. Like, Beast is still going to get his stuff. So if this was your quote-unquote counter pick, you're not stopping him, you're just enabling yourself. And there's plenty of heroes that can do that against Beastmaster that would be more traditional carries and have a bigger impact. The other thing is, I don't know if this is a hero where we're going to see 23 Savage shine, right? That's the other. It's just a big question mark. I don't know if I've ever seen him play this hero. It obviously won't be the first time. There's no way he would run like this just blindly, and they clearly value the Radiance highly. But let's say you wanted the Radiance carry. You could have picked, let's say, Dawnbreaker, for example, as an alternative. That could have also laned against Beast, gone Radiance, and then had a different type of impact.
Yep, and they have some okay setups for it, too.
Yeah, so that would just be one example off the top of my head, but there's going to be plenty more. That would be Radiance buying heroes that lane into Beast.
Well, part of me hopes it works because
I'm guessing Kunkka was banned. I don't remember the entire draft, but I think that would have been their pick before Tide.
I mean, Tide being able to play 1 is very cool for Dota, so I'm hoping that it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. So far, so bad, though.
6-1 start for him.
They're losing this lane as it stands right now. They're really being bullied away. The Ringmaster does very well against Tide in lane. The percentage-based damage.
All right, so it's all about the stacks. Can you get the massive stacks in the triangle for 23 Savage? Because that is definitely a hero that can take them.
And of course, when you do play the carry Tide, you kind of have to take the Krill Eater facet. And by extension, you're making your laning stage weaker. So it's even worse than it would be with a traditional offlane Tide. Yeah.
He'll get there in the end. I have confidence in the meanwhile, Kiritich on the carry Omni Knight that we discussed, it will be a Radiance build. So is it actually going to be Radiance on 23 Savage? From what BSJ was saying?
I mean, I'll put it this way. If he's not buying Radiance, I don't understand the pick. Okay. I think it's the one thing that makes sense to me about it here is laning into Beast and buying Radiance. Otherwise, I just don't get it, because Ravage isn't really good this game. I think. Like, Omni Knight deals well with it. Sniper is going to outrange it a lot. The supports have a save. Actually, they have 2 saves. They have 3 saves, because one of them is called save.
Kraken Shell's good this game, though.
Yeah. It's just one of those, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater. And that's weird, because I actually love carry Tide, which I guess is also why that's probably why I'm so opinionated that if I don't see it, then I feel relatively confident. But
well, for the side of Talon, other than the Tidehunter, which is the only hero we've actually discussed, they do have Jokum playing the support Slark.
Yeah, he's been awesome.
Time and time again, there's only a few players that, I mean, I feel like more and more players are getting on board now, being able to actually pull this off, but it feels like it started with 9 class. Just such an annoying hero. You just can't kill him. which means you have to go for other people, but then he has a save in the Depth Shroud eventually. Of course, that has been nerfed. 200 less range, I believe. Or is it 400 less range? I think it went from 600 to 400. Either way, a little bit worse than before.
Do you think Depth Shroud gets changed at some point?
Yes, 100%.
I feel like this is another one. I don't remember the other one we talked about earlier today, but I think the Shard's actually going to get reworked.
Well, the question is, can Slark be played as a support without this Shard? I don't think so.
No.
Right?
I don't...
Like
you're on board with this as well. Not every hero needs to be able to flex. It's okay. Then remove the Shard or change it, and then make him a better carry. I think that's fine.
Yep, I would agree with that assessment. WS taking some pure damage from Kiritich. Kataomi a little bit too deep
here.
though. Pounce. WS doesn't have a whole lot of follow-up yet. As Jokum finds a nice courier for Kiritich.
Well, that's a good blood grenade.
Though. Jokum in a lot of trouble.
play.
He will die to the purification as WS looks to be next as well. Under the tower, one more right click. If you can find him in the trees, he gets him with the Hammer of Purity again.
Ooh, he even salved as he died. So another extra 100 gold down the drain. That was a really nicely played situation from Kataomi, recognizing that the blood grenade would lead to a kill and then getting the Fortune's End connection on his Omni. That was beautiful.
Oh, and they lose 23 Savage in the top lane, so disastrous all around for Talon. As Cuckoo, he's going to get whipped into oblivion as Jokum coming in for one last right click, gets save. So they at least get something, but yeah.
Dude, that Ringmaster illusion looks funny.
Man, he's got huge hands.
He's got huge hands and a very small head.
Yeah, that's a...
Just like you, except it's soft hands instead of huge ones, but close enough.
Yeah, under the tower. Looks like they just dove him. Relatively easy kill for BetBoom. It's all about how much can the Tidehunter come back in this game. It's also about Makoto, which we haven't discussed yet. A lot of heavy lifting probably in this game. 30-7 right now for him, as GPK with 33-5 on the Sniper. Let's talk about the Sniper a bit. How do you feel about this pick in this game?
I think it's solid. It's one of the heroes that lanes better against Lina than most. He has great front line. He has Omni Knight protecting him. I really like it here. Also, since the changes to Sniper, you know, the introduction of Hurricane Pike, which is old at this point, Concussive Grenade, a lot of the traditional matchups that are tough for Sniper, you can kind of itemize your way out of them. So a hero like Slark and Centaur especially, you might be like, damn, Sniper into Centaur is kind of bold. You can navigate your way around it quite well, especially with 2 save supports. I'm not really worried for GPK, to be honest.
How does the Concussive work against Pounce? Because Force Staff doesn't work anymore.
That's a good question. I think you can shoot yourself out of the leash, but I'm not positive on that one.
I'll pay attention to that. Sure you won't.
It's likely going to come into play. Of course.
You'll forget about it in the next 10 seconds.
I forgot about it already.
Kiritich already 1,200 in to this eventual Radiance.
Yeah.
And for 23 Savage, it's going to be the Vlad's first, which is very standard for the carry Tides. So regardless of whether he goes Radiance or not, it will be later. And how much are they stacking creeps for him right now? They've got a couple of them in the triangle area. I feel like this is completely necessary. And the question is, will BetBoom try to contest at some point? I mean, you have the Shadow Demon that we've talked about so many times before. Very, very, probably the best stacking supporter in the game. And from the Tidehunter's perspective, I mean, he could do these pretty soon, honestly. He has the Morbid Mask, so don't have to wait for them to be completely massive.
It's going to go phase Vlad's, and then I'm assuming Radiance, which is fine. It's a pretty standard build-up. Will, of course, be a lot slower than Omni's Treads Radiance. So there will be that advantage early on for the side of BetBoom. By the way, this lane is so miserable for Centaur. It's...
Yep, getting bullied out. Oh, he's going to repel under. He's going to force out the Stampede. Kiritich, nicely done, but the Hoof Stomp will follow into the pounce from Jokum. Uses the Hammer of Purity onto Jokum. Will survive. WS still very low from the earlier engagement, so they can't really do too much. As Makoto made his way over as well, but...
waste of time.
Indeed.
Not much, though. He's still going to be able to...
Kataomi's taunt. I forgot that was in the game. That's a basketball hoop.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Oracle's default animation on casting ult kind of looks like that, too.
Go Pacers. Hoof Stomp Finds one. They'll be able to easily kill off WS, so they just have the health advantage right now. Never went back to base to heal. Now Kiritich pressuring the tier 1 bot.
Yeah, things are looking great for the side of BetBoom right now. It's not a big numerical lead, but all their cores are nicely enabled. Whereas for the side of Talon, of course, WS having a rough one on the Centaur. And in many of his wins, I've been singing his praises. I think he has carried this team in multiple games from the offlane. That's not going to happen this game. You're playing Centaur, first of all, which generally doesn't carry games, and secondly, you're having a bad start, so even less. Which means in turn, you need the Tide to step up, you need the Lina to step up.
And this is really important. This has to connect for Talon, feels like. They're going to get the Demonic Purge, Kiritich. It's going to end up being an easy one. Very valuable kill. Cuckoo gets the last hit with the Demonic Purge, which something the panel brought up, of course, the dispels. I mean, really good this game against Omni and the 2 supports. It's very, very value.
Demonic Purge is the best spell this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean, to the point, and I know that Shadow Demons don't get that farm, but this would be an insane Ags game.
Yeah, because you want more than one.
Yeah.
Just want the extra charge.
Just such good value here. Not often you find that that is the case. They don't really have a... Is there Nullifier carrier Tide, I guess? I mean, Slark would be the perfect choice, but...
Yeah, he'll get it eventually on
It is a support, so it's going to be slow.
Yeah.
And we'll see how fast they're able to get these items, because I do think that they're going to have a huge impact.
There's a technical possibility of running it on Centaur as well. Nullifier. But that would probably be third or fourth item. You absolutely want the Blade Mail into Blink into something, and then you can consider it. But yeah, more likely it will just be one Nullifier this entire game on the Slark, and it will be late. So that's true. The Demonic Purge, important. The entire game, Cuckoo has a very critical job, and
will die in a house fire.
And you kind of have to connect. This is the other problem with that Demonic Purge. It doesn't necessarily lead to a kill if Lina isn't hitting the target. I don't think the other cores deal enough single target damage in the mid game to actually kill the guy you purge. Like, Tide is not your carry that will deal 2,000 damage in a Demonic Purge, nor will the Centaur.
No, well, Makoto off to a fine start. Not really dominating mid, but is still slightly on top.
Yeah.
I mean, having said that, 23 Savage, despite that death, is actually top net worth. Didn't realize that, so...
Yeah.
Has definitely bounced back for the time being, but the question is the timings here, because we both brought it up. The Radiance will be earlier for the Omni regardless. And it doesn't look like it will be a Radiance anyway for 23.
It's going Mage Slayer.
So Magic Resist and Spell Damage. I guess that works on Omni.
Radiant's middle tower
That's
is under attack.
kind of weird, though. Got his whole inventory queued up, though, so wants to go Blink after the fact into Shard Ags.
I was sure he was getting Radiance this game. Huh. All right, we'll see. Might work out. We've been wrong before. Of course, it's very rare.
Joe come. Whoa.
Close call.
Indeed. Pops the Shadow Dance. Still being pursued by Kiritich, but
Radiant's top tower is
will
under
eventually get out. And for GPK, I feel like this is one hero that the build just, even though we don't really see a ton of sniper,
Radiant's
almost
bottom
always
tower
the
is
same.
under attack.
Maybe not in the same order every time, but
yeah,
Maelstrom at some point with the Dragon Lance into Hurricane Pike.
He's rushing the Pike here, it looks like. That's going to cost him on the farming front, so not go the Maelstrom early on. Miro will open onto 23 Savage with the Roar.
Yep, the Roar is there. Looks into the Wheel of Wonder. Kraken Shell activates. Stampede to try to get away. We root him with the Hawk, and they will have enough damage in the end. Nice kill from BetBoom. It does take a lot. And now Makoto on the high ground, waiting for somebody to get close. It's not to be.
Well worth it to drop all those ults for the Tide.
Has been killed.
Might be an expensive kill, but it's a necessary one.
I wonder if his Kraken Shell, the Hard Dispel, activated before the Wheel of Wonder. I thought for sure it was going to act. Wait, does that get? Is that dispellable? Is it? It's a taunt.
Yeah,
is it the same as like Berserker's Call, where it actually cannot be?
I think you dispel it shortly and then it reapplies.
potentially
briefly,
a good
rather.
spell against the Tide then, if that is the case.
It definitely doesn't work the exact same way as Axe Call does. I think there's a little bit of an intermediary period. So let's say you have BKB on Tide. I think you can Kraken off the taunt for a moment and then BKB. I'm pretty sure, at least.
I'm sure we'll see that interaction again soon and pay attention. That's the second thing you need to pay attention to this game.
Already forgot the first one. Or something about Slark, right?
I actually also forgot.
Yeah, okay. That's good. The audience never forgets.
the
They'll know.
Chat will remember.
I'm sure if one of the things we talked about happens, they'll all be spamming like, wow, it happened.
Yeah, it's a good thing neither of us are reading it.
Yep. So we will
Never
not
find out.
appreciate it. Yeah, of course.
Jokum runs into Kata Omi.
Apparently runs an Italian restaurant now.
Kata Omi.
Yep.
And Jokum will be going for the Glimmer Cape. And then
standard.
Almost certainly Shard after the fact.
And Yules at some point, probably the standard Slark. 3 items that make him incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yeah, true. The Yules. I mean, that's another potential dispel, right?
Mm-hmm. True. Not against Repel, though, of course.
Yeah.
Won't work.
Yeah, Demonic Purge, the only one that will have any say in the matter there. Turned out to be a really good Shadow Demon game. And looks like the stacks were taken on the Talon side. Had to have been either the Lina or 23. Probably Lina, I suppose. And they're both top net worth in the game, though, so not complaining for Talon.
Big item timing arriving here for Miero. This game he has opted for the Aghanims on Beastmaster.
Okay. Do you like that over the helm?
I think if they manage to fight with it, there's 2 angles to the Axe, right? One is you get it fast, you take a crucial fight and you get Roche, which is really good. The other one is if nothing is happening, it's the fastest farming item on Beast. So either way, if you get it fast, it overtakes, I would say, Overlord pretty quickly in value. Whereas if you buy the Overlord, you really want to take map control. But if that's not in the cards here for BetBoom, I don't mind this. I think it's completely fine for him to just look to scale really hard. Might have been a conversation they already had that they feel like they'll just overtake the Tide.
Yeah.
In terms of impact, like Beastmaster can just see he's the highest net worth in his team here on Miero. Guess he'll deny his tower here. Okay. No.
He'll let the board do it.
We'll let someone else figure that out
at some point.
Here
Blink.
comes Jokum should just go and attack it once. Assert some dominance here.
Blink is now up for WS. As the Ags, like you said, online for Miera, so this would be a pretty good pick-off for Talon if they can surround him, but easier said than done as he finds the path of no resistance. Need to actually name that path something, by the way. And the, what's the little door, not the door, the force field called? The thing that is super out of place in Dota.
Oh,
I think there actually is an official name for that, but it was in like the original patch notes, and I don't remember.
The base gate.
Make sure to tell us in chat because we're definitely still not reading.
It might have been called Force Field, actually. That's a good name for it.
Very out of place. Tier 1 tower is going to be taken out, but the fortification is there for now as Makoto and Cuckoo waiting to jump as WS with the hoof stomp. False Promise, very early usage onto Kiritich. Wheel of Wonder expended as well, and Talon just runs away.
All right, some spells hit, some not hit so much.
A really early False Promise.
I think it's fine. They were showing clear intent on the side of Talon. They were definitely going to commit on that kill, so you might as well ult nice and early to give Omni more time to heal. You got the tower, you can get out. You're going to hit up top of the smoke, looks for their next tower with the Beastmaster push. This is a good map movement. Of course, you don't have Oracle ulti now.
Yeah, they run into the Slarky Malarkey, already half HP, 23 Savage onto the high ground. That would be a much bigger target, of course. Shadow Dance forced out, 23 Savage The Kraken Shell activated. The Roar doesn't last that long. Now the reinforcements are arriving, but 23 is super low already. Gets a lot of health back as they're going to try to backstab this sniper. GPK is assassinated with the Laguna Blade. 23 Savage eventually does drop as Kiritich claims his double kill. Fight continuing. Kiritich just does so much damage with each punch. Jokum dead. Triple kill for Kiritich. And not stopping anytime soon. Pops the Guardian Angel to tank the couple tower shots. As the LSA gonna connect onto Makoto. The box is gonna save him for now though. As WS will be the 4th dead for Talon in this engagement at the cost of GPK on the sniper.
Omni Knight's doing work right now. Kiritich did 1 million damage this fight. Minus 995,000 of course, but still a lot.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They get another objective. So far, this last pick tide has not carried its weight. Let's see if that's going to change when 23 Savage gets his Ags plus Gush talent at 15. It's a very big damage upgrade for this hero, of course, to go this route. It's an alternative to Radiance, but you are putting a lot of pressure on Makoto to really have a free fight and stand and deliver. And this fight went so well for BetBoom in spite of GPK getting burst, right?
BetBoom want to go again. Looks like Cuckoo is going to be the recipient of the gank. Maybe they just go straight into the pit now.
Yep, would be a good play. This is actually perfect timing. You're going to kill this Roche, and then it's almost minute 20, and you just stay in the top half of the map and get the Tormentor as well.
Oh, Orchid.
Oh, he didn't. He wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
You get the Rat Bastard.
Both supports dead. Rat Bastard included.
Yeah.
So Aegis will go the way of BetBoom. GPK will take it.
I think spilling out on the map like this actually doesn't make very much sense right now. Just stay top and take the Tormentor. I don't think Talon are in a position to fight you without Ravage. Oh, you actually will have Ravage ready, pardon me. So maybe they would be interested.
Pardon me.
My good man. Excuse me.
It'll be a Deso, by the way, eventually for GPK. What do you think about that?
It's fine. I
feel like the
doesn't have
item's
the
been-
best synergy with Omni.
No, it does not.
But
the item has been gaining traction in this patch.
Yeah.
Trying to remember if anything was changed with it.
I kind of like Maelstrom better, and I think you could have argued for buying Maelstrom earlier as well, just for farming speed. He's definitely lower net worth than he could have been. It's not like Talon has been taking much initiative anyway, but maybe specifically because of the Pike, they haven't been able to find him as much as they'd like, but I don't really think it's made much of a difference.
In the end, Talon will be able to take the Tormy.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of
Oh, wow.
Gets it for free on Slark. I think this is a bit of a blunder from BetBoom. This is actually really valuable. Not only do they get it, but they get it on Slark, so he can buy other items faster.
Yeah, that's...
The Slark one is a lot better than the Beast, the Shadow Demon one in this game.
Well, it's a lot better than every shard in the game.
Yeah.
You could have just picked any hero.
True. Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah. Lucky 50-50 for Talon. See if they can take advantage. Makoto showing himself under the tier 2 tower. I mean, the one thing that... Oh, they do have Blink on Beastmaster now, so they do have a way to close the gap. It's Makoto. Next to the force field. Science fiction. Shouldn't be in Dota. Same with the scan. Remember the scan when it first came out? I was like, that's weird.
Well, what do you think about Sniper's current cosmetic?
It does fit the force field. I will say that. Aghanim Scepter officially picked up 423, so we'll see how effective it is. It is definitely a good Ags.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
BetBoom, 2.5 minutes to burn on the Aegis. They'll get this tier 2. And probably one more.
Now, Talon, courtesy of not playing the first series of the day, should have already showered going into this one.
I don't know. If it was you, you'd still wake up 10 minutes before the game. So, oh, okay. They swap places.
Wow.
Vengeful Spirit somewhere is smiling in the grave of unpicked heroes as WS pops the Blade Mail, but he keeps getting rooted as well. Gets off the Stampede, but the assassinate from GPK
he was
from
hoping to fade Aurora.
downtown.
Nice patience there from Miero to not use the roar. Just confident they're going to get him and that it won't take too long. He was right. Yeah, WS a bit desperate for farm. He is so far behind the other cores.
Yeah.
Like, a criminal amount. Playing Centaur this poor feels really bad. There's so many offlaners that can do quite a bit with less farm. Centaur is built around being able to stay in the fight for extended periods of time and really absorb damage. When you're behind by this much, you end up just being a liability. Especially against the Deso sniper, he's going to hit you really hard and fast.
I'm surprised he didn't start the game with a Vanguard. He's still going to go Crimson anyway. It is a really good Crimson game.
Yeah.
That does feel quite late to just start building it. SGPK. And the BetBoom side will be able to claim this tier 2 tower with a minute left on the Aegis. Jokum trying to find an opening for himself. Now that he has that freebie Depth Shroud, he can focus on the Nullifier to come. They're right next to each other.
Top tower is under attack.
Do not see, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice. Zero value assassinate.
Has fallen.
I actually baited him to Glimmer, I guess.
Tower is
Yep,
under
true.
attack. Radiant's structures are fortified.
Okay, they
Shadow
bait the ult.
dances, yeah. And the Stampede.
Okay.
To escape. A BKB was activated, though, as Orchid not going to be followed up too far away, and the Aegis is going to expire here, but I wonder if BetBoom just continues to go for this last tier 2.
No
If
reason
they do,
not
if
to.
Talon can be able to get a jump of some kind. There's a Blink Ravage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on this Blink Ravage to be timed really well, though, for the side of 23, because we already established all of these saves and ways of protecting themselves in general that they have make it difficult to execute. Now, Kiritich is going to go for the the harpoon into BKB. Seems to be his plan. I feel like this would be a good game to get a dagger on the Omni as well. But maybe harpoon plus dagger is a bit of overkill.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Jokum.
He is really low on mana.
Yes, he is. He's going to get a nice ward down, though. Interesting.
Yeah, that can't even be bothered to chase him. But I will say this movement from him is pretty telegraphed for warding. When he gets spotted there.
This is really interesting.
Radiant are scanning.
So, Kataomi is going to be getting a Ghost Scepter, which is not interesting. But queuing up an Ags afterwards. I don't think I've ever seen this one before, but it's really cool. False Promise gives you invisibility, but in addition grants 30% bonus spell damage and 0.25 reduced base attack time. On a Lina? Sounds pretty dirty.
Yep. Unfortunately, Lina's in the other team.
Well, it still stands true.
But it is correct. That is crazy.
Well, then in this case, on the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
30% spell damage, pure.
I'm assuming that works on Hammer of Purity, but the BAT isn't as valuable for him as for other carries.
Yeah.
But it's really nice for the sniper.
Jokum. Have to use the Shadow Dance. Trying to get the pounce off. He's getting surrounded. Uses the Death Shroud as well. Glimmer Cape, not enough. They finally get the Slarky Malarkey.
I'm going to use it for anything, though, is the question. No Roche, no Tormentor, no Tower. Ends up just being a casual support kill that takes them 15 seconds. Not really that valuable, honestly.
I'm hoping this is a late game scenario. I want to see this Ags on Oracle.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, if the first 27 minutes are anything to go by, let's hope the players don't faint. Getting to that late game.
Yep. Stay healthy, everybody. Well, we'll find out about the next rush here relatively shortly. And I feel like that is one that Talon are going to want to try to contest if they can. They have the Ravage, which we've seen, has it been once or twice at this stage? Maybe twice.
Yeah, I
at
guess.
most. Not a whole lot of team
I
fighting
lost
from
track,
Talon.
honestly. There's been so many good ones. Hard to keep count.
He's 23 has still kept himself towards the top of the charts, though, on the farm department.
He's going to go Shiva's next. I mean, they're playing a carry tide, but he effectively has an offlane build.
Yes, he does.
No real adjustment.
And well, part of it maybe is because they don't really have an offlaner this game.
Well, their offlaner also has an offlane build.
WS very poor, though, like you said. 4K net worth just between him and the next up.
Jokum will steal the wisdom. Nice little grab there, and now he's going to go for that nullifier, so he's going to go that over Yules. Break his smoke and see him, and he's getting out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Makoto to go along with the Boots of Travel, Hurricane Pike, Mjolnir. Looks like Lincoln's. He's 2K in. Try to contest the Roar. That's the one thing that can really destroy him. But having said that, we talked about the save potential with the Shadow Demon. And, well, the panel did bring up, and the Death Shot, obviously, but they did bring up the fact that Centaur could be one of those heroes as well, but at this rate, it's going to take a while. And he does finish the Crimson, though, for WS, which is probably the most valuable item he could buy the entire game. Now focusing on Pipe,
Dire are scanning.
which it's not that much magic damage. I feel like a lot of pure and physical, the little magical intertwined. Do you feel like the Pipe is necessary?
It's like against Beastmaster. He's going to get Shivas. He's got the Drums of Slom. But yeah, since Sniper didn't buy Maelstrom, I actually think it's significantly worse.
I don't know if I like this choice.
No, me neither.
You could start building the Ags if you want.
Yeah, Axe Lena would be nice.
Well, that is a Slark no longer. Talon were looking to go for Roshan, and now they're going to have to wait 40 seconds unless they want to expend the buyback here.
I think BetBoom will force them, perhaps. They could start it themselves.
Despite it being 15-4, net worth still real close. Gotta give Talon credit with that.
Haste on me.
But again, this could be a situation where Talon, I mean, they can't see the net worth. Do they feel like they're in this? Like, if it's this close? I don't know. WS on the high ground.
I think they probably don't feel like they're very far behind because their cores know their timings, right? They have a general concept of when they're meant to pick up these items, and they have high CS. You can obviously keep track of that. You're 30 minutes in, you have 2 cores with 350 CS each.
Smoke from BetBoom. They're going to try to wrap around.
From the front.
Actually, they're going to go through the triangle the old-fashioned way. Jokum already with the Shadow Dance as 23 Savage getting in pretty deep, uses his shard onto one, and the Stampede has to be used in a defensive measure. They're going to pop the Crimson as well. Ravage finally comes out, the Roar expended as well, and it looks like Miero's going to be the first to fall, but he gets False Promise applied to him immediately. As 23 Savage, super low on HP, will have to exit the premises. WS will barely survive, although GPK with the Assassinate looking to finish him off, and it's going to cost him his own life. As Talon starting to clean up now. They get 3 kills off the back of that. That looked really bad for Talon, but now they will likely get Roche as well. GPK really wanted that kill on Centaur. But
like
maybe there was no way for him to exit anyway.
Part of the problem right now for BetBoom is that they have so limited lockdown. They only have this Roar. They get it onto the Shadow Demon. He survives, though. And they kind of just get kited. The Aegis here.
Miro looked like he was about to sneeze there, but opted against it.
I think Miro is a very calm guy. That was probably his version of a Primal Roar.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he's a good kid. Yeah. Can't say that about a lot of pro players, but
seems like a good dude.
Yeah, very healthy as well. Refused to eat snacks at Raleigh.
Yeah,
that we provided him.
That's not because of the snacks. It's the snack giver.
Yeah, maybe.
Didn't trust you.
Yep, understandable.
It's wise to be apprehensive about any interaction with you, for that matter.
Very true.
Time for Tormund, a.k.a. Tormund time.
Jokum!
Good Yule. They can't kill it, can they?
Jokum! 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 Ah!
my God!
They were so close to losing the Aegis, too.
But at what cost?
Mikoto with 100 HP.
All right, they get the cleanse on the Shadow Demon. It costs them 2 supports.
This is going to cost them a decent amount of map control. BetBoom could just push out all the lanes and place aggressive vision with this, so... Always love seeing supports die to the Tormentor. It's really fun. Just, you know.
Okay.
That's great. I mean, if this...
I mean, he has ult here. Why would he not use Shadow Dance?
Or Depth Shroud.
I'm so... I'm so confused. You have ways to survive that. Okay.
Well, now you're cornered on the map. But you have Aegis. Still.
Yes.
Out of all the heroes that could have died, at least the core lived.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the funny thing is, if they just committed earlier, maybe it's not as disastrous. Tormentor was healing a bit. GPK. Going to town on this tower. It is denied.
It's got some nice attack range, 1160.
Yep, not too shabby.
And that's actually without a neutral item giving range. If he would have had a vast version of the Shiv, he would have had even more.
He's going Silver Edge, so a way to break 23 Savage. And that can be pretty damn good in terms of just going all in on the Tide. Kraken Shell doesn't activate, no hard dispel. That is usually the most important spell for him in these engagements, just to get insurance that he can get his ult off. And the Shadow Demon, of course, is mostly going to be looking to saving the Lina.
Yeah.
Depth Shroud as well. The Lina just the hardest right clicker on the side of Talon.
We didn't mention the changes to Take Aim, right? Sniper's actually been reworked a bit this patch.
Remind me?
So Take Aim used to give armor, and now it gives vision range when you activate it. So the interesting thing about this, the base ability Take Aim just gives you more range. You have 250 on level 4 instead of 200 before at all levels. But then...
the box. Trying to save Miero, but he doesn't need saving. He will roar TP, the Nightfall special.
The reason I bring up the vision range is that it's kind of interesting against Slark. So when you use Take Aim, you can see Slark at nighttime, I'm assuming. It's a lot of vision you get. You get another 1,250 vision in a 140-degree cone. Val seems to like these cones now. That's their new thing.
I like mine with an ice cream, though. Ooh, all right. The Repel TP.
Yep. Always going to last long enough unless SD is there. Or they, of course, get a bash, but who would buy that? All the heroes are laughing, having a good time. This game does indeed not really feel like PvP very much, so...
Yeah, very even, though.
Everybody's
This is all we could hope for, Senior Man.
Well, I could hope for more action, but...
There's been slower games than this. This is okay. Well, mainly because I know that there's going to be a gigantic fight, and I like the hero compositions for both sides. They're interesting. I don't mind it. Yep, there we go. Get ready for that, apparently.
It's a little bit early to start thinking in terms of 90 minutes.
Yeah, next game, let's have that come up at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
Get everybody ready.
Yeah, when First Blood is claimed, just put up shortest game. Like...
That's really toxic. Although that would have been pretty accurate the other game we cast, where the First Blood was a complete
disaster. The 3-for-1 fight and then lost all
that would have been fitting.
There you go. Your favorite neutral item is back. Outworld Staff by Kiritic.
What did he combine that with?
So what I will say about this, Jenny, so you talked about how you thought this item was undertuned and wasn't going to do enough.
Yeah.
And we still we're laughing about it because so many players pick it, so clearly they have a different view on it than you. But I have to say, in your defense, we've barely seen it do anything. And they keep taking this item, and I think there's been like a handful of the games where I've been like, yes, in this game it's really, really good. But there's been just as many where you just don't use it. Like the 0.7 seconds that you buy is specifically targeting really, like, okay, let's say you dodge a Laguna Blade with it, for example. That would be sick. Or you dodge a Centaur Stomp.
I mean, the way that I look at it, the main use, and again, I'm not saying I'm an expert, is for a support to kind of disjoint whatever initiation is upon them. Just give them a little extra time to be able to activate a skill, right?
Yep.
On a core, though, I feel like there's better options usually. I mean, we're looking at one right now on the Beastmaster. Like, the Pyrrhic Cloak is just absurd.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that Kiritich wasn't offered that. Pyrrhic Cloak seems like the choice for most cores right now. Got another Outworld Staff for the Slark.
Okay. Well,
now, Shadow Demon still has his Dormant. So this is 2 Curios being finally used. So Slark got the Dormant version of the Outworld Staff. Really worth saving 37 minutes to get that 0.2 second banish. And then Shadow Demon with the Monocle. Now this one is pretty good. You get more cast range. That is value. Okay. The upgraded Monocle, 30% more.
I mean, I think for any hero, the item, Slark actually makes the most sense, if you think about it, especially the support Slark, where you have this many annoying things you have to get through. But yeah 0.9 seconds. So he held on to that for 38 minutes for 0.2 extra seconds. It's tough to say.
The ironic thing about the upgraded version of this item is that that's not strictly better, necessarily.
Yeah, that's true. It's dependent. Yeah.
For most of the other items, it's just objectively just better. It's more of range, more of damage, you know? But this one...
Yeah.
And then someone's going to be like, yeah, but more damage can be worse if the enemy has Blade Mail. Shut up. That's...
Shut your mouth.
We're not thinking in those terms, okay? I know you were thinking it, chat. I know you guys. You're going to be like, okay, but can I misinterpret anything the casters say? Can I make them biased somehow? It fits my worldview. Okay, right over.
You can continue. We got to pause.
Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel.
I can't tell the game's paused. To me, there's no difference.
Oh, okay.
But it's good to see that it says it. If it didn't say it in the middle of the screen, I genuinely would not have noticed. So,
I actually believe that. Yep.
Drawing some circles. This is our good friend Bob. Of course, not. This is nothing against Bob from the band. That was just the first name that came to mind when I saw that ogre. Bob, I think you're a handsome young man. You're great at playing music. Very likable dude.
But this Bob,
all of
the ogre Bob,
all of the guys from the band are a great bunch. To be fair. And that ogre also looked like a good time, so I don't think Bob minds sharing a name with this ogre.
By all means.
But at this point, it's already canon.
Yeah, you can't unsay it.
No.
I mean, luckily for these creatures that we name, their names go with them to the grave, right? When a new one spawns, it's a new individual. It's not the same guy reincarnated. They
He's
just happen
still
to
called
look
Bob,
similar.
though. It's a long lineage of Bobs. It's like in the U.S. where you're called your dad's name Junior, which is super weird.
Wait, how's that weird?
It's just weird. You're another person. You're not mini dad.
So like Bob the Third, Bob the Fourth.
Yeah,
they do that in Europe. There's a long lineage of
kings.
kings.
You do that for kings, specifically kings.
You're saying, so you're saying that's just for kings?
I think even
that's
that's
royalty.
Tied to our advantage. Tied to our advantage.
Because that's how Junior becomes. You're the second. You know.
No, you're just another person.
Okay.
Yeah. I would. Never.
It's just a name. Who cares?
Yeah, it's just a name, Sean.
Why do you always have the most uninteresting things to talk about?
That's right. Let's talk about shoe sizes instead. That's a lot more interesting.
That was interesting.
Yep.
A lot of people were riveted by that conversation.
I was blown away by your ability to do improv with that.
So let's get an update on the records here. So BetBoom in this group stage 2 are 4-1.
Yep.
Talon are 3-2. BetBoom are second right now, and I would say they have a slight amount of separation that they can feel a little bit comfortable, but obviously not enough to ensure top 2 outright. Whereas Talon, they're kind of like in this middle ground. They're tied for third. Tough place to be. You got to win at least another match.
And the most important thing above all else is getting top 4, right? That's the biggest thing. Of course, the teams would be happy to start in the upper bracket, but it's way more important to get into that top 4. And if BetBoom were to win this series, I actually think they're secured. I think 5 wins will not even tie for 4th in this format with the current standings. The tiebreaker, if there is one for 4th place, will likely be 3-4 or 4-3. 5-2 is, it's not even mathematically possible anymore, I think. Unless, maybe if Paravision lose both their last series, then technically, but then that would be a tie for first instead.
And,
So,
which
yeah.
I don't think, when it comes to the playoffs, that will matter, right? Because they play each other.
Yeah, when it comes to tiebreakers, there will be a tiebreaker match played for
Look at
second.
that. We'll go back to that.
There'll be a tiebreaker for second and a tiebreaker
Look at
for
this
fourth.
sandal. That looks so uncomfortable. I mean, his feet look uncomfortable.
The
too,
moment
to be
I
fair.
saw this foot, I thought about, we've talked about this game before. You've played Black and White, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's true. The graphics
Epic
are so
game.
bad.
This
Yeah,
really reminds me, the moment I saw this, I was thinking Citizen in Black and White.
Can
or
you
Villager.
spank him?
Only your pet. You can't spank the citizen.
That's too bad. You can kill them, though.
Yeah, you can teach your pet to eat villagers.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Yeah,
And I would
the way
lose
you
the game.
the way you condition your pet in Black and White is actually awesome. It's literally just immediate feedback, and the pet learns the behavior that you
right.
teach it.
You spank 'em.
A friend of mine taught his pet to eat his own shit in that game. So every time it would eat his own shit, it would like start throwing up because it was disgusting. But then he would pet it, so it would learn to just walk around.
Just an endless cycle of eating shit, huh?
Yeah, it's
wow.
Honestly, we need that more in game design nowadays. We need that. Can you put that in Relic Arena by chance that you can?
It's already planned. Don't worry about it.
Is
You know
that
me.
the upgrade to the toilet relic, of course. Oh, that looks unhealthy.
A 3-toed foot, huh?
Yeah, and the other one has one from this perspective. There's a one toe.
Yeah, there's some clipping going on here, I do believe.
Is that Bob again?
Oh yeah, it was
Bob just keeps on giving, huh?
Jeez.
What do you call the thing he's wearing? Is that called a loincloth?
Yep, I believe so.
It's a loincloth.
Usually doesn't
All
go
right.
too well on a deformed body like that, but leave that for another day. As we're back in game.
Yay!
GPK got his concussive grenade to get around. And 45 seconds away from potentially Roshan, as now the Silver Edge comes to play.
Yeah. 21 minutes away from neutral item tier 5s as well.
Yep, we're almost there, guys. Hold true. Hold tight. Refresher for 23. Truly is the offlaner build here, but he gets it way faster than an offlaner normally would.
Well, Miero just got his.
Okay.
So pretty much at the exact same timing.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. They're actually neck and neck. It's like almost identical builds here. That is so funny. Wait, what's the difference? The BKB for Miero,
Radiant
the treads. And that's it, right?
Is that it? Really?
It looks like it. The Vlads.
Yeah, the Vlads.
Well, it's the Vlads instead of, other than the boots, it's the Vlads instead of
BKB, yeah.
the BKB.
Yeah. Yep, riveting stuff. 23 Savage. Gonna fight 2 boars here. He's gonna win.
And we have a smoke, though, both sides. GPK takes the damage rune.
He's currently silver edged up.
He is.
Sees
The edge
Makoto.
is quite silver. They're going to get the Primal Roar onto the high ground. They go into Disruption to save him. Makoto's actually fine. Laguna Blade now applied to Kiritish. He's the one in trouble. Demonic Purge applied. He's going to use the Mystic Staff, whatever the hell that neutral item is called. Dies shortly after as GPK falls promised at the moment, attempting to TP, but the Yules will cancel it.
Miero
As
on Makoto.
The Shadow Demon save again. Miero really wants to find this Lina, but no. Double kill for Cuckoo of all heroes as GPK is next. 4 dead at the cost of nothing. Talon coming out on top massively.
This
now
might
have
be
a massive lead.
This might be game.
It could be. That's 3 cores without buyback.
They have a full minute, and Lina has Satanic, so she can heal to full on this upcoming wave.
Radiant's middle tower has
And just keep going in. I mean, these fights are genuinely just feels like they're decided by the saves, right? It's you try to
they
go
just
on.
call GG. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That is it. Wow.
okay.
The game
They
was
tried
not.
to-
It was one fight. We were kind of right. We were kind of right there. The Talon coming out on top. That was a very interesting game. This patch is so weird, isn't it?
Yeah, they tried to go on the Lina with the Roar plus Sniper, but a really fast reaction from Makoto to pike himself away. Then he gets disrupted. Then they protect him afterwards with the Slark when Beastmaster tries a second time around. That really just feels like this game, I think Shadow Demon was just the MVP hero. Disruption saves plus the Purge against Omni Knight.
He was huge.
Made the fights really difficult for Kiritich. And perhaps there was something to be said about itemization here. Perhaps you have to plan for that. Like, if you're gonna get owned this hard by an SD, could you have bought something to solve that problem for the Omni? At least whatever they did this time did not work out. I don't know. This game was really weird to watch. I feel like nothing happened for 20 minutes, and then one fight just ended the game. Like, we were just running in circles. Fights weren't really breaking out. Nobody got a meaningful advantage. And this was a similar fashion to what happened in the previous series with the Aurora versus Yakult game, where in that game, though, there was an early big advantage for the Yakult. And then both teams kind of just farmed for 10 minutes, and then Yakult lost the fight and lost the game. So I hope we're going to see a little bit more dynamic than this, back and forth.
Well, technically, we are seeing quite a variety of different games.
Yeah, that's true.
We're seeing like 10 different metas. Just every game is different.
Yep.
Like a box of M&Ms, Cinderin. You never know what color it's gonna be.
Yep, that's
right.
That's right. The classic saying from my favorite movie of all time, the 8 Mile with Eminem, of course.
Of course, that's a good one.
Yes.
Really enjoyed that one. But BetBoom, despite having the kill lead most of the game, if not all of the game, honestly, Talon, you come out on top in this game, number 1.
And that is right, you two. We had to have a doctor come in here because my heart rate beat was so high per minute. This game, it was so exciting to watch. They had to give me something to calm down a little bit. But jokes aside, yeah, there doesn't seem like much was happening. Both of these teams, they were kind of farming, but they couldn't find any openings. At this time, BetBoom, they were making relatively good moves using this super farmed Omni Knight at the time, and they couldn't take the fight. Inside of Flipster Talon, they didn't have much, and this is the big turnaround fight that was in favor of Flipster Talon. Disruption did buy them a little bit more time. Tidehunter, we saw him struggling at the start against this pure damage, but ever since they got enough farm, it was more than enough to have the sustain. BetBoom team, they also had a couple of these saving supports, but it was not enough. I think both of these teams kind of had similar drafts of what they wanted to do, and having this sniper dealing the damage, but he didn't have that much attack speed. And another flawless game coming out from Mikoto. His Lina is definitely a menace, and this was the first pick Lina, have that in mind. So coming into the second game, I want to see if BetBoom team is going to address it.
When I watch those type of games, I feel like so much of Dota is about having experience in a situation and knowing like what I'm going to do with my items, my timings. And I'm thinking if I'm like this carry Omni going like Radiance Orchid, if I'm this Tide carry that's playing offlane items, I'm like an offlane Beastmaster going carry items. I feel like nobody knew which way was up in that game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was surprised it was that slow. It was such a slow game, right? Everybody got to do what they wanted, get all the items that they needed, you know. Normally it doesn't go like that. I think
There's something about
funny, Lacoste?
There's something really funny about just that game as a whole. Nothing to do with anything you're saying.
One thing, okay, thank you for that. I needed that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm coming out of, you know, my shell today.
I really thought I'd be able to hold it together, but that game was just so entertaining. That
Yeah.
I'm like recalling that.
Laughable.
Yeah, it's a laughable game. I felt like I'm remembering the time where Tide died top and time where, you know, Omni Knight pushed Repel.
Right.
Just a lot of really funny
That was really funny to you, huh? Yeah.
You being so serious about how funny this is somehow funny to me.
Right. I'm gonna try to make my point now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Very serious.
Yeah. So the Tide Beast matchup, right?
Yeah.
I was a bit strong on that earlier.
Yeah.
And I still am, because I think that the Beastmaster fed first blood. I think that matters a lot in this type of matchup. You saw the early waves, how low the Tide was. Like, he kept getting bullied.
Yeah, he was like barely surviving for a while.
Yeah, I also think that if they managed to pull the lane back and kept the lane there, it would have been over for Tide. And then I also think it's kind of weird to go Aghanims. I think that item's a bit dead. Maybe if you still go for the Dom, and then he has Omni Knight come through the gate, they break the tower, they take, you know, they break this Tide, then suddenly it's a different game. Beast can take over the map, right? But instead, it's just a farm fest. everyone's AFK. And Lina is free farming, Tide's free farm, everyone's just farming, right? I think that's really bad for BetBoom in this game.
Yeah.
Oracle wants to click his spells, right?
Yeah, it felt like they had a lot of people to enable Beastmaster to go in and maybe Sniper to hit, but they had no way to actually force Talon to do anything
Yeah, but
about
I
it.
think that has to come through the Beast, right?
That's what I'm. Yeah, because they don't have the summons build. I think. Yeah, man, this is just one of those drafts where so many things are new from this patch that I think a lot of this stuff, even Miero's like thinking this in hindsight, like maybe I needed to go to the Dom, like we wanted to push tier 2 top and we brought 5 heroes here and Talon just walked away and we don't have significant tower damage and Sniper has to hit it for 20, 30 seconds, right? Which just doesn't feel good compared to like a Beastmaster who can casually take it and pressure it and maybe set up his team to rotate.
I mean, he probably thinks that if I go dominant in this game, it's going to be kind of useless. The game will go late. I'm playing a tight carry. I can't take his tower. Like this type of thoughts, right?
Yeah.
I can have a good, like a really early axe. Maybe it's better, right? He had it 14 minutes. That's pretty early from the offlane.
Yeah.
But I think he needs to use, allow his teammates to play through him, right? With the Dom. Because otherwise, nothing is happening, like we talked about.
Yeah, I think part of the stalemate is also that they have the skill potential from a hero like Beast with the Blink Axe, but we saw Yokam just like scouting them at all times. And sometimes that Slark scouting can turn into his own team doing something with it, but it seemed like Tidehunter building for teamfight, Centaur building the auras, Lina just hitting creeps, and they were using Yokam as a way to just avoid any and all fights. And I think based on what I'm watching back and also a bit of hindsight 2020 is that was Talon's plan all along. That's also kind of been an SEA staple of their playstyle. Is there something in your hair? Is it
No,
okay?
I'm just a bit self-conscious about
that's okay.
I had a haircut.
Yeah,
recently,
I can see
but I'm
that,
not getting the same looks and compliments that I was hoping for. So I'm just.
I think you have nice flowing locks, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I had it colored as well.
What's your natural hair color?
Oh, it's like blonde. I have natural blonde hair, but I had it colored because like I heard this is.
Was it more of like a classy look? You wanted to go like for the more mature, well-spoken?
No, actually, I heard this is really modern. Yeah, so I went with it. But
Is it like the
people are
industrial
looking
look
a lot.
over here?
People are looking back,
Turning heads.
Yes, but not in the
way
good
that you're going for.
Not in the good way I was hoping. So yeah, I don't know.
As long as you know, I was laughing at the game earlier.
Okay.
Like
Okay, that makes me feel
so we clear
a
up
bit better. Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah. Okay, that makes me
In case you were
a little
subtly
better.
hinting
Because
at that.
I just sometimes I just like to let my hair down.
Yeah.
And just
Absolutely.
let it.
Free flow.
Yeah, simply.
That's what you gotta do in the Dota game sometimes,
Yeah. You can't be afraid to let loose and just live a little.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god. Impressive.
They're baffled.
Stop saying Euro.
He's American.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Jasperdy, the trivia game show that is taking your stream by storm. I've been joined by two separate teams. First off, we got Pyrian and Effie.
Ready to cook those frauds.
These lads are dusted, like
Done and
easy
dusted.
peasy.
These frauds being Sunsfin and Cinderin.
Critically acclaimed
We're gonna be
frauds.
terrible. I can feel it already.
Friends, the rules are like much of that nationally syndicated American television show where I will give you an answer and you guys will have to answer in a who or what form as your response. Our first category is talented players. Second category is going to be actually Dota trivia. That's the name of the category. It's actually Dota
Pass.
trivia. Well, then
Pass on
perhaps
that
you
one,
will enjoy
boring.
the next one then, Shannon, because our next category is real life skills.
Oh.
Can't pass on two of them.
I've got a couple of skills
in your pocket.
All right, we got to do better than the other ones then.
And then the last category in the spirit of this Dream League, maybe jazz. I will choose the first category.
Sure.
Okay, great. Let's do real simple. Actually, Dota trivia for 200. This hero has the highest base damage in the game. Cinderin.
Is it Treant?
Treant Protector.
God, that's not a good sign.
Answer in the correct.
Who is Treant Protector?
Got to answer in the correct format.
What on earth?
Fucking Europeans, man.
You didn't know either.
What do you mean?
You didn't say who is.
What an absolute
because you were the
failure,
one
am I right?
answering.
Oh.
Easy point for us.
Easy point. Take your pick of category and points.
Shall we continue with Dota trivia?
Sure.
We shall continue.
How typical.
For 400.
400.
Actually, Dota trivia for 400. This tier 1 neutral item provides a move speed slow.
Go, Ted. You know this.
I don't. Well, I thought I did.
Just hit the button.
I can't remember what
Ted.
it's called.
Well, that is...
Can I describe it?
I don't think so.
All right.
Wait, I'm trying to remember the name of it.
They've taken away a lot of the neutral items. Effie.
What is Lance of Pursuit?
That is incorrect.
Fuck, it's gotta be.
Oh, wait,
it's
that's
clearly
slow.
one that I don't take.
What is it?
That's tier 2.
It's clearly one that I would.
Unbelievable.
No, I'm not giving up here. Hang on.
Orb of Destruction.
Oh no, it exists in tier 1 now.
Actually, Dota trivia for 600. This neutral creep aura will make you richer. Cinderin.
Say what?
What is Prospector Aura?
That is correct.
Wow.
Technically, it's
Wrong prospecting aura. What is prospecting aura? It's not prospector. It's what is prospecting.
You're literally just playing the game off of leeching my answers. This is not.
I'm
This
sorry,
is not.
but it's not prospector. You wouldn't win in Jeopardy that way.
That's true.
It's prospecting aura.
Good
It's
job,
prospecting.
There are multiple correct answers to this question. We're going to go back and forth until one person
Ooh, I
does
like
not
that.
provide a correct answer.
Okay.
All right. Who are the heroes in the game that can go invisible by using an ability? We'll start with you, Cinderin. Don't need a buzz. We're going back and forth. Sudden death.
Who is Bounty Hunter?
All right.
Who is Clinks?
All right.
Who is Ricky Maru?
Oh, who is Templar Assassin?
No, I just.
5, 4.
Who's Kez?
That's correct.
Who is Invoker?
That's correct.
I have one as well.
4, 3.
Who is Wraithing with the Shadow Blade?
Nope.
That is technically correct.
No,
Nope. Ability, not item. All right, so you guys have to get one more.
Who is Nyx Assassin?
That is correct.
Oh my god, I play so much Nyx.
There we
You're
go.
actually worthless.
You suck, Cinderin.
I got all the other answers.
All right, I will remind you of the other categories, seeing as how we've only chosen one. Talented players.
Yeah, we'll take that for 200.
Take that for 200. This is one of 2 players to have competed at the most TIs. It's 2 valid answers. Who'd you got?
Who is Puppy?
That is correct. The other one is Fly.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I said.
11
So you get
TIs.
points for
We
that
got
one.
the points.
You got the
Fly
points.
second in TIs.
We'll go with the same category, 400.
This player exclusively listens to music from the TV show SpongeBob SquarePants on their Twitch stream. Effie.
Who is Watson?
That is correct.
Oh my god.
Impressive. You want to do
Baffled.
talented players for 600?
Yes, please.
This player was kicked from Fnatic at a pizza party after qualifying.
We got it.
Who is Eternal Envy?
That is incorrect. After qualifying for ESL 1 Katowice, the receiving end of the kick of the pizza party. Just press the button.
Just press it.
Just say it. I know you want to.
Is that correct?
It's on the tip of your tongue.
Just pick any player.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Say who is.
Who is Ohio?
Nope.
Oh!
Too bad. You didn't say it correctly, but you had the right answer. So close.
Yourself.
All right, we're going to do that category for 1,000, please, Neil.
These characters were formerly the item keybinds for Jake Sir Action / Canner. Cinderin.
What is P Euro N exclamation mark Z?
That is incorrect.
Underscore.
That is incorrect, Neil.
You've got quite a few, but not all of them.
Dude, you got a buzz?
He said euros,
Oh.
but
He
it's
did say
not euros.
That is
got a buzz?
absolutely correct.
Well, you buzz.
I don't know. You know.
I only know that one.
Oh.
Because it was so ridiculous.
Hey, we got most of them. That's
No.
All right, here we go.
gotta count for something.
It's 1,000.
What is PUN $ and underscore?
Can I do another try?
You're not going to get them. You've gotten all the easy ones already.
P Euro N.
Stop saying Euro.
He's American. It's a $.
Timmy?
All right, next. Fuck you.
Thanks for tuning in, friends, for this part 1 of Jeopardy. Can't wait to see how we're going to escalate things even more when we come back for part 2.
But
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and it seems like we are kind of at a point where the patch has settled a little bit more, and the games are not going to go 90 minutes. Teams know when they're beat. They call GG when there's a fight that definitely they know is the last one, and that's how we end up with a very reasonable schedule. Game time end. Talon won over BetBoom in Game 1 of this best of 3 that we're watching right now, and I also think hereby we know the Flipster Talon second series of the day, Brian, that's where it's at.
They've already showered.
They've already showered.
That's all I got. Misery?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I think, were you going to say something?
No, I was going to ask you, what should BetBoom do this time around? Because
Okay.
we didn't even think that their draft was that bad, right?
No, let me just first say, I think Talon played really well, even though they were just farming. They were playing very calm. They were very calm in the game. They kept farming, even though, you know, I think Sunsfan was talking about, do they know how close the game is? Do they feel like they're further behind? Things like that. I think they were very aware of the situation. They were just confident in their Lina that's high at scaling. So I think that's props to them. And then as for BetBoom, I think we talked about it just now, that I think they need to enable the Beast more, to play a bit faster through the Beastmaster, maybe with the Helm, kill the Tide Tower early so that he doesn't become so strong. He already had Vlads and 2 Bracers, Phase Boots. I think then it's too late. You gotta attack early when Beast is right when you get the Dom, take his tower and then maybe kill him once and then look to take the mid tower. I think then we have a very different game at our hands.
I think the reason why the game did go this way is because both of the teams kind of believed in their own drafts, thinking that no matter what happens, they are going to be able to take it late, and one idea just worked better than the other one. And as well, of course, the execution that came out in the last 2 team fights.
I would actually play devil's advocate to that, because I feel like when you have Sniper going Hurricane Pike, Deso, Shard, like he has no intention of hitting creeps, I feel like. And then Omni Knight went Radiance Orchid, which implies he has no intention of hitting creeps because he went Orchid. And then Beastmaster went Axe Blink, which, in my opinion, you can hit creeps with Beast Blink Axe, but I feel like they thought they could get more done in that like 20 to 30 minute timing. I think they were all on the same page about what they wanted to do in the game, like those items line up. But I also don't think they were content not being able to do anything. We saw something similar yesterday with the Yakult brothers, where they had like a Radiance timing at 17 minutes and they tried to fight Talon and like force a fight on their side of the map. But in the previous patch, there was a Tormentor there and they could have just done that. But instead, Talon just dodged the fight, farmed up their first round of core items like a pipe as well as a BKB on their carry at the same time, and then they took a fight. So I would actually say that Flipster Talon seems to have a really clean idea of when their timings are, and the heroes like Slark allow them to get that information, allow them to dodge the fights appropriately, and because they didn't have that Beastmaster summons build, there wasn't a way for a BetBoom team to force them to fight them. Yeah. So I feel like these are things that are really easy to see in hindsight. So for me, it's almost more props to Flipster Talon for, like, I feel like their vision of that game was very clear, while also BetBoom team had a plan, but theirs just didn't pan out properly.
I mean, I think you're both right, actually. I think.
Thank you.
Like just to move on from the.
We're all winners.
I think actually you are. I think BetBoom weren't stressed in that game to end it or whatever. But I think also Talon played really well to dodge this timings, right? But now we have a new game at our hands.
We do, and your Bane comes into play.
Yeah, undefeated so far, 3 out of 3 games. He's the only player who actually plays the Bane, so others don't think this hero is strong. It's not like saying we're gonna counter this in lane. It's a setup, it's a save. Yesterday when he played it, when they initiated, when Kiritich was playing Troll, pretty much won them the fight, won them the game off of that fight, because it gave him just enough time to pop his VKB, use the ulti, turn the whole fight around. Ancient Apparition, however, an opener for Flipster Talon. They are banning the summon heroes, even though he did play Aghanim Scepter in the previous one. When you see Ancient Apparition, this is very abusable. This hero has absolutely nothing, no defense whatsoever against any summon heroes. So removing Enigma, removing Beastmaster, and also removing Darkseer, I think Flipster Talon are pretty much protecting their safe lane quite heavily with all these bans, not allowing them to snowball out of control, because Ancient Apparition, even though he is a strong hero, it does allow you to punish that lane heavily, especially if you pair it up with another safe laner who's not that strong of a laner.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Flip to Talon should be looking into heroes like Tiny, Pangolier, like heroes that can start the fight for you. Maybe we get to see the Centaur one more time. I think that set Centaur we talked about the other day, it still looks really strong, right? Like just this disengage, it allows you to play so many ways. But they take the Ringmaster.
I like. Go ahead.
Well, my question is about the Wind Ranger, which we think so far in this patch we've only seen as a support, but I also know it's a signature hero for GPK, or maybe I should say used to be. Is that a potential on this patch, or is dead?
I think ever since Universals got changed to be like 0.45 damage per stat compared to 0.7, I think core Wind Rangers really struggled.
Okay.
And so I doubt it, but I think we saw like Kiyotaka a month or so ago still trying it and it wasn't working. I think especially against like an offlane blade mill buyer like Centaur, you're probably not going to buy. You're not going to put that core.
Yeah, it also doesn't fit the BetBoom style of drafting. They're not the tricky team that's gonna bamboozle you in the end. They're very straightforward. They pick their supports, then they pick their offlane usually, and then it's either the mid or the carry last. It very, very, very rarely changes.
I see these heroes in flips for Talon. I'm thinking Mars immediately. Great against Centaur, great against both of the supports. It's not the strongest offlane hero right now. It is a hero that Demiro does play. He did play it once, didn't win a game, but I feel like they need some kind of a crowd control, because right now I'm seeing a lot of single target. They need to get some extra team fight from their offlane.
You could also see Tide from them, but actually now that the Ursa is still in the pool, that's a hero we've seen a lot. So you gotta be wary of that coming out on 18 for Flips of Talon, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Is it you mentioned that BetBoom doesn't bamboozle us.
Yep.
But is it not that, because they pick carry them fairly early.
Yep.
And they do have overall last pick.
Yeah.
Like, is this just them saying, okay, our last pick will be our mid?
They don't really do that. I can't even remember any time I've seen BetBoom do this type of shenanigans. They're very honest in that way, in their draft. But their draft's always solid, right? Like, you're not gonna see... I mean, now you see it's like the carry, Terrorblade, Axe offlane, Windrunner 4.
Guys, you gotta hype it up. Period and Flax, if he's watching this stream, yesterday he had a whole segment. He actually did a text segment on Axe. It was a picture of Axe pretty much dunking people, but he was calling for this pick for a very long time. The only one who would manage to get the dub with Axe was Ace. The other Axe didn't look as good, but yeah, we'll see if it's gonna work out here.
Did you say
Is that because he actually thinks it's good, or because he just likes?
He likes the Axe. We were also talking about Oracle, where you're low HP, he gets the ulti. You know who can kill him? Axe.
True.
You guys missed out on so many puns there. It's unbelievable. I am so baffled.
Okay, well, what happened?
Well,
let's go back.
The
time.
one Axe wasn't as good. Axe the other one. And then actually.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We had high hopes for you.
I really did. I like missed opportunities. We got a Razor coming out that will deal with that Axe in the lane, I would imagine.
It's not the best carry-to-carry matchup versus TB, so they're definitely going to have to pick something for Makoto that matches up well against that. I feel like both teams are going like a very different direction with this patch. I'm laughing because I see like Terrorblade, Windranger, Bane, and I'm thinking illusion heroes, like summons heroes are just really good. They were lacking AoE control, but then the Axe kind of solved that, so then you don't really want to pick Ursa because Bane's good against you. Windranger, it's hard to hit him. You don't want to buy MKB for a support. So then they end up going like another pseudo lane dominating carry with the Razor.
Yeah,
How do you feel about this?
In my opinion, the Razor has looked like a beast carry the times I've seen it, like an absolute monster of a carry with this Mjolnir build. I feel like it's a different hero than what we've been used to seeing with some like S and Y, whatever, where all his damage comes from Link, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a completely different hero now. I also don't know if it actually matches up bad against Terrorblade anymore. I think, yeah, sure, if Terrorblade stands there with 4 illusions and hits him, he will die, but that scenario should not really be happening, right? So I think that it's a very good pick. I think it's good against Axe. It's hard to battle Hunker Razor because you can always grab a creep with the Plasma Field. If Axe tries to cut waves, he can easily run after him. I think it's a very cool pick. We also saw 23 play this earlier in this tournament where he was destroying. I think it was Group Stage 1, so the old patch, but same hero I think now. So when Crystallis has played it, it looks really strong. So I think it's good for Talon right now. I like this Razor pick a lot.
Just wondering what Mikoto is going to go for, because right now they don't have that many setups. They are removing some of these initiators, Storm Spirit, as well as Tiny. I could also see, I mean, not the best one, but something like Ember Spirit could work out. You're picking it blindly. GPK, is he a big Huskar player?
He is. I mean, he does pick it, but you're also you have
Against
AA on your
Ancient
team.
Apparition, so you're fine. Yeah.
Void Spirit is a hero who is up and coming. More teams are looking at this hero.
I've got an exciting pick for you. How about the DK?
Exciting, you say? Wow.
Nah. Actually, I think it can be okay. Just generic Blink Mage Slayer DK. Can work, for sure. You have AA, you have Ringmaster behind you. The Razor with Mjolnir is going to carry, put it on you. I think you're going to be okay.
I just... The heroes like Pango and stuff feel a bit awkward because of Bane.
But any of the spirits do, right? Puck.
Okay, is this punishable? They ban the Sniper. That's probably the worst
You
lane
can't
matchup for
Huskar,
it.
actually, because of AA, right?
Oh, you can DK on the other side. That works. Mage Slayer buyer against all of these heroes feels nice.
The
You're
Razor
building-
AA
It's
seems
a
tough.
bait.
You're building into Pike. You have a good matchup against Puck in the lane.
Monkey King.
Earthshaker.
Earthshaker.
Shaker's a good one. I like Shaker.
I think the DK is a bait. You're gonna win the lane 60-40 or something, because Mikoto will play well, and then you're gonna die once and you're gonna feel bad.
They'll go for Voice Spirit
Okay, but
anyway.
Wow. Interesting.
You guys don't like that matchup?
This matchup
No,
goes
matchup.
both ways. It's a very high skill matchup, I'd say.
It was used when Void Spirit was like relatively popular as a counter to Puck in the lane, because you have better attack animation, you have the shield, which makes it very difficult for Puck to... I'd say this is like 60-40 for Void Spirit. Not sure if much changed ever since we've seen the changes to Void Spirit, but seems like they also wanted to have an extra hero that jumps the backlines, he builds into Aghanim Scepter. A lot of these options that we did say could work out, but opted to go for Void Spirit. Haven't really been impressed the most, I would say, by Void Spirit so far. I think I need to see more games on it, because a lot of these games he did look lackluster, especially if he's shut down, if you're getting some early rotations, if he's going for Aghanim Scepter build. Like, you're having all these stats, all the components from Aghanim Scepter, it just doesn't feel like you're getting much out of it, even though he is Universal Hero, but still feels like there's this like 5-minute window where you're not like doing as much.
Well, if we want to see a game number 3, and if BetBoom want to take the series, they need to win this next game. Of course, Flipster Talon is going to try to stop that. They're going to try to make sure that this Void Spirit gets another loss on his record today. Let's find out how it's going to play out together with Sunsven and Cinneren via the PogChamp Pandas.
All right.
Quite the intro. Very nicely done, PogChamp Pandas. Man,
PogJam Pandas. That's a good upgrade, actually.
Cheever says it a lot better than me.
The
BetBoom.
PogJazz Pandas.
BetBoom versus Talon. Game 2. Talon takes game 1. Can they extend it to game 3? Or more so can BetBoom, I suppose.
It takes 2 to tango, you know?
That's true. And the only hero I want to talk about should be very obvious to you, Cinder.
Oh, it's a 50-50. Is it Axe or Centaur? It's probably Axe.
It is Axe. Miero playing it on the position 3 for BetBoom. And he actually went back and forth on facets, and I was really sad because right before the game started, he had the other one selected, but at the last moment, changes it to the call-out facet, which I have yet to see in a professional game. Every time you Berserker's Call, you get more armor than you normally would on the Axe, and your enemies attack faster. 45 attack speed. That's close to a Hyperstone.
Yeah.
And against this lineup, it makes a lot of sense. 4 of them aren't really big right-clickers. And even the Razor, you got a static link to be that. So I think this is really cool. And of course, if the damage is actually hurting you at some point, you just get the Agnum Scepter.
Yep. This is the biggest question mark of the draft for me. I don't understand what this pick was meant to do when they got it.
Just be happy that there's an Axe.
I mean, I love Axe, so I'm not going to argue against the hero being fun, but I'm trying to wrap my head around the rationale here for the side of BetBoom, because there were other... Miero has a very wide hero pool. And when they see them pick Axe, I was thinking, okay, it's because they're countering something specific or really trying to dissuade the enemy from picking a specific hero, but I don't know.
Well, maybe they did.
Perhaps, but what were they scared of exactly? Like, what is Axe historically good against? Is something like PA, Jugger, Faceless Void maybe?
Got the Omi. He will fall. WS with the first blood, so good start here for Talon early on.
Nice and easy.
Kiritich playing the Terrorblade. That's the last time I'll mention him in the laning stage.
Yep. I do love your Terrorblade.
God almighty, man. Surely it's the most picked hero of the tournament. Surely.
That might be Ringmaster. Still. It's been a long tournament. I think Ringmaster has about 80 total games.
Disgusting. At least he's cool.
Yeah.
He gets a whoopee cushion. Huh? Not like that. So how does this lane supposed to go? It's an Axe Windrunner versus AA Razor.
Generally, Razor doesn't mind the Axe matchup very much. The thing that can get scary is if the support partner for Axe can really take advantage of Battle Hunger, so you can just run the Razor down and he can't fight back. Don't really think Windranger is that hero. Once Razor gets boots and level 2 static link, he can really overpower the Axe. I would give advantage to Talon in this lane overall, but it's not one of Axe's nightmare matchups. This is definitely playable. You're going to see 23 Savage try to walk the dog a little bit here. The good news for Axe is even if you lose all your damage to Razor, you can still CS with counter Helix.
Yep, true. Kataomi in a bit of trouble again. Double Edge brings him to the grave. The double US with 2 kills already in this game. Can't ask for a better start on a Centaur.
How would you say his name fast?
Who?
WS.
Wiz.
That's very rude of you to call him Wuss.
Do we know what that stands for?
We suck.
There's
But not anymore.
Yeah,
Talon's
true.
good now. Well-spoken.
There's also a... It's not an apostrophe. What is that? It's not a tilde. Right?
What do you call these?
What's a single apostrophe called? I don't know. Like
an
ChatGPT this real quick.
This is like a... Is
Got
this
time.
Is
Got
it
time
an
to investigate.
accent aigu or something? Is that what it's called in English? Sounds English to me. I mean, half of English is French, let's be honest. Like, English has stolen words from the whole world. So, they've even stolen words from Danish. I've told you about this.
Which one?
Like egg. It's a
You
Danish
like egg?
word. Egg is a Danish word.
Wait, it's just an apostrophe? That's it?
That's not right. That can't be right. I mean, this is one of those accents you can put above vowels in different languages, right?
Am I an idiot? How did I not know that? I feel like I know what an apostrophe is. Whatever. We'll move on. It's been a long tournament, guys. You know?
For that. You still didn't tell me what WS stands for.
Well, I thought you answered it yourself.
Okay, well then you do the next one. What does JHOCAM stand for?
Jokum.
Just head it over. You do the other half.
The battle for the Lotus. Gonna ignore everything you say.
Thank you.
Hoof stomp. Jokum makes his way over as well. They're actually gonna get this kill. WS with 3 now. My goodness. What is happening? And look at the creeps. The Terrorblade is missing so much experience. This is disastrous.
Yeah, this
still has the illusion, actually getting some gold.
You would not imagine that the Terrorblade Bane would get crushed like this.
It's insane.
Definitely not
We're in
great.
a nightmare. All right. Kiritich. Surely they can get Jokum here. WS
He got
thinking
the
about.
cushion.
He's fine. We'll be
He's
cushion
got,
for
he's
the
got
win.
a cushion if he needs it.
Didn't even need it. Can save it for a rainy day.
Juking
We'll have
out
to go the other
Kataomi.
way. If they ping him out, there
Bonk.
it is. Man, that is pretty powerful too.
Yep.
That's like twice the distance of Horsey neutral.
I think it's about the same.
What?
Is it longer?
No way. That was not even close.
Isn't Wolfie Cushion like 400?
Oh man, nice assassination from Save on a Cuckoo. The 22 Savage left alone for a little bit, but you can see both members of BetBoom on a sliver of HP. And we'll see if the AA Mr. Cuckoo can do once he gets back to lane. Yeah, your thoughts on the Razor this game then? Just in general. We've seen him play it before.
Yeah.
Plasma Field clipping save. There's a static link onto Miero. He doesn't really care too much about that as long as he can spin to win. But the cold feet activates. Save gets the assassination again though. Nice power shot. Cuckoo gets the trade eventually.
I would think... So Razor against Terrorblade is an interesting one because generally speaking that should be heavily TV favorite down the stretch, but the Razor against Axe is one of the better matchups you can have as a Razor, specifically because you don't tend to just die and call. Maybe late game when you have all the attack speed and everything, but until that point I think it's okay. I'm not like blown away by any pick this game, to be honest. I think it's fine. But nothing too crazy. I think it's just a comfort thing that they had
Nightmare under the tier 1 with the Aether Remnant. Ends up being a very easy kill. Jokum.
It's a big
I
find.
mean, he TP'd with basically no mana. So BetBoom getting a couple of pretty big kills after a disastrous start in the bot lane. Despite that, the CS leader is still Kiritich.
Yep. Oh, Miero. This is going to be a long walk. Good slow, though, from Save. We'll get him out.
Katomi with another Nightmare. Jokum taking a walk. GPK, he's got the damage rune. Aether Remnant doesn't hit. Gonna get double whipped, actually. This feels like it's just inevitable. Resonant Pulse takes him out.
That's a funny voice line. I don't think I've heard that one before when Ringmaster dies. Everyone's a critic. That's a good death line. I like that one.
Radiant are scanning.
Miero cutting the waves here. And she calls as well.
They glyph it. Oh, that's mean.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to finish the wave now.
And that can all be denied. Meanwhile, Coil, Makoto styling on Save, although the Shackle does hit. Jokum and Cuckoo in the area. As Cuckoo gets credit for that. 7-minute Wisdom, and Kataomi gonna get Hoof Stomp. Of course, has the Nightmare, but Jokum making his way over as well. But Kiritich certainly packs the punch right now. There's the Nightmare. And yeah, they're gonna be able to steal it.
Yep.
That's huge. We talk about this interaction all the time.
Finally happens.
Indeed. Kataomi, of course, will trade his life, but well worth it. And it's Cuckoo. He's getting gone on by Kiritich. He's actually going to get this kill. The reflection gives the vision. One more right click suffice. So 1 for 1, but the Wisdom Shrines. That's a big benefit for BetBoom. 23 Savage gets gone on by Miero. My goodness.
Razor is not a good hero in 2v1s. Link Stage is one of the harder heroes to play when you get left alone. They just run him down. Not any issue. at all for them. Mikoto, ooh, close to the Nightmare again, Kataomi. Don't think they could have killed him, but they could have done massive damage. And in spite of this top matchup being pretty good for the Razor,
yeah,
he's basically tied with Axe.
Yep, that's
Axe
true.
at level 6 first even. Nero will
Dodo,
start fucking away.
GPK will come out. Might be a trade of supports. And Stampede to try to help Kataomi, though, coming in. Save drops first. Gets the Nightmare onto the puck, but now Makoto can just turn on Kataomi. And GPK, looks like they're both just focusing on supports overall. The Bane will fall. Jokum, one more right click for GPK.
GPK is
He's
out of
mana,
resources.
though. Doesn't look like they want to pursue any further.
This feels like it would be worth for 23 Savage to rotate over for, but instead they're just going to let him go.
GPK steals a couple bounty runes as well with that bottle, so not going to be too upset about that. And it will be the first item Ags for GPK.
Yeah, so he's going to skip Vessel.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it did anything. Now, here's the question. For Makoto, you talked about the Witchblade into Yule's.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's going to have to do that here.
Yeah.
There's going to be a timing where that double silence is up, though, before his Yule's comes on.
True that. I think you're still... It feels bad to buy Yule's first. If he continues at this trajectory, I think he'll be okay. I think the timing window with the Orchid is only going to be 2 or 3 minutes for GPK. But if he does find, let's say, 2 kills on Puck during that time frame, that would have been well worth it.
Three members of BetBoom in the mid lane. Maybe they just want to poke at this tier 1. Meanwhile, WS is taking heavy damage. Will not fall. Of course, he is on a killing spree right now, so it would be worth a good chunk of gold. And for him, he's got the Vanguard, and Blade Mail looks to be next. Yep. Coil expended for the Bane. Will Nightmare himself. He's actually going to live here. As Dave gets a nice shackle onto 2, and GPK coming in. Doesn't get the full connection he was looking for as the Stampede now popped. 23 Savage with the static link. Do they have a stun? No. GPK able to get out of dodge, so no casualties at all there. And what is 23 Savage's build here? Looks like Mjolnir, followed by the BKB, and likely SNY, or is it a Manta?
I think SNY against Axe and Bane. Feels like a really good pickup. Speaking of Axe, he went Vanguard instead of Blade Mail. So this will be much, much better for farming the jungle. Of course, you take so much less damage with the Vanguard. But you do pack quite a bit of a less of a punch when you call people without Blade Mail. It makes a really big difference. And it's particularly interesting when you take the call-out facet if you then don't go Blade Mail. So I'm assuming he'll take that after the dagger. Otherwise, it doesn't really make that much sense.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, how many games do you see Axe not go Blade Mail at all?
It's extremely rare. This is the Blade Mail hero in Dota.
Indeed.
This guy and LC.
23 Savage, grip available. Gets off the plasma field, but he is super dead. That is a nice pickup for BetBoom. Save gets it.
Yeah, I don't know if Save should have done that.
With the kill shot.
They could have dunked him instead. I think whenever you have a totally free kill, make sure Axe gets it. Just give him that extra armor.
It'll be a tier 1. Yeah.
He just tipped him. There was some communication there, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they're going to find a pick-off on the Talon side, so Kataomi will drop. And they get the D-ward pretty much instantly as well, so at least some benefit to 23 Savage dying, but not that much. 0 and 3 start for him. And he is bottom net worth of the cores.
Check on WS. He has Stampede.
He does. Blade Mail activated as well. And will opt to use the Stampede save. Looking for the last second kill shot, power shot.
Oh, the
Puts
ward.
the ward down. Ooh, all right. He did hit it, but
That was very close. Wait, what's the kill threshold again with the max one? 11%? If he had level 4 power shot, that's a kill. That was super close. But not quite.
Centaur too beefy.
Yeah.
Now the Blink Dagger for Miero, so expect a lot of smoke action to come for BetBoom. Mentioned not having the Blade Mail, but I mean, with the +1s that they have, they should still have enough damage to kill just about everyone in a single call.
Here we go. Heading on over.
They scan out one area, heading to the triangle. Oh, it's a call onto 3 with an illusion to boot. Looking for the dunk. Won't find it, but they'll still get both kills. My goodness, that call. Tasty treat.
Yeah, perfect.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The fact that 2 heroes are randomly just stacked there is just perfect for him with the illusion.
Yeah, that was.
I couldn't have asked for any more than that.
And they're going to try to deward this, but it's expiring. So.
He's going to steal the enemy ancient. He even stacked them first. So, yeah, this is a mega win. He's also going to take their hard camp. Oh, boy.
And the Ag's almost online for GPK. Everything aligning for BetBoom right now. And that was without the Blade Mail onto Miero, which not super far away.
Yep. Couple minutes, he'll have that too.
Why do you think we don't see this fast? I mean, we don't see Axe that often, but it's usually one-man army, I feel like, right?
Yeah.
I think this one is cool. Maybe it's against certain carries, you just get destroyed potentially, but then the Blade Mail is really good. I don't know.
I think this got buffed this patch, right? Am I remembering it wrong? I think Callout got improved slightly.
I can look for you if you like.
It might have just been like +1 armor or something. I think it's pretty. It was a pretty insignificant. I just remember it. You scrolled up too far. There you go. Yeah, 1 more armor.
Okay.
For Berserker's Call, which is pretty random. It's kind of whenever Valve does certain patch changes, it's their way of saying, "Remember this exists." It feels like. It's not even necessarily.
The
that it
stats
gets
show
much
this
better.
is good, noobs.
Yeah.
Idiots.
Take this. Try it. Miero says, "Okay, Gabe, I'll try it." His Blade Mail's almost complete now. 500 to go. We've talked a lot about the Axe. Well, this is happening in traditional fashion. Terrorblade is also in the game. He's hitting creeps. Back to you.
Yep. Love this hero. Really cool.
WS gets called.
Initiation from Miero. On to the Centaur. Kataomi does have Fiend's Grip. They have a lot of stuns where this comes from. They're going to use the Fiend's Grip, and Talon can't do much about it. They get the dunk finally, so Miero gets his first of the game. Wait, is that his first?
Yeah. Code of Blood's been changed. You get a stack for every kill you're a part of, and you get 3 if you get the last hit with ult.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, that's right.
So
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kataomi. It feels like every time they get a core kill, a support for BetBoom dies. So Talon just not able to get the good trades yet in this game, down 5K. And for the Razor, traditionally looked at as an anti-carry, but things have changed a bit in that department, not as one-dimensional, I suppose.
yeah, he could definitely carry in his own right now.
How do you think he would fare in this game if it went late?
I mean, it really depends a lot on the, I want to say, whether they can get off a good box. Because I think the problem that Razor has here is if he does get, when it gets late, if he gets called, when Axe is playing a late game build, he'll have 2 calls.
Oh.
If you call Razor twice, you're going to kill him. This grip, too.
Oh, use Waning Rep. There's the initiation and the insta-gib. The AA Blast comes in, but they just got no follow-up. BetBoom on top of things. And now the opposing offlaner And WS gets his blink, but how much can they get out of it? This stage down 5K. They're going to need to make something happen before they start bleeding out, like we've seen so many times in this tournament.
Hammer. Just poking.
Yeah,
trying to force a
bait.
rotation. Talon not going to fall for it. They just have Joken backing him up. This will be Roche. For the side of
Heritage shows up to take Aegis, as Terrorblades do.
Yeah. Really good to see Heritage contributing here. Very nice for him to get Aegis. Back to the jungle with you. See you again in 5 minutes. Riveting gameplay. Love Terrorblade, by the way.
Sounding like me. Yeah. Am I infecting you?
I'm just with you on this. Like, to be fair, I have never really been a fan of Terrorblade because of his design of having 2 ults. I've always found this hero to just be strange.
Yeah.
With like, you have this non-ulti spell that has the cooldown of an ultimate, and then you have an ultimate spell that has the cooldown of repel.
Yep.
So, on level 3,
Metamorphosis,
that
of course,
is.
did used to be the ultimate way back in the day in
Yeah,
Dota 1.
very long ago.
They flip-flopped it a couple times.
Yeah.
He had Pugna Drain that was not channeling.
Yeah. And he had it while he could run, Soul Drain. Those were the oh my god, that was so broken. I remember.
The problem with this hero is I was sick of it 2 years ago. I remember watching NA qualifiers for something. Every NA always finds a way to make Terrorblade a thing, so it's just a constant year-round special.
Yeah.
As the tier 1 in the bot lane, getting gone on.
Heritage will push top in the meantime. And this Terrorblade will push about as fast as 2 of the Dire heroes, so looking likely to get the top tower as a trade-off unless Talon are fancying themselves a defense, but given that they don't have, or rather given that there's an Aegis on the enemy team, probably unwilling to defend anything here, and that will indeed be the case. Heritage. Take it down. Time for Torment.
Torment time.
One team is on top of it.
Well, BetBoom are aware of this. I think they did get some vision with the power shot. So they're going to attempt to go high ground. This is a fight for the Tormentor. Heritage. Well, Wheel of Wonder coming in. A-Blast as well. Is this Terrorblade dead already? It's going to tick out. That is, of course, going to be the Aegis as GPK assassinates 23 Savage. That is a big kill, but WS taking out Miero in the meantime. Hoof stomp onto several heroes. The shackle onto the puck, though, into the silence. Makoto drops. And now the Centaur attempting to TP out, but WS gets canceled. And only one member remaining, but another shackle to his name. Triple kill for GPK as BetBoom extend their lead. After every fight, there has to be a pause.
He's to reboot his PC. That will take a while, I guess. Let's hope he didn't have a Windows update during the downtime between game 1 and 2. But yeah, there's a nice, it's a nice kill onto the TB, and this is his meta form. The problem is you're dropping everything on the Aegis, so the other cores of BetBoom get to do a ton of work, in particular GPK having a great fight here. Whenever the fights get concentrated around a small area like this, Resonant Pulse is insane as an ability.
True.
He got so much value, multiple hero silences, lots of barrier, lots of damage. Yeah, 9,000 lead now for BetBoom. Doesn't really feel like Talon are getting a good entry into their fights. Of course, a big problem for them, their lack of... It's kind of like if they get gripped or called, what do they have? Except they have one box to save them.
Yeah.
No BKBs, no Yules, no Force Staffs to reposition either when they do get found, so... It feels like the way the fights break down, they get one chance to get all their stuff off, and if that fails, then they're kind of out of luck.
Yes, back to the feet.
Yes.
Everyone's favorite. Those are fucked.
Yeah.
Those are really bad feet.
Yeah, some bad feet.
Really bad. BetBoom.
Speaking of feet.
Trying to extend, yeah.
Oh, you just said BetBoom. I thought it was an interesting transition.
BetBoom. I forgot what I was going to say now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Trying to extend this to a game 3. It's looking pretty good.
That's looking very good.
Looking quite likely.
All right, no Windows update confirmed here for Katomi. Yeah, you're right. 77 minutes away from record. Believe BetBoom can get it done before then, but
I don't know. The last
There's
series
been
we
some
cashed in
games.
there, and I
Yeah.
don't think we can predict as well as we had hoped.
But you know what's different between those games and this one? Terrorblade is in the lead, Shannon, and this hero, when in the lead, he can finish games.
Can you imagine a universe
without Terrorblade?
Where Terrorblade... You took my joke.
I could.
Or he's gone for a month. Just imagine what life would be like to not have to see this guy in every game.
It would be
Dire's middle tower is under
less
attack.
Terrorblade than this universe.
Easy breezy.
Well, after the fight, after the pause...
Harmon time!
The Arrow and Company ready to get a shard. Could it be Gale Force or Brain Sap?
Oh, this Ice Blast almost killing Katomi. If that would have clipped him, he would have died. Gale Force it is. Very nice against Razor. His
Yep,
hero's
true.
all about movement. If you manage to push him away or pull him in when he's trying to reset, especially before he gets his BKB, 23 Savage, way behind par in this one.
Yeah. Has not had much of an impact on this game, unfortunately, for Talon.
The thing about the gold distribution this game compared to others, when we've talked about games where a team is behind in the mid game and they somehow come back, generally it's because there's some sort of timing or hero to play around. Like, let's say you're losing, but you have a really farm position 1 Gyro, Tiny, Terrorblade, whatever it is, and they get a good fight, they can carry you. In this case, all the cores on one team are ahead of all the cores on the other team. The supports are far ahead, especially Save is absolutely obliterating his opposition. He has the same net worth as the 2 enemy heroes combined, and almost the same as the Centaur now because of that Gale Force. So,
yeah, and it's not like you have something to fall back on like Kiyotaka being on the other team.
No.
GPK has actually upgraded. I have to say, I've been really impressed with him. Even when he's not playing well, it's not like a disaster, you know? He's definitely grown quite a bit in the last year or two. So I guess Kiritich is the new GPK.
That makes no sense. Kiritich has been nothing but stable.
Sorry, I meant Kiyotaka. That's the K names, you know, they
Yeah.
get confusing. Cuckoo and whatnot.
Kuroki.
Kataomi.
Kuroki is the new GPK. Going through the gate. On Cuckoo, you got to ward down, trying to get some sort of information on the map. Of course, when you're far behind like this, you just kind of need any little bit of information that could somehow guide you to either winning a fight or avoiding a disaster. And the wards around the gate will generally be quite decent for that. This one, however, will probably get dewarded. Nope, never mind. They didn't see it. Well placed. Oh, they're sending out a courier. They know. And Katsuomu will get rid of it.
So for Talon, what's the play here? They have ways to initiate. Oh boy, I'm just gonna try to think of something for them. The Stampede, GPK, is he able to kill off 23 Savage by himself? The box is gonna keep him alive for the time being. Trying to get to the high ground. The Astral Step is enough. GPK, but okay, they get the counter initiation. They actually kill him off, so 1 for 1. That should favor Talon, you would think, considering they're behind here. They do lose the support on the way, though. Of course, the problem with 23 Savage dying is he doesn't really get any XP for that either.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not sure how much high ground damage BetBoom can do here, but it does feel like they want to try at least. Puck has the coil already. You have buyback. You really don't want to buy back Razor. No. They'll do anything they can to not have to do that. And even with a Crimson Guard, you could just pop that on the tower if things get spicy. So BetBoom will not really get much more out of that than just the 2 kills for 1, but that's not too bad. Once again, considering the amount of map control they have, they can just keep out farming the side of Talon. Retain control of this 60 to 70% of the map, probably. You look at the aggressive vision on the right-hand side in particular of the map. This is like an area that the Dire will often go to try to recover when things are looking bad, but might get scouted out around that side.
And for 23 Savage, you talked about the BKB. I believe it is on the way, and
it's late.
Of course. But I feel like they have to try to do something now.
Yeah. Good reaction
Nice
from
dodge.
Makoto.
Makoto.
Perfectly played in that situation. We'll get out.
Oh, but he's going to get called right after the fact.
Easiest curse of my life.
And he's dead. That is an unfortunate start to the fight for Talon. BKB activated, though, as GPK going to town on several heroes. Crimson Guard keeping them relatively healthy. As 23 Savage, the BKB will finally come to an end, and so will his life. So a 2-for-1 special, although WS actually takes out Miero. That's a pretty big kill. Gonna get Joe Camp. And meanwhile, the shackle onto WS. He's very tanky, but will eventually be surrounded. GPK with a bit of an overshoot will cancel. It's only a matter of time now before the Centaur hits the grave. So 4 for 2. And that's... If Puck doesn't get picked off right away, that could have been a pretty good fight for Talon.
Yeah. Seems to be the way a lot of fights starts, if not all of them. It's always BetBoom making the first move. That's the problem that you have on Talon this game, is that you are not the one finding a Centaur Stomp or Razor gets a full drain and then you build a fight around it. You're always starting on the back foot and trying to claw yourself back, but like pretty much every single fight I started with a dead core on Talon is just gonna be difficult to turn that around. They're doing their best, but yeah, this amount of disadvantage is hard to overcome. Cuckoo will find trouble. Trouble will be scared of him, though.
Indeed.
I think a player should choose the nickname Trouble.
That's true. We've had some... What were some other names that are hilarious to say?
PP.
Yep. PP. Got the Juice is a really good one.
Yeah.
There was... Oh, man, there was a Han player. What was his name? It had to do with... He played Dota as well.
Yeah. My Nuts.
Yes, My Nuts.
Yes.
My Nuts gets destroyed.
Yeah.
That's a good line.
My Nuts drop to the deck.
I've probably said that one. I've definitely said that at some point.
Sounds like something you would say.
Even outside of Dota.
Yeah, classic dinner conversation with you.
BetBoom with a 14K massive advantage, and Roche is certainly next on their to-do list. Should be up relatively soon, within the next minute. They're going to go for another pick first.
Yeah, not really going to find anything here. Talon have evacuated the area. They're sending Centaur bottom to push out the wave with a little bit of protection from Jocam. The other heroes are just hidden away in base. So even though the smoke doesn't find anything, at the very least for BetBoom, they clear out the perimeter, and by simple process of elimination, they will know where Talon have to be now. And they, in addition to having a ward, they would have probably gone here anyway, to be fair. Because, like, where else would they be? But now 23 could be a clean jump on him if he finishes the camp. There it is.
Yeah, it's the call with the blade mail and choppity chop
no
for
buyback.
Miero. And that'll open it up for BetBoom.
No waves, though. I guess
just
mid
go
is
get
on the
Roche.
way. True, Roche could be... They could grab that if they wanted to.
Feels like they could just get that any time, though.
Yeah. They want more.
Heading to the north to try to get Makoto. We see a bit elusive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Save, Glimmer. Looking for a shackle
under
opportunity. Power shot, Gale Force. Makoto will get the illusory orb off, though.
That was close. He disjointed a melee shackle.
Roche was getting attacked. As Miero will find a support target. WS, though, with the hoof stomp to follow. Still should be a chop to calm Miero's BKB. Now you can see a nice shackle, though, onto the puck. Makoto dead again. Stun locked. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that he has to try to get away with, but does not work out as Cuckoo goes down to Kiritich. And 23 Savage doing quite a bit, but the Sunder available onto his teammate. And 23 Savage actually coming out on top here with the help of WS. Takes out Miero. There's the Nightmare into the Astral Step, and eventually 23 Savage goes back to Fountain. And of course, we've seen this story before. The horse meat's on the menu for BetBoom.
Save needs to not kill himself here. He's hesitating to shoot.
Okay, we'll drop him.
He'll power shoot, though, in the end. Full cleanup. Time to go high. Heritage with the Demon Zeal. He obviously doesn't have too much health to work with here. When AA respawns, he needs to be careful.
Yeah.
Never mind, he sunders a teammate. Katomi has to be careful.
Yep, very careful.
There's the meta.
Meta's popped, so this will be a full lane in all likelihood. They have buyback on the Centaur, but not for 23 Savage. It's 20 seconds away. So Melee taken out. Makoto to get some help. Oh, nice whip into the Wheel of Wonder onto 3 heroes. That is so much damage, but the Nightmare to save extra damage onto the TB. Well timed from Kataomi, and they'll get away with everyone's lives. That was a really good setup for Talon. Just a little bit too far behind right now.
If they had a 4th hero, they could have killed 3 there. But of course, BetBoom were unlikely to give them the opportunity in that case. Seeing that really beautiful setup.
A little glimmer there for Talon, just can't capitalize. BetBoom can go into the Roche Pit at any point. And surely Talon, if they know what's happening, will have to try to contest. It's just going to be difficult. Coil's up in 20. Wheel of Wonder as well. But this looks to be a freebie for BetBoom. Roche belches for Alta here. Imagine a global belch in real life. Pretty powerful.
Yeah, of course, Unagi did his best to get there, but he only managed to reach a full shopping mall, which was still impressive. If you haven't watched that video, that is Sunsfan's second most favorite video of all time, of course, after Half Horse, Half Man. Which
That's
is
right.
#1.
That's right.
Yeah, look up Unagi. How is it you spell it? Is it Y-U-N-A-G-I, I think?
Yep, something like that.
The world's best belcher.
That's correct, Cinderin.
Your world is... Yeah, you just have a different worldview to most.
Talon smoked up, ready to initiate, but the Gale Force gonna dissuade them. Kiritich, the pit, he gets the Aegis, he gets the goodies. Talon, are they gonna back away or force a fight?
It'll be forced upon them. Nice cat.
Jumps in, gets the silence onto several heroes. The Wheel of Wonder is applied to him, though he's in a lot of trouble. Gets forced back to the high ground. He's gonna go down. 80 seconds on the deck. So GPK as Miro jumping in, but the box gonna save the called target, which was 23 Savage. Now he's gonna get the static link and try to apply as much pressure as possible. They get the Stampede. They cannot make up their mind whether they want to fight or not. The buyback comes out from GPK as Cuckoo sundered by Kiritich. And now Jokum will get focus fire by the support. Barely survives for now, but feels like it's only a matter of time before they kill him off. It's going to be a reflection, although save looks like gets the last hit there.
Yeah, that initiation from GPK looked juicy, but his teammates were kind of far away, and he didn't pop his BKB, so he just got counterplayed. A little bit of a weird situation, but the end result still good enough for the side of BetBoom. They retain their Aegis for a long while still. Second lane up for grabs here, and yeah, Terrorblade with Demon Zeal will finish this off. No problem.
That is 2 lanes.
Yep. They can now think about top if they want with their remaining Aegis time. Strategically, it might be a better choice to back off for 1 wave and get meta again, but doesn't seem to be any problem for Kiritich here.
Yeah, well, Manta off the Cold Feast. Pretty low, and this is life #1 potentially. Gets to the other side. The coil expended. He gets Nightmare. Is he actually going to survive this? No. Finally goes down. That's 1 life. We'll come back with the Aegis.
Buy, though.
Yeah, 23 Savage, the big kill here. So now it's a 5 versus 4 in favor of BetBoom.
Yeah, just wait for the mid-wave to connect and you go in with meta here. 20 seconds. Could even just start poking a little bit with conjured images.
Miero looking for a blink target. As they tick away at the range racks, that's going to be a freebie. And it looks like even Megas are going to be the freebie. Cuckoo initiated on by Miero, only able to catch one, but yeah, they got the nullifier, so the box not going to do too much. Mega creeps for BetBoom in this game too, as GG's come out. Well, BetBoom all over Talon in this game, Cinderman.
Yeah. It's a different story to the last game. So last game, the fights were... I mean, there was basically one fight in the last game after 15 minutes of farming, and then the winning team in that fight won the game. This one, a lot more, how to say, standard. The team in the lead keeps finding picks, keeps extending it.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It did feel like a standard game of Dota.
Yeah, this one was kind of normal. Which is interesting to see in a patch that's delivered some kind of unusual games. This one, BetBoom kind of just get all the objectives. They get all the fights that they're looking for. I had my doubts about the Axe pick. It worked out great. I think Miero played a very solid game here on Axe in a game that's not obviously great for the hero, I would say. And yeah, the entire team just, everybody did their jobs. I think this is the type of game that just feels really good when it concludes. It's like, I think all of their players just feel like this was how we planned it. This was what we meant to do, step by step by step. The lanes went right, the fights went right. We got the right items, we took the right fights. You know, that's a real morale booster for Game 3.
Yeah, and the question is, can Talon come back after a loss like this? We've seen it before, but usually they lose in Game 1, Shiver.
They do, and I would also say, like, this. If you're saying this is just a game that just feels good, I don't know if that's the case for the Talon players. I don't think they felt good, Synderen, so maybe not entirely correct in that point. Of course, the rest was 100% correct. So good. This game, it did go the way of BetBoom, and it was a very normal game, according to our commentary team. It was not the most exciting round.
Yeah, I think in hindsight 2020, it's always easy to see this.
Sure.
The Axe was just a really good way of covering all of the bad matchups for the other three heroes they picked so far. Their other three heroes, like Terrorblade, yeah, he's an illusion hero, but Terrorblade, Wind Ranger, Bane are all very single target heavy. And so you don't want to pick any of these heroes that just get locked down by Bane, like the Ursas, the Svens, the Lifestealers. But then all of those heroes are the ones you want to pick against Axe. And then, so yeah, I just think it was really cool to kind of pose this question of what do you pick against our four heroes combined. Terrorblade was just a solid carry for them. The Void Spirit gave them what they're... I feel like that GPK hero could have been any active hero in the game and it would have fit their draft.
Yeah, I also want to touch upon Bane, because so far he's undefeated. This is his fourth game, and he just keeps going strong. 4 out of 4 games won. With Bane, it feels he didn't have that good of a game at the early levels. He did die 2 times. They lost that Lotus 3 minutes in. I thought the lane's going to be a disaster, but he kind of understands that this lane can be fixed immediately. He goes to the mid lane, sets things up on Puck before he gets level 6. Then they find another kill on Ringmaster. Then he picks up the Bounty rune, XP rune as well with the Nightmare, the Sleepwalker facet. So that's 2 XP runes going their way, which makes it a lot more difficult for Talon, Flipster, Flippity Floppity to play the game, because those 2 supports, they kind of need level 6.
Yeah, I think the supports were actually a big difference maker in this game in general. The Windrunner also had high impact, and on the other side you have A and Ringmaster. Very low impact when they don't get the Wisdom Rune. I think the moment of the Wisdom Rune, after Axe TV's out of top lane, they chase this Windrunner for a long time, use Coil, use 3 heroes to get him. Then they lose 2 Wisdom Runes. I think that was a very important moment in the game, because actually the lanes were going well up until that point. I think the Puck pick was perhaps also a bit ambitious, considering that you don't have the last pick, you don't see the mid. So you are going to be under pressure. But when then the top lane also crumbles, I think it gets pretty problematic for that draft overall, right? The bottom lane looked like it was going insane early on.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be maybe a quick game, because BetBoom looked tilted or something. They died 3 times the first 4 minutes, right?
Yeah.
3 minutes, yeah.
With that in mind, because I know that it is even I think at the end of the last patch, Misery, you weren't too happy with the Ringmaster, or rather you thought it was slightly overrated, that he does a lot of things, but he doesn't do anything in particularly very well. Do you feel like in this game, if you had one of the 2, would be fine? Or is it just that they can't fight at the Wisdom Shrine?
Both those heroes rely on the cores to do anything, right? They don't really have a purpose without the cores, if you think about it, compared to like a Bane who could just walk around set something up for his cores. Even Windrunner can kind of play alone, right? So I think when you don't get the wisdoms and then the puck dies mid lane and your Razor is having a bad game as well after all of this, Centaur is not going to rush Blink.
Yep.
So you don't really have a purpose as a support.
And we could show why Razor was having such bad game from the start. I think they didn't give him the respect. They saw this axe and they were like, you know what? We're gonna crush this lane, but you're also paired up with Ancient Apparition. It is very difficult for 23 to play this lane. It is not a strong lane. Axe is a much stronger laner than you would expect, and we can see some of the numbers. He kind of pulled those numbers at the later stages of the game because he was not joining in any of these early fights. Kiritich also didn't have that good of a game, but you can tell the difference in net worth, that he was having a much better overall game. He had heroes that could actually play Dota, keep them busy, while the rest of the team is making the moves on the map. And this is the kind of a perfect example. Even though Save misses the power shot, they're still going to be able to get the kill, get the trade at least, because Save is about to die. But overall, it feels very good for Axe to get some extra bit of XP. And he also did go for this 1-1-1 build on Axe that did allow him to get the call. This is going to be another one. Save was hitting these power shots later on. Having this kill threat is always going to be good. But he was also using these power shots to steal some of the kills. There was a bit of a, I think, miscommunication there. You would definitely love to give Axe a bit more armor in this one. And this is the fight with Aegis. You can see that Razor, he's really not doing much. He's getting jumped by Axe, which makes it almost impossible for him to play the game. He does get boxed, but after that, he's immediately dead. Even though TB used meta, it's still going to be him and the rest of the team cleaning up. He doesn't need it, can use Reflection, and most importantly, he is going to survive this fight. So very difficult fights for Talon. Razor's also not a hero that is so good at playing from behind compared to Terrorblade. Like, he doesn't farm as much. He needs to get his Falcon Blade, needs to get his Maelstrom, go to Triangle, try to get some extra farm, pop that ulti, maybe if the fight comes to him, but he's not going to be the one starting and looking for a fight by any means.
Yeah, I feel like when we're watching those clips, it was a lot of 23 Savage just getting ran at, and since you have the Ringmaster AA supports, there's not too much you can do. Like, super early on as a response. When they picked the Ringmaster, I believe it was picked for the box against the Bane, like that's what they saw so far in the draft, and I remember thinking Tusk was in the pool, and that was something they've played a lot as well, and that's something that offers the same tool to his carry to snowball the guy getting gripped, but also maybe some counterplay. I think that's something that they'll want to consider going into Game 3. They've used that hero to a lot of success, and just having that ability to TP in and turn a fight like that or gank the offlaners. I think a lot of these offlaners right now die really bad. Like, they just die to that tag team in the early game, and I think Axe is a hero that's very vulnerable to that. And if we see more and more of these heroes, perhaps that's something worth considering.
Yeah, it should definitely be a hero that, on hindsight, easy to talk that way, should have been on their radar maybe a little bit more. We even see some teams going, are they still doing that first phase Tusk, or was that only on day
I feel like it's usually getting second round banned or second round picked, as far as I'm seeing.
I mean, today we saw the first pick Ringmaster, right?
We did.
In the first game.
And it lost.
And so that could have just been a Tusk.
Yeah.
I don't think that makes a big difference there. So it's not out of the question.
Why did this game that we just watched, and to be fair, why did the majority of the games we've had today and some of the games yesterday felt not as back and forth, exciting, explosive, some might say, as the games we've had before then? Because I feel like that we're going towards this trend that the first couple of days of the patch, super exciting, loads of action, back and forth, 80 minutes game. I don't necessarily need to go back to 80 minutes games, that's fair, but
I mean, it's hard to say, right?
Yeah.
And that might not be an answer that can cover it, but I think one reason could be that the patch comes out, every team has their own unique ideas, they go with those ideas, and then actually those ideas are good, they work, right? But they're unique, right? Every team has their unique heroes for themselves, their unique drafts, so the games are even. Now there's a couple of more days in the patch, so everyone gets to look at each other, gets to theorycraft more, perhaps gets to copy other teams, and then suddenly the ideas are mixed together. Teams get more confused. They're not really sure what's the best. They're all trying to figure out what's actually the best heroes, right? And maybe that kind of puts them in a weird spot where they overthink things like that. That's the one theory.
yeah, potentially they just go back to sitting on their side of the map and trying to buy some time for the one item, or I don't know. I just want to see maybe a little bit more of an explosive game. Maybe game number 3. Who knows?
In the mix right now with DJ 31. Killing the ones and twos. DJ set it off. Brand new. Yeah, he makes your body rock. DJ D-Rock is in the mix. Haters, step back. DJ spin now. DJ Willie D's in the building.
The whole world up and a cloud of hair. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell, and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around. There's vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall.
DJ D-Rock is in the mix.
Can stop me now. Standing strong while I'm singing this
Willie
song.
D's in the building.
We'll live the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell
chance on me. Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? Yay!
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are in the middle of a series. It's the second series of the day. We got Talon, Flipster Talon actually, versus BetBoom team, and they are at a tie. It is 1-1, and we're going to find out what they got in store for each other for game number 3, because to be honest, we've seen both teams do okay. I'm gonna say they're both teams. They won in an okay way. We're not blown out of the water by any of these two teams and their strategies in the series. They're quite evenly matched. And I want to know, Lacoste, who do you feel like will have the upper hand in a game 3 in this situation, learning from what we have so far in this series?
Yeah, I thought coming into this series that it's going to be BetBoom team having an upper hand, might be even 2-0, but yeah, something that they thought it was going to work in game number 1 didn't actually work out, but they definitely do have interesting ideas when it comes down to drafting. It was nothing too crazy, not at least in this one. Void Spirit, this is a relatively new hero, but we've seen a good amount of it. Axe is a kind of the question mark for me, because this hero hasn't been played much, and the other things we've seen as well. Bane 4 times, they did win it. So I want to see if they're going to go with something more stable, at least first couple of picks, and then try to spice it up.
Yeah, at least the change up is that this time BetBoom will have the first pick, whereas last game it was, of course, Flipster Talon that went for that Ancient Apparition in the opening. And this time we see BetBoom thinking, actually going into their bonus time, just like Flipster Talon did in this first round to bans, to decide what they should remove here and what they leave in the pool. Previous game they still removed the Kunkka, which is still in the pool, and the Shadow Shaman is a noteworthy one as well that we saw first phase banned previous game.
Yeah, there's also Bane. I wouldn't be surprised if they just first pick Bane. But yeah, Kunkka, Shaman, Bane, Kunkka. Okay.
With the Doom ban, I think they always are setting themselves up for Kunkka. I usually
Timbersaw ban as well, right?
Yeah, I usually see people. What they do is they ban the Doom, and then if the last 2 bans are not Kunkka, then the third ban will be something like Timbersaw that sets up the Kunkka. So Kunkka, I feel like a hero that you just never want to go on, and the reason why I think they have to ban Doom is because Kunkka is a hero that will always get doomed. Like, he doesn't have any elusivity to him. He's just going to run in, Blade Mail Radiance, and be obnoxious. And sometimes you can play him off lane with more of an Aura build, but I don't even mind, no matter what core role he plays, that he buys a Radiance. He offers catch, he offers team fight, solid lanes. I feel like he counterpicks a lot of heroes, or preemptively doesn't block picks these heroes. Kunkka seems to offer a lot in the draft, seems like a very safe pick, one of the few flexes that I think most teams are very comfortable playing in all 3 core roles.
I think this might be a little bit biased here because I played so much Kunkka in the recent month. He, for me at least, one of the best heroes, even in the previous patch, but might be the best hero or top 3 in this patch. Considering what he brings to the table, flex between 1, 2, and 3. I really like carry Kunkka. I would say that carry Kunkka is the best out of all 3 of them. Mid is the one where it depends more about the matchup, so it really depends what you're going to be playing into. We saw a very good performance yesterday from Nisha when he was hunting them down, when he was playing against Nigma Galaxy. One of the best Kunkka performances from the mid lane that I've seen, but this is also Kunkka that can build into different items, whether it's a good Orchid game, and from the safe lane, pretty much Radiance, BKB, SNY, or a different order depending what do you need for the game.
Do you think it's surprising that they ban like Beastmaster or Omni Knight over the Kunkka? I think it's a little, I don't know.
It's a little sus, yeah.
I think the Beastmaster game 1 had more or less a free game. Of course, it's more like perhaps they don't want to be in that scenario again, where they have to keep thinking about, oh, can we pick this and this because they might beast. So maybe it's something like that. it was a 23 Tidehunter in the end of the day. Maybe not something that they want to do every game, right?
Yeah, I feel like when I see these, you mentioned like Kunkka's potentially going Orchid. We had Makoto in an interview yesterday because he played mid Kunkka in their last game, and we were asking him like, since you're against Puck, were you considering an early Orchid? He ended up going Blade Mail Radiance into Orchid, and we were wondering, or I think it was BKB, then like 4th item Orchid, and he said he thinks that building for yourself right now feels better, and you can always go into these situational like Sheepsticks Orchids later, because if you don't get those early kills, then the Orchid just feels unimpactful, and it stunts your growth a lot. I think it was a pretty big mistake by Kiritich in hindsight to go the Orchid on Omni Knight in game 1. Like if he had just gone like SNY or Manta, something that's gonna like accelerate his farm further. It feels like right now what makes Kunkka so broken, from my experience, like you were mentioning, you know, how it can be flexible in all 3 core roles, is he just so conveniently farms, and nobody wants to play near you, because if there's like one hero behind Kunkka, you're gonna get like X-bowed, and it's just really annoying. So he controls the area he's in
And
really
one of he might be the fastest farmer in the game right now. Like TB is definitely up there, but at some early levels, you can farm 2 camps pretty much at the same time, because the camps are relatively close to each other. With the Tidebringer maxed out, you can reach both of these camps, and also Radiance, so you're dragging them in. And also you have level 15 talent as well, which does allow you to, like, what Kunkka did lack before is this, I would say, Radiance build. It was popular back in the days for not too long of a period, but it also does allow you to not stay in the lane, because a lot of times you would need to 2-shot the creep wave, wait for the second Tidebringer. Now with the Radiance, you can actually 1-shot it and stay there for a second. Radiance is going to do the trick.
Pugna. That's a cool pick.
Yeah, interesting pick. I'm curious what it's a 4 Pugna as well on save, right?
Pugna.
Yeah, maybe they're protecting themselves against Ursa a little bit, because I was just thinking about like the core bands of BetBoom, right? The Lina, Timbersaw, Doom, Morphling. I feel like it covers a lot of the strategies we've seen from Talon in the past. They just lost with Razor as well, meaning maybe they're less likely to pick it again, right? And then what could Talon be looking at here? What kind of cores, right? And it is maybe some physical damage, like Ursa. But could also just be to get yourself some tower damage into your drafts, right? You don't have that on Bane and Kunkka.
They go back for the
they just go
Razor.
for the Razor. I mean, realistically, nothing was necessarily wrong with that isolated. It was more of a cohesive draft thing, perhaps. Also, maybe played the early game. Could have played it better.
But you don't seem
this
very
time-
excited for it.
No, I mean, I still like Razor. I still
Okay.
think it was... I was surprised how badly it went last game. I thought it was good. But now you don't really see anything, and you're picking Razor. But I do like I like it more with Shaman. Monkey King is not a hero we see that much anymore after the change to the ring, to the facets. People thought it was a big buff, but I kind of think it's a nerf.
It might be a nerf. Like, I was really hyped up because
Yeah.
you can swap the positions and everything. You are invulnerable for the duration of it. I think there's something to it. We're just not seeing it yet. But overall, when we see what the Wukong's Faithful was, it's just too good of a facet that got removed. I mean, Monkey was too good of a hero for quite some time now, so we had to nerf him. But I also want to touch upon this Monkey Razor as a potentially counter to Kunkka, because Kunkka doesn't like to play into any of these 2 matchups, whether we're talking about the mid Kunkka against Monkey King, even though Monkey has been nerfed in the aspect where his Jingle level 1, Jingle level 2 is not as strong, he's not lifestealing that much of a creep, so this makes the matchup slightly more different, and I think this Kunkka most likely is going to be going to the safe lane.
Yeah, I firmly believe they've removed everything in the game that makes Kunkka unplayable. Like, I think it's all these early round bans, mostly the Doom and the Timber. I think all these other matchups have their merits, but what the Blade Mail Radiance build also does for Kunkka, not just about farming, but in fights, you can kind of just wander around and be really useful. Sometimes Kunkka has like awkward times hitting his Tidebringers on people, and it gives you a lot of different methods to scale into the late game. And then, of course, if you get to that late game, you can disassemble that Radiance into a Rapier. He's like one of the few Radiance buyers that actually likes Rapier a lot. I think this is a sick Enigma game for Miero. It gives you a reliable lockdown on Slark on the map. I wouldn't even be afraid if he just like Black Hole's Yokam like early mid game because these Slarks that are scouting out for their team can just be so obnoxious on the map. I also think the Razor will struggle against it in lane, assuming that it's Razor carry. For all I know, they're going to flex it to Razor 3 because it lanes against Kunkka to follow it. I don't necessarily think I like that. I feel like if they run standard lanes on Flipster Talon, they're going to get rolled. And that's why I'm theory crafting what else they could do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Razor offlane. I feel like that hero is too greedy to be played in the offlane. Like, he needs too many items from there. Like, right now, they don't have much team fight, right? They desperately need an offlaner, I think, like a traditional offlane hero to play around, right? Unless Monkey King snowballs right now, they don't really have anything to play around.
And they're also showing their lanes. Like, I don't like this Razor Monkey because it shows that Monkey is going to be played most likely from the safe lane, from the mid lane, Razor from the safe lane, which means that Monkey from that mid lane has some bad matchups. That's why they're removing Queen of Pain as well, having that flex, and also removing Terrorblade because of what happened in game number 1. And I'm also not the biggest fan because you're going to be fighting into both. All of your damage is physical. These two heroes, they kind of rely on using the static link, killing the hero pretty much instantly, Monkey King with the Wukong's command as well, and then you have Pugna, who's going to be easily countering both Monkey King and Razor, and you also have potentially a Nigma. I think that this is maybe even a good game to consider going for something like a Crimson Guard on Enigma, because most of the damage is physical on their side.
It's a lot of pressure from BetBoom, right? Like these three heroes, Enigma, Bane. I mean, actually all 4 of their heroes are really strong early game. They're really strong laners. They need basically no items to pressure. It starts really early, the pressure onto the towers. And this one is pretty much the same. Same can be said for Death Prophet, right? Just 5 really strong early game heroes. They do scale as well, but the early game pressure coming out of these heroes is insane.
There's going to be a lot of towers falling fairly fast.
Yeah, I was literally thinking, like, is there a ranged hero that can, because it's Monkey King that can also pressure the tower? And I'm like, oh yeah, GPK is the one player that's picked Death Prophet mid. I think this is a sick pick because Pugna Death Prophet's always been a combo. You have a hero that you can rely, like, that you want to use your decrypt on because she'll deal all of her damage while she's decrypt. And yeah, I love this pick. I think BetBoom has, like, this is a schlacking in my opinion.
But hold on though, like, I think if they can survive the lanes, their lineup is a bit one-dimensional. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but if there's something that can outrange these heroes so that it's hard for them to get in and cast their spells, right? Like the DP, if there's something that can't really run in to Flipster Talon, if there's a hero like that, I was thinking Arc Warden. Maybe that's a long shot. Mikoto Arc Warden with Vessel, I think is not bad. Like him.
First
against
like
Kunkka.
Even more physical damage. I was never a big fan when, like, 2 of your cores have the same type of damage. This is not like mixed type of a damage. This is straight up physical damage coming out from
who's playing what here though?
It's offlane Lycan. Isn't Kunkka just
Kunkka's just gonna destroy that
You just have to
matchup.
cleave on against wolves?
Unless he's playing the Spirit Wolf, so you don't have anything else
That's
to
next
kill.
level.
But I also want to touch upon damage mitigation in this game, because you have Kunkka, you have Enigma with the innate ability, so allies who are close to Enigma, 500 distance, they are taking less damage as well. And if you're making Enigma tanky with his facet, it also means that you're going to be spawning more Eidolons. Both is going to making you more tanky, so there's going to be even more Eidolons on top of that. I think this one is, like, I'm not sure what Flipster Talon actually need to do to win this game.
Okay, so I think that not that I disagree. I do think that it looks really scary for Talon, the lineup they're up against. But the Lycan, it is a good Lycan game if he gets to the point, right, where he gets the Helmet of Overlord. Bane does nothing. You get the Nullifier for the Pugna. DP doesn't like Lycan. He doesn't. He gets swarmed by the summons, right? I'm not sure how they're gonna plan on, like, getting through the laning phase with this Lycan, because maybe he just gets destroyed by the Kunkka. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
We will see. It's going to be an exciting game, but the laning stage, as you heard from our panelists, is especially important if Talon want to have a shot in this game. Let's see how it'll play out with some Sven and Sinnerin and some PogChamp Pandas.
My goodness, this draft has a lot to talk about. Game 3 between BetBoom and Talon. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Where do we begin, man? My goodness, we have a really aggressive push lineup from BetBoom. You got the Pugna, Nigma summons, Death Prophet, of course. And on the other side, tons of physical damage. Tons of evasiveness, if you want to call it that. I mean, 23 Savage picking Razor again after getting completely dumpstered last game. We're seeing the Jokum Slark again. Makoto on the Monkey King mid, and of course the big story is WS on Lycan for the off lane. Just really interesting drafts from both sides.
I was theorizing we might see Lycan today, but I was saying it for Miro earlier, that perhaps he was going to bring it out since we've seen Helm of the Overlord make a little bit of a comeback. We've seen some Enigma offlane, we've seen Beastmaster, and this is the third summon hero that was popular about a year back. I think it was interesting to hear the panel talk about this, and Misery to be a little bit of a devil's advocate here, because I kind of share the sentiment overall of their conclusions that this is a game that BetBoom could technically win minute 20, but if they fail to do so down the stretch, I have a hard time seeing them win it late. So it's a lot more polarizing than a lot of the other drafts we've seen where, yeah, both teams have okay lanes and then okay late game, etc., etc. The main thing that stood out to me was I think BetBoom's drafting style in this game is actually to counter Slark out of everything, which this is an interesting idea to solve the problem that Jokum proposes when he plays this for Slark. The whole map control aspect of Slark and the way he's super disruptive and annoying doesn't matter if you're just pushing as 5, right?
Yeah, that's true.
The hero doesn't really do very much in those exact situations. It's more when the game devolves into this play the map, everybody's farming, game gets slower, then he's one of the best supports. But I'm looking at a BetBoom team that could just be looking to win really, really fast with a couple of auras. I think Crimson Guard is S tier this game. You're going to probably buy additional, maybe buy Vlad's as well on your Enigma, or at least the drums. And on top of that, at the very least, your bottom lane for BetBoom should be mega easy. I don't see them doing anything here with Slark Lycan. Probably the worst lane of this tournament.
That's saying something.
This lane is awful, okay? And they know what they're getting themselves into. They're willingly picking a losing lane because they like the long-term prospects of Lycan, which I totally see, but it's a gambit, right? This is a dangerous thing to do against this level of opposition. If they can get away with it,
well, that's a start.
You could win later.
Courier kill on with the stick. And for the Lycan, as we have a pause, WS takes the Alpha Wolves.
Yep.
Which was at 6 levels, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Wolves. So the 2 extra, let's read them to become familiarized, of course. Level 5 Wolves gain Hamstring, which empowers their attacks to root enemies.
Yep.
And they take more physical damage. Level 6 Wolves have Hightail, active ability that gives Wolves phase movement, evasion, move speed, and attack speed. Yep. So they become a real pushing menace at that point.
And they're also the thing we saw the Alpha Wolves do when Lycan was a bit more popular a couple months back was go Alpha Wolves and then run at supports. And they were just defenseless. And you can see this is part of the problem with this lane. What you want to do when you're playing against this, when you're playing such a weak lane, you want to pull waves. But Bane is the king of preventing that. At the very least for Talon, they do manage to do a hard camp pull, but BetBoom stabilize here, bringing the waves together. And as expected, Kiritich is already starting to build a meaningful advantage against WS down here.
Yep, only 9 last hits so far for the Lycan, but you can look at the other lane. 23 Savage has less. He has 9 right now, so quite far behind. It's Jokum trying to get this Lotus. He will get it, and now the Pounce connects onto the Kunkka. As WS, if they can get this kill, Cinder, and my goodness, he has to pop the Fairy Fighter to survive. Kataomi gets away with just a sliver of HP as well.
Yeah, that's basically the one type of context of fight that you can win as the dire side in this lane. If Kunkka keeps running over and fighting a Slark that's just trading with him 1 versus 1, gaining a lot of stacks, you can get overwhelmed. That got scary just because they wanted the Lotus, but they didn't get the kill. So the dust settles here. Or does it?
Well,
no,
the Howl. Yep, Torrent's going to slow down this push, but you get the Pounce from afar. Jokum is going to set up first blood onto WS. against the worst lane of the tournament, according to Cinderin.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. BetBoom are disappointed. This should not be happening, and I will stand by that.
The worst lane of the tournament.
It's like
the worst lane of the tournament, according to Cinderin. Dominating now.
You know what's worse than the lane? You're the worst.
You really put
You
this
are the
jinx
worst.
to the test,
I mean,
and it is powerful.
I
the
know
power that you have.
my curses can be strong. I mean, I can't. I actually am a little bit in disbelief that they found a kill level 3. Like, that's just not. And it's a snowball effect, right? From the fight at the Lotus Pool that was unnecessary to take. For the Kunkka, they lost so many resources. It was such an unfavorable trade that before they had additional resources coming in, you could go for that dive. What a play from Talon to recognize the opportunity to even make that move. It's very easy in a lane like this to just get into the mindset of let's just farm, but you know, even at this level, mistakes like this are going to happen. People overplay a little bit sometimes, get out of position.
Arrow, ooh, pops the Lotus to survive. As a pause comes out, GPK needs to change his pants.
Why?
We'll reconnect soon.
Why does he need to change his pants?
Because Miero almost died.
Oh. He's very invested in how his Enigma is doing.
Well, Miero's he's a very likable individual. You know, he's a good kid. Can't say much about the rest, though. You know.
All right, well, that's a nice bias.
23 Savage gets out under the cover of the Tier 1. CS suffering, along with WS, despite getting that first blood, of course, which surely helped. And the question for me is, how fast does the Nullifier come online?
That's the item of the game for the Dire here for sure. Lycan is eyeing up an armlet.
Yes, indeed.
So WS not planning the Dom, which would be an obvious choice against this support duo. You're playing against Pugna Bane, you love having more units. They can't kill them off at all. The only hero really cleaving in this game is the Kunkka. Nobody else will kill off your Swarm and on the Lycan. But man, what a dream start. I say that as it's 1-0, but honestly,
what a dream.
This was a lane you were not expected to do well into again. Miero will probably get 23 Savage here with a little bit of help. Maybe not. The Wolves.
Blood Grenade applied to 23. He's getting chased by the Eidolons. He's going to survive as Miero going to get shackled, but there's not going to be any follow-up. So Miero, he's going to die to these Wolves. It's going to be close. They do kill them off in time. Pops the salve as well. Makoto, though, the bigger kill. The one lane we haven't discussed yet. He gets a kill onto GPK.
Yeah, the rotation in from Joachim. This guy on Slark is a beast. I mean, they've upgraded it now in their draft. They've recognized this is maybe our best pick. Feels like Joachim just doesn't miss on this hero. And actually, he wasn't even getting assist credit on that, so maybe that was just a straight-up solo kill from Makoto. Unexpected, to say the least, onto DP, but this is a game of surprises.
Well, I wanted to mention another surprise. You mentioned the armlet for WS. Is going to hold that thought. As going to get the ethereal off. Makoto, though, will come in to finish the job. Save dead next. Nice
Excellent
rotation.
Yeah.
Talon get the better of the 4v2, and now the 7-minute wisdom as well.
And this is just flawless from them.
They're going to get both. What a start for Talon.
This is more, at this point, it's more than you could have hoped for. This is actually just one of those dream starts. 4-1, both wisdoms.
There's the solo kill we missed, and it was quite standard.
Yeah, just the
I thought
rune.
we didn't have Nightmare?
I guess just got surprised by the damage rune.
Wow.
I don't know. Either way, Talon with a great start to this game. And let's remember, we were calling this a polarized draft where BetBoom are very committed to the early game pressure. If the lanes go poorly, it can be hard to put that pressure.
This time, not able to find what they came for, so GPK shrugs off the Wukong's command. I wanted to mention, again, you said the armlet for Lycan. He's buying Mask of Madness first. Am I missing something?
This is just the... It's a build you can go on the, especially carry Lycan when that is in fashion.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. This is a hero that doesn't have to use any spells during the fight, right? You pop all your stuff and then you go in.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
You know, it doesn't matter that you're silenced.
Exorcism by GPK. Makoto, of course, without his ult. Cuckoo makes his way over, level 5, though. As now we start to see BetBoom's lineup being put to good use. Got the Nether Blasts with the Exorcism. This is a dead tower at the 8.5-minute mark.
Yep.
The Mask of Madness reminds me, I mean, have pros actually been doing this? Because it reminds me of old, like really old pub builds. Mask of Madness, like Deathlo. As 23 Savage can take another blast to the face. Decrepify as well. Miero in range for the Malefice, and that's an easy pickoff. Kiritich wasn't even needed here.
I'd say it's rather uncommon on offlane Lycan, but it's not a novel idea in Pro Dota to run Lycan with
Maybe it's just been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of this is because of his good start. Like, he might have gone for a different build if the lane did not go as well
He
as
saw
it
23 Savage's last game. He's like, all right, I'm going to play carry, guys, from the offlane. Don't worry about me.
Dire's top tower
23 in the meantime hasn't even begun working on his Maelstrom, so definitely in struggle city right now.
Yeah. In spite of all these kills that Talon got early, they still do not have the gold lead. Because the Kunkka, after that misstep bottom, is still out farming WS by 600. And in addition, the Razor is, as you mentioned, doing quite poorly for himself. 23 has some ground to cover.
Yeah, but Lacoste said it in the panel. This is a very one-dimensional lineup for Talon, especially when it comes to the damage department. All physical. So you mentioned the Crimson. I'm sure we're going to be seeing the Shivas as well as... that's a dead Bane Elemental. Will Nightmare himself, but won't do much here.
Oh, nice little regen rune for Jokum. He was running out of resources.
And I assume an Assault Cuirass for Kunkka at some point.
I mean, you buy every
Probably go for all of it.
You buy every armor item in this game, I think.
A Lotus, perhaps? Yeah. Maybe not.
Well, all the team armor items. I don't think the individual armor items necessarily. Is Blade Mail good here? Probably not particularly.
I mean, we see it on Kunkka pretty regularly, but...
Yeah.
Does
And without a doubt, Radiance, of course, right? You have to have that on Kiritich. There's no discussion. So he'll get that. But yeah, I would definitely expect every armor item. I think even Vlad's is worth it. The question is who's going to buy that on BetBoom?
Oh, Makoto was hiding. Kataomi dies to the soldiers. And Bane actually pretty decent against the Monkey King in certain situations with that Nightmare because the old facet, you could leave the Wukongs. Didn't really matter.
Yeah, it's where you can walk him out now.
GPK, oh my goodness, he stuck around knowing that Makoto was in the area. He gets deleted. WS actually gets it with the Wolves and now a tier 1 tower. So talking about the push from BetBoom, don't forget that Talon also have some push of their own.
With all the expectations we went into this game with, this is such a great position to be in for Talon because this is the part of the game where things are meant to get the scariest is the upcoming 10 minutes. So if you win the laning stage, you're setting the tempo and controlling the map. I have so much faith in this Dire lineup being able to win this game. You're going to activate Jokum, you're going to avoid the Death Ball, and set the terms for this mid game. And talked about the Lycan versus Death Prophet matchup. They did that on the panel. If you build Lycan like this with heavy right click, you're going to need a lot of armor on your heroes to survive this onslaught. The good news is you have Enigma and Black Hole against multiple up close and personal heroes. Monkey King, Lycan, and Razor a lot of the time will, if they want to go on the same target, they're naturally going to stack. So I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge for Talon is to play the angles. But Lycan, of course, loves to do that. He can flank. But yeah. So far, so good, for sure, for the side of the Dire.
GPK spotted out. Jokum just walking by.
Oh, Kataomi eaten alive by the wolves.
Kataomi has Nightmare still for himself and Brain Sap as well. Makoto looking for an assassination.
Yeah, if that was level 6 wolves, he might have died.
Yeah, level's 5 right now.
They can still deal with them for now, but when they get Hightail, it gets a lot worse.
Wukongs?
He has Arcane Rune, so this is not as big of a commitment, but no backup. He might just choose to steal some creeps here, perhaps. We'll see. Nope. Waiting for the wolves.
Yep. Oh my god. That is insane. And now GPK in a lot of trouble. Already at half HP. A couple more right clicks will be enough. Makoto Has to get a little bit of distance here. Cuckoo makes his way over as well. Traps GPK inside the Serpent Wars, but at the very least, you force out an Exo. You force out all this rotation from BetBoom.
Huge win. Makoto did all of this by himself almost. Just a Shaman Wards was needed. Now they're back
not
in.
done yet. Still has that Wukong's command. Gonna get the silence off for GPK, so this won't turn into anything for Talon, it seems. Decrepify, you're already seeing how powerful it is against the lineup of Talon, which, again, is why we bring up the Nullifier and how important the item will be going forward. So Armlet, Mask of Madness for the Lycan, Mr. WS.
I think he's going Nullifier next. I'd love to see that. They're creating so much space on the map, too. Like, yeah, BetBoom cut their losses there, but in the meantime, the Razor and Lycan were both completely free farming for a minute. Kind of accomplished that in the 3v5.
Oh, Nightmare.
No reaction from Joachim. Can get gripped here.
He can.
Will get gripped here. Do they have a silence?
Makoto, though, to cancel. Gets the Boundless onto 2, and Joachim's fine. So another wasted rotation for GPK.
Dude, this space is so good from Talon. This is top shelf stuff.
And Makoto on a tree with Shield Rune. As the Wolves continue, I mean, Slark and Wolves. Like, how much vision do you get this game? It is ridiculous. As the Pugnet cleaned up easily, and now WS just going to town on the tier 1. Things looking quite good for Talon in this very unusual lineup.
Instantly gonna smoke to top here. It feels really good for Shadow Shaman to play with Lycan Wolves. It gives you kill potential that you don't usually have. Because you have a lot of lockdown, and the Wolves do so much damage to the supports that not only can the Wolves scout out so you can get the Hex surprise, but they can actually contribute to the kill. Miero, speaking of.
Yep, he gets hexed. He gets Serpent Warded, and Makoto, well, nice Decrepify to save him for now. Of course, he's looking for the Black Hole, but the Boundless Strike finds him. Gets stun locked in the end. As the Wolves onto Kataomi. The Butler helping out.
And lest we forget, this singular game is actually massively important. Currently in the group stage, BetBoom are 4-1 and Talon are 3-2. So if Talon were to win this game, they would be tied for second.
Yep.
Paravision, of course, in first place with 5-0. They're likely to stay there. They just need to win one more series. If BetBoom lose this game, then a singular series win will be a guaranteed first place for Pari. No tiebreaker needed for them to stay in upper.
Man.
And as this looks now, this gets, I don't know, this gets really, really hard to play for Radiant already. The map control, Slark, Wolves.
I do have a question. Obviously, it's working out quite well here. This build for the Lycan, Mask of Madness Armlet, like basically playing at position 1 with the Alpha Wolves, though. Like typically, like you're losing a level of Howl and Feral Impulse at the cost, right?
It's a bit unusual. But
it's working so far.
If you're ahead by this much, I think the logic that he might be going for is he wants to pose so much of a threat himself that it's going to relieve pressure from the other 2 cores. If he goes more of a utility route, then potentially you run into the issue of, well, if Razor gets gripped, can we actually win the fight? Or if they manage to isolate the Monkey King early and kill him.
Well, enough space has been given from Talon's moves here that 23 Savage is now second in net worth overall. The Hex initiation on a Miero. He's getting healed up, though, and is going to be able to get the Black Hole onto the Monkey King. Do they have the follow-up damage? Do they get the Centaur Stomp? And yes, they do. Meanwhile, other side, Bane is lost.
That's massive from save, though. Getting that protection off on Miero this time, keeping him alive. We're approaching. So, by no means is this game over for the side of BetBoom. Let's keep it simple here. You're still very strong when you're together. You're still very good at pushing, and if you execute fights well, things go great. It's the challenge of setting up moves of this kind. That's what's going to be difficult for you, but that time they got it. They effectively baited out the Enigma, had the very quick rotation in from save with the Decrepify, protected him, got off the Black Hole, and it's going to get a little bit easier soon. Crimson Guard almost complete. Talked about that as the item for this game.
And Miero's always going to be something to contend with from the Talon side. They have to worry about him all game long. Makoto is going to get off his ult. Going to be a Bane. Pretty fast kill.
Just Wukong for it, though.
Yeah, most likely not needed, but it did force out the Kunkka.
This Crimson is about to be completed. Lens for Pugna is a mega upgrade as well. You can see in this game save, we'll be going the max Decrepify. Sometimes you see Pugnas go 4-1-4. This game, it's a no-brainer. You want to have max range and Decrepify. You want the low cooldown. Actually going to find some good damage here onto Cuckoo. No follow-up, though. The BKBs are being worked on as well for the side of BetBoom. Kunkka and DP, their next items will be just that. Want the freedom of movement, want to be able to ignore the Shadow Shaman and part of Monkey King's pressure. It's not the most obvious BKB game when you look at it. I don't have that many disables on the Dire, but might be worth it. I think other teams and other players, perhaps in this position, would be prioritizing something like Force Staff and stat items. See if those BKBs end up paying off. They definitely counter Cuckoo, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah. It looks like this is going to be a smoke. There's BetBoom. 20-minute mark. You know what that means.
Yep.
Tormy available very shortly.
And 23 Savage TP'd away, so this is just a gimme.
Looks like
just
it.
Free. Huh. Would have thought that this would be something you would want to control and fight for, but they might have just blundered it. Or worried about giving the 5-on-5 under controlled circumstances.
They get the good shard.
Yeah, level 4 Brain Sap AoE now. Well, generally have access to Brain Sapping multiple units in fights. The Lycan Wolves will help.
That is true.
Keep you alive that little bit longer. This is actually quite helpful against that specific hero because the way Lycan kills you is by overwhelming you with just numbers. These wolves are insane. Why do these wolves have 925 HP?
The wolves are absurd. They are completely absurd.
A little bit of everything in them.
It's going to be the New Age Nature's Prophet. Level 25 talent.
Oh, yeah. Give the wolves fortified armor.
So when you get shard on Lycan, it's the same shard, right? You get that random wolf that goes down lanes. It, I assume, gets all the level 6, but can you activate? Because you can't control the creep, but can you activate the skill on it?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can't. It has your level of Feral Impulse, though, right? That's how I remember it. And it has Cripple for the towers, but I think that's it.
The wolves. Always very How much
annoying.
are these worth, actually? Was that 57?
51, I think.
Okay. And the Nature's Prophet one was 25, is that right?
Too little.
Remember when it was 12 gold to kill one or something? It's like literally not worth the effort. All right, so Talon now have the double BKB, although Makoto is 700-ish away from his, so
Dire's middle tower
likely to wait for that, and then that's a pretty gigantic power spike for them.
They're really taking their time with these nullifiers. Lycan going BKB into AC. Would have really thought you wanted nullifier earlier against this Pugna. This is very good news for Save. It gives him a clear, big impact play. Of course, he will be busy fighting wolves for all eternity.
Yeah.
But he lives. Just being annoying.
Historically speaking, especially the old days, Pugna and Bane would hate these wolves, but they've gotten a lot better. Especially Bane with the shard, like you talked about. Jokum spotted.
So these are a lot of BKBs right now. Changes the game quite a bit. BKB Kunkka, BKB DP, BKB Lycan, BKB Razor.
Oh, Makoto's
So 2 for
100
2.
gold away, so they definitely don't want to fight quite yet.
Yeah, he's about to get it from this double ancient stack. Just need to work his way through it.
Oh, WS, X marks. They're going to black hole him. Do they have the damage? Yes, sir.
He's on a 5-kill streak. That's a big kill. Could be Roche, maybe. Not the fastest Roche team, but if you use Exo, you're pretty fast.
And they have the tentacle guy in there. What the hell his name is?
Roshan.
Oh, it dies instantly. Worthless creep.
Oh, Joka might fancy his chances here. He knows it's pretty low because of the wolf.
It's got to be perfect here. He jumps in, uses his only snatches the Aegis! Jokum! God! What a play. He's going to use it right away. TP's coming in, and like it's up in 10 seconds. A balance strike onto 2 with the Wukong's command to follow. As 23 Savage showing off that newly picked up BKB. They're going to be able to get... The GBK is actually really healthy. He gets on the outskirts of the Wukong's command. Still no kills for Talon, despite the amazing initiation. And they're going to be able to cancel the TP onto GPK. So finally, 2 kills go the way of Talon, and they snatch the Aegis. Jokum. Godly play.
What a beast. This guy on Slark, man.
Wouldn't have been able to do that without the Wolves, of course. That is such a benefit.
It's so big to steal this, in particular in a game where the enemy team has this archetype lineup, right? This is the one that, ideally for BetBoom, they want to think about breaking potentially tier 3 with this one. And now they get delayed so
I didn't
much.
realize the full grip onto Makoto. That's why they couldn't really follow it up with too much damage at first. But still, ends up working out quite well for Talon.
Oh, that's great for them. No doubt. Sure, they burn the Aegis. They don't care.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
While all this is happening, 23 Savage gets to
Radiant are scanning.
outfarm everybody on the map. 351 CS, minute 25 on a Razor.
Yeah.
This is some high tempo. He's about to get Sanjin Yasha now.
So now there's going to be a large set. I mean, the Aegis was used right away, so this is going to be a long period of time before the next Roche.
Yep. And I feel like with every passing minute, it favors Talon more and more. And I'm saying that in spite of them being against Enigma, one of the late-game beasts, but the lineup of the Radiant gets harder to play later on. And my biggest concern for them is damage when late game comes around on the Radiant side. Can you actually kill really fat cores that have Satanic and the like when you're running DP mid and a Kunkka carry?
Yeah, tell me if I'm wrong here, because things don't age well all the time, but Death Prophet doesn't typically scale that well into the late game. Pugna, once you get Nullifier, falls off a lot. Bane's Fiend's Grip is always a thing. Enigma you talked about.
Yeah, Death Prophet scales better than she used to, but I would definitely not put her in the category of, say, something like Monkey King late game. I think there's just a bit of a numbers game that does not favor
I mean, looking
all
at
that
Talon's
much.
live, he's just in a pub game. Oh, they picked 4 carries, you know?
Yeah.
Late game dotes. They will scale very well.
Yeah, this could be a lineup that Quinn can play with his 5-man stack in low priority.
Yeah, he's been a bad boy lately, it seems.
I hear those games.
Haven't you heard? Pro players can't go in low priority, Cinderin.
Yeah. I guess it's even worse. Not only did
Are
he
you
go to low
included?
prio, but they're telling him he's not a pro anymore. Absolutely savage, absolute savagery from Valve. Uncalled for, in my opinion. Bottom tower.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's a goner. In spite of everything that's happened, this is not an unsalvageable game for BetBoom, but it definitely is concerning to see just how far ahead the Razor is pulling 23 Savage.
They're still not going Nullifier.
Yeah, peculiar. Well, WS wants it after AC.
Okay. And that's still a
It'll
way
be a
away.
while. Save.
They will find Pugna. Guess they don't need Nullifier if he's just dead. Makoto getting close to finishing the full S and Y, and from there he could probably just start going some really late game damage items.
He is going Nullifier before AC. He changed it up. Oh, so it will be next. Helm of Iron Will is purchased, and
Sure, it's not
Sacred
just
Relic.
a casual helm, you know. Lycans love that.
Just 500 off, so this will be a Nullifier.
Makoto
very
finding
soon.
GPK. Has to use the BKB in retreat. Miero shadowing him as well.
the GPKB, if you will.
Great one.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
I'm stuck with you.
And last week.
It's been a long tournament.
Yep.
Radiant's
Sit
top
next to you.
tower is under attack.
A lot of brain rot at this tournament.
Yeah.
Those Cannibal Islands really lower your IQ.
Yeah, I'll say Jenkins hasn't been helping my well-being. Of course, the very famous scriptwriter of the show Cannibal Island, as well as the upcoming video game Relic Arena. He's behind that one as well.
Be sure to wishlist that.
Yep.
On Steam now.
Of course, yeah. Don't wishlist another season of Cannibal Island. Make sure the viewer numbers get some really bad.
Yeah, if you wishlist Relic Arena, there's going to be less Cannibal Islands. I can promise you that. It's actually a great incentive.
Yeah. I'm wishlisting it right now. God.
I saw an AC. That was for Kiritich, so they got one of their own. And where's the Shiva, Cinderin? Who buys that one? Oh, Yule's going to counteract this X-play potentially? No.
Well, you definitely want Shiva eventually in DP in this game.
Yeah,
without
that's
a doubt.
true. Yeah.
Don't know if it's next on the docket here.
I didn't even realize he went Ags. It's been a hot minute since I've seen that one. Remember when it first came out years ago, it was like ridiculously good as, well, Cat to Omi. Well, he's going to get healed up by Save. Very nicely done. The Shackle and the Serpent Ward's placed on top of GPK. Looks like the Ross is going to pay the ultimate price, though. 23 Savage. Getting a nice static link. Pops the BKB of his own, but he's getting pretty low as GPK's Exorcism is going ham. But the Death Shroud saving 23 Savage. Support trades for now as GPK falls. And now Talon can overrun the lineup of BetBoom. They get 3, they lose 1. The Depth Shroud is ridiculous.
I don't think Talon are getting Slark the rest of the tournament, actually. I think this is the last game a team is going to give it to them. It's just too much. Jokem's owning. He's doing so much work in these games on the Slark. It's ridiculous. Another clutch fight from him, getting the tip from 23 Savage. And in addition, Miero never found a black hole opening there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he kept getting cancelled by the Wolves or if there just wasn't a good angle. But they didn't get to put him to use.
Yeah, this might be a game where potentially you go Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
To get off a good blink black hole.
It's currently queuing up Midas. I would advise against that one. I think that's maybe a little bit too ambitious.
No way.
After his BKB, he has Midas in the quick buy.
No way, dude. There's no way that's good.
No.
Maybe this
surely
is just,
isn't.
I'm angry, we're losing.
Yeah, but Miero, though?
I know. Yeah, that's true. If it was any other player, I would say that.
Shard for the Wolf, man.
Hell yeah. Let's take a look at the next Wolf to spawn here.
Yep, 10 seconds.
Is it top, middle, or bottom? Let's take a bet here.
All right, I'm going to say it's mid.
Damn it, I was going to say that.
And now you have to pick another lane. Quick!
Bottom.
Okay.
It's right here. Trust. Damn it. Damn it!
Yeah, it is top. Good job.
All right, now.
It's top. That's one of his own, the one we're looking at right now. So it has cripple.
Go top. It's top.
It has cripple and cripple and hamstring. No high tail.
It doesn't go invis.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't.
Why is it so slow?
They never did.
No, I don't know.
It has hamstring though, which I did not know because that's obviously the level 5 wolves thing. So it has hamstring but not high tail because you can't control it.
Okay.
And it can cripple towers. Well, that's another little issue that BetBoom have to deal with.
Oh, they find the Monkey King. That's a big one for BetBoom.
Oh.
But still, at a massive deficit. It's a full minute to play with, though.
They push fast. I think they take mid tower off of this.
Man, Jokum upgraded to Wind Waker, by the way.
Yeah, nice against Black Hole.
Yeah, it's insanely good. It's just typically you don't see that as the one main item on the hero.
Yeah.
Usually you fill it out a bit more.
His inventory looks funny. He's got Wind Waker and Blood Grenade.
Yeah, that Blood Grenade is going to
Not very often you see these items in the same on the same screen.
Yeah, this is one of those. Guess what bracket we're in.
Yeah. In a moment, he's going to buy a recipe for his last slot. It's pitiful watching him try to kill the Centaur with the greedy Essence Ring. He hits for 40 damage. Did finally kill it off. Exciting stuff.
Well, that's how he afforded the Wind Waker.
Yep.
By being greedy. And you can tell BetBoom just desperate. They're just waiting around for Roche.
Yeah, they need this badly. It's
It
about
will
to
be
spawn
spawning
10
soon,
seconds.
but now that Monkey King is up, can they go for it?
They're also going to be paranoid. There's a lot of stuff you don't see when you watch both teams Fog of War the whole time, but BetBoom have to constantly deal with the feeling that they're being watched. Slark plus Lycan Wolves is super annoying when you're behind.
Oh, man. 23 Savage with Refresher. Double BKB, double Satanic.
Yeah, he doesn't die outside of Black Hole. I don't think it's possible.
And they're going to smoke up now. The Wolves giving some vision.
Oh, this
There's
is so
no
good
vision for
info.
BetBoom, though. 23 Savage just going to walk right in. The Bane already at half HP. Ross is going to pay the price here as Makoto does get off ult on the Monkey King. Doesn't really find the connections, though, as GPK now static linked, and there's the refresher from 23 Savage. Double ult, but as the Ghost Scepter, oh my god, evaporates.
That's a boundless.
And now into the Roche pit they go. They have the double ult going for 23 Savage. There's the nullifier. That is a lot of damage.
And they're going to get AC off of this as well. Lycan almost has the gold for that. Going to put Aegis onto Makoto. He almost has his nullifier too, so they'll have two of them.
Roshan Banner just trash apparently.
Don't need that garbage. Save will get killed off by the Wolves plus Shadow Shaman. We finally got to see it. Can actually kill this support with just the Shaman plus 2 Wolves.
That's insane, man. That is insane. Yeah, Kiritich looks like... oh, it is Daedalus first.
Yeah, they need damage, right? As we talked about it, they struggle to kill these heroes, but feels like it's too little, too late. There's just so many things that need to align for BetBoom to be able to win this game at this point. They need to constantly struggle with vision. They need to make sure they find a black hole in spite of being scouted. They have to get it on the right heroes at the right time, and on top of that, they have damage issues. It feels, for all intents and purposes, like a checkmate at this point, but Enigma can make those magical moments if the enemy overextends in your base, but that's kind of what you're hoping for at this point.
He's going for Ags on Miero, apparently.
Yeah, he needs more damage.
Guess they don't really have a way to cancel the black hole under the BKB, right?
Yeah.
There's no Abyssal. I mean, that would be a Lycan item, typically.
Illusion.
But even with the Abyssal, you have to be in position to do so.
Radiant are scanning.
Cuckoo catches GPK.
Serpent Ward trap, and 23 Savage has the static link. GPK melts. 6 deaths for him.
Might be able to force high ground with this. You have Aegis and you killed a big core. You just need to not stack for Black Hole. Start poking with the Lycan.
It feels bad that they don't have a Shiva still. I mean, it's obviously not going to be the difference maker, but I just don't get the Ags.
No, me neither.
For Death
Not on
Prophet.
board with this one. I agree 100%. I think
I feel like
Shivas must have been better this game.
Generally speaking, this is one of the more underwhelming Ags in the game now, I would say. It's like bottom 25%.
Yeah, and it's also... I'm not so sure about GPK's item build in general, because this is what current Death Prophet tends to do a lot, is go for this Witchblade build-up. But recognizing exactly what type of game this is, you might have been better off building a little bit more defensively. So, not sure if he's regretting his choices now. But it's also one of those cases where you have a plan in mind of how this game is meant to go. You start your item build, and then obviously when you are building your Witchblade, you're committed and things went wrong. You can't just, pretend it didn't happen and sell your item for full value and get another one. You're kind of in there. But he definitely had the choice to pivot away from Ags. That happened late enough into the game that he could tell he was behind, so maybe Shivas would have been the better choice there. 25,000 lead.
Yeah, it's massive. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis. They have all the outer towers.
And Joachim now with the blink, so he will always be able to get in range to save people with Depth Shroud, with Wind Waker.
Self-exile.
Yeah, that's for himself only.
Yeah.
Imagine you could cast this on allies.
Yeah, that would be Book of the... Wait, what was that called?
Book of Shadows?
Book of Shadows, yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, a worse version.
That item was crazy. absolutely bonkers.
As tier 5 should be, Cinderin.
Yeah. Remember when Grimstroke came out and that was his basic spell? The first Ink Swell. Oh my god. That spell was... something else.
I barely remember that.
Yeah. It was effectively Book of Shadows on allies. So you made them untargetable as they were running in.
Yeah.
They couldn't attack and they were silenced, but they were untargetable and they would explode. You just put it on a Weaver or, you know, whatever melee core. They just run in, stun people, and then they pop all their stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty redonk.
That was insane. I think the numbers were also better on the damage from the tendrils. It just did so much.
Doesn't look like they're going to push with this Aegis then.
They don't have to. They must be feeling like they're gaining 1k GPM. They have the whole map. Spreading their heroes out nicely. Taking the space. And they know for BetBoom how difficult it is. This is the thing. When you're this far behind, usually the way you get back into the game as Radiant is you make a team smoke and you try to find a team fight that you win. The problem is getting out on the map unnoticed against this Slark and the Lycan Wolves. When the waves are constantly pushing in, you have to give away some sort of information all the time.
Look at the wolves; they're just on patrol, just constantly running around. Well, we'll see if BetBoom have enough time to get this Divine on Karatich, but still quite a ways away. And now that the Aegis is gone, Talon. 23 Savage specifically. He got rid of his boots and now has Swift Blink. He is fully 6-slotted. Still could go for... I mean, Aghanim Scepter here is excellent since you have Refresher as well anyway. Haven't seen Shard that much on Razor since they tweaked it a while back. As a smoke now. Technically from both sides, but BetBoom, full team.
Yeah.
And this feels like a do or die for them.
You need to not run into Slark here. That's the most important way to start. Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto would be a nice kill. He is a tree now, though. A little harder to find.
Radiant are scanning.
And every passing second, this becomes more and more obvious that BetBoom are doing this. They've shown 0 heroes on the map for half a minute now, and yeah, this smoke is just not going to find anything. And now top and mid are going to push in, so they have to go back.
Especially with that Lycan Wolf in each wave, Cinderin.
That's up.
One of 3 waves. Every little bit counts, and now the smoke from Talon. As they see BetBoom in their base, knowing that a smoke has failed.
They burnt the Crimson for the tower, so if any fight were to break out, they won't have the Crimson Guard. But they're going to hide in base. Complete chokehold. Well, Ketsuomi tried to go out.
Yeah,
Not
they
good.
jump right on him. Delete him. GPK, can he get to the force field? He's stun locked and dead. 2 out of the fight for BetBoom. They have the buybacks, but they lose a 3rd member, and now Talon gonna force those buybacks. As 23 Savage and WS poking at the high ground. That's 1 buyback from Kataomi. Talon resetting, it seems. Surely they're not happy with that buyback.
Yeah, it's another 5,000 gold. Not bad.
Yeah, they don't have the Lycan ult, so gonna play it safe. Oh, they got the grip though on the high ground. Miero, Midnight Pulse as well. Boat is coming. That Monkey King is dead, and now the Black Hole onto the pesky Slark dead as well. Cuckoo getting caught off guard. Gets the Force Staff to the other side. They get the X. So 3 pickoffs for BetBoom. A little bit sloppy for Talon.
Yeah, a rare slip up there for this game for Talon. They separated a bit too much, so Slark couldn't get in there and save the Monkey King fast enough. He tried to blink over for the Depth Shroud, didn't get in range. Then he got Black Hold. Then Cuckoo tries to help him, then he gets caught. Well, that was the 5k gold they just gained. They just lost it immediately. But they still have the buyback down, which is big. But a little slip up there.
We're 43 minutes in. We talked about BetBoom's pushing. They don't have a single tier 2 yet.
That's kind of ridiculous. This was the point of their lineup.
Yeah.
You're obviously going to play it out till the bitter end. Cuckoo will get a shard. Better foul play. And an early Roche spawn. about 20 seconds off for this. If BetBoom were if they were in the pit when it spawned, they might actually be able to get this, and that would be massive for them. You don't want to give this Aegis over to Mikoto.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, they're too thinly spread. They're not sure when the Roche is spawning, so with this lack of information, they will have to give it away. Now, if they had TA Shannon, they would be killing this Roche.
Very true. Was it banned?
Well, if they had... Well, do you even have to ask that question?
Right.
If TA was in the game, this game would have played out completely differently because it would have had a TA, and therefore it would have won.
I see.
All right?
That's how it works, huh?
It's pretty much TLDR, really. Roshing time for Talon. They're going to clear the perimeter first, but it is clearly what's on their minds with how they're moving their heroes around right now. WS is going to get started on the big boy.
23 Savage, level 28, by the way.
Arcane Blink on Kunkka.
Huh.
That is not normally.
Huh. Well, he can actually get Rapier, so he has Rapier technically. It takes apart his Radiance.
Or, well, okay, I take it back. We have seen Satanic do this. He went Arcane Blink in this crazy defense game they had with 2 Rapiers, 2 Daedalus.
So you get extra distance on it, and you gain HP and mana each time you use it, and it's lower cooldown.
Significantly lower cooldown, which is the big part.
I mean, it's an insane item that I think is very underutilized generally.
It's the only way to make your Blink lower cooldown than X Mark, right? So that means every X Mark you will have your Blink for it.
Yeah,
otherwise, the regular Blink Dagger cooldown is 15 seconds and X Mark is 12. So with this one, you can constantly X push out. We've arrived at that point now. Desperation mode for BetBoom.
Do you think they're going to miss the Radiance at all at this stage when he takes it apart?
No, not anymore.
It's lost its luster.
I mean, it's still useful, but doesn't matter nearly as much as it did 20 minutes ago. Joking actually ulting there.
Well, GPK still working on that Shivas. Could finish it, I believe, but I mean the buyback situation obviously pretty important.
Yeah.
And that is one thing. Obviously, if you get caught off without Exorcism, the buyback less valuable, but with Ags, your spells do pack a little bit more of a punch. Heritage waiting for Talon to commit to the high ground so he can take apart the Divine. I mean, they've clearly seen his inventory, so this is not going to be a surprise. They're just going to play under the impression that he already has it. He's the main one getting farm now, though, which is maybe a bit of an issue. He's the only one that can get out of his base safely. They are so starved. 33K. Lead for Talon. Aegis, Cheese. Was there? Yeah, there's a refresher shard, but it's in the backpack of Mikoto, so we'll wait for the Aegis to be consumed and then have the double BKB and another Wukongs to work with. He is 25 now, by the way, so he has the bigger Wukongs.
Yeah, it's going to help them push. Thinking about what Joken will buy next. I think there's some interesting potential angles here. One would be Abyssal Blade. Blink, stop Black Hole. You can get Refresher. You have 2 Depth Shrouds against Black Holes. You have 2 Wind Wakers. I think Refresher is overall the safer choice, and I don't know if there's anything better for him to buy. But
Roche's banner has arrived.
They're getting started. The Talon special, put the banner and don't push. Just let the wave do its job.
Yep. Well, another wave coming in. There's the Serpent Wards as well. Crimson Guard activated. Cuckoo goes in with a BKB, trying to find a connection. Can't find anything outright, but Mikoto gets the ult up, but there's the Black Hole onto 2 heroes. They get the Yules off in time onto the Razor. Mikoto, he gets Death Shrouded, but he actually dies to the cleave. GPK gets credit for that one in the end. And now, Talon have to be careful. They've lost their Razor. He buys back. Nightmare now onto the Lycan. Is this a reset, or is this a continue?
They have to continue. They forced 2 Black Holes. I'm not sure they recognized that Miero's second one got instantly canceled. I think he got bashed by Monkey King as he cast it, which would be ridiculously unlucky. But that is what it looked like.
Out of range of the melee barracks, which is really unfortunate for Talon. And a Roche banner falls, and they're going to fully retreat. My goodness, what a hold, despite being down 30+ K on the BetBoom side. Let's watch this again, then.
Just look at the Enigma here. If the second black hole goes off, you crush this fight.
So there's black hole 1. It was a good one.
Kodo.
Refresher.
He gets bashed.
Yeah, I guess
while he's casting it.
Wow.
So it also went on cooldown. That is so unlucky.
But it's definitely possible. I mean, you can barely see that that's happening. So Talon might not know, which is why they backed up.
This is
the power of Enigma, man.
Yeah.
And the Divine, of course. That Divine shredded 23.
Yeah, he can afford a second one. Heritage.
And Tidal Wave will be really nice, too.
Yeah, so you can mess up your black holes. Some good synergy right there.
As long as they communicate, you know.
That's hard to do in the heat of the moment. I think he'd be better off not buying it, to be honest.
Really?
At this point.
Really? No way that's true.
Okay, let's put it this way. There's more important stuff to buy. I think the second rapier and having buyback gold is way more important.
It's 1,400 gold, Cinderin.
Yep.
Even if you just get 1 kill with it, which is very possible. Just don't use it when there's 2 or more heroes in the area. It's not that hard. Noob.
Yeah, what's Kiritich doing?
He's dancing a jig. So we'll
All
see
right.
if he opts for the second rapier.
Can we get up the longest game of the tournament tracker here? How far are we off? 45 minutes?
Yeah, usually we see these ridiculous defenses when they're already mega'd.
Yeah.
Not the case here. But if BetBoom get caught off guard just a bit, Talon will absolutely destroy their base in seconds.
I think Talon won't try anything for 5 minutes. They're
Yeah,
going to wait for
probably.
Razor's buyback plus Aegis before they do anything again. It doesn't favor them to brute force this. Step by step, they can make the progress that they need. This isn't about getting one lane of barracks.
No.
Either you get the whole thing or you win a big team fight. That's what matters.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Oh, BetBoom are going to leave their base. Here we go. On the prowl.
Yeah, Miero. He has double black hole again.
Yep. There still is a refresher shard on the Monkey King, and Jokem is indeed going to buy refresher orb on Slark, but quite a ways to go for that still.
Oh, he's a tree.
This is such a good smoke break from Mikoto. Oh, they find him, but didn't hit the torrent. Yeah, you could just tell BetBoom the moment their smoke breaks, panic just sets in. Insta back.
I mean,
no way to commit
let's
into
say
that.
BetBoom's able to defend for a good amount of time. Are they relying on some sort of team wipe into buybacks, retreat, and then try again? Or can they also win outright? Because their push is not the same as Talon.
No.
Like, Exo has a really long cooldown. Pugna, I mean, at this stage, it's good poke. Jokem. That's the Shadow Dance to retreat.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
It's an interesting hypothetical to consider for a team that hasn't crossed the river for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe someday we'll get to see the other side. Our hair is greener on the other side always. Don't know so much about the dire half of the map, though. I think the Radiant one's a bit greener, but, you know.
Depends on your perspective, of course.
Yeah, your perspective of whether green is actually green or a different color.
Well, green can mean not literal, you know.
No, it can't. Hex. On to Lycan.
Okay.
Another way to perhaps initiate... do you start considering, like, Eon Discs now? Do you get more Wind Wakers? Do you get an Abyssal to stop the Enigma somehow? Like, there are options for what you could do here at the side of
if
Talon.
you can try to force out, like, a Lincoln's purchase from you.
Yeah.
Like, right now, he's not threatened at all once the BKB is up. So we wait for the next Roche. We wait for the buyback onto 23. Those will likely not align. Unless it's a very late Roche.
He's level 30, perma-hasted. See his movement speed.
Nice.
He's actually above haste when his Storm Surge procs.
Gets a second plasma field now as well. Yeah, Cuckoo getting a little bored.
It's like, no, it's just joking, man. You know, you literally you could just stand somewhere to break smokes, and he's owning by doing this. Just place yourself in a corner and wait.
How late did they draft the Slark?
First pick.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This
So
might
now
become a ban.
First phase ban. Wow, that's pretty powerful.
I mean, this guy must be a god at the hero to win his Lycan lane.
Yeah, true. That was, man, that was insane. Imagine if that did not go that way.
I would say if the lanes in this game go according to at least my expectation, this would not have looked like this at this point for Talon. The bottom lane should have not gone this way. I really think so. But.
Well, Talon are smoked up. They know GPK is in the area. Jokum shows himself. Yeah.
Hopping around.
This actually is a pretty late Roche. It's about to spawn, so ends up aligning okay with 23's buyback. It's
fine.
About a minute or two off. He's continuing to farm despite having every item imaginable.
Yeah, I bought the Wind Waker now. This cost him a lot of movement speed.
What did he get rid of? SNY?
Put his Travels 2 in his backpack. I mean, he has enough movement speed for a fight. He's got, is it 440 he's running around on without boots?
And Roche will be taken out. We hit the 55-minute mark. Pretty epic game number 3. This is easily the best game of the day. Doesn't take much, though.
And it's ironic because of how polarizing this game was set out to be.
Yeah, for sure.
This was a game where we thought, okay, if BetBoom get things their way, they're going to run it down and crush the lanes and then into a base push at 25 minutes. If they don't and it gets too late, it gets really awkward, but probably too difficult. And here we are with an intermediary where they never took a tier 2 tower with the pushing lineup and are playing a 1-hour game on defense. So it's a complex game. A lot of things can happen. Kiritich actually opting to save his Rapier in stash instead of running double.
Okay.
So he will buy back and immediately have a second one. Maybe when he can afford a third one, he'll start carrying 2. I'm not sure.
Well, at what point can he one-shot someone? Do the math. 2100 HP on the Slark.
Yeah, they have pretty low armor.
But the Rasta, how does the innate work? You can't die, right?
No, unless if he's broken or
right. So it's basically
if he's broken.
So Slark is like the only one you could theoretically one shot.
Yeah, I think so. Or
they
now you have me questioning. No, you can't overkill stuff. No, you can't.
Nah, yeah, I don't think because you're always on 1 HP.
Right.
So.
Doesn't work like a bad one.
All right, Talon with all the goodies that Roche has in his bowels. See what they can work with.
You can see Kiritich was scouting out the tree line here, anticipating Mikoto would be there. He was right.
Yep, he is. Miero is going to get right on top of him. Miero's just going to black hole, though. They're going to run into the black hole. He tries the death trap, but it's not going to happen. Life number 1 down. Another black hole to come for Miero. As the Monkey King will spawn after the fact, though, and now he can get off the Wukong's command. Refreshes as well. They're going to take the melee barracks. No, they will not. As Pugna forcing the Monkey King back. Fortification popped. Serpent Wards. Not going to be enough to claim the barracks.
I knew it. I knew it. Ironically, Jokem trying to save there was worse than doing nothing. And I was like, he's going to buy Evelyn's, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he is. He's giving up on the refresher.
All right.
He was not able to save there. Now he will be with this item. And it's easy to have hindsight in a situation like that.
Oh, Cuckoo. All right. Refreshes. Serpent Wards, they get the barracks.
Wow,
You talk about how this is not really that valuable.
It really isn't.
At 57.5 minutes.
Doesn't matter.
That's 1 lane.
It's the mental part, though, is that you're feeling like you're getting closer to the victory. It might be more valuable than you think.
Right.
Just a little bit of a morale boost there. Cuckoo's like, guys, I got the racks.
Hell yeah,
and everybody
brother.
clapped. And that Rax's name was Albert Einstein.
Tower almost dead in the top lane.
Now the walls are starting to
Ooh, Aghanim Scepter. All right, so we're going to be biting some Monkey King or Razor.
Yep.
Very nice. Has not consumed it.
We're going to be backpacking it for now.
Yeah, I think he's saving for buyback still, as we're going to see the Ags on Bane. We're getting to extreme late game scenario. A 0 and 9 Bane with an Aghanim Scepter. So this is where having 0 Lincolns, I believe, is potentially going to bite them.
It's really difficult for Talon to win this game right now. Feels like they need to itemize themselves out of additional trouble. Maybe some tier 5 neutrals can help.
Oh, we're getting there.
Thinking about maybe some Book of the Dead, just step by step. I know the pushing isn't what it was before, but you just need more garbage that slowly whittles down buildings.
Radiant are
GPK has finally hit level 25, minute 59.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Okay, extra Exo Spirits.
Oh, Miro. BKBs. Jokum going to be laughing.
Yeah, he really wanted this kill. This was a guy without buyback, so perhaps this could have opened up the map for BetBoom a little bit, but Jokum quick on the fingers, reacts in time. Mission failed from Miro. Now, he didn't cast the black hole, so he still has 2 of them, but one of them would be without BKB if this fight were to break out. Probably won't, though. Jokum trying to break a smoke that wasn't used. Tier 5s.
Yes, sir.
The time cometh.
BetBoom can't. Oh, going for the denial of the ward. He'll get it. Wind Waker's away. God, what an annoying hero. He's level 25 now. What even is the 25 talent of this hero? Shadow Dance duration. Oh my god. Second. 1.25 seconds. Well, Miro taking advantage of a little bit of space to get some neutrals. It's going to take them a bit to get enough for the tier 5 crafting. And Talon, I mean, that has to be the plan, to try to starve them out, get all the tier 5s for you, and then try to take advantage of that before they can fully complete them.
My lightning forks.
Oh my god, we're going to see this one again, huh? Divine Regalia on to 23 Savage, so 20% extra damage. If you die, you lose the item. Becomes broken. Oh, they're going to get the hex. Okay, this will be a huge kill. Wukong's command from Makoto, but Black Hole available, and Kiritich is here. They get the Wind Waker to try to mitigate a little bit of damage. They're going to get the grip on top of the Monkey King, though. Down goes Makoto, and now the Black Hole. 23 Savage, what is he doing there?
Okay, Death Shroud.
Yep, Death Shroud saving him for now. The Wind Waker as well as 23 Savage pops the BKB, doing so much damage. My goodness. He gets bit, I believe, is Kiritich. Not able to finish the job, and look at how low Talon are. They get 2 kills at the cost of the Monkey King. 23 Savage ready to go back in, though. The blink available.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Exo's down. Black holes are down.
And 23 Savage, he still doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter, so the buildings don't melt that fast to him.
Working on it now.
Man, what a crazy game. Finally gets the Ags. So a second Divine Regalia on WS. So somewhat risky here from them. He gets the one with the 40 attribute bonus, while 23 Savage is attack range and cast range. And a Fallen Sky onto Jokum, no surprise, making it even more annoying somehow to go for him. Makoto with Helm of the Undying, which I think is the best item, personally.
If you die in Wukong's command with Helm of the Undying, does it keep going?
If you say it again?
If you die in your ring.
Oh, yeah, it should. Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Late game.
It's got to be good, right?
If that actually works, that's crazy.
Spider Legs on Cuckoo. So they have all 5 tier 5s, and so far, 0 on the side of BetBoom. This is the time to pounce if you're Talon, especially with the Enigma only having 1 black hole in 15 seconds, although it's not that far away for the refresher, honestly. Did he just bite somebody? I believe so. Trying to pounce. There's the Wukong's command going for the buildings. Makoto gets the range. Crimson Guard. Torrent is going to connect. Kiritich. I don't even think he got a hit off there. It gets disarmed, perhaps. And that's going to be another lane for Talon.
All right.
It's a better plan than before, I'll tell you that.
How much do you think megas matter in this game?
I mean, it matters, but it's not the game winner for sure. It matters when you have a Rasta that has refresh. Wait, does he? Oh, that was a refresher shard that he had, I guess.
Radiant are scanning.
Death by 1,000 cuts is the plan for Talon. The thing
with
is,
a
they
dull
have
knife.
to. What's that?
With a dull knife.
Yeah, so it seems. And a bite, I suppose.
Yeah. Death by 1,000 stirring spoons, more like it.
I mean, you have constant pressure from wolves.
Oh, that wolf! Stop the wolf! They got him.
40k lead for Talon does not feel like it is a Deso. Stygian, that is.
At this point, the gold also doesn't matter that much anymore. It's about whether you can solve the problems with creativity. I mean, I shouldn't say the gold doesn't... It depends who the gold goes on. If Joachim farms up a refresher, for example, I think that would be very, very valuable. He should just be hitting creeps right now on this Lark. Instead of the Razor farming an additional 9th item, I think you should give Slark his 3rd. Might be a good idea.
At 23 Savage, backpacking Boots of Travel 2. And Wind Waker has an Eon Disc and is now going for Moonshard. And I think after that, surely there's nothing else you can build. Maybe a backpack Abyssal. I don't know. When would you backpack it, though?
No, I don't know what he could buy. This Eon Disc is really good, though.
Oh, there's the Abyssal.
Yeah.
He has the blink as well. And
yeah, WS can stop Black Hole now.
WS is fully 6-slotted.
Oh, Miero's going
count the ag.
E-Blade. He might have to pivot this to the Lincolns we talked about. Joachim. Doing Joachim things.
All right, GPK, Divine Regalia. Seems to be the item of choice for everyone, yeah.
You saw how much damage his ghosts did in the previous fight. This is really meaningful.
And this is the Roche where you can take him over with the, okay, Cuckoo. Serpent Wards, gonna force the rotation back with the Wolves. This tower's dead. Doing good amount of damage to the range as well, which will not regen. And now another Roche in the hands of Talon. As Kunkka continuing to buy items.
Oh, he's got a nullifier now. So they can break the Eon Disc of Razor as well as a potential Wind Waker play. Which is being a nuisance to the Enigma that they just Wind Waker the guy they Black Hole. So they're counter-itemizing the counter-itemization.
Yes, very important.
Roshan smoked. Looking for a target to throw. Excuse me, Invis, not smoked.
Yeah, very powerful Roshan. Maybe that'll catch him off guard.
Yeah.
So Helm of the Undying on the Monkey King. This could be very powerful.
He keeps playing as the Roach. It's like no benefit. He's just having fun. Oh, whatever it takes to keep morale high and the energy up there.
Yeah, it's not like you can take a shower in the middle of the game.
True.
So. Cuckoo jumps in. Oh, he gets gripped right off the bat, though, but the counter Yules. Wukong's command now from Makoto. Black Hole is not going to hit anything, it looks like. That's a soldier. He's going to try again. The double, he gets the pistol at the last second, but the Black Hole finally goes off onto 2 very important targets. The Lycan extremely low. Depstrat actually saves him. Now 23 Savage going ham on everyone. 2 make it 3 dead. They get the megas. And now in retreat, the Divine Rapiers drop to the deck. They're picking it up. Kiritich, I believe, picks up 1. I believe Joka might have gotten the other.
Ah, yes, the classic X mark to save Rapier. You see it every game.
So wow. Kiritich, okay, let's keep track of this. He has 1 Rapier.
I think 23 just did 8,000 damage in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that was absurd.
He genuinely just destroyed them both. instantly.
So, Slark picks up 1.
Yeah, not going to
Not
use
exactly
it
a
for
right
anything.
clicker. Yeah.
Dagon now on the Pugna. Kill the wolves.
And now Mega creeps. For Talon, I think...
There's no black holes. I feel like you could try to squeeze more out of this situation.
Yeah,
and it
I
looks
think
like they
so.
will. Do their damnedest. They're still going to be the Fiend's
Yeah,
Grip.
they're waiting for the bite onto the Monkey King. Another Divine Rapier purchased by Kiritich. Makoto. Oh, Hex from Cuckoo into the Shackle. It's the buyback onto the Death Prop. They have another one on the Enigma as well. As Kiritich gets a decent hit onto the Monkey King Wolf. Gets slept as well. There's the buyback onto the Enigma.
And they get a clean disengage. Very nicely done here from Talon to force that out. Now with a 71,000 gold advantage. Don't know if I've ever said that before in my life.
Yes,
but
we
this
have.
is
We've
the
done
first time
100,000 before.
We have?
Yeah.
Oh. Might have passed out during that game. Maybe you said it.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Progress for Talon. They get megas, they get buybacks. It's a long respawn on Roche, though.
Double Divine back for Kiritich.
Refresher and Refresher.
Jokum actually would rather not have this in his slot, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. Guess it feels cool.
So Talon, in a 70-minute game, you wait for the refreshers for sure. Do you wait for Roche? Divine Regalia, we should mention, since it was picked up on 3 players, GPK's is finished. And in terms of rebuilding one, he can start doing that now, but it's going to take twice as many stones or mad stones, where the hell it's called.
He needs to kill 10 neutral camps himself, which is, he's struggling to get to 1. So, good luck with that. Keep in mind, he was one of only 2 heroes in their team that even has had one yet.
Yeah.
The other 3 are close to 1 each. .23 Savage setting what I believe could be maybe the 2nd highest CS of the tournament.
What does he have?
1,212. They obviously had the 90-something minute game, probably had more, I would imagine.
Talon, look like they want to maybe make something happen here. Obviously, Miero is the top priority. In terms of buybacks, he does not have it.
Smoke,
So,
Wolf Bite. All right, it's go time.
yes, it is.
They have double Serpent wards with the Refresher.
Oh, yeah.
You can black hole all the heroes, but somebody has to destroy the wards.
Makoto showing himself. There is the Wukong's command. Serpent wards, both placed by the tower, is going to force out the double fortification. And the grip onto the Eon Disc for the Razor. The black hole number 1 onto 2. Trying to get away. The second one onto the same 2 heroes. Are they actually going to get these kills? They get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the Ancient. Talon making use of the Helm of the Undying to help win them game number 3. That was sick-ass game, man.
Jeez.
Sick-ass game.
Yeah, this is the most I've seen them pop off after a win. They made them work for it. 23 Savage,
Very
smiling,
casual.
already thinking about his next shower, of course. This time he can go to the shower a winner rather than
Right.
doing it after a loss of game 1. He's seems to be in high spirits here. A nicely played game, and once again, this has been a 71-minute slog fest. But if you go back, if you think back to how this game all started out, I feel like a really big chunk of this win happened in the first 10 minutes, and I think that was the most I've been impressed with Talon in this series, at least, was the way they managed to handle the lanes. That it had to go really well in order to get to this stage. You saw it was difficult for them to finish, but step by step, they build upon the early advantage to get to a mid game that's tolerable. And once when this team is ahead with Slark, they just don't lose the map. That is.
I think I agree with you. I think that is a first phase ban soon enough against Talon that does feel like it just changes the way you play completely. And Talon, I mean, they win the early game, then it gets really interesting once they are ready to push into the base. So great defense from BetBoom, but it wasn't enough, Shiver.
it was not enough. But this game definitely had everything. I don't know if people remember, but at the start I don't know if that was counted as the start, but we also had an Aegis steal, of course, coming out from Joker, and we had the lanes that were. We said at the end of the draft, Lacoste, Talon, they have to nail these lanes, otherwise they don't have a chance this game.
Yeah, and they did. They did pretty heavily, thanks to Mikoto, who was making all the right moves, getting the solo kill on GPK relatively early on, then making a move to the top lane, getting another kill, stealing the enemy XP rune. Now it sounds silly to talk about what has happened in the first 10 minutes, but it kind of set the tempo for the game, allowed Flipster Talon to make all these rotations, and also he was paired up with Lycan Wolf so many times. It was just him going for the solo pickoffs, because Bane can easily sleep you. You're not going to be allowed to get that kill, but he sees these wolves and either he's blocking him or he's unsleeping Monkey King so that he's going to be the one getting the kill and starting to put even more pressure on the map, scouting on the trees. So very well played for Mikoto. First 15 minutes were kind of flawless.
Yeah, I was a very big skeptic of that Lycan last pick. Really cool build from him. Like this Mask of Madness armlet gank with the wolves. He's effectively ganking as an offlaner, but he's just farming. Global minus armor at nighttime. Cool draft. I learned something today. That's what I'll say about that game. I'll let you know what it is later.
Oh, I was going to say, you're going to enlighten us about that. How about you, Mystery? What do you feel about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon just proved us all wrong, right? We were not really sure what this was for Talon, especially the last pick Lycan. But it was very creative, and bringing back the wolves, right, that got nerfed was actually very clever this game. And I think what ended up happening was that the Talon heroes were too evasive. Like, they couldn't catch them. You know, there's a Lycan, there's wolf scouting, there's Slark, there's Monkey King. It was very hard to actually grow up and get a team fight going, right? And then, of course, the Aegis Snatch was great, you know, like, but in general, I think it was actually hard. It was a hard game to play for BetBoom.
What I learned this game is that Valve programmed animation or like a visual for Roshan with an Invis rune, specifically for Monkey King. We saw that later on in the game. Did you know that was in the game?
Very
Fever?
important.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I think we've seen Monkey Kings as Roshan.
As Roshan with an Invis rune.
Yeah, with Shadowblade, you have to have that, yeah. I don't know if I've seen it before, but to be fair, I've seen so many things in Dota, I can't remember all of them.
You got to at least.
The only thing that I learned today, the new thing that I learned today, was that I saw a Puck 07 and still win.
That
was
There's
my
been
new
some
thing of the
flukes
day.
today, for sure.
I feel like Talon are really good at dodging the fight and knowing when they're strong. Like, they did the same thing in game 1 a little bit, where they had this Lina and Tidehunter. They were just really patient. They just kept farming, right? When they feel like they have the enemy on a timer, they have the clear win condition, they play really well, and they're like really good at evading and just dragging on the game. I think it's a pretty impressive team right now.
Yeah. This is where Slark kicks in. Like, if he's off to a relatively good start, if he's being annoying, if they're controlling the map, you can't get any vision down. Like, even if you're trying to get maybe one that fight, maybe put it on the hill, try to get one good fight, immediately after that, if you are losing that fight, that ward's gonna get dewarded, and he's just he's collecting the information where everybody is. Makes it very difficult for you to play the game, not knowing who's behind him. This hero, even after the nerfs, is still a menace.
It is still a menace. And you know who the biggest menace I think this game was, definitely for BetBoom? Joe Cam on your Slark. Hey, congratulations on the series. That was fantastic. How are you doing?
Good. After the long game.
Yeah, tell me how that was for you, because it was a pleasure to watch. It was really fun, but it looked very stressful for you guys. So how have you experienced that game? What made that game so hard for you think?
I think because we fighting Enigma and Kunkka, he buy rapier and we cannot. It is really easy to hit the tower, and I think we are happy to just farm against them. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys had full map control. I do also want to ask you about that Aegis steal that you got. How did you time that? What was your read on stealing that Aegis?
I see their damage is kind of low. Only the DP dealing the damage on Rust, and WS keep giving vision in the last wolf. So I just time it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a very, very cool moment. I believe your Slark has been an incredibly high win rate this event. Is that currently your most fun position 4 to play? Is that your favorite hero right now?
Not in pubs, I think. Because
What?
in pubs,
What are you playing?
not in the. Because in pubs, so hard to carry the game with the slug. Yeah, they just keep sticking and we just keep feeding. I don't know.
So what are you
Only
playing
in the
instead?
tournament. Oh, I play some Rubik Willow.
Rubik Willow, because we've
Yeah.
seen, I think we've seen maybe one Rubik here for DreamLeague. Why is he not in competitive at the moment?
I think the lane's so weak. Compared to other post 5, he cannot contest like Jakiro, Bane, those kind. Ringmaster, so hard.
Yeah, because I know he's your most played hero, I believe. Your second most played hero, I want to ask you about that, because it's a Tusk. And when we were watching game number 2, you played the Ringmaster, I believe, but there was a chance to pick the Tusk. What made you and your team go for the Ringmaster over the Tusk?
Yeah, I consider to pick Tusk also there. In my head, I think the Ringmaster can save people also, but it makes our lineup so many backline. I think I should just pick Tusk there. Yeah.
Fair enough. And then I have one final question, because this game we just watched obviously was very crazy. The ending was very cool as well. We had the fat WS Lycan, and obviously the Wolves played a very big part in this game. This was the first time we saw Lycan. Who called for this Lycan, and why did it work out so well for you guys?
I think WS called the hero before this. We know the hero is really good against their lineup. Yeah,
When's the last time you laned with the Lycan?
I forget. I don't remember.
It must have been quite a while ago.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic series, though. Congratulations once again, Jokan. This was great. Obviously, you guys have a fantastic record now as well, with I believe 4-2. So looking pretty good in DreamLeague. Hoping to watch another fantastic series tomorrow. Go enjoy your victory, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well. This was, I mean, it was crazy. It was right when we were basically saying, oh, the long games kind of seems like we won't have those anymore. We did have that, and that means we only have limited time available to continue talking. Actually, scrap that. We're not going to continue talking because we got another series waiting on the wings. We got Gaming Gladiators taking on Team Liquid in a little bit. But first, I believe it's time for another episode of Cannibal Island.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long.
what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine?
Last time on Cannibal Island, tension, chaos, devastation of the highest degree,
I can't.
heartbreak, terror,
No.
pontification,
Where did Lacoste?
mystery, What shall happen next?
He collapses.
As night bled into the bones of the building, the air thickened. The dead were no longer still. Grief had no time to root. What began as a reunion had unraveled into pursuit. And now, survival. Our cast continued their exploration of this grotesque studio, desperately searching for a way out.
Left tunnel, right tunnel, clockwise, triangle pattern.
Understand.
What's he saying?
Where's fucking...
Main tank priority.
No, I'm serious. I don't know where he is. I might do... If we move... Come here. If we move slow, they can't smell us. I saw this in a documentary about bears.
Wishlist Arena is on Steam now, guys. Wishlist. I am Misery, and I fully support this. I endorse this message, guys. Relic Arena is on Steam.
You don't take this fucking seriously at all. I don't understand. Just fuck off. Fuck off.
I'm so fucking done with this shit. Fuck you, Jenkins.
That's not even good acting.
Fuck you, Jenkins.
That's not even good acting. Take this seriously. Fuck off back to Denmark.
What's happening?
Here, come here. Come here. You do his. Come here. Come here. Come on.
Do we have it on?
No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just read the same ones. Just start again.
Okay.
Just start again. Go ahead.
I don't know my lines.
Fuck. Dasha, where's the line? Be faster next time. God. I don't know if the order.
Wishlist, Relic Arena on Steam now. I am Misery, and I fully endorse this message.
Quiet!
Do you hear that?
They all go silent as they listen intently. An all too familiar voice is detected.
This is cruel and unusual punishment, but I'm enjoying every moment as a Talon, especially with you guys.
I think they've done a
The cast clasp their hands to their ears and scream as BSJ's unrelenting tips become too much for them to bear.
Let's talk about
Suddenly,
I can't.
Cinderin collapses.
Get up.
Again.
Get up. Get the fuck up. Get up. Get up, dude.
What's happening?
Suddenly,
He's collapsed.
Did he die?
Cinderin collapses.
He was standing before. And he
The cast
collapsed.
gather around him, suddenly concerned. But Cinderin suddenly awakes.
It's a good baby boy.
I heard screaming. Did we wipe?
He's still in World of
Is
Warcraft.
he okay? He looks even more pale than before.
Did we wipe?
He's just Danish.
But it was not just him being Danish. Looking closer, 2 puncture wounds are visible on his neck.
What?
2 puncture wounds are visible
I don't think we prepped the mark.
on his neck.
Are those puncture wounds on his neck?
He tries to hide them poorly.
What happened to your neck?
Nothing. I got nicked. On a light rig, I'm fine. I'm fine.
There's
fine.
puncture wounds under your neck beard.
What?
But the wound did not fester.
Why is she 3 people at once? What's going on?
It pulsed. It thrived.
No.
It hungered. The cast returned to the central circle.
Here.
Cinderin stands straight, which is extremely unusual for him considering his shrimp-like posture. his eyes glimmering in the dark.
You all misunderstand death.
It was not infection. It was not decay. What? It was something older.
What?
I thirst.
As the cast scattered once more, they were hunted by something neither living nor dead.
You don't have to record this part. Just go back.
They were hunted by a zombie vampire.
Stay there. You can stay. Look, keep.
To be continued.
obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go sad. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
I know it's the second to last day of Group Stage 2 action, but we're showing no signs of slowing down right now. Because how does a TI Grand Final rematch sound to you guys? And how about listening to a little bit more of the POG Champ Pandas? Hello, and welcome to the night shift, where we are continuing a day of exciting Dota, because that's where the bar has been set for today. At least that's where the Game 3 of the previous series set things. Maybe the morning was decidedly less exciting.
Yeah, the last series, at least at the end of it, amazing game. Super contested, one of those like late games where they're terrified to go high ground, but it did produce some really good team fights. I mean, black holes, what else can you ask for?
Yep, game 1, game 2, Third game, first 15, 20 minutes, they were really setting up the tempo, and then game kind of started to develop where you didn't know who's going to win. Big team fights, playing against Kunkka, playing against Enigmas, defending the high ground might be a bit too difficult. That's why the game was 70 minutes long.
So hopefully that has broken the seal, because for the majority of our day yesterday during the night shift, it was stomp, 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 stomp. 6 games of stomps, basically. Then, beginning of this day also started off with some middling performances. But now, Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. If there was ever a series to have high expectations for, it should be this one. And maybe these two teams are starting to get their handle on the patch. The things that they don't like, the things that they do like. But what are these things specifically? Well, Effie's been on the case.
Hey guys, I'm still being held hostage by Purge. He's making me do this. You can take it up with him if you wanna.
Confirm/deny, Purge.
If you wanna rescue me.
All lies.
No, I don't know. His word.
I saw her acting before.
Let's
It was terrible.
She was playing as Misery, playing as Gunner, and now you're playing as Purge.
It is what it is. I'm a fantastic actress, as you know. But today, what I wanted to look at in this Liquid versus Gaming series is that these two teams are losing. So it's really hard to go into their replays and find things that they're doing particularly well. But I actually just wanted to look at the heroes that they're playing, what's working for them, and what isn't. So I wanted to bring up this graphic in particular because there are a lot of signature heroes on here for a lot of the players that just don't seem to be working. These are most picked, least effective heroes. And I know because they're losing, a lot of these heroes are going to have bad win rates, so it doesn't mean that they're bad at them or it can't be seen today, but this is just the data so far from this DreamLeague. For Quinn in particular, if you look at his, a lot of his signatures are up there, particularly the Monkey King and the Pango. He just has not been winning with them. It's not working for him. If we take a look at Ace, the Medusa offlane, the Brewmaster, the Beastmaster, these heroes, I think Medusa just too nerfed as an offlaner. If you see, he coincides with Saberlight on this one. But for Ace, it just doesn't seem like these go on lanes or farm jungle into teamfight heroes are working for him. That's not really what's going on here. And Watson, if you look at his list, it's all early game heroes that fight aggressively. Those also seem to not be working. If we take a look at Nisha, the interesting ones are the Storm and the Invoker. He's been in situations where he has last picked these heroes a few times when his team maybe needed something else. And while these are Nisha's signature heroes, in this DreamLeague, they haven't worked out for him so far. You look at V-Tune, I know Lacoste loves this one, but that Luna, abysmal. Abysmal win rate for Liquid. They keep running it, it's just not working for them. I do hope that this is one they stray away from today, and the Tiny Carry Flex not working.
Why does Nisha only have 2 least effective heroes?
Because he plays so many different things, and
Hell yeah.
there were things with one win, one loss. I didn't want to put them on there, but these were ones that were repeated a couple of times.
Gotcha.
And he's built diff. What can I say? What can I say? But for Saberlight, there are a couple of Siggies on there that I just don't think is working for Liquid in this meta. Those being the Underlord and the Dawnbreaker, the global presence strat. not so much. But now let's look at what's actually worked for them. Even though the win rates are low, these are all above 50% win rate heroes for both of these teams. So Watson, he's been winning a lot on Terrorblade, winning a lot on Sven, winning a lot on Lina. What do these heroes have in common? They're hyper farmers. Watson, when he aims to hit specific timings, farm, go into the late game, it seems to be working out for Gaimin. Quinn, on the other hand, the Pango and the Monkey King not working. You know what is? Storm Spirit. He's won a lot on it. The Puck, the Huskar. These are heroes they found success with. Ace, on the other hand, the pattern that I see with the Centaur, Bristle, and Darkseer is that they are stronger on lane than some of the teamfight heroes that we saw in the last slide. I think for Ace to really have good games, he needs to be enabled from the very beginning, from the laning stage. If you contrast that with Saberlight, as long as it's a teamfight hero and he gets stacked on lane, they win anyway. Saberlight does not need that many resources on lane. You look at Nisha, there you go, Tsunami, these are the heroes he's been owning with.
I mean, this is just a show. We could put 20 heroes that he's owning with.
But this is because these heroes, they play for his team. Like when you think about Storm and Invoker, sometimes they just need to slow down the game and farm an item or two. But with the Tiny mid, the Puck mid, and the Ember mid, he's rotating to side lanes. He's like taking runes and fighting non-stop. So Nisha going to side lanes and connecting with them is where Liquid has been most effective. And for VTune, it's kind of the contrast of Watson's first slide, right? The Ursa, the TA, the Sun. VTune is winning a lot with lane dominators as opposed to hyper carries the way that Watson is. So I thought it was very interesting because these teams did contrast a little bit in terms of data from the lanes. That's what I got today.
Nice. And then there is some similarity in the middle of that Venn diagram. I see that Sven is probably on the agenda for both the carry players, Darkseer on the agenda for both the offlaners, and Puck on the agenda for both the mid laners.
Yeah. That's interesting because Darkseer kind of got stomped a little bit last night. Feels like that one's slightly figured out. You either pick Oracle or you pick a Sven carry against it. And if you do pick the Darkseer in the first phase, that's pretty easy to straightforward respond to that. So maybe it will still be an impactful hero, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it lose at least once.
Yeah, we also saw Ursa as a response immediately on 9 if you open up with the Darkseer. So I think opening up with Darkseer is not as valuable anymore, even though you can still make it work because there's always going to be lane shenanigans, creep skipping, and such. You can farm if you're further away than 1200 range on Darkseer. It doesn't aggro the creep, so there's always something that you can do while your support is in a triangle, farming during the nighttime. That can also work, but I also feel that VTune, we had an interview yesterday and he was talking about his item build where he is picking up Ring of Health as his first item, which is very interesting, and he only does it on Ursa, so this is something that he theory crafted against the matchup he was playing against Centaur, and I believe he was also playing against, let me just double check, he was playing into Kunkka matchup as well, so there's going to be quite a lot of harassment, so Quelling Blade and pretty much straight into Ring of Health.
I liked it, honestly. They've been nerfing all of the other little trickle regen items for so long now. Bracers only give you like 1.25 or something HP regen. Yes, they give you HP, they give you damage, but because Ursa can do effectively infinitely more damage the more he attacks, like he can still last hit. You just prep a creep, then the next time you hit it, you've got 5 extra, maybe you hit it twice, whatever. So it does seem like a bit of a waste when he sells it, but you know, we're seeing other small items get sold too. So
yeah, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table today because yesterday on the interview he did say that he still believes in the Luna. He thinks they could have won those games. And I just want to clarify that the graphics that I brought up, it doesn't mean that they won't pick these heroes or these heroes don't work for them. It's just what hasn't worked so far. And there were like a couple of common theories that I think really actually applies to both of these teams. I do think that when Liquid play an early group up strategy, you see the team fight from the offlane, you see the early aggression from the safe lane, they seem to be winning more. When you look at Game and Gladiators heroes, if they try to emulate that style on Watson in this DreamLeague, it doesn't seem like it's working out for them, just based on the data so far.
So then is there anything that you see Watson specifically excelling at whenever Game and Gladiators try to build around him, or should they even bother trying to build around Watson at all, instead focus on Ace or Quinn?
I think it's the Terrorblade in particular for Watson that looks really good. He's won the most on that, and I think it gives them a more straightforward late game timing than maybe other things they've been drafting for.
Yeah, compared to Team Liquid, who are really struggling with Terrorblade. They played it 6 times and only sitting at 16% win rate.
Granted, Team Liquid is struggling in general.
Yeah.
They only managed to get 1 series victory against Nigma Galaxy yesterday, which is how they've been staving off elimination in this group stage 2. And they need to continue scooping up these wins. And if they can get one against Gaming Gladiators, that makes tiebreaker possibility all the more exciting.
Neil, you're downplaying Team Liquid too much here because there is no team in this tournament that has almost won as many games as them. They have got to be number 1 there.
Wait, how are you judging this metric?
Based on the games that I watched Team Liquid play, where I was like, they should win this game,
Oh,
and then they
sure.
lost it. They're number one. No one's even close. You have to lose a lot of games to be on that leaderboard possibility.
That's
but still.
true. How do you lose that which you never had in the first place?
There you go.
Liquid are starting things off with an Undying pick as we get into the draft for game number 1. After banning out Nature's Prophet, the Terrorblade, and the Darkseer, Game Gladiators, they take out Bristleback, Templar Assassin, Oracle, and Enigma.
Undying has been undefeated so far. In every single game, this hero looked amazing pretty much. Whether we're talking about position 5, he was played 3 times as a position 5, 2 times Miero did play it from the off lane, and it feels like he's just doing the job. And this is also something that Team Liquid can flex. So far, Saberlight did not play it, but if you go a couple of tournaments back, he did bang it out a couple of times, which means that it is a super strong offlaner as well in certain matchups, but Gaming Gladiator will pick up Medusa as a response immediately.
As we saw from the graphic, both of these teams are struggling with the Medusa offlane flex. I think that's just also the nerfs and the nature of the hero changing a little bit. She just does seem a lot stronger from that safe lane. And also another hero that I wanted to talk about just based on what I saw yesterday, but Nisha only had 1 game with him, was the Kunkka. He looked so good on that hero. It looked like it fit what Liquid needed for like building that early aggression, a stable hero that then rotates to side lanes. I think that's the hero that Liquid should be eyeing.
I also want to see Team Liquid theory craft slightly more, because yesterday when they were playing against Nigma Galaxy, there was a lot of pressure put onto them. Second game, Bloodseeker Silencer, they did lose that one pretty heavily, and then in the third game, they needed to come up with a solution, decided not to ban any of these heroes, and they cooked a pretty strong draft with this Enigma, which is going to get banned out, but the whole team pretty much played it flawlessly in this third game as well. Last pick Slaughter worked out amazingly for them, and these are the type of heroes that I want to see them use, see them utilize, something that maybe is not meta right now. There's a lot of things that teams are experimenting with, but I would love to see, some of that gacha type of a pick that Team Liquid can definitely bring to the table.
I mean, they started so many first picks that were like core carries or like core flexes. So just them switching it up into like weird territory is like the last thing that they have left here, I think, to start winning games. Because a lot of times Liquid goes into tournaments and they're a little stubborn about what they try to make work. They just believe in a principle and they open some like offlaner that nobody else is really taking. But it just hasn't worked this tournament yet, so I think switching up is a good idea.
Yeah, and I just love Undying conceptually, what he's done this tournament so far. Like, when you think about it, he is a hero that enables a lot of ranged carries that are slowly coming back into meta. And then also, he can pressure carries like Medusa. Let's say this is a safe lane Medusa. You go through that gate with a tombstone level, your entire team can dive her. Like, you can make plays at that early stage. And then later on in the game, he groups up early, right? He just wants to play with his team. He wants to keep fighting. In theory, carries like Medusa struggle against that.
He's relatively hard to kill too, which can be kind of helpful.
Yeah, I think pointing to the rise of the ranged carries is definitely a good justification for why Undying is re-emerging into the meta.
It also feels like a lot of hard carries don't really buy like a Deso. It's like their single target burst is like, it just feels like a lot of carries are like tankier than DPS. More so than the past. So playing like a very tanky 5 just has so much more value because you're gonna survive at least like 5 seconds until he kills you. So Undying can heal himself, buff him, get his spells down. It just feels like a good matchup.
We also had a couple of interviews where people talked about transition from which position 5s you want to be seeing down to Tormentor change. So now it's at 20 minutes instead of 15, which does allow you to pick different heroes from your position 5. That's why we're seeing the shift. There aren't as many Jaqueros, as many Warlocks. You don't need to pressure that 15-minute Tormentor. It gives you another 5 minutes pretty much to do what you want on the map.
The draw's a bit interesting. Ranged carry with melee support is very standard here. The hero used to classically be good against Medusa a bit because you do lots of damage through her armor, but with her shield being so strong, it's not quite the same, but at least the Dusa should be able to stay away. Or sorry, the Drow should be able to stay away from the Dusa in a lot of cases.
I think Drow versus Dusa to me sounds pretty good just because like she always has ridiculous amounts of damage output through the game, so you'll never run out of damage to take down Medusa if she is isolated. And like you said, her ability to keep distance from Medusa is going to be really important in fighting her. Like typically, melee carries like Bloodseeker or Faceless Void or something. If they get in Medusa's face, she's hitting them, her team backs her up. If you're fighting from a distance, it becomes a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
I was wondering why they immediately picked up that Drow Ranger, they would definitely not steal it, but they are still keeping this flex open for now. They want to see 2 more picks from Gaiman, which means that there's a possibility that this Undying is still going to go to the off lane. Imagine playing against Marcy Undying. You have Flying Undying pretty much with Marcy's Facet. They drop the Tombstone, Blood Grenade. It is a very difficult lane to play into, but this could also be, just a casual Undying plus Drow Ranger in the safe lane. Boxy's going to be paired up. Boxy had an amazing game a couple of days ago when he was bailing V-Tune's Luna multiple times in a row, pretty much canceling any kind of aggression that was put on the map. He was always in the right spot, creating those bait moments, but want to see if they're going to be able to replicate the same thing again, because Drow Ranger, she's definitely a hero that needs a little bit protection. Pretty similar, we talk about these range turrets. Lina, who's back in meta, Drow Ranger as well, not as much as Lina, but overall, they need something, some kind of a oomph that's going to push her through some kind of survivability.
Yeah, I would prefer for the Undying to just be position 5 here, just because I think it does more as a 5 versus Medusa than if it were thrown in a lane against her. Like, Decay doesn't bother her. Like, she should free farm on that lane. Like, maybe it's not the most comfortable thing. Like, you're depending on a lot of things going right and diving to work out, assuming that Gaiman isn't bringing, like, another hero to support her if you do dive her. But whereas 5 Undying, it'll get the trick done.
I think Liquid's got to be happy with what they're up against right now. Obviously, the dive is spooky, but I think there was another game yesterday where somebody first picked Shadow Shaman and they banned Marcy immediately afterwards because they were scared of that matchup. So that was one of the benefits of grabbing the Drow second, I think, was that they get that favorable support-to-support matchup. The Batrider is
also a flex for them.
It is. It could be mid, could be support.
Oh, got a second win.
Wait, didn't V-Tune say that he won with it?
He said he won with it in a pub.
Yeah, played it as carry.
And I eagerly anticipate the 3-way flex potential of Batrider.
Support Drow Ranger? Giving agility to the Batrider?
What is threat?
With the aura? Come on.
I think mid Batrider versus Monkey King is really good. Like, this sounds like a really destructive lane from Liquid, because the assumption is this is the Quinn Monkey King mid. If not, it's going to the safe lane and Medusa is going to the off lane. But Medusa off lane has not been successful at all since the patch.
And which slide was Quinn's Monkey King on?
It was on the bad slide.
Yeah.
It was on the bad slide, so the great pick. But maybe he has his redemption arc today on Monkey King. Who knows?
It was on the good slide right when the tournament started. He had won the last 3 games prior to this tournament beginning, but the hero's been nerfed since then.
He's been heavily getting nerfed. His Facet is gone. Your level 1, level 2 Jingu is not doing as much. Creep penalty healing that we did a patch ago as well is really influencing some of the matchups, especially the melee matchups that you kind of want to win, but you can definitely feel that the hero has been nerfed.
It's for the best. He's just like one of those classic, like, too good at laning type heroes. Remember, like, TA back in the day?
Yeah.
Getting, like, bonus damage on denies. It's like, some heroes you just couldn't lane against, so you're just going to have to nerf it, so you can remake it a little bit in a different way. But Gladiator still thinks she's playable here, which she is. It'll be good to get on top of Drow Ranger.
There's, like, an issue for Gaiman right now, though. It's that Liquid, their heroes dive a lot. They dive early as well. Like, when you have Batrider core and something like a Marcy and a support like an Undying, you're playing behind tier 2s. You're running at these heroes. Gaiman don't have enough of a punch to withstand dives like this right now. They need some kind of offlane hero that can, like, TP in and counter a dive, maybe something like a Ravage. But even then, that's such a high cooldown spell that it would be countered by the aggression of Liquid.
Is Mars crazy against Drow Ranger carry?
I always think it's a good game for Mars, but this hero never gets picked. I think his win rate right now is below 50%, just doesn't seem as good. I'm looking at what Quinn could play, some puck potentially that could come out for him. I'm also maybe looking at Tiny. You need heroes that can stop the Batrider aggression. They're going to be seeing the full draft, so they're going to decide. They're going to be seeing where Batrider is going to go, whether this is going to be, some position 2, or if it's going to be played as a support. But yeah, I think Quinn still has some good options left in the pool.
Yeah, but then you're throwing the Monkey King safe lane, right? And then you're throwing Medusa off lane. That just weakens your draft.
It does.
Entirely.
So you'd think they should be putting Monkey mid against potentially Batrider? Because
no.
I feel like you need to take an L in one of these lanes at least.
Yeah. But imagine they pick something, I know Saber doesn't play, but something like a Viper offlane to then punish the Monkey King with his Mercy. Like, it could get really crazy.
That'd be cool.
I don't think they'll do it, though. That would be fun. It's just a Brewmaster.
A Brewmaster. Okay, throw the Deuce in the air, throw the Monkey in the air. You can dispel Jingu stacks. It's okay. Good dive against the support duo, potentially.
His evasion stance is also very good. You're playing against pretty much triple...
Quadruple.
Quadruple, yeah, with Shadow Shaman as well. There's evasion is getting a lot of value in this one. And I also think potentially there's a good game. And depends, like Radiant's game, always going to be good on Brewmaster. I assume that also the reason why they picked it. We saw Crimson Guard on Enigma in the previous game, game number 3 that we just witnessed, that looked okay-ish considering that they had all physical damage. Maybe there's a reasoning to buy it in this one, but you also kind of want to be getting Manta style, something that DM does really well. He wants to scale. He's all about that pretty much second core because Brewmaster can definitely scale, and he talked about in an interview that level 25 Brewmaster pretty much with Refresher, this is a massive timing for him if it comes down to that where this hero pretty much feels unkillable.
For sure, and even outside of that scaling, he's good in the early game as well. If he's laning against the Monkey King carry and he has a Marcy, they can kill that Monkey King. The second Marcy is level 3 over and over again. And like, you'd think that Monkey King punishes melee heroes, but when he's playing against double melee with that much damage, it's really difficult. And then also you can just throw the Medusa in the air with this Brewmaster and ignore her entirely. Like, Liquid's draft looks super high tempo and very scary to play into.
All right, and what we learned about the Quap versus Lesh matchup the other day when Quinn played it against Emo is that if you go the bondage facet with a blade mail, you are reflecting minimum 20% of all spell damage you take. So it's very good against heavy spell damage heroes. So I think against the Bat Rider, this matchup will be pretty good for Quinn. And I do kind of want to see him go blade mail this game.
He could just play Arsonist Bat and not play on the Firefly, but his right clicks instead, and then the blade mail isn't too much of an issue.
Does that count as magic damage? So the damage that you're increasing napalm? Does the napalm, does it do physical from your right click and magic from napalm? Is that how it works? If so, then you're still reflecting 20% of that napalm damage back to yourself, is what I'm thinking. I assume he'll go right click. I just think it's a decent pick, that's all.
I think there's minimal disable to punish this. There's a lasso, a gust, and a rebound. That's pretty much it. So that's probably the scariest part of this Queen of Pain pick. But also you just needed any hero to throw into the mid lane versus that Bat Rider.
To be able to deal with a napalm as opposed to sending the Monkey King to his doom.
Yeah, to me, whenever I see this hero, whether this is going to be Queen of Pain or Quinn in Pain, I've not been convinced other than that one performance from Emo. I'm a big fan of the hero. I always feel the hero is going to do good, especially in a game where you don't have that many lockdowns. A good matchup, but I've been let down way too many times by Queen of Pain.
Well, this time it's against a core Bat Rider, and Nisha is going to see if he can replicate a performance that he already had on the hero one time. Let's see if Lightning can strike twice, and let's see it in game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Ah, shit. Here we go again. Game of Gladiators versus Team Liquid. No longer a battle in the finals, now a battle for survival in a group stage. Both Game of Gladiators and Liquid have not been performing the greatest, definitely not in top form. Liquid, definitely the worst of the two, but they got their first win yesterday, Avery. Kept themselves alive.
Stock's on the rise. They're getting out of the hole. That's what matters. As long as you're on the uptrend, everything feels great.
Game of Gladiators went back to some classics here. They went back for the Monkey King, which they were definitely flexing into the mid lane, leaving that potential open because they love to be able to have that monkey mid take over the Wisdom Shrine. Instead, though, they go into last big scenario with a Queen of Pain.
Not a lot of faith in it from that panel. Probably not a lot of faith in it in general. I have faith. This is a...
You're like the #1 Quinn doubter. How can you have...
What? How do I doubt him? Well, I played with the guy. Why would I doubt him?
You certainly insult him all the time.
It's just because we're friends. That's what you do with friends.
Of course. You piece of shit.
Okay. Starting off strong, I see. You know why I have faith here? Because this is the matchup that Quinn developed and loved versus the Bat specifically.
Okay.
This was his go-to. In the last patch that Bat made was super popular and people were struggling to find lane matchups and heroes that not only did well in lane, but translated that to a mid game that was also favorable and not just getting lasso killed off cooldown. This is one of those heroes that can really cause the Bat Rider problems. The other was the mid Slark, but I doubt we'll see that.
I actually don't remember that.
That was a great patch.
Did he play that in officials?
I don't think he ever played it in officials. It was like a
Okay.
scrim development thing.
And it just never worked well enough in those scrims to actually
No.
pull it out.
It was one of those theory things. It's great. And I remember it got played a couple times and he won the lane and you get a fast diffusal. And on paper, it sounds really good because you're like, oh, I'm a Slark. I win the lane. I get a fast diffusal. I can run in the jungle. I can disrupt the Bat's farming. He can't ever do anything to me.
Yeah.
And then at some point you die once and you just have a mid Slark.
Insania maybe gonna die to tag team. He does. Ace picks up the first blood. Insania overextending himself. And giving this off lane a good start already.
Not a kill I would have expected.
No.
Drow Undying, super strong lane, especially versus Tusk. Tusk does not like playing into this Undying 5. You get so much of your stats just sucked away.
That being said, Ace is not in the best position to CS right now, so they may have gotten the kill, but that net worth may even out simply because of all the missed CS.
Man, you gotta be careful about these decays on a hero with no HP to begin with. I agree. This might even out in the long run regardless, but still not a kill you want to give up, especially with Tombstone timing coming up.
I am excited to see the Drow Ranger again. I've become a real big believer in this hero.
Why?
I just thought the 23 Savages performance looked really good. I've kind of always liked Drow Ranger, and I didn't feel like it fit in previous patches, but this one it actually looks like it fits.
Wait, so you're telling me 23 Savage convinced you of a hero?
Yeah, because if he can look good.
That's okay.
No, yeah, I mean, he's a good carry player. It's just not like what I think of for his heroes, you know?
Was this OG 23 Savage or was this
No,
Talon?
this was this tournament.
Well, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
I was-
So sorry.
Okay, that just checking there.
Okay.
Making sure we're on the same page, you know? It's important to be on the same page, Austin.
I did think it was pretty funny when we were watching the cams. CY had a good chuckle about the Brewmaster last pick, a Saberlight Classic. It's Grandmaster tier on the hero, but he is going to be in a bit of a difficult matchup. Monkey King Shadow Shaman. And he doesn't have the most reliable support with him.
Yeah, they're pulling waves up here.
Yeah.
Try to dodge this monkey matchup. Mid matchup is very even. This should get better for Quinn as the dagger goes up in points here. But Nisha's honestly so high in terms of health. These napalms just add up so quick. It's rough.
You know what's funny? They didn't change the
I noticed that.
aesthetic of the sticky napalm on heroes despite doubling the stacks.
It's a classic Valve move, you know.
Yeah.
They're not going to do the extra work.
It also trips me out when we cut over to him and he's got 14 stacks and I'm just like, what? The hell?
It is a little trippy. The old mental memory. The big point in this matchup is that Sonic Wave. You can get the solo kill or the kill with a rotation into the power rune. That kind of sequence is where you can really overtake this matchup. And it's about the team fighting as well. Throwing daggers on the bat in the fights. Really annoying for this hero.
Yeah, hero doesn't like to be slowed down at all, right?
He doesn't like being slowed. He doesn't like being displaced in the fight because he wants to go on you and pull you in.
Sure.
Sonic Wave is also obnoxious for this hero. Like, you blink in the fight trying to lasso someone, you get Sonic Wave. It ruins your day, man.
So you're saying it's not just tech developed to win the lane against Bat Rider and like find a way to actually beat this hero in lane, but also just an overall game counter?
Yeah, that's why I have a lot of faith in it here. Quinn knows how to play this matchup lane-wise and game-wise. That's why they opted for it here. However, this is a new Bat, right? Like, this is not the same matchup that it was 2 years ago. A lot has changed. This Bat Rider is very new to the block. Players are not going to be accustomed to the exact damage thresholds that he's offering.
Yeah.
That changes a lot, especially when you're playing a hero like Queen of Pain that is very limit-based. Like, you need to know the limits with this hero, how far you can go. Did take the Masochist Facet over that Bondage, so no Blade Mail build up this game or anything like that. There's the rotation. A little over anxious though.
Toss back, Malady. He is done for here.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the ideal was there.
Yeah, me neither.
You don't have Sonic Wave. There's no way you're killing one Fairy Fire Bat Rider under his tower.
Jump on a Quinn. Quinn almost gets bursted down by the appearance of an Undying, and maybe the Tombstone still chases him down. The tower deals with the zombie, so he's going to be okay, but Tofu not going to be as lucky here. He can snowball last second, but he does not get it off. Tombstone does eventually die. Quinn picks up the last hit on that, so a little bit extra gold for him. And we continue this fight, likely for the power runes.
This was not good for Quinn, though. He got zoned off the XP, whereas Nisha, he's about to hit 6 here off one creep. So you can't take this power room fight. Bat just straight out-leveled you.
Boxy going to be low, but Quinn has to blink away. Malady, can he finish off Boxy? He does manage to do so. Now Nisha's a bit low. Tofu's going to come in. They'll go after Insania, who's got a haste rune, so tag team doesn't really do too much here. Quinn kind of backed away. I guess he was too low to help out Tofu. He'll back up Tofu now, and Tofu will be fine.
I think Liquid might have even been able to push that farther. They were respecting Quinn being able to come back in, but he did not have a lot. Watson, however, will show up here as Gaiman bring everybody to the mid lane.
Watson getting pretty active again.
I like to see it. His team definitely plays better when the carry gets involved. And he is having a tremendous game here, 41-16. The 7-minute mark. That's pretty absurd.
Tofu. He is caught in the river by Nisha. Wisdom Shrines will be traded out here. Watson was considering going for an invasion on the other side of the map, but saw two heroes standing in his way. Figured it's not worth the effort.
I mean, now this bat is just an entire level ahead of the Queen. That sequencing for Gaiman, that just felt off to me by a minute. I'm not sure why they forced that so early.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very weird. It wasn't even that they were there at the 6-minute power. They were there 40 seconds ahead.
Watson, they spotted him coming through the gate, and now he's in big-time trouble. Boxy teleported in at the side of Watson, but he's still going to be able to get off his ultimate, and Liquid are going to have to just skedaddle on out of here. But not losing anybody to this rotation, and maybe still getting a kill is Tofu. Back-to-back procs, and the final hit will do the trick. TP back through the gate for Watson.
He has to get out of there, though. Saberlight was waiting at the other end with Brew ult.
Caught up to Ace. Ace is out of mana here. Oh, good save there from the Shadow Shaman. Malady puts his body on the lines to bail out Ace, who might have just got casually two-shot by V2 if he got another arrow.
This Drow is so strong in the early game. He had such a good lane. 0 deaths, already level 6 for that rotation. Really tough hero to fight into.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he is top of the chart now. Scary stuff for Gaiman. They don't have great answers to the Drow if the Monkey and the Queen aren't snowballing. Those are your only two answers to get on top of this guy and kill him in the fight. Maybe you can trap him in a shard, but he will have Hurricane Pike at some point. Not too reliable here. And of course, there could always be Tombstone save in this game. There's going to be the rebound save in this game. There's a lot of reposition elements that Liquid have.
Nisha did not get off the lasso. Sonic Wave. Oh, he gets off the lasso now as the Sonic Wave was pushing him back.
I think that was unintentional, but they'll take it.
Yeah, I guess it worked out in the end. I thought that was going to be so clearly like, oh, easy pickoff.
Yeah, he should
on Quinn.
Lasso him off that stun and he's dead. But yeah, hey, they get him and the Sonic Wave, so that's even better.
That's pretty dangerous, man. Like this Marcy Bat Rider is such a interesting idea. The fact that you can get Bat Rider on top of heroes before he has Blink.
That's pretty nice. I mean, this Marcy's honestly looked pretty good in the hands of Boxy.
Yeah, in Boxy's hands. I don't know if anybody else is making this hero look as good as he does, but
this Brew's gonna get ult.
He's got off his ultimate. Watson too late on the Boundless Strike.
That was just not close.
They'll run down both of them here.
Easy pickings.
And V-Tune will return the favor. He's gonna come through the gate and gank the enemy safe lane.
Liquid just looking crisper, outmaneuvering Gaiman in this early game.
10-minute rune. It's bottom, and it's an arcane rune. Both of these players would have loved to have an arcane rune, but it will go to Quinn.
Well, he's going to have ult up for it. So now you really want to make a move with this Sonic Wave. That's probably what he's calling out right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's already chattering up a storm.
These North American mid players, man, they're so predictable.
Get Power Rune, make play.
No, it's more like you pick up Power Rune, you say, I'm a god, I'll kill them all. Make moves. Then you make the move, and you usually end up dying and your courier dies, and you're like, all right, GG end mid. But the idea is good, you know?
I like how you so clearly have the experience because you even perfectly imitated the speech pattern of North American mids.
I grew up in it, Austin.
Watson.
This was not the rotation he was hoping for.
These rotations to the Drought Ranger lane are just not going super hot. Quinn, though, is going to be able to get on top of V-Tune and kill him. Sonic Wave goes out, hitting Insania as well. They'll deal with the Tombstone. Ace, meanwhile, I think he's tanky enough to deal with this. Maybe not with Nisha coming in. Ace will be boxed down by Boxy. Quinn, though, rebound right on top of him into the lasso. Again, the combo strikes. Tofu, nice deny. They baited in Tofu to go for the kill because he wasn't getting away from Nisha. And then they deny Insania in front of his face. 4,000 net worth lead for Liquid.
Another disaster of a rotation for Gaiman that, again, just feels desynchronized. Like, at the point where the shackle's going off, you have to wait for the monkey to go through the gate off a full channel. You then walk into this Tombstone fight. The Queen of Pain comes in later. The Tusk comes in after that. Very disjointed, and Liquid taking huge advantage of it. Do lose V-Tune, but you're more than happy with that exchange, especially when this bat is getting fast.
V-Tune still top of the net worth. That Shackles will be interrupted. Boxy positioning so he can throw Malady into Nisha.
I like this duo, man. This bat, Marcy. Not a Marcy combination I would have thought of too much, but the more it's playing out here, it looks really good.
Yeah. You say Bat Rider hates being repositioned, but it seems like he really likes being repositioned by Marcy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiance build up for Saberlight. Nothing too special there. He's going to teleport to the bottom lane. Try and deal with Ace here. Sonic Wave goes out, though. Catching him midway through the teleport, but he still makes it through. And now Stone Gaze goes out. Boxy and Saberlight trying to get her close enough without being stoned up, but look into the eyes of Medusa a bit too long.
It's probably a factor why Nisha went this Dragonlance over the Blink. Like, it feels like the Marcy is going to be enough in the early game. You don't need this super early Blink to look for plays. You can just go the better scale item, better farming item.
Sure.
Plus, you have Drow, you know, classic combo.
Yeah, they're going to be doing some extra right-clicking in this game. Combine that with the Arsonist, who knows? Maybe Nisha gets like a Moon Shard build and just goes to town with his right click.
Oh, it's entirely possible.
14-minute Wisdom Shrine, 30 seconds. Liquid, it already feels like they're setting up for it. If they could take this tower and then invade, it would be a lot easier.
Are scanning.
Maybe too short on time. Game of Gladiators, though, will smoke up in response to this. And will try and take a clash. Saberlight in the front lines, hitting the tower. Tofu, Malady, and Quinn making their way up to the high ground. Will plant the ward, spotting. Both wards get a high ground. Try and burst down Insania before he gets off the Tombstone, but he already got off the Flesh Golem. This makes things a little bit more awkward. A rebound right on top of them. A two-man stun. Quinn has to blink away, and Liquid in full control of the fight.
This fight was over before it started for Gaiman. The second Undying gets spells off there. That is not a fight you want to take. Could have been even worse with a high ground Tombstone in that location. Outnumbered again. Outpaced here. No Wukong in that fight. No Rasta wards because your Rasta is still level 5.5.
Yeah.
So you don't have your big spells to throw down and control this area. You didn't get them off.
Ace didn't have Stone Gaze for this fight because
no
he used it for the last fight.
Yep. You're just missing all of your AoE control. And just get absolutely wrecked. Like, you have to be... This is a game about who's at a position first and set up. And if that team is set up, you're going to have trouble breaking the other version because both teams have a lot of it. Just plant the spells, fight in that area with Primal Split, Tombstone, Drow on a high ground versus Rasta Ward, Stone Gaze, Wukong's command, trap him in with shards.
What do you think of V-Tune opting for the Vantage Point facet over the moving multi-shot one? I know you're a big fan of that.
I do really like the moving multi-shot. This facet is not bad by any means. I mean, that's a lot of extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel like you won't need the extra little mobility in a game because your team has so much frontline, I can get behind it.
Yeah, especially if like Batrider and Marcy are bringing heroes into your area. Maybe even picks up an earlier Glacier. I was wondering about this. If you took this facet, would you buy the Glacier earlier to force a guaranteed high ground for yourself?
I don't think so.
I mean, 1,400 gold for an extra 30% extra damage? That doesn't sound worth it to you?
I just don't think you buy it super early. Maybe you buy it like 30 minutes in or something.
Sure.
He probably feels confident in this game with them having 2 supports that can bail him out or keep him alive a little longer in the fight.
Yeah.
Nisha on the hunt. How strong does he think he is? Is he strong enough to kill a Dusa?
I think he is, for sure, but not that close to the tier 2. Feels unnecessary to try it out there. Boxy gonna join V-Tune in chasing down this Shadow Shaman. Malady, I guess, found himself in the wrong part of the map here.
Like a Boxy just whips him from the tree line with the lash. Just lets him know he's there.
No, the Ripper's lash.
This Shaman he just had a rough one.
Yeah.
None of those rotations worked. Super behind on levels. We have not seen a Serpent Wards dropped. And we're 17 minutes in. He has 8 deaths.
That's rough.
When you're
he is saving every penny of his gold, though, for a fast blink dagger.
He's going to need it.
Just straight brown boots blink. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
You know what I've never seen before? Offlane Dusa having impact. Yet another game where this hero is completely worthless.
That's not true. You've watched a lot of games where it's had impact. Listen, I can stand to you. I am fully okay with you hating on offlane Dusa. But that's a little over the top. Come on now.
Is under attack.
I stand by what I said. I'm not retracting that.
All right.
Dire's middle
Yule's
tower is under
first
attack.
item undying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's crazy that he has a Yule's already.
Interesting pickup here. Extra setup for the Queen, disruption for the Shaman. Might even catch the Monkey when he leaps in.
And extra stun when you might need it against the Shadow Shaman. Or Ace, who's going to be trying to occasionally Meteor Hammer something. Shadow Shaman going to die in the top lane, while Ace will be able to rebuff Team Liquid in the mid lane. But Liquid still finding wins around the map.
I mean, I'll tell you another thing. I would not want to play Offlane Medusa against teams such as Liquid. What happened here, man?
V-Tune just took the fight straight to him. 4-staffed up the high ground, caught Watson on a quick gust.
Dude, he got Ogre smashed.
That too.
How?
Nisha chasing after. I think he might have been pushed into it by the gust. Oh, Boxy! Got hit by the Sonic Wave. He was trying to jump Nisha into the Queen of Pain. And they'll miss out on the kill as a result. Still, that does put Sonic Wave on cooldown. A little rough for Quinn.
I need a replay of that Ogre smash on the Monkey.
Insania really doesn't want to give up this high ground ward. V-Tune's going to join him here. Locked down by the Gorgon's Grasp. They need to deal with the zombies as well, though. Tofu hit by a decay.
Dusa almost stopped his teammate from dying for like 2 seconds there. That was impressive. Still waiting for his impact. You know, Meteor Hammer Hero is taking 0 towers. It's looking great. Getting out-rotated on the map because he has no boots and can't walk anywhere. And no mobility. Looking real good, especially versus a team like Liquid that is known for their rotation capabilities and bringing all their cores together. That's the exact type of hero I would want to play in that situation.
I'm with you on.
Sounds rough, dude.
Not
I think
being a great hero against teams.
Yes, I think you can play this hero against more static teams that are slower, but
yeah,
maybe you beat Liquid with it because they're not playing well right now, but I think conceptually it's a really bad hero against this team. They're just going to out-rotate you. They're going to take advantage of the fact you have this slow, dead hero on the map.
Also, I'm noticing a bit of a trend. You also really hate Crystal Maiden. Really, you just hate slow heroes.
Yeah, slow heroes.
Oh, what a rebound hit! Gets off the Saberlight ultimate, and now Game of Gladiators, bit of deja vu, fighting around the Wisdom Shrine area, and getting trounced in the process. Tofu gonna hunt down Boxy. Watson away, though. Actually does manage to escape, surprisingly. Stone Gaze trying to get away. He's out of mana. Pops a wand, gets a little bit more, but now once the Drow Ranger is in her sights, the Dusa is not long for this world. 26-6.
Brutal.
One-sided games continue.
I mean, Boxy, this Marcy just continues to destroy teams, man.
Yeah.
Destroys them in the lanes, enables his mid laner, owns them in the fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He really makes this facet look just straight busted.
It's nice to be able to see this because feels like Boxy has had a quieter year. Especially in contrast to, say, like Pari Vision's 9 class, who's had such an amazing regular season so far.
And he just gets stunned, dude. Like, come on. Come on, man.
How do you let that happen, huh? Whoops.
Honestly, I just feel bad for him. I mean, it happens to the best of us, I guess.
Well, I can't feel that bad. You did call it out for getting replayed. You did say, I want to see him get humiliated by a neutral.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Can we slow it down?
All I'm saying is,
Can we get a zoom in on his face when it happens?
It's humbling.
The moment he's hit by the club.
Dota is a humbling game. You can be 17,000 MMR, but you might still get stunned by a random ogre neutral.
That's true.
That's all I'm saying,
There's 5K players out there who have never been stunned
That's
by
right.
ogre neutral.
That's just proof that no matter how good you are, you will get humbled at some point. In an incredibly embarrassing way that will be replayed multiple times.
Oh, no. Liquid swarming over the top part of the map. They've got Blink Dagger Force Staff for Nisha. Saberlight has his Boots of Travels, and he's going to go for an Octarine. V-Tune, Hurricane Pike, Manta. And now he's going to work on big boy damage items, the Daedalus.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And yeah, Insania's thinking about buying out the shard. So if they don't get it from the Tormentor, which they haven't taken yet, he'll buy the shard himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gaming can still win fights if they get a solid Wukong Stone Gaze in the middle of some of these cores and can bring the Drow down. It's a lot of Liquid's damage built up in V-Tune. That has to be priority number 1. But if Liquid get to start the fight on their terms, you're probably screwed if a lasso hits a big target.
Early high ground push from Team Liquid. Got lasso on the Dusa. Stonegaze still going to go off, trying to body block him a little bit there. Eul's Scepter goes off. Quickly cleansed by Saberlight. He just wants to kill her now. And he's right for it. Oh, now a nice hit. Catching Tofu in the mix. A rebound forward. Managed to get that kill nice and quick. Pulling Quinn back a little bit there.
Insania's feeling himself.
Barrels in there as the Undying, gets himself killed, but maybe sets up Nisha and Boxy to go after Quinn. Not quite enough to get that kill, but Malady will die, and Watson's in trouble. Watson forced to use the BKB, Team Liquid. There goes the Hurricane Pike hits for Nisha. Not enough to kill the Monkey King.
That is the exact type of fight you do not want to give if you're gaming. A free lasso on a core target when you're not set up. You get nothing out of all that Deuce's HP because your other cores aren't there and ready to go. You were trying to finish the BKB on the Monkey, and you'll lose a lane of racks on top of it. Range creep did not get the last hit, but that is unhealable range barracks. May as well deny it. Yep.
Vlad's coming in for the Undying. That's pretty sick.
I like it.
And
More damage.
V-Tune did buy out the shard. He bought out Crystallis and then bought a shard. Though that might have to do more with the fact that they're sieging high ground so early.
Or the fact that he's just insanely farmed.
Yeah.
He's 15k net worth.
He's pretty big.
That's a luxury shard, you know?
True.
You're living life, you're out on the town. May as well.
Have a little fun. Buy a glacier.
Yeah, you know, take your dad's Camaro out for a spin. There's a random semi-truck on the road at 3 a.m. Why? Nobody knows. You veer to avoid it. I'll let you finish the story, Austin.
What the hell? Are you saying this story ends in tragedy for V-Tune?
Maybe, maybe not. That's what we're here to figure
I
out.
guess we'll find out if the semi-truck that is Gaming Gladiators will be outpaced by Liquid or they'll come to a crashing halt here. High ground fight. Got the initiation on Quinn. Followed up with the silence. He's gone.
Yep, that's that.
And look at this poor Medusa, man. Tossed up to the high ground, thrown up in the air, up and down, and finally let down one last time.
I find it easy to respect you.
Team fight's way too easy when you get the jump. You know, a lot of these fights have been around high ground tomb locations too.
Yep.
It's even better. The Liquid, the vision, the control.
Malady ready to make his blink initiation into what? I don't know, but...
You know, the other thing is, Liquid did a pretty damn good job in the draft of abusing the Medusa pick itself.
Okay.
Despite my bias against it, if you just look at the draft on paper, right? You have Brewmaster, a great Medusa answer.
Yep.
Undying, a hero that likes to take the long fight against tanky heroes. He kind of doesn't care. He just exists, drops the tombstone.
For sure.
They're looking for something here, bud.
Got the Hex Shackle. Ooh, interrupted. Boxy. He puts a stop to that one pretty quickly. Watson hoping that they'll stay inside the Wukong's command. Please just stay in this area. They won't. Now it's going to be outranged by a Drow Ranger. Oh, win for
Look at
Quinn
the range.
instead. Okay, damn.
Oh, he cliffed himself.
D-Tune.
Self-Arteezy.
You can see who he hates. He had an opportunity to kill Watson or Quinn first. He immediately targeted Quinn.
Yeah, turns out that Camaro went off the road. It went into a ditch, but that sprung an oil well that was on his land, and he collected it all.
Wow.
And nobody died, and it was a happy ever after for V-Tune here. And
his dad was so excited, he bought his son his own Camaro.
That's right. And then he bought, and then they started their own line of motor vehicles. I don't know where this story goes, but the point is, Gaiman didn't know where it went either, as they were completely bamboozled in this game one. And back to my point of countering this Medusa, Undying likes the long fight. Brewmaster tosses him in the air. Evasion hero also likes the long fight. Batrider, stack-based hero plus displacement hero. Both things very valuable versus the Medusa. Drow, a hero that outranges you, outscales you, and completely chunks you in the late game. And then another displacement / save hero in the Marcy that can kite you around in the fight. You could argue all 5 of these heroes in this draft have good interactions versus the Medusa hero. I'm unsurprised that Ace found almost no impact in this game. That said, this game to me came down to the support rotations were just something about the timing of them was off for Gaiman. Especially that mid move, the gate move, all these things disjointed, like my Camaro story.
And in that story, they found liquid gold. Isn't that right, Neil?
If you say so. I know Liquid themselves drafted themselves an absolutely pristine 5 heroes. What synergy on display. As you heard from Avery, so much displacement on the board, which I'm sure Medusa hates going up against. So much dive on the board, which I'm sure Medusa hates up going against. Batrider also now 2-0 in Nisha's hands. Also something Medusa probably hates up going against. So then why, Effie, would they send the Medusa to her doom in the off lane?
I'm not sure. I think offlane Dusa outdated. It sucks. Every time we've seen it, it's lost. It was on the graphic we saw earlier of ineffective heroes for a Gaiman. I mean, maybe it'll just take some time for players who like or got used to certain things or used to certain things in terms of drafting and flexing to update it to the new patch. I mean, that's the most generous thing that I can say, but I've completely lost faith in this hero Lacoste.
Absolutely. I just feel this hero, even from the carry role, it makes it very difficult to make this hero viable compared to some other range heroes that are in meta right now. Like we're seeing Ground Ranger becoming more and more popular. Lina as well. She's probably top one, maybe even top two when we're talking about these range heroes who are dishing out insane amount of damage, both magical and physical at the same time. While Medusa from the offlane, you can definitely feel the nerfs. Like you can feel all these nerfs that they did kick in because you're not having, I would say, not even 50% of the impact that you could have in the previous patch.
Yeah, it felt like before she just like won her lane. She was very, very hard to kill, so nobody really tried. And then she just took your tier 1 tower. Like every single game, it was kind of consistent how it happened. But that really didn't happen here. And on the other side, I feel like Liquid finally found their draft footing a little bit. They're flexing the Undying, which is offlaner 5. It works completely fine as a 5. Boxy got to play maybe his best hero of the patch right now with the Marcy. It just feels like he plays it better than any other player does. His effectiveness is high. And then they got some other good matchups. So, I don't know. It was just really good for Liquid. Nice to see them have a really confident win. Another stomp for the board.
They were really popping off on a lot of their early game rotations as well. Like the supports played insanely well, and Boxy was getting like 3-man rebounds. Like it was really cool to see. And as the game progressed, it didn't feel like Gaimin had a way back into it because they were fighting into tombstones, they were fighting into brew split, just so many things, so many hurdles.
I'm a big fan of this first pick, Undying, that they have been opting for. So they showed
They
it
didn't
off.
lose a single game this hero.
Yeah, they showed it off against Nigma Galaxy. Effie, the camera's zooming in on you. Are you about to tell us something?
Yeah, we're just gonna
Keep zooming.
Don't do that.
Keep zooming.
How about we zoom into the highlights?
Zoom into the highlights.
We can examine the early game of Liquid and why it looked so good. So what Liquid did exceptionally well this game was just bring their heroes to the mid lane and pressure Quinn. As you can see, you drop the tombstone here, you're diving towers, Tofu has to come and save him, he dies. Like, there's just... The reactions are so slow coming out of Gaimin Gladiators, Humality TPing in 5 seconds later, and Quinn just never played comfortably. Again, we see Insania with the beautiful tombstone here into a beautiful rebound, this giant fight going on in the bot lane, and the reason why Gaimin brought the fight to the bot lane was, at this point, Vtune was having a free lane. Like, he just was doing so much, super high impact. They felt the need to pressure him, but again, it just doesn't work out because of the impact of Liquid's early game supports. Again, here, more rotations to Quinn. And this dive is really cool because it works out. You know, you bring all of your heroes, last minute decay, Insania, of course, taking the kill for himself. And here we'll see a moment where it maybe could have been good for Gaimin if they managed to get the Boundless Strike on Saberlight here, but they didn't get it off, he splits. This is when they take down Watson, who at this point was the strongest hero of the game. They finally bring their support rotation to that top lane. They shut him down entirely, and the rest was history. You know, Gaimin one more time here, trying to go for Vtune on his draw. They kind of throw everything here, but look at Insania and Boxy. Again, they're just so clean with it this entire early game. And sure, they do eventually end up taking down Vtune, but they lose every single hero on the board because of it in this bot lane. We're just gonna watch them die here.
I really like the Marcy plus Undying duo. Like, that's the coolest thing about this 4 position is like the free. This one right here, you leap in and you get this free like 40% increase or 25% increased damage for people. It's so good against these tanky heroes as well to have that amp. Another reason that Undying's good.
It's 5-man team wipe this early on into the game, and Liquid just they came to play today.
Boxy looked pretty much godlike every single time we watch him play Marcy. This might be the hero that they want to split things up. Not sure if you want to give this to him one more time, but also there's a lot of issues. I would say that also this Brew on 23, Saberlight played it so amazingly. He died once at the end of the game pretty much, but after seeing all of the things that they do have, everything again is pretty much physical. The stance, the wind stance that gives you evasion, it's way too good, which did allow him to farm a very, very early Radiance and then started to scale even more. Pretty much he could have bought anything after that. Did go for Boots of Travel to have slightly more like pressure on the map where he can push out the wave. He doesn't need to care about getting rotated on because they need to bring at least 3 heroes with Shaman, Queen of Pain, and Monkey to be able to get the kill. So he kind of felt pretty safe in this game.
And now you're saying that Undying, still 100% win rate.
Yep.
Drow Ranger, also 100% win rate still. And Nisha's Bat Rider, 100% win rate.
It looked pretty good. They finally found a good, really, really good flex draft. It just felt like this one was perfect. It's been going the way that they've wanted a lot of their flex drafts to go. It basically flexed all their heroes and they got the best possible outcomes for it. And on the opposite side, Gladiators flexed all their heroes and they got like the lesser of all of the lane matchups that would have been better.
Yeah, even that last pick, Queen of Pain, didn't do much. It didn't end up winning the lane versus Batrider, just lost to the Arsonist Batrider. And because he was laning, or not laning, he was playing with a Marcy, he went for a first item Dragonlance on Nisha, just trying to maximize his damage output and his right clicks, because he had Marcy to gap close and bring heroes back for him. Everything worked out really well for Liquid.
And even if they didn't flex it in the way that we saw, I feel like a support Batrider would have still been very, very intimidating. An off-lane Undying would have been a huge pain in the ass also for Gaming Gladiators. And then I guess Marcy Core only really happens with the IO as a support. So maybe that one's not as flexible.
Yeah, that's a good point. When you have these flex heroes, you have to have like 2 high impact roles. That way your opponents don't just give a shit that they're like, oh, we were worried about both roles. If it's like, oh, we only care about one of them, then it just makes your draft easier. They're like, well, they can put it wherever. They can put it in that one lane, but we're going to have a good matchup there. We don't care if it's in the other lane. It just makes your draft a lot easier.
Perhaps Gaming Gladiators may take their foot off the gas on Medusa Eagerness now after seeing it get so thoroughly ripped apart in this game number 1. But I can't hope that this is going to be more stomps again on the night shift. Gaming, come back with something better as we see you again for game number 2.
I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue.
Hello. I'm doing an off-lane Medusa impression because I wanted to hide from everybody in that game number 1. And it's been that way for the entire patch. Medusa has received nerfs. And yet teams are stubborn. They think that she's still a flex hero, but I don't even think she's either of the roles. Clearly not an offlane, and the carry role has obviously not been nearly as intimidating as people think. You have to burn all these guaranteed bans. Oh, I have to ban out anti-mage whenever I'm picking a Medusa. She's a liability at this point.
I think so. I think she's still a second phase hero if you already see the configuration of side lanes, at least if you want to flex it to offlane. But with the reemergence of carries that are ranged, that can outrange her and fight her throughout the game, outside of all of the nerfs she got in her mana costs, her items, all of her timings from the offlane, she really needs a lot to make her work. As a carry, though, she works. She's fine.
She got one thing good for her. That was a buff, and that was probably Eye of Scotty. A classically excellent item for Medusa. Lots more stats, which means, I mean, I guess losing raw mana increase is probably not that different than like gaining attributes, but the more attributes will be good because you can fit it in your build more. But
that's not even an offlane Medusa item, though.
Yeah, it's not good for offlane Medusa. I was talking towards carry Medusa.
And then what, you just have like Meteor
I'm
Hammer
not
that
gonna
got
say,
nerfed?
I just hate this hero from the offlane. Like, I don't want to see it. Like, for the teams that want to win, I just don't want to see them pick it because, like, the value that you're getting, there's so many better offlaners right now.
There's so many better first phase picks overall. I am going to continue rooting for Liquid's Undying because when they picked it against Nigma Galaxy, it was whenever they were trying to figure out an idea against the Bloodseeker Silencer combo. And it was the same situation that they pick it early on. Enemy team isn't sure, is this an offlane Undying or a support Undying? And then come 18 pick, then Liquid can finally commit to whichever idea they find more useful in that particular draft.
But if it goes to 5 too many times in a row, people are going to start fearing, like not fearing the flex as much, and they might just say like, all right, put it offlane and see how it does. And then it's going to stomp them and it's going to go get scary
That's
again.
what, like, what do you do against either version of Undying? A support Undying or an offlane Undying? Is there anything that you can pick that straddles the middle, that it doesn't matter which role it goes to?
I mean, classically, Undying is supposed to be good against these like strength heroes. So if you don't put a strength hero there, he might have trouble. Maybe against like
maybe you put Medusa on the offlane. She's not a strength hero.
Now you're talking.
Unless you decay her too much, then she just dies. Her heart and stops.
There was one strategy that I think Liquid did try against the Undying, and that was a Luna. And Luna hasn't been doing very well either. So I feel like these supports, we've been seeing Undying, which does get first phase banned out. Oracle has also been terrifying as a first phase pick overall.
That's what I want to see. For Gaiman, if it's available for them, just straight up pick it. They look good. They also had the flex ability. I'm not the flex, but they had an opportunity to pair this up with Huskar, which looked amazing when they were playing against BetBoom in that game number 1. Gives you good laning stage, great against most of these magic damage dealing heroes, and if it's paired up with any kind of a hero that provides you another type of a save, like a Centaur with a Stampede, it makes your game so much more easier to play.
Just to answer your question, Neil, like ranged heroes are very good against Undying. So like if you want to set up your lane, like if you're playing against the first phase Undying, you can set up like some Lina or Drow on one side lane, and then maybe something like Enigma on another, and then you've solved the Undying flex. But it would take double ranged heroes from side lanes into like one strong tanky melee hero from mid, which seems to be quite nerfed.
Yeah, it's quite a unicorn draft to be able to brew up, which is why I'm not surprised that Gaming Gladiators just opt to ignore the hypothetical altogether, and they ban that out along with the Enigma, and Liquid ban out the Nature's Prophet, another first phase support that has been terrifying, terrorizing the entire patch.
I'm not even that scared of Nature's Prophet support anymore. I think on some players it's really, really good, but there's others I was kind of blah about it. But I guess Team Liquid's still a bit worried about it. That win rate's pretty good, 11-4.
I think you should be worried about Nature's Prophet support. It's just a lot of sustain early game, but also the global presence. Like before, when it was just a carry hero or a mid hero, like they spent a lot more time on their lane, but as a support, it frees up time for even more rotations and even more like tri-lanes and things like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what was scaring me about the Oracle in almost all drafts is that you just open with this Oracle, it doesn't look that spooky, but then they pair it later with something that is just so perfect for the game, whether it's a Death Prophet or a Huskar,
Queen of Pain, Lina.
Queen of Pain, like Lina, these like very high damage heroes who you pair a save with, and it just feels like an Aegis. So that's what I'm worried about. You can't ban them all, So if they can find like the perfect thing that matches your draft that is combos well with Oracle, it just makes the game so much harder. But you also don't want to waste banning Oracle in the first phase necessarily. So it seems like a good strategy to me right now.
And also being forced to, this Ricky ban is kind of a new one. We haven't seen it yet, I believe, whenever there was Oracle in play, because his shard allows you to not get, like, you can't target people who are inside of the cloud, which is very annoying for Oracle. Pretty much everything that he wants to use is on his allies, and Team Liquid will respond with Beastmaster immediately. Something that he doesn't like to play into is any kind of summon heroes, find them in the back lines. So this is probably going to be Helm of the Dominator, even though we saw Miero again playing Aghanim Scepter build on Beastmaster. It looked good for first 15-20 minutes, and then they lost 2 fights and game just ended.
So he's lost with it. Toronto Tokyo's lost with Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster also. Dom build seems to be much more successful.
It's just way better. Like the drum build not only is nerfed, like the flex to mid lane died because of that, which makes Beastmaster lose value if you're not playing around summons. But I mean, if you're picking Beastmaster into Oracle, you better be playing on your summons too. Because like if you're picking the drums Beastmaster who's just going to get his ult removed by Oracle, it's not as good.
It's a lot of protection for Oracle. I see Ricky, I see Night Stalker as well. Anything that can jump into backlines, they also use this opportunity where Centaur was picked. If they, maybe Team Liquid would have gotten Centaur instead if they knew that they were going to go for Oracle, but instead they banned it themselves because this hero just, I would say, doesn't have that many bad matchups in the lane, which allows you to get to your timings. You're basically an aura buyer. You can buy all 2 auras, like these 2 strong auras right now, which are Pipe and Crimson Guard as well. Not many offlaners do buy into these 2 items, which makes him kind of a top-tier offlaner right now.
Not only is it a lot of respect to protect the Oracle, but a lot of that is coming from Boxy's role specifically. Like, Spirit heroes aren't getting banned out at all. Ember and Storm still make it through, which is also annoying for an Oracle to deal with, but instead, they are respecting the 4 position of Liquid.
I actually think Oracle defends himself quite well versus Spirit heroes. I mean, maybe with the exception of the old mid-earth Spirit, who could continuously get on top of him. But if you're playing against Storm, you just Fates the Edict yourself. If you're playing against Ember, you just remove the chains and run away. At that point, you'll probably have a Glimmer. You need like more burst or some kind of silence to play on an Oracle. Like I think a Puck controls an Oracle way better than a Storm does. Unless it's like an Orchid Storm.
Yeah, that sounds right. Even somebody like a Tiny could burst him potentially if he catches him. So there's definitely other worries to think about.
And maybe that's why Liquid are already preemptively second phase banning out a Huskar.
Yeah.
So they picked Gyro to kind of cover the tracks of their Beastmaster because they had so many bans targeting heroes they just didn't want to play against, Ace's Centaur and Quinn's Huskar. You just take the Gyro so you don't get gyroed, and your Beastmaster gets guaranteed a free lane. Because what other carries do you pick versus Beastmaster? It's Gyro, Medusa,
Kunkka maybe?
Kunkka. Yeah, that's the one. This is something that they didn't play yet from the safe lane. This is something that I would like to see. It gives you tankiness, good in the lane against Beastmaster, good pairing with Oracle. Like, you're staying in the lane for such a long time. Imagine dropping Oracle ulti on top of him, healing him up, makes him almost unkillable. Like, something that can kill Kunkka is break mechanic, and we're really not seeing that. If you can break his Admiral's Drum, it's very effective. It's just that the break mechanic right now is not very popular.
It's very expensive to grab that, because it's like just his little like innate thing. It's just there. It's like this draft looks very reminiscent of one we saw yesterday. I don't remember which teams it was, but it's the same thing. Beastmaster plus Gyro. The other team had Oracle maybe, and they ended up picking Troll Warlord carry, and it owned the game.
That was BetBoom yesterday.
Yeah, that game was very good against the Gyro Troll or the Gyro Beast.
And honestly, I think Shaman still works if you want something that breaks. Like, this hero, while he's seeing a lot more losses, his level 15 helps with so many different meta heroes.
Yeah. Do you think it's good against Oracle though, since they have the save? I mean, it feels like Oracle ulti is more about saving HP, not necessarily disable, but I feel like maybe it's not that good to play against it.
I mean, ideally you're going on the Oracle. Like, there are people on your team controlling Oracle, and then you can play into Shaman, but that's a fair point.
what do we want here? Some Tusk, maybe some Dark Willow, something that can control, something that can play with Kunkka. But it's going to be... It's a lot of healing, though. It's a lot of sustain coming out from both of the supports. But again, if you can get the jump, I would love to see something that's going to keep them in place. Other than Beastmaster, I want mid-hero to be super active for Team Liquid, something that can jump the backlines and find these two heroes. Because if they get the free spell casting from the backlines, Kunkka is going to be frontlining, soaking up all of that damage. He keeps getting healed by both Oracle and Keeper of the Light. It could be very difficult, so they need some kind of a burst damage as well, and also Tusk is going to provide them with that damage.
It's a cool pick. Lots of physical damage amp. It's going to make it really easy to kill either of these supports if they catch them. I mean, still could maybe be Coddlecore, but because it does look like a really good Vessel game to me. But
Yeah, I think Coddlecore, it is important to keep that in mind, having the flex open like that, because we did see Nigma first pick a Coddle, then flex it to mid, and it dominated the game.
what do you guys think about Chakra Magic Tidebringer?
It's alright. I feel like you pick Coddle more for... I feel like you pick Coddle
What
more...
about 4 times in a row? With High Tide Facet. So you hit them, it procs, then you use Chakra Magic, hits them twice again.
Yeah, I feel like for Coddle, you just want to use your recall, right? Like you're playing on map control and sustain. So if you have, like, let's say this is a Kunkka carry versus the Beastmaster, you have any kind of hero from the mid lane that benefits from the recall, just like Storm Spirit, you can set up for these really cool plays with X on different parts of the map.
Yeah.
More
For
so than the
Liquid,
Chakra Magic combo, which they do have with Storm. So.
there's a lot of magic damage. I'm down for Team Liquid to get something like Ember Spirit. They need something from the mid lane that's going to be dealing with Storm, builds into Mage Slayer. Pretty much everything they have is magical. And it's also a cheap way of dealing with Storm Spirit. You don't necessarily need to heavily commit. You have relatively good setup for some of the spells as well. Would allow them to play relatively fast inside of Liquid.
I think you're so right that it's going to get banned, and they're going to have to think of something else, because they do need a jump. They don't have one right now with their heroes. Their best gap close is basically Tusk, and nobody else is going to do anything. They're just going to kind of hope they get within range due to vision for disables. So yeah, they definitely need a jumper.
I'm a little bit surprised by the decision for Liquid to ban out Huskar in Phase 2 and then not go for a mid laner at all.
I mean, they can't allow the Oracle plus Huskar to be there, I think, with their opening hero. I guess Beastmaster is probably kind of spooky against Huskar. I just feel like if there's an Oracle behind him, your Roar is not going to do anything. They're going to dispel it, and then the Huskar is going to attack you like 8 times and you die.
My concern about Ember this game is I just feel like Oracle defends himself very well against Ember. It's not bursty enough to take down like these heroes, whereas maybe something like a Void Spirit could give you the burst you need. Also, maybe an earlier silence with the Aghanims, because you do need silencers versus the heroes you're playing against on game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe if the Orb of Corrosion or the Blightstone was still a tier 1 neutral item, it would feel better. But you can't really do this like abusive high minus armor damage anymore, so yeah, maybe Oracle is way too defensive against it.
They already ban out 1 silence with the puck taken out of the pool, and Game Gladiators followed it up with one of the other spirits. Ember gets banned out. And Liquid take it out the ace offlaners, Underlord and Tidehunter removed, along with a Centaur earlier.
Yeah, the Tidehunter would have been excellent. Like, they're very disable heavy and their damage is pretty right-click physical, so would have been a good solution.
I think no matter what offlaner you pick on Gaimin right now, it's going to suffer versus the Gyro is the issue.
It's a Gyro Bane. This is basically playing from the previous patch against Gyrocopter plus Jakiro, and yeah, they are swapping things around, so they will have this Kunkka in the offlane and have Clinks against the Beastmaster. Beastmaster, he can't play without his summons anymore, so you can eat it with Clinks, which is going to be very nice. You can't just be playing off the axis. Maybe there's something to it, because we've seen Toronto Tokyo, we saw Miero play the Aghanim Scepter. Maybe this is going to force Team Liquid to play Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster instead.
I think if they play Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster, they don't really have a timing. Like, you look at their draft, like, what are they playing for or waiting for? Because even if they run this Beastmaster into Gaimin's draft when they get an Aghanims, he's not really killing anybody. You're playing against an Oracle who's going to save from the ulti, which is your mechanism.
It gets better later for Beastmaster when he picks up Helm of the Dominator, because this is a hero creep, so Clinks can't eat it anymore.
Yeah, for sure. But like on lane, it's going to be...
Yeah, for lane.
And the Void Spirit does come out. Like, it's just the burst that you needed, something to control the backline and also build that silence for you. And I do like it, but I think Gaiman's draft is very difficult for Liquid to play against, whereas last game they had some very clear timings with their Drow and Undying and Batrider. They don't have it this game around. Their Beastmaster is going to lose lane to the Clinks, and it's not going to control the map the way it wants to early enough. And then Gaiman are just going to be 5-manning early, playing with Recall, playing for pickoffs, playing with the Rim. Really solid draft here for Gaiman.
A good turnaround after they got obliterated in game number 1, so...
It's cool to see a new carry sneak in that is good against Beastmaster, because we've just been seeing like gyroban, and now it's all of a sudden like, oh, there's a gotcha in the last phase, and these are these important heroes to discover in new patches.
We had a lot of stumps. We had a lot of these drafts that kind of can't play themselves. I think Gaming Gladiators did a better job overall, but still leaning towards Team Liquid. I feel like this might be a 2-0.
Avery, you running a little late? What's with the hustle so late in the draft?
Thought I'd just give you a run for your money, Neil.
Oh my god, where's my wallet? Did you... There's no way. There's no way!
Maybe I'm just that fast.
There's no way!
Is it in his mouth right now?
This is how it usually works.
Jaw like a snake and just...
Maybe it is, Kevin.
He's doing it! He's regurgitating it?
No.
He's sitting on the
Oh
wallet.
my god, he did it! How did you die? You're a miracle worker, Avery.
Wow.
Is that your wallet, Neil? Open it up. Check the name on the credit card.
Oh my god, he did it again! It's your mom's name! Go cast game number 2, Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators.
In your head, boy.
We will cast game number 2. Welcome, Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators.
You know what that's called, Austin? That's called an old-fashioned psychological operation, also known as PsyOps. In the military, you're very familiar with that.
Right, of course.
I've been PsyOpsing Neil the entire DreamLeague. And by this point, he's become paranoid. He's seen things. He's hearing things. He's reading things that aren't there. This can happen also to a Dota team. At this point, Gaming Gladiators, they're starting to see things that aren't there. They think they're team spirit. They think Watson, he thinks he's Yatoro, that he can play Clinks. They've been psyopsed into picking Clinks.
What a mess.
A disaster, some might say.
I literally thought the exact same thing.
What, that he thought he was Yatoro?
That I heavily back Team Liquid here because you ain't Yatoro.
Yeah.
Yatoro can barely make this hero work.
I agree.
Who the hell do you think you are?
I agree, man.
The battle begins.
This is the classic when you see someone doing something that they're so good at it, they make it look normal or easy. You're like, I can do that. Like, no, son, you can't.
No. Clink's carry is hard to make work, man. It's hard to make work. And it's not going to be any easier with some of the catch that Team Liquid has. Tusk, Void Spirit, not super great heroes for Clinks to play against.
Yeah, Tusk is really nice versus hero. Honestly, I feel like the Bane is not bad either.
And I think Gyrocopter, feel like that's a matchup that, like, sure, Gyrocopter's probably susceptible to Clinks' burst damage, but Gyrocopter's also a hero that can get so far ahead, it doesn't matter. And he is kind of mobile. He might just be able to, like, Void Spirit makes that initiation, he drops the call down, he runs in, flat cannons.
We also have to look at the lane setup here, and this top lane should go well for Liquid. You have this Bane Coddle matchup that I always like versus the Coddle. I think it's tough to play if the Bane can play the tree lines well. You have Void Spirit versus Storm. This is probably a wash mid. Maybe Storm favored a little over the long run, but nothing to write home about. Bot lane should go the Clinks way.
Yes.
I mean, that's why you pick this hero versus the Beast, right? So if a game and lose the Clinks lane, they're probably really screwed. But they should win that reliably here.
Walking into the blast.
Boxy did get the lane pull, though. And he's going to deny a full wave out on this.
Saberlight going to be slowed down by the blood grenade. That should be your first blood. There it is. Watson picks it up.
Nice little find. Just as Vtoon finds Ace. If that had been a couple seconds later, else Saberlight tipped Quinn. Why? I'm missing something on that one. I feed first blood, tip enemy mid laner. Like,
maybe he just told these like, guys, I'm gonna tip Quinn no matter what.
maybe it's like, haha, you can't first blood me now. I already died.
I am curious. There was a change to Clinks that I do think is sometimes quite impactful, which is the auto cast on Tarbomb. It doesn't give magic wand stats, or at least it didn't when it first they first made that change.
If you use the autocast.
If you use the autocast, and I'm curious if that if any pros are going to use that effectively enough that it has an effect on some of these lanes. Because one is very effective against Clinks. Like, he throws a lot of these small spells for no damage.
Oh, pillow puppy paws on the snowball. Malady had something in his eye.
It was the other team that paused.
Yeah, still puppy paws. We've been seeing them a lot lately.
Okay. You think they're coordinating what to do when the snowball hits?
What was that?
It was a showcase view of the snowball.
I'm getting silence now.
Now you're seeing things.
Did you ever watch Frosty the Snowman when you were growing up, the little animated show around Christmas time?
Yeah.
I feel like everybody has watched that, but nobody knows what it's about.
It's about a snowman who comes to life and then he dies at the end.
But he dies?
I mean, kinda. It's supposed to be like, oh, he comes back next winter sort of deal, but like, it's a little traumatic if I'm honest.
I thought he just goes to where all the other snowmen sleep.
There are no other snowmen.
Well,
he was the last of his breed.
Where did he come from?
Again, it was the last of his kind. All the other great abominable snowmen died.
Why? What happened to him?
Got hunted down.
By who?
Global warming.
Okay. Al Gore was right.
An inconvenient truth.
I didn't know those two were related, but I learned a lot today. Thanks, Austin. Never been more educational.
I mean, I told you that's a traumatic child movie.
I guess it was traumatic for you. You know so much about this. TP into mid, Quinn up really far.
Can he catch him on the Aether Remnant? They're going to wait for the snowball shards, block him in. Nisha's taking so much damage, though.
Yeah,
he can't really stand and fight. He's dead. Oh, Boxy just forced... This reminds me of the play earlier. Remember when Boxy TP'd and got Nisha killed? Now Boxy just forced him into a snowball play that I don't think Nisha really was that anxious to make happen.
No, he was not. They're going to get double water rune for the storm unless Boxy mans up to take this away. He might die for it, though.
Dire's middle tower is
He doesn't even get it.
Oh, no. He dies.
All right, he's okay. He's going to have to go to base now. He's low resource. I mean, yeah, that's about as big a disaster as a mid game can go. It looked really good on paper. Did not work out.
Nope. Kind of went as you said. Storm Spirit takes over the lane a bit more as you get to level 3 Remnant. Becomes pretty difficult for these melee heroes.
It's just so hard to fight this spell. One of the most efficient spells in the entire game.
Yeah.
60 damage per level for 10 mana on 3.5 second cooldown.
Saberlight hit by the blood grenade, trying to hunt him down again. It does seem like the Clix lane, he doesn't have the best CS, but Saberlight has been kicked out of lane so many times. He's got good CS on the Beastmaster, though. Malady, Fortune's End, a late blood grenade. Will he tick out if the boar hits him? Oh, Malady turns around and kills him instead, but the axes will finally get the kill.
Man, Boxy is really forcing these plays hard. He wants to get something done in the early game. I think if you trade out evenly and it's chaotic, it will favor this lane for sure with the Beast, because then you're not just stuck in this bad matchup.
Sure.
But that mid lane did not help at all. Still, pretty even early game. The two carries are top of the chart, kind of what I would expect. They have the best matchups here.
Ace surrounded by the tag team. He's very dead. The snowball actually went on to Tofu, so...
Super nice.
An extra kill for Team Liquid.
And now you get to dual roam here towards mid for that 6-minute power rune. Nice little maneuver. Vision will scout it, so Quinn knows this is coming.
Yeah, Quinn has to battle Nisha for it. Got the help of the boar. That's funny. And Nisha grabs the regen away from him. Boxy trying to spot him if he sees the snowball. Oh, he gave him some mana. Wait, Quinn didn't zip away. Instead, he turned around and remnanted Boxy and got the kill. Oh, plug grenade. Wait, Quinn, he's trying to dodge it. Oh, Insania just has to keep running. He knows he can't turn around. He missed his shot. All right. Quinn breaking some ankles out here.
The hunt for Quinn October in this game. Really want this Storm, but they can't find him.
Dude, teams have gotten so good at blocking out this Lotus Pool area.
Oh, yeah. They learn fast.
Radiant's middle tower.
I can't believe how far ahead this Gyro is, though. Like, what the hell? How's he 1,000 net worth ahead of this Clinks?
And Watson's going to die for it.
Almost
Oh,
1,000
no,
net.
Insania.
What was that?
Misclick.
Put himself to sleep.
Fate's Edict.
Maybe
Call
he
down
was
going to be
asleep.
dropped, but the Fate's Edict is going to wear thin here. Watson tries to eat his way out of here.
He is tanky.
Got level 6. Okay, he's out. Wow. Insania, he lost him that kill.
Yeah, he really botched that play. I mean, that is about as bad as it can get. Caught himself sleeping, literally.
Yeah, he did. He did. Sleeping at the wheel.
Wisdom Shrines split here. Though it was Ace that took Gaiman's, he was pretty far behind off that laning phase. Needs extra XP here to get the boat.
I don't think I like off-lane Kunkka the more I see it. I don't know, just this carry, this hero just looks so good when it has more guaranteed farm out of the safe lane or mid.
I think a lot of this hero is also the Radiance, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind
Really,
of what I'm leading to.
that's how
right?
he's
the Radiance
functioned
timing is so good.
For a couple patches. Like, he exists in the fight with Radiance, and then that's his big damage source, because his spells are not that much damage. The carry Kunkka is a very different archetype now, which is fine, but...
Sleep back. It's going to need an Aether Remnant into a missile, or Nisha's going to wait and try and catch him on the outside, but Quinn has a haste rune, so no Aether Remnant yet for Nisha, so I guess they didn't really have a plan there.
He has no Aether Remnant.
That's what I said.
Very
Said
good.
he has no Aether Remnant, so I guess they didn't really have a plan there.
Very good, Austin. Just testing you.
Okay. Sometimes it does feel like being in a couple. I'm like, why don't you listen to me?
What?
Dire's top tower.
We're talking to me?
is under attack.
Sorry, I missed
Tofu
that
getting
one.
big stacks out
Is
here.
under attack.
Man has stacked 8 times. Team Liquid,
Are fortified.
they may be ahead in net worth, but potential net worth may be higher for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at this Gyro, dude. What? This is not... Not
This
right.
could be really bad if the Gyro gets into the triangle, which Team Liquid might force here if they can kill Ace. Hard kill to get, though. Kunkka, very tanky hero. They go for Malady instead. Nisha committed some of his jumps for this
Watson
one. Did
took the
manage to
sleep.
finish off Malady. Now Watson put to sleep. Will still finish off Boxy here with the last couple of arrows, and Ace gets the kill. So trading out supports.
Radiant's
Really
bottom
have to
tower
respect
is under
Fate's Edict
attack.
in this game.
Yeah.
This is a really bad spell for Gyro to fight into early. Just negates all of your impact. Oh, that was not the finest Centaur Stomp.
Okay, now tip him.
Look for the mid play. And they're looking for these stacks. It's going to get scouted here.
Yep.
Only 2 points in the flak, though. Like, D-Tune, yeah, he's going to take the hard camp, but that Ancient is pretty hard to clear.
Yeah, you need, like,
Beastmaster-
call down and stuff.
This is pretty awkward for Liquid. I don't know if they win this fight.
Pulling back in Insania. Okay, all in on Malady. Goodbye.
Well, he
Oracle's out of the fight.
Okay, he just ran up there. Frontline Oracle.
And Ace, the actual frontliner, is making it awkward for Liquid. They managed to block in Watson, though. They want to go for him. Do they have the detection to go for him? Tofu, maybe he's the target instead. Mass Snowball onto the Clinks. He's got him. Meanwhile, they're grouped up for these remnants, though. Quinn's doing big damage. Can he finish off any of these heroes that zip on through? And there's the hits. The Tidebringer, an ultra kill for Ace. Not quite a rampage. Quinn will steal that away from the offlaner.
They were so damn clumped.
Boxy.
These touch plays are not working out right now in the early game. And you look at the Kunkka damage. That's a phase boots Kunkka. Just got double cleave on him. I think he had the instant high tide reproc, right? Because he hit everybody.
Yeah.
So he just double Tidebringer into their face. absolutely slaps him down with the remnants on top.
Go for that
massive.
Radiance now. He's the second highest net worth in the game.
Just like that. He was basically lowest and then went up to the highest. 2K golden injection off this fight. There's one cleave. He has an instant up again. Another cleave. He gets another one. Triple cleave. That is a facet right there. That is a facet. Nisha's like, all right, I respect your game. I respect your game.
You got something. You got something, kid.
Foxy, we're going to have a talk after this one.
Foxy's going to get a spanking after this game, man.
See you in the gym later.
Good thing he had that sick Marcy performance. So at least you could be like, well, guys, you know, all that aggression paid off in game one, you know? You were loving all the rebounds I was giving you. Now the remnant's going to be put to use. But Maudi will walk it off. Insania drifted a little bit too far forward, can't save himself with the Nightmare. Nisha will go invis. Get rid of some of the damage. Saberlight's still working on this tower.
Gives up another Dom creep.
He's rotated out of the lane so much that this tower being up is kind of a nuisance.
I mean, this looked like a game Liquid had a decent chance of running over, and now they're far behind.
Yeah, they are.
They gave this Kunkka so damn much. He's caught up to the Gyro, who is 2,000 ahead of him. And this is not the easiest Gyro game. That's kind of the one downside for Liquid. Like, you're playing into Oracle, negates a lot of your magic damage. You're playing into Storm, who can pick and choose when he goes in the fight. Kind of hard to latch on him. Blinding Light from the Coddle, and then especially his Kunkka. Classic Gyro answer with the boat going through in the fight. You displace the damage to later. It's all spread damage. And then you're a Blade Mail carrier.
They're fishing. Trying to hit Nisha with something here. Nightmare back. Okay, that's, yeah, Purifying Flames can remove the Nightmare. That's pretty nice.
Oh, Oracle ruins Bane.
Yeah.
Terrible matchup for Bane. Unless you can ever sleep the Oracle, which is pretty unlikely. This Oracle he is just going up and up in this second group stage, man. People are not respecting this hero, and they're not committing enough direct answers to him.
Which is crazy, because Liquid's performing not very well, but they have the #1 Oracle player in the game. And Insania.
It's true. It's his signature hero.
Ace did not end up going Radiance. Blade Mail, Vanguard, he's going to go Crimson. It is a very good Crimson game. Once again, the Beastmaster Gyrocopter duo.
And an amp damage Storm being smoked into the jungle here. Need to dodge this one if you're Liquid. This is overwhelming amounts of damage with 4 points Chakra Magic behind him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Liquid will successfully dodge the move. This is space for the Beastmaster bottom to recover a bit, work towards that Helm of the Overlord. Did get that tower. Gyro continuing to farm up that triangle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What do you think of that Lycan game earlier?
Is under attack.
I'm looking at this Beastmaster, the Helm of the Overlord build, and I'm kind of seeing some trends here in the offlaners. If they have a way to be able to farm the lane without their hero, just send some sort of creep down the lane to get all the lane creeps, and then his hero just farms up neutrals, just seems crazy efficient.
Yeah.
Well, do you think that's going to be a trend? Do you think that Lycan's good? You think that build's good? Did you like the build? Do you think this is going to be future?
I think Lycan will always have a place if the Wolves are as strong as they are.
Okay.
He's just kind of a cheese pick, right? Because the hero itself has time directly entering the fight.
Ace is very much alone here. Clinks is going to join, but Clinks doesn't have a stun.
It's a tanky boy.
So he could try and kill Insania. Here's long zip in. Big bits of damage, and the boat's coming out. They couldn't finish off Ace. The missile, it's still not enough. Oh, man. The ultra kill they gave him earlier pays off big time as Ace is so fat. They can't stop him.
I mean, that's a blade mail chip vest Kunkka. You're just laying into him the whole time. Killing yourselves. Yeah. 2 plays onto this Kunkka have just ruined the entire game here for Liquid. And they are really on the back foot now. They're going to need this Beastmaster to show up in a big way. That's the only thing that can really turn the tide here. Get it?
Yeah, tide versus
check. Stack the Remnant a little, but there's not much else you can really do here unless V2 is hitting him. Maybe he just needed to be there sooner. Maybe Liquid underestimating how much damage it would take to bring this guy down.
Ace having a great time in this one.
Looking straight back into it.
Got a punch onto Quinn. Snowball stun, not much else to follow it up. Now that he does die, Quinn, he'll take the kill on Saberlight. No opportunity to get off the Primal Roar. Now Boxy trying to separate from him, but he's so slow. Watson, meanwhile, will be run down by Nisha. So while Quinn is going to clean house and he's going to get tons and tons of kills out of this, Nisha does kill the enemy carry.
It's not equal, though. I mean, Storm is... He's up to 19 Galvanized stats. That was an Arcane Rune. He has a Kalo behind him. This Storm is yet to die in this game, 3-0 and 10. One of these is not like the other. And you're still 600 off the Ags for the Void Spirit. That would be your tool to shut this guy down. But even then, you will have to catch this Oracle in the silence as well. You have to get through that Crimson Guard, Boat Rum. A lot of work for Liquid still to do in this game to try and recuperate what they gave up out of that laning phase as Gaiman continue to snowball the map and starting to get some Deso charges.
Oh, caught him on a roar. He will finally die. Good work, Avery.
Wow, I absolutely cursed the shit out of him.
Ice Shards blocking in Ace, but they're a bit skittish about going on this Kunkka. It went bad before. It's gone bad a couple times, so they just let him go.
To be fair, Saberlight in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Setting up on power runes.
What a massive kill. Get rid of some of those stacks. He did get the power rune.
He did.
It's kind of nice.
Grabbed the shield rune too, which if he had been able to pop it, might have saved his life.
If Liquid get to Ag's Void Spirit plus the first item on their 2 supports, I think the fight becomes a lot easier for them. They'll have a lot more jump, a lot more ways to get on this Oracle or disable him, as well as the Storm. The lockdown just goes up a lot, which makes the team fight easier. Can set up the big ults and the Roar and the Grip a lot more. Can chain all this together. Gaming kind of have what they need to take fights. Or look at the Roche. For them, they're not waiting for anything. They're just trying to find openings around the map. Get deep wards out, look on the lanes. And a single core pickoff would mean a ticket into the Roche pit with this Deso Clinks, for sure. Also, keep in mind this is a Solar Bind Keeper of the Lake.
Yeah.
So you will have those charges to play with if you ever get to the shard off Tormentor or something. It's pretty nasty lockdown-wise and pretty good synergy with the lineup.
Why do you think he wins Soulbind this game? Is the mobility of the other facet not as valuable in this game? Because we've seen that other facet be so valuable in like just pulling heroes around the map. You're constantly able to outnumber the enemy.
It was nerfed a little bit in terms of the Chakra Magic being removed on both heroes. It still seems like the better facet with Storm.
Yeah.
Though I will say the Solar Bind with Storm is probably a little underrated too. It's a lot of damage. It's really annoying. It's an annoying spell for Gyro. I always like the Solar Bind personally. I think there's a very good argument to say the other facet is, in theory, stronger. If you just play the map really fluidly, you're finding pickoffs, you're rotating the Storm around all the places. But like Solar Bind Vessel here with all its magic burst is pretty nasty. I mean, that is a lot of damage.
The classic Croaker assist.
You know, that other Coddle build, that's a boy's build. This is a man's build. You know what I'm saying?
Saberlight doesn't take much. Just one additional stun, and Watson makes short work of him.
They do get both Wisdom Shrines.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Something for Liquid here. They are getting worked on the map right now.
He had a Lotus, too. A big one. Did he ever pop it? I don't think he did.
Your calculations cannot predict the movements of
I feel like the Croakers really hate Nisha.
I think the Croakers hate everybody.
No, they just hate Nisha a lot.
It's like you step into their camp and it's like Shrek.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
What are you doing in my swamp?
You really did not want to commit to that impression, did you? You didn't think about it before you said that. And then you were going to have to do a Shrek impression live on air, and you said, wow, I can't do that. I'm going to look like an idiot.
I did not think
And so you
that
just
at
did
all.
it in a normal voice, and you looked like even more of an idiot.
No, I didn't think that at all.
Uh-huh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I was mostly thinking, has Avery seen Shrek?
I have. And for the record, I think it's terrible.
Of course you hate Shrek. You just hate fun, man.
Radiant's top tower.
As a franchise, the first one's fine.
Oh, okay, well that's different.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Hey, just pick up 4, Quinn. And I don't know what Liquid are going to do in this window of time.
Scale. Play the map.
Yeah, but they don't have the best heroes to play the map. And Gaming Gladiators have pretty good heroes to pick them off. They have Kunkka, they have Storm Spirit. Those are heroes that are very good at catching heroes in side lanes.
You bait people then. That's the best play you can do in those situations. If you know you're going to get jumped, show them something they can't resist.
is under attack.
Going to make them an offer they can't refuse.
That's right. And then if you lose, well, you take Fredo out on the rowboat later, you know? That's going to be boxy. Go for a Nisha's going to take boxing fishing on the lake.
Boxy's going to wake up tomorrow morning with a horse head in his bed.
Why do we need 70-pound dumbbells to go fishing? Just get in the boat, boy.
What are these cement blocks? Saberlight just barreling up into this high ground, saved perhaps by the snowball. Saberlight's not sure where to use his Primal Roar. He holds on to it now. He really wants to hit the Storm Spirit, and he finally will. But a false promise is quickly going to be able to rectify that one. Saberlight, he struggles to chase after Tofu. Won't be able to get that kill. Now Quinn, he looks for more. Snowball once again. But he's coming back into a remnant. He's going to die here. Here comes the call down from D2. They need a lot. They have a Fiend's Grip. But they're ignoring it. He has the Aegis after all. They just want to go after this Watson Clinks. They can't do it, though. Couldn't catch him. Nisha away. Teleporting. Oh, he makes it out.
Wow, that is lucky to get out of that one. That is not a fight you have any business being in. An Aegis Storm, you could not finish off the Coddle early. These supports are causing Liquid so many problems over the fight.
I felt like they didn't split, and they didn't bait.
Yeah, they just kind of got sucked into a bad skirmish in a bad part of the map. That is not going to be favorable for you at all, especially during this Aegis period. You have very strong Crimson Guard Kunkka.
Dire's middle tower is under
Another shield rune for Quinn. Need more blinks here if you're Liquid. You need blink on Beast. You need more ways to get on the back line reliably. Nisha will dodge another gank.
Nice step timing there. Got a grab there. Malady's blinks forward. Snowball, tidal wave goes out. They're pretty well clumped up. That's dangerous. Boxy, he's going to be caught in the midst of this. And Saberlight, I don't think he's making it out either. The X. Okay, Malady is pretty far forward, though. Nisha comes back into play, kills that 5 position. Call down, that's going to hit a lot of heroes. But Watson is delivering the damage. Sharkopter's dead. Nisha can't finish off Watson either. Liquid is looking like another one-sided game. Once again, we're just going back and forth in series and one-sided stomps.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty cooked. I mean, your scale is very limited with how far behind the Void Spirit is now, and this Storm is just going to roast you. Full Parasma done on top of those Solar Bind amps. It's just going to melt pools out here, especially outside the BKBs, which you only have one of. And this is with Malady blinking into an Aether Remnant.
Yep.
If you don't win this fight, you're really screwed in this game.
And it's really annoying for these heroes to do any right-clicking. They're getting blinded by the Coddle, and they're getting tidal waved by the Kunkka. So Saberlight roared up the Malady Oracle, and he couldn't even kill him because he couldn't do any damage with right-click.
You also have to remember double sustained supports for Demon.
Yeah.
That's another problem.
It's pretty nice.
You have a lineup with pretty limited burst damage, especially at this point in the game.
Yule Scepter, huh?
Why not? I mean, buy whatever utility you want. If the fight goes long, Storm's going to win it for you.
I feel like the Yules isn't super effective, but a Wind Waker might be really nice. Quinn. He's got so much mana regen, he uses all of it to zip after them here. He also has the Aegis, so he doesn't care about the Fiend's Grip once again. The Oracle saves him from that inconvenience that is the Bane, who is gone now.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid's getting out of this one.
No, I don't think so.
I felt like this game just turned on a dime with the two plays on the Kunkka.
Yeah.
They both went bad, and then that Crimson Guard comes out. You can't 5v5. You can't really play the map against the Storm Coddle.
This Storm really tore up the game. It felt like it was kind of like the Ace and Quinn show.
I mean, I'm telling you, every time we see this hero, it just goes ballistic. I feel like every game we watch with Storm, I'd rather have the Storm than whatever the enemy mid laner is. Even in the games where it loses, it still goes like 13-1 in, you know, like the GPK game. Well, he was like 15-2 when he lost. Like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm still taking Storm in that game.
Don't want to let him do this D-warding right now. Snowball through, hitting the two of them. Ace pushes them together with the tidal wave. Now the zip in from Quinn. Watson's lighting him up with some damage right now. V-Tune trying to walk back with his BKB. Is he going to go back in with this call down, hitting onto Watson? Can he take that fight? He's trying to. Is the magic damage enough to kill Watson? Nisha will deliver the killing blow, but now he's got to try and get out of here. X back into a Fortune's End, so he's locked down. It's going to be a team wipe. The best box he can do is add one more kill, but Ace and Quinn will deliver to the end and force the GG call out of Liquid.
35 Galvanized stacks for Quinn at the end of that one as he just roasts them 10-1 and 19. He will get his revenge this game. Should be very happy with his performance there, but ultimately, you got to give MVP to these two supports, man. They completely wrecked Liquid in all of these team fights. The Coddle-Oracle combination. A combination that sometimes can lack direct lockdown and struggle against mobility mids like a Void Spirit. And I think Nisha did have a decent amount of freedom in those fights, but they fell too far behind. And the second that happens, all these split damage heroes like Gyro really suffer against sustain. That's the blast coming through, the Fate's Edict, the False Promise can ruin the Bane grip every time.
Yeah.
It's so hard to take those fights once the core's on game and pull ahead. I do think there was a decent chance Liquid could have won this game if they don't throw on that triangle. Because that Gyro was incredibly fat off the lane.
Yeah.
But that's Dota's a game of throws sometimes, you know? And these early game decisions matter a lot, particularly when you are in this matchup, which we've seen over the years. I feel like Game in Liquid a lot of times does get decided in the first 10 minutes.
For sure. For sure. I do think this game, they played really well around Ace. I think one of my criticisms for Game of Gladiators, sometimes it feels like Ace is alone on an island. And if all the action is happening in Game of Gladiators safe lane, we just don't really get to see much from him in the early game. But obviously this one, he was incredibly impactful. And that means we'll get a Game 3 out of Liquid and Gladiators.
Because if there's one hero that you want shipwrecked on an island, it's Kunkka. Because you know damn well he's going to live through it, like in this clip. And 8 props, and Malady quick on the draw with his Oracle to save him. But I'm really just stalling because I want to see the clip of him at the triangle. How long? No, it's not even this.
It was much later.
No, it's that much later? It felt early on.
No, I think it was earlier.
We missed it?
Because
Maybe
this
just
was
maybe it's in
pre-Vanguard.
another highlight compilation.
Oh, okay. I will save my excitement then. Regardless, the Kunkka worked out fantastically, and the debut of Klinks here at DreamLeague Season 26 proved its worth, especially against a Beastmaster, as Saberlight was not able to really bring this Beastmaster into the game very much. And
Yeah,
Boxer
Beastmaster
also.
is a hero that you definitely need to hit certain timings. Like, you want to have that Helm of the Dominator / Overlord as fast as possible, try to put more pressure on the map, play with your mid laner after taking Tier 1 tower in the off lane, pair him up with, try to grab the kill, maybe turn that into another tower kill. But Watson, he had an amazing game. He pretty much from the start to finish, they did get him in the end, but overall he was putting a lot of pressure, a lot of tempo on Liquid, and yeah, I think the big turnaround point was that clip that we're probably going to be seeing, but it's just that it turns the whole fight around. It doesn't allow Liquid to snowball. They were definitely ahead at the time, and then again, they try to go for one more kill in the top lane. He survives because of the itemization. There's so many things that can buff him up in terms of healing as well. You have double supports with the healing. He has Crimson Guard, he has Blade Mail, Admiral's Rum, both. There's just way too many things that he can throw and survive, get his spells off, which makes it very difficult for them to take the fights afterwards.
The Watson Klinks, I was really impressed by how strong he was at just standing his ground and fighting. I think he played that aspect of the hero well. Whenever I play it, I still think like, oh, I need to go on the map and like gank somebody. But no, he was just like, I'm gonna stand in this fight and I'm going to auto attack without moving for like 10 seconds. And it worked really effectively because he was balancing his death packs on enemy creeps, jumping around the fights. He was eating his skeletons sometimes too. So I just thought very impressive performance to pull out a hero like that and just play it expertly.
Yeah, Cap was alluding to the fact that pretty much only Yatoro has been able to bring this Klinks to success in recent times, but Watson showed savvy on it.
He really did, and it kind of hard counters the way you want to play Beastmaster now, since his drum build is nerfed. He has to play on his summons. Like, this hero just addresses that so well, so it's just been bumped up as a counter to Beastmaster, whereas before it felt like nothing really could deal with the hero. Regardless of what you pick in the draft, we saw the hero winning almost everything, which kind of sucks, but...
Stop stalling. Show me the clip.
We're about to see a really cool clip.
Let's see the clip.
Basically,
This isn't the clip.
Can you relax? Can you hang on? I'm trying to paint a story here. So the most important thing for Gaimin to do in this game was to just withstand any kind of early game aggression, because overall they had the much better draft. And because the double save supports were able to rotate correct ganks like this, where Liquid wanted to push their advantage, save people when it was important. All right, we're just going straight to the clip, I guess. We're skipping the one before
You
it.
crafted the story perfectly.
Well, I guess not, because you guys just want this clip.
Let's get to the climax of the story.
Oh my god, do you want to talk over it, Neil? Just go ahead.
Look at that cleave! And then the high tide, look at that! Wait for it, he's gonna do it again.
Ready to slap this whole time.
Turn it around. He's doing it.
He was not watching.
Don't you dare edge me like this. Bam!
And here comes the second one.
Bam! All right, Effie, it's all you.
Him getting an ultra kill here made it so that he was really tanky when Liquid went for this play on him. He lives a very minimum HP, but if you look at his items, Double Bracer, Phase Boots, Vanguard, and Blade Mail, like these extra items and this net worth came from that ultra kill earlier, and it made it so that plays like this didn't work out, ensuring game and snowball. What you didn't see in the rest of the highlight compilation was there was also a gank that Liquid made where they dove Watson in that bottom lane early on, but the double save supports came in and saved him. He got away with very little HP. They brought in V-Tune through that gate to kill him. They couldn't do it, so the double save supports really came in clutch when it came to defending these early game ganks. And in the same sense, like, they defended that triangle invasion too. So all Gaimin had to do to win was just withstand that kind of aggression, play defensively until they hit their timings, and then take over the entire map with Recall and Storm.
All those early wins were pretty critical, because even near the end of that game, it seemed like Liquid were only like 5k net worth away from winning most of the fight.
Yeah, pretty much. It felt like they needed not a full item on everybody to win the fight, but half the item. Because you have some gold saved up, and they needed extra bit of oomph to be able to be winning the fights. It's one of those games, like 3-4 fights in a row, it feels like they're so close, but they can't win it. And Quinn, he had an amazing game. He was paired up with the Storm Spirit. He had insane amount of galvanized stack from the start to finish. Just kept on rolling in. And yeah, I think Keeper of the Light as well can be played on a different facet as shown in this one, because you don't necessarily need to go for Recall. This is the one that got nerfed. Instead, Solar Bind. It gives you an opportunity. This is something that Bobaka does as well. It gives you an opportunity to deal more damage with the Solar Bind. This is the pretty much mid-coddle that you're playing with the slight delay as well, but it also allows you to deal insane amount of damage and not make the heroes as tanky as they would want to be.
And it makes Spirit Vessel better too, because then all that damage is being amplified too. It's making your Storm stronger, his damage gets amped too, so just across the board. He can still give a lot of mana. It's not like nearly as much to Storm, so Storm's game is weaker, but you're still not going to complain about having a Chakra Magic every like 15 seconds or something like that. So.
And if we're observing 4 positions, a marked shift from the Game 1 boxy performance that was done by that Marcy, because this Tusk was getting Liquid into a lot of trouble in this game too.
Yeah, you could say that, but if it worked out, that's what Liquid would have needed to win the game with their draft. Like, they needed every play to work to constantly play aggressively and slow down Gaiman's heroes. Because ultimately, I think if that game went late and it was even, Gaiman still would have won, to be honest. Just based on draft, it feels like they had their number in this one. But, like, let's say that dive bottom on the Clinks works and nobody dies, or he dies. That's really great. He gets slowed down by a minute or 2. The dive on Quinn, it did look troublesome, right? Because it didn't work out. But imagine if he had killed him, Tsunami. Everyone would be like, Boxy's the sickest player in the world. Look at him shutting down the Storm Spirit. Because Void Spirit was level 5 and Storm was level 6. If he had gotten that kill there, he would have bought Void Spirit the time to hit level 6, slow down Storm Spirit's level 6 timing, and all of that.
But it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
And that's why I'm saying Clinks is amazing instead of saying, what a garbage pick that was, Watson. And now we have a competitive game number 3, hopefully, because that's what happened in the Talon series earlier. Game 1 stomp, game 2 stomp, game 3, 72 minutes. We'll see you happening that after the break.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
What's up, everybody? It's time for game number 3 of Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators, where both these teams have been taking turns stepping on each other and then kicking some dirt on top of them and then, like, kicking the litter box over. Yeah, exactly. They're whatever, line dancing on them. That's something that
That's
they
what
do.
we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
That's what we do
It's
when we wait.
coordinated. 100%.
Breaks. Yeah.
It's been brutal on both sides, and now I'm hoping that things will equalize a little bit more because, as I mentioned, BetBoom and Talon, the previous series that we just had, was also Stop City. But then Game 3 was very exciting. 70-something minutes with weird heroes like Lycan showing up. Now, I have to imagine the same thing will happen in this series because history repeats itself. Patterns are cyclical.
I was really
Definitely.
surprised that one draft did go all physical damage, though. That was kind of wild.
I know.
And it still won.
It still won. Against the push strat.
God knows that's not going to work against gaming gladiators because Ace could be playing Crystal main and off lane, and you know he's building a Crimson Guard.
Also, if you have like an idea how to win a game with a certain draft, and the game goes 70 minutes, most of the time your draft like isn't really made for this because late game Dota is so chaotic, nothing really matters. Sometimes you need to think of something differently. So I think even when you win a game, a 70-minute game like that, it's still like you still need to go back to the draft and see what actually went wrong.
I think one of the funniest strats that I ever remember people playing for was something that you recently mentioned, kind of, Purge, the Quap 25 back in the day, where you were playing for the spell lifesteal. No, well, that one was also bonus, but the spell lifesteal one that lasted for like a month. Am I making things up? Wasn't this the thing?
Yeah, I think you're right.
But I'd never seen a team play for a level 25 before.
Like that's not why you pick a hero. Like even level 20, this is not how Dota works. Maybe in the pubs, you're like, I want to go to this point. I want to have Shiva's Guard, Overwhelming Blink, slow everybody down. But this is competitive Dota. They think about closing out the games early, even though the games have been pretty long so far at DreamLeague Season 26. The average game time is around 41 minutes. Maybe it did
dip
lower
after
it
this
after these
series,
series
we had
especially.
a 27-minute game and then a 29-minute game, and it was with heroes that are making new appearances. Gaming Gladiators are going to continue banning out that Oracle after they're not getting first pick this time, along with a Bristleback, Templar Assassin, and Undying taken away from Liquid as well. And Liquid stick to banning out the Nature's Prophet, but bump up Coddle and Kunkka to first phase. They pick themselves a Darkseer, and Gaming Gladiators step out of the box, pick themselves a Disruptor.
Yeah, this one is a bit curious because Gaimin actually took like 35 seconds to respond to this first pick Darkseer, and usually when teams first pick Darkseer, they're either getting insta Ursa'd or Tiny'd or Gyro'd in that first phase ban. But I mean, first phase pick. But they talked about it and they just settled on going for a support Disruptor, who doesn't have the most stellar track record this tournament, but also he's only a counter to Darkseer in the sense that you will glimpse back whoever's surged away, but I don't really see
Glimpse still insta-kills illusions, right?
Yeah, it does. Yep.
So maybe if you're creating illusions, because the reason why Ursa, Sven, these type of heroes are strong against Darkseer, because your illusion doesn't really matter as much, so there's potentially a way to insta-kill the illusion as well of your carry if they're going to be looking for something different, something that is going to be, afraid of his own illusion.
It also gives you some counter team fight, which is kind of good without necessarily like revealing your core flex matchup. Like I assume they're still going to want to do something like a Sven because it seems to be like the best hero against Darkseer that isn't countered by it. It just deals with it in ultra late game fights if he ever finds him solo, but it is a bit curious. But with the Oracle being banned in first phase, I think Liquid was wise to, like Darkseer wise maybe even, to pick him first.
My question is Darkseer, is Disruptor's ability to insta-kill illusions worth getting Ursa banned out in that second phase?
I mean, we're definitely going to have to see, because this is not just because of it, but I guess they also want to have some extra bit of a control, extra bit of a team fight. We might see what they're going to be going for in terms of combo. And also, maybe they have some inside info as well, because in the previous patch, it was a lot of Darkseer and Jakiro combination. Now that Jakiro has fallen off, maybe they have inside info that they've been playing Darkseer plus Disruptor, so they wanted to take it away from them as well, because this combo is still pretty much was always good throughout the Dota history.
Yeah.
Ooh, Doom makes an appearance back. The hero's been nerfed progressively for about 6 years, I think. But he kind of fell off the first phase bans, but now coming back.
I really like Doom versus Darkseer. It just feels like his hardest counter, and that like whenever you play against the Darkseer, he's always the priority Doom target, and then you don't have to worry about his utility spells or anything like that. But also, you can flex Doom to carry and lane him versus Darkseer. He can devour a creep, he can run down the Darkseer, he has good enough sustain. And Gaimin did play Doom carry on Watson before, and it did look very good.
What were the Doom nerfs this round that made him just completely fall off a cliff?
When you sell an item, you get 5% less gold than you used to. Huge change.
Put him in the trash can.
So when you sell your Midas, you're losing 110 gold.
Ugh.
Which is slightly bad. It's like you need to do another half Midas usage to get the gold back.
Yeah, I mean, you add that up with all the other nerfs he's taken, like duration on Doom, things to Scorched Earth, talents, etc. It does add up. But if this is a Doom offlane for Ace, I just don't think that fits the bill of what I want to see out of Gaming Gladiators. It feels like for Gaimin to do well, they need to have Ace have a good game. Or that's what it looked like from the graphic we saw earlier. Strong laning heroes.
That's what we saw last game also. If Ace is high net worth and being watched upon by his teams, it's a good success rate.
Ringmaster.
Yeah, I mean, good team fight gives you some save against Doom. That part's good. If somebody static storm, same kind of thing. Couple seconds of damage reduction would be quite good, but they need to probably pick their Darkseer combo here, I feel like.
Do you
It doesn't
evade
save against
glimpse?
Doom.
But if somebody's doomed, and yeah, it doesn't reduce the Doom damage, but at least they're not getting right-clicked while they're
Fair,
doomed is what I was thinking.
Does it bypass glimpse, the escape act?
You would probably get removed out of the AoE and thus escape act would end. So you'd probably want to wait until you get glimpse back to put it on somebody, is my thought. Maybe they're comfortable with it against Doom as well, because you're doing percentage-based damage to the hero.
It's just a nice combo as well with Darkseer, right? Just the Wheel
Vacuum
of Wonder
them.
into the vacuum.
Yeah, that makes sense. They do end up with the Dark Willow, which is an okay Ion Shell carrier, because you can stand on top of your opponents without dying.
Yeah, she actually owns the Ion Shell. She's one of my favorite Ion Shell carriers because she amps the damage of Ion Shell with her throwing Shade Faucet too.
Really? Even
Yeah.
though it's somebody else's spell, technically? Ah, that's
No, I've
really
been very impressed by Dark Willow, what she was able to accomplish. Her Pixie Dust got buffed by 50%, which is not really a joke. So if you're trading...
Her innate, right?
Yeah, her innate ability, so all the regeneration, mana, and HP is increased by 150% in Shadow Realm, which, like, you eat a Tango, you drop a Clarity, you're going to be trading a lot because you can't see her, you can't see her HP. Sometimes the turnaround potential is very good. Let's say you're trying to fight against 2 Ion Shell targets, and you said that she is a very good Ion Shell target for the reason suddenly she eats a Tango, goes into Shadow Realm, gets out of, and she got like extra 150 HP or something.
She also just like eats Disruptor.
Yeah.
Like their heroes that are like Disruptor, Ancient Apparition, Grimstroke, they just all feed to Dark Willow.
And now Gaming Gladiators get their ranged artillery on the line with Velina.
Still flexible. Doesn't have to be Doom carry or Lena carry. So I like their current draft position, but they're lacking some disables a little bit here. Outside of dooming the Darkseer or Glimpse ulting him, yeah, Tusk is going to help solve that.
I'm just also thinking about Disruptor because it was an immediate response to Darkseer. Electromagnetic Repulsion is a good innate ability. It gives you, like, you can push people into the tower because you have this damage over time on Darkseer. They're chasing you down. If you turn and get in front of them, you can actually push them into the tower.
Do you guys know what I think we'll see a re-emergence of actually? I think this might be the roaming Tofu Disruptor that he used to play like many years ago at DPC. Like if you think about it as a pairing with Doom on the offlane, like they have a lot of chase potential.
Yeah, depends where this Lena's gonna go. I think if they are gonna be playing Lena as carry, I would prefer this Disruptor to be position 4 and have Tusk with Lena in the lane.
Yeah, but he also used to do like fun things where they would bring maybe 2 heroes mid, kill the enemy mid laner, then he would just hide, glimpse them back, dumpster that mid lane, go back top. It was really fun to watch.
All right, we were Medusa haters before, but this game it's okay, right?
It's a carry Medusa.
You're against the Doom. You don't have to worry about losing your heals. You're still getting mana regen. Seems okay.
Yeah, it's very good versus Doom, for sure. It's like his hardest counter. There isn't a lot of reliable damage coming out, but as the game progresses, tag team plus Lena right-click should be enough to take her out. I think carry Lena looks a lot more valuable now that the Medusa has come out.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just comes down to a mid for Liquid then, and Gladiators still have lots of flex potential.
I wouldn't mind. I know it was on the bad list, Neil, but like Pango for gaming with a Diffusal Blade would be a pretty solid answer to Medusa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another Storm Spear for Team Liquid incoming.
Void Spirit and Ember Spirit banned out. Liquid, not 100% sure where this Doom is going to be going, as it has been flexed between Ace and Watson, so they take out an off-lane Underlord. And then maybe Pango's ban-worthy at this stage. Maybe Anti-Mage if you really want to protect
Ooh.
Medusa.
I didn't think about AM not being banned yet.
I don't know about jamming in Anti-Mage in this draft. Like, he would be weird offlane, and putting him versus Darkseer as well. It makes the game too slow. I think you're fine enough with what you have versus Medusa. Like, you could just do the +1 Pango. But if Liquid go for Storm, like Kev mentioned, then you have to take Puck. And they've left Puck in the pool so they can't go Storm.
Okay, that works too. Something they're very comfortable with. It's got the toss back against Lena, which is making Lena way less scary. If he gets doomed, he's not that worried because he's got so much raw HP. He's got armor against the tag team. That's a great pick.
He's cool with Darkseer as well. Now you have your straightforward Ion Shell Surge guy.
You can't even tell he's Iron Shell. It's so small on him. It's like one of his rock is an Iron Shell on him. You're just taking damage.
We've seen so far in the tournament, because Lena became super popular, that Tiny, Magnus, these type of heroes can work really amazingly. And right now I'm seeing only one save for Lena. A lot of the times it is not enough. Like Snowball can be very, very good. But yeah, this Pango, kind of a classic hero, still in 2025, a real hero against Medusa. And a little surprised that they did decide to ban out Underlord. They were more afraid of this beefy guy in front that's going to be soaking up the damage. A lot of their damage is magical, so maybe they were afraid of that, plus also having a little bit of global presence.
Well, they were banning out Ace heroes, and Ace ends up taking the Pango to the offlane.
Oh,
Quinn will
okay.
be playing the Lena mid, and Watson will be playing carry Doom.
Well, they wanted the Doom versus Darkseer matchup, I think.
I also think they just wanted to win versus this tiny mid. Pango goes even, but like Lena can like, win that lane quite heftily. Oh my goodness.
I hope he socks you in the stomach one time when he comes on.
He already kicked my ass, literally one time.
That's true.
I think also if you run Doom carry versus Medusa, it's a much better matchup because you're not like dependent on killing her as the offlaner to have your impact. You just farm, you Doom other targets, you just have your team fight impact otherwise. And also Darkseer should be your priority target anyway, so I do like this flex quite a bit from Gaiman.
Lacoste, what you feeling?
Medusa.
It's a carry Medusa.
It is a carry Medusa, but
Carry
I'm
Medusa.
still not a big fan of the hero. I think the hero has been heavily nerfed. I think I'm going to go with Gaiman this time around.
Okay. Best of 3 going Gaiman. Perch.
And they got Lena versus a Tiny, so Lena should be able to harass pretty well. Obviously, there's some Nuke can go do other things that Nisha can do, but I think that makes it a little bit better for Gaiman. So I think I like. Oh, they're both so good though. Both drafts are good. I like both.
Good. It's about time that we get a even draft because all the other ones have been quite predictable as soon as we saw the 24th hero get picked.
Yeah, no, this one feels like it could go either way.
Excellent. That's what I was hoping from the Talon BetBoom series being mirrored here yet again. And now, a Fred Astaire impression from SVG.
No.
And now a Fred Astaire impression from Cap.
No.
I was going to do a Clockwork Orange impression.
And now Ultra Violence from SVG.
Gonna get me a couple me droogs and look for this horse show. Some Ultra Violence coming to you straight down in the Liquid Gaming series.
And now game number 3 with Cap and SVG.
Well done, Avery. Game 3. Oh!
There you go. You have the hat.
It's mine. Game 3, our panel have promised their collective careers that this Game 3 will be an even one. Guaranteed a good Game 3 on our hands. Certainly not going to be a one-sided stomp. Production's already bobbing out.
What is it saying?
What? What's what saying?
The voice in the
The
song.
battle begins.
Was there a voice in the song?
It's like, are you hungry? Are you raving? That's what I heard. It's
Well,
probably
are
not
you?
right. I am a little, 3 runes to Gaiman's way. They were hungry for some bounty. And they'll gobble it up.
Avery, do you hate Carry Medusa as well?
No, Gyarados is fine.
Okay.
Because that is how it was intended to be played, Austin.
How God intended Medusa to
That's
be
right.
played?
All things must be equal. This does look like a more even draft. Both teams have some early game fighting, some skirmish potential with the supports. I do favor Liquid a little just with this Darkseer Tiny, though. But that said, you have the Watson Doom. That's a big wild card.
Yeah, Watson already fed us one wild card in the Clinks. He managed to make that work, though I don't know how much his impact made it work, and it was just kind of a runaway game for the other 4, but...
He contributed. And I do want to say he had a pretty good game on this Doom before in the event, so this is not his debut on the hero.
A good lane matchup against Darkseer.
Yep. And not the greatest Doom target game, I must say. Like, who do you want to Doom in this game? I mean, Darkseer if you get it.
For sure.
Maybe Tiny is okay, just because some of the Darkseer's impact is entwined with the Tiny. Being able to go in the fight, cast spells, survive, get another round off. But you're not doing Dusa in this game.
Shadow Realm only going to last so long when he comes back out. Boxy takes a hefty amount of damage, but will be fine. I think it's a pretty decent Pango game.
Of course you do. You're a Pango spammer.
I'm really not.
Pango spammers, everybody knows, they're the filth of the earth.
I played this hero like 10 years ago.
They're barely above Tinker spammers, which is barely below Brood spammers, which is just above the people who queue up and then pause right as the game starts and say, I need to use the bathroom for 15 minutes.
Smoke break.
What's behind door number 1, Austin? Oh, it's 15 minutes of my life that I will never get back, thanks to your poor logistical planning.
Oh, just on the edge. Gorgon's Grasp lands, and Insania will get the first blood as a result.
And he got choked by that snake.
Radiant's
Huh?
middle tower is under attack.
What? It's Gorgon's Grasp.
Okay.
I don't name these spells. Take it up with Valve, man.
Boxy is in a bit of trouble. Fairy Fire might have just saved his life, though. Thunderstrike and some tangos. He'll stay up. Nice vacuum back by Saberlight, who's going to try and block out the heroes to get the Lotus. He gets it. So that is the significant advantage that they're going to have for this brawl back and forth in the bottom lane.
And Boxy healing up. They might try and go in here, finish Watson off.
He's got double bracers, though. He is pretty statty, and he's got some decent HP regen.
Lane was just pushing in too fast as well.
Yeah.
Scorched Earth will do that, even against these Ion Shells.
Mid lane matchup going very well for Quinn. 19-3 against the tiny Nisha, 13-2.
Yeah, he is taking a big lead here. Some awkward trading early, but ultimately, this is a Lina lane. And Lina wins the lane.
There goes the brawl. Saberlight eats that Lotus, but it's not good enough to survive. Now Shadow Realm sitting on top of Watson, but again, too statty, man. Can't deal with this double bracer Doom.
Tyro's a laning menace. The extra armor they gave him, Tyro's been changed a lot over time, and he's just tough to trade into.
He's got 7.2 HP regen.
He's a beast. Terrible guitar riff, though.
That was pretty bad, yeah.
Quinn extending his lead mid now is almost a full half level ahead of Nisha here. Pretty significant. Still has Water Rune in his bottle.
Oh, Ace missing the swashbuckle there. Escape back and Insania should be fine. If he landed the swashbuckle, he was blocked out by the Ace shards and he whiffed it.
You feel like there's a lot of just small mechanical missteps in these games?
Yeah, for sure.
I think it does happen on new patches because you're focused on all these new random things, trying to figure them out, which means you're not going to play the cleanest Dota of your career. But it does feel like there's more on average than some other patches. And I wonder what's causing that. If high stress environment, maybe?
I mean, it's weird for Gaming Gladiators because they're like, I feel like they're one of the teams treating the DreamLeague more seriously. They're boot camping and everything. So you would expect them to be more in their top form. Tame the Beast, but Nisha going to be blocked in by the shards. Escape back goes out. He comes back out. Brambles trying to bail him out, but it's not good enough. Tofu, he'll take out 1-for-1. TP away from the Dark Willow. Quinn is king of the mid lane right now.
Surprised he didn't throw that Laguna out on Insania just to send a message. He'll hold his mana. Look for that 6-minute power rune. That's the advantage Lina was creating. And now Gaiman are pulling pretty far ahead. You're winning this Doom lane super hard in the isolated one-on-one. Boxy's just reverted back to stacking. You were conceding the 6-minute power rune here, and it's a good one for Quinn to haste. This can do some serious damage here. This Tiny is still level 5, a full level behind.
The supports are going to stick around for the Siege Wagon wave.
Why not? Can do some serious damage if you can keep this alive.
Are they willing to tank for that Siege Wagon? Probably not.
A little scary versus the toss back. Don't know who's lurking. They get a ward behind this tower, scouting Insania right now. I mean, Gaiman are going to push this in. They want something with this haste rune.
Looks like it's probably going to be Insania. Blood grenaded. Blocked. Whoopee cushion gets to the other side.
Well, Liquid just survived here. That's a win. Against how strong as Lina is right now, for sure.
Yeah.
But you're looking at the lanes overall. The level advantage going Gaiman's way. Net worth advantage going their way. Gonna have to make up a little deficit here if you're Liquid. Ooh.
Still has escape back. They could disjoin some of the attacks, but he comes back in.
Got him. And Insania's gonna ping the hill. There's no ward there. That's just the ward from south doing even more work. Kind of an interesting ward spot.
Backing back in, Saberlight. He'll die to the Thunderstrike here, and a glimpse back onto the Dark Willow will make sure Watson will escape successfully. Gaming Gladiators growing and growing their laning phase lead.
And that is a bad death because he didn't even use Doom for it. So now you're still scared to go back in this lane against the Doom that is up. He's going to regen back up. He's going to be a forced Lina assaulting the mid tower. Liquid are getting beat up on multiple fronts right here.
Yeah, it's rapidly turning into a laning phase that Liquid needs to kind of break down.
Oh, Nisha trapped going for that rune. He cannot afford to die here again.
Well, he's going to, so we better
Killing spree.
break the bank, tank this loss.
I mean, this Tiny has no game.
Glimpse back on a Boxy as well. He's not going anywhere. Just get run over.
They're going to steal the stack.
Take the stack, of course.
Even worse for Boxy. That's what he was committing to.
Darkseer's doomed.
He's alive unless some other spell hits him here.
Tofu's on his way.
Oh, a glimpse the base.
Oh, no. Nisha's going to have to walk.
This is just turning into a laning disaster.
He smokes up. He is so frustrated.
And Boxy's going to join the smoke, try and make something out of this. At least you survived the Doom.
You did, and Quinn is off map currently. He has to go heal, so they can probably make a play with some confidence here.
I mean, that's one of those rough situations, right? It's like you sent Lina to base, but he went to base because he killed you so much he ran out of resources. Not really a win.
Yeah.
But you'll take it. As they rotate 4 heroes into the bottom lane, looking for anything. Looking for a
Melody's
handout.
level 6 already? Yeesh. They're after him. TP coming in, though. I think you want to cancel that one, Tofu, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
These supports on the side of Liquid need some experience. Both level 4, and you're looking at level 6 Disruptor, level 5.5 Tusk. You're getting creamed in that department, and your mid tower is dead. That was your trade-off, killing a Disruptor.
Crazy efficient for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, this is what Lina games can look like when you rotate to this hero and you're winning the matchup. This hero just gets out of control. Really hard to fight the Dragon Slaves early.
Static Storm over the Power Rune. Got both of them inside the kinetic field. Great setup from Malady. Nisha's not getting out of here. Toss back at the last second will do some extra damage to Tofu, but they still have a glimpse. So Saberlight is going to be a third death. Triple kill. And I have no idea why Roche.
Yeah, what was he doing? I guess he got
out of the pit.
Got woken up by Scorched Earth, wanted to get involved.
I guess so.
Said, oh, I heard you guys are beating Liquid's ass. Everybody wants to join in on that. Take a piece of the champs, you know?
Yep.
Liquid in big trouble here.
The only upside, V-Tune is free farming this top lane, but so is Ace. They're pretty much neck and neck in net worth.
And the defusal is going to be more impactful than whatever this Dusa provides in the short term. I just don't know how you recover this Tiny. Look at how far away he is from his blink. He is a blink dagger away. He's about to die again, perhaps.
He's about to lose the little 300 gold that he has.
Oh, nice toss.
Nice tame. That's going to hit 2. Oh, there goes the Laguna Blade. Escape back, trying to get through the trees. Nisha on the run, but a snowball is going to track him down. Tofu, he needs more damage. He doesn't really have it. Quinn's going to get chased. And Liquid will kill the enemy mid laner. An unstoppable streak. Meanwhile, the Tiny lived. Tofu couldn't finish him off.
That's a massive find for Liquid. Take the biggest hero in this game down. Get that streak. Maybe get more.
Nice dodge on the brambles there. Boxy, I've noticed Boxy really likes the healing cells on Dark Willow. He tries to make the most efficient use out of this Shadow Realm change.
It does cost you some net worth, though, as we look at where he is on the chart.
Oh, yeah.
He's not having too much fun. They got a Doom Illusion.
He's 8 healing cells behind the Tusk.
Well,
and Nisha still dies.
Yeah, they waste no time. He has nowhere else to really go in this game as his woes continue. And the stomps continue. Austin?
Dire's top tower.
But I was promised an even game.
Well, maybe this game will even out. You never know.
They had to pull V-Tune off the lane to be able to take this ancient stack. Malady does get killed by Boxy. So the Dusa helping out a bit, not in the way you would normally expect. It's just she was farming the ancients and they tried to stop her, so she does something.
And Boxy, he will embrace sweet death. He's so poor that there's no reason to stay out on the map. I approve of that play.
Yeah.
Top tower died that entire sequence, by the way. Ace.
Yeah, Ace has been alone in that top lane for the last minute or so.
Yeah, he got a lot off that.
Diffuser Blade, Crimson Guard, hardcore Medusa counters.
You gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, this Dusa is the only way for Liquid to win this game in the end. Why not just build to counter him with the other heroes already behind? That comeback becomes even more difficult for Liquid. They do have support ultis, though. That's a lot of damage on the map. Even if you're behind, you can find some plays with this. You need to get this Tiny to phase boots Blink Dagger, though. This is imperative in this game.
Yeah, because you're far enough behind, you're going to have to play for the Blink tossbacks, most likely. Insania.
Intermission.
Can't really play in this part of the map, friend. This is Ace's hunting grounds, and he's got a ward in that upper part to find you in the first place. Lanes pushing in constantly, top and mid pushed into the tier 2 at all times.
And Quinn already finished up that Boots of Travel. So the Lina can join any of these plays on the sides of the map. This means you're just going to be able to park 3 cores on 3 lanes. And where do you attack if you're Liquid? Are you going to go into this tanky Doom with the Lina botsing in and support TPs? You're going to go try and kill this Pango that you don't have a lot of control for the ult? Catching this Lina is damn near impossible unless you're smoking a Blink Tiny. Your options are really limited.
I think the best one sounds like going after the Pango lane, honestly. Like, if you get the initiation, you at least have a chance of killing him.
It's probably fair.
Radiant are scanning.
It's kind of the scariest hero to go into, though, because if you mess it up...
Oh, yeah, it's going to be bad.
It's going to be real bad.
But you missed that chance because Ace and Malady have smoked from the top lane. Checking out the triangle here.
Looking for the Dusa.
Ancient stack going around the map looking for a Dusa.
They're going to see him. They're going to glimpse him, but...
It's the back. He should easily just walk this off. Stone Gaze, if necessary. It's not.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of a stretch there from a game of Gladiators.
Breathing room. Gonna get the top lane out with the Darkseer, smoke this Tiny up. Looking for Quinn on the triangle, but Quinn is on their triangle. Huh.
Dire's
What are you gonna do about that?
is under attack.
Apparently go for Ace. He TP's back to deal with the creep wave, pushing into the tower. An opportunity, perhaps. If they get this kill, Nisha might just get his Blink Dagger. But this angle of approach is not looking the best. Okay, Ace goes for another wave. Now, oh no, the Avalanche, it didn't hit. He's gonna get off the, oh, we got off the Brambles. The Bramble Terrorize stops the Rolling Thunder. They have a chance, or maybe they don't.
Dying.
He got off the shield. Now he's going to hit the Rolling Thunder. And we said, if you miss the kill, it's going to go bad. And it's going real bad now. 2 supports already out of this fight. And the Static Storm locking down the Darkseer as well. 3 kills to Gaming Gladiators off the fumble from Team Liquid.
That is entirely a product of how this mid lane went in this game. This Tiny is so far behind, you don't have phase boots. You can't phase up and avalanche this guy, and you miss it by a centimeter. They still got the bramble on him. It was a sick find from Boxy to try and make this play work. But now you don't have the avalanche combo. You don't have enough damage. You get blocked off by that tree line. Also really annoying there. And Insania felt compelled to use the wheel on the Lina that was TP'ing in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Probably regrets that now.
Yeah, I think Liquid regret a lot of things right now.
Remember, this is Team Liquid. They're already on 4 loss series, so the 5th one, it pretty much puts the DreamLeague in the bag for Team Liquid. Take it to go as they leave.
Something about this event does not work for this team.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they're like, we don't like fast events, and then they go to the slowest event in the season, and they always fail. It is pretty funny.
All right, all in the Pango, round 2.
This time,
they did not get him either.
Oh no, the shield crashed. Hey, maybe they can kill him still. The brambles, he's ticking out. Oh, it's not an. Oh wait, the toss.
No,
Wait,
it didn't
what?
land.
It didn't land because he hit the Rolling Thunder first, so it didn't do the landing damage. Nice vacuum. Okay, nice snowball. Counter the vacuum. Ice Shards not locking anybody in. Liquid will only lose to Dark Willow. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. They had a glimpse. That glimpse. Thunderstrike.
He walked it off.
Blood Grenade. Thunderstrike. 10 HP. Searing Signet.
Dude, he's dying
5
to
HP.
Searing Signet.
Oh my god.
I see him on the ward.
Single digit.
He did not TP. He might die here in the end.
5.
Quinn's
Blink
just gonna
Dagger almost
slay
up.
him.
3.
Oh my
Dragon
God.
Slay. He dies like that.
It feels so bad.
This was not my choice, but yours.
Well, this might be the stompiest game of the last 3 series we've cast, and that says a lot.
That says a lot.
That says a lot. Liquid just got rolled. Man, how would you like to be V2 in these types of games, you know? It's like you join the TI champs. Like, man, my life's going to be so easy.
Yep.
I just got to farm, hit my timings. They're going to make the calls. They're going to win the lanes. We're going to have good drafts. Playing with the TI champs. 18 minutes in. You're like, holy shit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Watson sitting over there. First time. Join a championship team. Think they're going to be good. Wrong.
Yeah, see you in 8 months, kid.
Well, at least D-Tune got to show his stuff a little bit.
No, I think he's looked fine this event.
Yeah.
Just classic Liquid DreamLeague struggles. Blink Dagger online for the Tiny Nisha. Let's see what you can do. They're all clumped.
Oh, they are super clumped. Static Storm, though, bails him out from the toss.
And he's dead.
Yeah, he's just going to die to right clicks at this point in time. Stone Gaze from D-Tune trying to keep Game and Gladiators inside of the pit, but they start swarming out with the Rolling Thunder. LSA hits the Ringmaster, pretty easy. Bumps V-Tune. V-Tune doesn't have an easy way out. Almost out of mana here. Watson's going to keep track of him. LSA just in the nick of time to stop that TP away. That's 3 dead. The 4th. Can Watson catch up to him? The Deuce is just too fast for him.
Saberlight escaped out the back. That was almost a crazy good situation for Liquid. If they could have landed a couple AoE spells while Game were all in the pit like that, absolutely would have caught them off guard and they win that fight. If a Terrorize lands, if a Stone Gaze hits. Very close to being a throw, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, even just getting off the toss would have been...
Oh yeah, it would have been huge.
Amazing. Or stealing the Aegis.
That also would have helped. But it was not meant to be.
Nice reaction from Malady, so fast.
Also, BKB Quinn.
Yeah, that helps.
Super good BKB there, as that was going to be a 4-man avalanche.
Quinn just casually running around the map, finding kills.
Too
Like,
easy.
oh, I'll take their shrine. Oh, hey, look, there's Boxy. He's dead.
Way too easy for him right now. That ward pays off, instantly dies. So now even if you go there to de-ward it, there's nothing there for you to get. And a Doom on Saberlight. You get the Doom
Stadia's
illusion.
trying to save him. Maybe Watson dies here. He's pretty isolated.
Yeah, he's dead for sure.
Okay.
Big pickup.
Watson trying a bit too hard. Don't go out there, Saberlight. Don't go out there. There's danger out there.
Not like this.
Crashed
Dire's
on.
middle tower is under attack.
And Quinn continues to go to work. We saw his building damage earlier.
Dude, he's 15
he's
and
gonna
1.
Double that pretty quickly. Yeah, wow. 15 and 1.
This has got to be one of the highest kills in 21 minutes. It's got to be close to a record. 15 kills in 20 minutes almost. God damn. Most heroes just don't even have the mana to do that if you walk into them.
Yeah.
And find an amp
Unfortunately,
damage. That's nice.
This Lina can kill with spells or auto attacks.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you have Brigand's Blade.
Yeah, Brigand's Blade, Maelstrom, amp damage, a Hurricane Pike even.
I mean, this hero definitely has to have one of the best level 10 talents. Like 25 damage level 10.
Yeah, that's pretty damn
That's pretty absurd for a hero with built-in attack speed. Now, obviously, Lina has her weaknesses, so I'm not saying it makes the hero broken, but just from a raw power level.
Yeah.
Some heroes have really bad level 10 talents. This hero just gets 25 damage. That's kind of that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, when she's throwing out 3 attacks a second, that definitely adds up. Oh, Nisha! Seems like the wear and tear on this game is beginning to show. Whiffs the avalanche, and Ace walks away. Butterfly is going to be the item, no surprise for the Medusa. The question is, will it be effective even if you can get it? Because you got Maelstrom on the Lina and a bunch of magic damage. The Rolling Thunder's going to be bouncing around. He may be getting hit by swashbuckles with the Fusa Blade. That'll kind of ignore his evasion. And a Doom with the Radiance.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't think gaming are too afraid of it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Saberlight on the low ground. Quinn. That was a TP.
16 and 1.
Dude, they just know. Gaming Gladiators seem to know every move that you're making out here. Tofu stuffs Nisha on that one.
Well, they didn't know that move because he got out.
No, I think he knew. I think his team just can't be everywhere at once.
Well, if he knew, he would have snowball dodged the avalanche.
Okay, that's true.
So he didn't know.
Maybe he knew, but he just execution-wise. Sometimes you know things, but you don't click the buttons well enough.
Middle tower is under attack.
So you're calling him bad. Well, Nisha's laughing about something.
At least they're in high spirits, Team Liquid.
I wonder what was said that made him laugh. It's like someone like, yo guys, let's smoke, we can win the fight.
That's a good
He
joke.
started laughing. It's like, yeah, I'll see you guys there.
Boxy stuck, Static Storm trying to cover the toss away from Nisha. No saves here.
Did get the gem out. Kind of snazzy.
All right. Well played. I'm sorry, that Lina has a Reaver.
Satanic.
Yeah, it's just, he has it so early.
Oh yeah, he's 17 and 1.
He has 3,000 HP at 25 minutes.
He's a beast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's the toss back. Ace hit by the Gorgon's Grasp. They're going to put him in the wheel. He's here for a while. Nice Force Staff. That gets him out of dodge there. The snowball, though, from Tofi tried to save, but then there was also the Force Staff play, so it was kind of awkward.
Oh, nice shards to get him out.
Oh, they didn't get him with the vacuum. They do get him with the avalanche.
Dude, the fact he almost walked out of there was...
It was a
very
little
nasty.
depressing for Liquid.
They do have some items, though. You got the pipe on the Darkseer, Blink 4 Staff Tiny, the Butterfly on the Deuce, so you are hitting a power point here if you're Liquid. You're 22k behind. It's not the greatest timing you've ever had, but it is a timing. And if you want to make a comeback in this game, now's the time to do it.
Well, they better not go after Quinn. He's got a shield proof. So that 3,000 HP, now 4,500 HP.
It's like, damn, I could have had a Reddit highlight thread.
I don't think you really get highlight threads out of games this one-sided, really.
Miracle would.
Well, that'd be very impressive if you did that during DreamLeague. Escape back does only so much to help Niche out here. Throws out a combo, but he's still gone. 18 kills. How many kills do you think Quinn's going to end this game on?
21.
Oh, I was going to say 22.
Well, then the bet is on, good sir.
Okay. What's the punishment/reward?
I will wager $5.
Okay.
You will wager $500.
That doesn't seem right.
It's inflation, Austin.
Inflation from
when I made the bet to when you made it.
I see.
Things have inflated quite quickly, as has the net worth lead for gaming, 24k, pushing base, almost 1,000 net worth a minute. What can Liquid with V-Tune do to hold their base?
Why you got to throw a V-Tune in there?
I think you know why. I'm separating him out. I'm not throwing him in.
Oh, okay, I see. V-Tune's probably looking forward to getting back to playing pubs.
Illusion.
Rolling Thunder must have spotted something. It's Boxy.
Oh, there goes your gem.
Where's the courier? The courier's coming. Oh, he tried to grab it. No. Watson takes the gem, kills the courier. Up to the high ground they go.
Just unlucky, man.
Quinn wants to finish off the tower he was hitting earlier.
Yeah, upgraded his Brigand Blade to Mega Brigand's Blade with the Shiv.
The serrated Shiv. So, nice little butterfly answer. Between the Shiv and the Maelstrom, he has a lot of ways to deal with evasion.
Wait, doesn't this not go through evasion?
Oh, I thought it did. I thought that was one of the things about it.
No, I think
attacks have 20% chance to have True Strike.
Okay, so this one is the... So what did... At the start of the patch, I thought something did go through and it did... What was that?
I don't know. You're wrong about a lot of things. I don't keep track of them, really.
No, there was something very... It wasn't this, it was the previous patch.
Was it the mall? Oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll remember it here shortly.
Okay. Well, we're going to wait for Game of Gladiators to do Roche. And Liquid is going to wait for an opportunity to strike. Some magical opportunity.
Oh, it was Broach. For some reason in my brain, I was thinking Broach went through. Broach does not.
You thought it worked like Maelstrom?
Yeah, that's why.
It's like a proc sort of thing. Yeah, that's forgivable.
You will wake in lowest hell.
Well, if an opportunity is to be made, it's going to have to need, they're going to need Blink Daggers to make it happen. Unfortunately, Saberlight's going to find that his Blink Dagger will be a tad bit delayed. He'll be late to dinner.
Quinn just not even looking at it.
I mean, it's just constant. This game of Gladiators is beating Liquid so badly that they're just getting huge pickoffs on different sides of the map. They just wiped them.
Yep.
In 3 different parts of the map.
Yep. Boots of Travelina gives you infinite threat around the lanes.
He's got MKB now, so he's got lots of answers to Butterfly.
Does he, though? Does he have the MKB? Nisha looking for the courier.
Oh.
Look at he's tossing the trees. He missed it.
Just didn't get it.
Not like this.
MKB complete. The game is over for Liquid. Nisha had his chance. You had one shot, one opportunity.
36k gold lead at 31 minutes. That is an absolute giga dumpster.
I think the impressive part is that these games still manage to go 30 minutes despite how one-sided they are. Vacuum on 3 with a wall. Quinn just pops his BKB and kills everybody. little game of hide and seek there with Saberlight.
Well, I might actually owe you $5 here. That's his 20-second kill.
Nice. What do you mean might? You do owe me $5.
Well, he could get 23.
Well, that doesn't matter. You are wrong.
No, you're wrong, too. You said
I'm
22.
closer to being right.
There's no closer. Yeah! 23!
No! Quinn owes me $5.
The over-limit rule of our usual stipulations applies. Austin owes me triple the wager. That's $1,500 straight into my pocket. As Quinn will end this game 23-1. Just straight nasty. Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me, says Gaming Gladiators, as Liquid need a CPR. They need mouth-to-mouth. They need resuscitation. They need shock therapy to reboot the heart here. They are absolutely slain. And stunned and shocked.
Dismayed.
And really hoping that when Mickey comes back, things are going to look better, because they're not looking too hot right now as we gear for the second half of the season. Could be DreamLeague woes, but either way, Liquid not adjusting to the new patch too quickly as Gaiman just roll them over,
Do you think Liquid ever
dang.
regrets getting into the second group stage?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Like, wouldn't it be better just to go out quickly in the first group stage than the prolonged torment that is always the second group stage
I feel
for
like
them?
Liquid at DreamLeague is the only team tournament I've ever watched where the farther they go in the event, it's worse for them somehow.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. We should pray that Liquid never makes it to the finals, because it might disband the entire team at that point. Like, I don't know what'll happen if they go all the way.
Standard Liquid fare will close out the series. Gaming Gladiators 2-1.
It also closes out Liquid's chances of making it to the playoffs for DreamLeague Season 26, as this loss now gives them a 1-5 series score in our Group Stage 2, which means that they are now eliminated. Can no longer make it to the top 4 spot, which is where the playoff teams live. Condolences to Team Liquid, but I disagree with Cap and Avery. I think that no matter how bad you may be doing, yes, even with a stand-in, getting an opportunity to be able to play games on a brand new patch is always a relished opportunity, and they did some exciting things. There were some Drow Rangers. They beat a Silencer Bloodseeker combo against Nigma. I feel like Liquid, they got some valuable experience under their belt regardless of the result.
And they did it with a stand-in the entire tournament, which, you know, is about as well as they normally do with their regular roster.
True.
So take a stand-in. That's hard to do with a stand-in. Good for them.
They did, and they also got to kind of see, I guess, visions of what would work for them this patch. For example, when they're playing the Undying, how good they look when they can play lane-dominating supports into rotating mid. Like in the past, they would have things like Enchantress that did the same thing, but if they can take some of these recipes, practice them in pubs, find what other heroes can replicate things like what Undying and Tusk do, things like what Batrider mid can do, then it was a very valuable experience for them.
Yep, some teams are just slower than the others. Some teams also have a couple of coaches as well, which are slower than the other coaches. But overall, Team Liquid, yeah, they definitely need to get into the groove of the patch, try to figure out what's actually strong and what's going to be working out for them. But overall, I do like this ace build that he did from Pango. I know there's going to be a lot of talk about Lina because he pretty much single-handedly won them the game, but also ace Diffusal Blade. They shift this Pango to the off lane. He goes for Diffusal Blade as his first item pretty much, and then again picks up Vanguard, something that usually you don't see, but great against Medusa, great against pretty much any physical damage, same like he did in second game with Kunkka, allows him to block most of the damage and then gets even more auras. This is something that you would not see from the offlane Pango, picks up Pipe as well, and at that point the game is pretty much over. You just don't have enough damage.
Yeah, you've been noticing quite the trend with Ace's item builds, haven't you?
It doesn't take a genius to see that he builds Crimson Guard every game. It doesn't scale as amazing if your HP is lower, but it only lasts 7 seconds. It's actually been nerfed quite a bit. But like if you press it at the right time where somebody's expecting to like get this one hero kill and you keep them alive, it's a big game changer, especially because there's so many items and skills that give you barrier, which is HP. You're giving somebody temporary HP, so adding damage block to temporary HP makes that temp HP go so much farther. So it could just hits the meta right with all the other aura items. Mech? Nah, we don't need that. Just Crimson Guard.
Outdated. Meanwhile, we can put another L on the board for Medusa. This one in a carry role, and yet again, the hero just fails to impress.
Yeah, I mean, this game, there was a lot happening through that mid lane, right? So Medusa never really got a chance. I think she still looks a lot better from the carry role than the offlane role. Like, I can see a lot of situations where she's picked like on 18 and the enemy draft doesn't have enough to deal with her. But if everything is going so badly from that mid lane, it's a losing battle in the first place. And that's why I wanted to highlight the mid lane in particular in our head-to-head of Quinn versus Nisha. This one is tough. You know, at some point when we were preparing this, Nisha had 0 kills, but he did manage to get a few before the game ended there. But Quinn had a ridiculous score, 23, 1, and 13 versus Nisha's 2, 8, and 5. And, I mean, what more can you say to this? Like, one mid laner just had a really dominant performance, a snowbally performance, whereas the other was just trying to play catch-up. And if we could pull up the clips of Quinn simply owning from the mid lane, the cool thing about this is, like, Gaimin, when they're on, it feels like it's usually through the pairing of Quinn with his supports, right? They're always playing around him, as you can see here. They're making sure that he doesn't get put in situations where he's not getting runes or where he dies. But, like, you see the glimpse backs, even Watson getting involved early on. Oh, what's happening here? Ace? They're going on Ace, but guess what? It doesn't matter, because Quinn's here. He's going to beat everyone up. Isn't that right, Kev?
Yeah, I saw that Dragon Slave just there, and then the right clicks. He got daggered in the face, but it doesn't matter. His team's so good at running at them. He just does damage. Oh, look at that.
And it's like Quinn was complaining in an earlier interview about how the mid heroes are boring. They're not really mid heroes anymore. And then after this patch, he was still playing the same things. He was still playing things like Monkey King. And we were just asking ourselves, why isn't he going back to his old hero pool? He used to play Lina mid all the time a few years ago, and in this game he gave us a stark reminder of why this was one of his signature heroes. He had such a dominant performance, not just from the rotations and kills, but also just the laning stage. He really handed it to Tiny in this one.
His item build's a little different. Most of the the Lina carries, they go just Mjolnir Rush basically, but he just got Maelstrom, Hurricane Pike, BKB I think, were his first 3 items if I'm not mistaken, so didn't have as much attack speed, but I don't think you really need it that bad. You lose the Mjolnir active, but it seems fine. Like 23 kills is crazy.
Yeah. I like it the way he itemized, because he wanted to have, first he finds Serrated Shiv, which is always going to be good because you have 20% true strike on it. You know that carry Medusa is going to be building into second item Butterfly after finishing Manta style, and he gets MKB pretty much at the end of the game, but he has 3 things that can proc through evasion, which is really nice and kind of sways the already bad matchup, I would say, considering everything that did happen, that Medusa probably was sitting at like 2-3 kills, and the other guy had 23 kills, which makes it very difficult for him to play the matchup. But overall, this is what I want to see from Quinn, because he is a very explosive type of a player, can take control of the game, especially if supports are playing around him. We did say that, maybe Ace has been isolated on an island a couple of times in some of the games that he did play, and they've been focusing heavily on Watson. But yeah, seems like Gaming Gladiators, they're slowly finding the groove of how they want to play the game.
And they're doing it with perhaps an unsung hero throughout all of this, because to enable all of these cores, you gotta have a support who's on point. Malady, congratulations on a quite quick victory. What was going on this series, man? It was 3 stomps back to back.
Yo, what's up, guys? Do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, my friend.
Because my Discord apparently doesn't work. Does my camera work?
Your camera's working.
Yeah, you hear me fine?
I hear you fine.
Yeah, all good.
All right,
so what's up?
Tell me
What
about
was
this
the question?
series. It's 3 stomps back to back to back. What was going on for you guys?
I don't know. We're kind of having a rough time, losing to some questionable teams and winning against those questionable teams, like 50-50 for us. And I don't know. We kind of don't get our strategy on this new patch. We kind of figured out that Oracle is Imba, but we already lost to Oracle like 4 or 3 games. And yeah, I think we'll do fine from now on.
Okay, I appreciate the candor. How about some of the strategies that you specifically, as a support, have been interested in? So I know you've been trying to your Treant Protector out. That's like your most played competitive hero, and your win rate is insane on it. But I only really see it on you.
I think they buffed Treant just a little bit, which is I think is enough to play the Treant, but it's not a hero for everyone, I guess, because the hero is still very complicated. And we felt like Gyro Treant is a really good lane. We played it yesterday because enemies want to cut the trees because of the Treant, but at the same time, the Flag Cannon works just fine against that because you can see it like the whole area.
Clever synergy. How about in this game, you playing Disruptor? Beyond just playing Disruptor in general, how sweet was it to get that glimpse whenever Nisha TP'd down to the bot tier 1 at the beginning of the game?
It was really, like, it was mega sweet because at first I was waiting for the Saberlight like 2 times, but he was smart about it. He didn't like show himself for like 5 seconds, so I couldn't glimpse him. But once I see Nisha TP, I know, like, he's gonna get into the base.
Those moments are the sweetest as a Disruptor player. I'm going to pass you on over to Effie, who's got some questions for you as well.
Hey, Melody, congrats on the win. So I was wondering, what is your team's take on some of your series losses? Like, how often do you chalk it up to bad draft versus bad play?
Like, half of the team says, like, it was a bad draft, but the other half says it was a bad execution of the draft. So it's hard to say. So I'll say it's like 50-50. But as I said, we kind of get that the Oracle is Imba of this patch. Not soon enough. That's why we lost a lot of series.
I see. So now you have that knowledge. Speaking of a hero that's similar to the Oracle, I was wondering what your take on Omni Knight is, because there was a series where you guys first picked it, ran at position 5, and it looked really bad from the support role. Is that a hero that you think is still a good support, or maybe it's overrated right now?
No, it's a good support. It's definitely a good support, but he needs a range bro on the lane. Though this game that you were talking about, it was Doom and Omni Knight lane, which is kind of dog shit. I wanted some range turret, or I wanted to play Chen actually this game, but the team told me that Omni Knight is much better. So I was like, yeah, okay, let's play Omni, and then I end up 0-10 or something. Then Watson is also 0-5, and let's forget about this game. This game was dog shit.
That's a tough one, but I can see how that would be better with a ranged carry. My last question for you is, I was wondering what your opinion is on offlane Medusa, because we've kind of been seeing it lose a lot during group stage, but your team seems to still believe in Medusa offlane.
Let's forget about the game 1 as well, because like, we wanted to put Medusa carry, but we just fucked up on draft. And also, I don't want to play Shadow Shaman ever. Like, before the game, I literally said to CY, I have fucking 2 losses on Shadow Shaman. I cannot play this hero. Like, never ever give me this hero. And then, in this game, we picked a Shadow Shaman, and we thought, oh, they have a Bat Rider. We need to counterpick it with Queen of Pain. Let's make Monkey King carry, put Shadow Shaman on position 5, because Monkey King doesn't want to stay with Tusk. It would make more sense to put Tusk Medusa lane, and yeah, we fucked up.
Thank you.
I want to do one last check-in before I let you go, Malady. It was about a week ago when you were saying that this is your first time boot camping with the boys. Now that you've spent like 9 days with everyone, you still like them?
No, I want to go home. Fuck them.
Who's your roommate right now? Who are you living with?
I'm living with Watson.
Oh, okay. Have you ever lived with Watson before? Because I know you two used to play together.
Yeah, during the Hellraisers era and during all the other tournaments that we participated in, like Blast, like PGL.
So you're used to him at this point? If you had to pick a roommate, you're fine with Watson?
Yeah, no homo.
All right, well, don't worry. No matter how long the tournament goes, it's only a few more days, and then you'll be free to do whatever you want. But for right now, Malady, we are thoroughly enjoying watching your play and watching Gaming Gladiators grow throughout this new patch. Hope to see you guys be able to continue this dominance as we go into the last few days of the tournament.
All right, goodbye, guys. Thank you.
Catch you later, Malady. That's right. He has been still contending right now in DreamLeague Season 26 as they are not eliminated. Although, there was a new member in my jazz club. Hello, sir.
Oh, hello, traveler. How are you? What's your name?
I go by Tsunami. It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name?
I'm Pat Petrillo. I'm a drummer, an innovator, an educator, and above all, of course, a father.
Hey, no way. Pat Petrillo. I feel like you're familiar.
Thank you.
I saw you, we have a player on Team Liquid named Boxy.
Yes, indeed. I've been helping Boxy out with his drumming. I was watching the broadcast the other day, or my son, Pat Jr. was. I was watching TV with my wife, Sandy, and Pat Jr. comes running down. He says, Papa, you won't believe it. Someone's got a copy of your book, and it's on the television. And I couldn't believe it. I said, get me on the next flight to wherever that is, and now you have Pat Petrillo in person.
Amazing. Welcome to Stockholm, Pat. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Yeah, here's the young man, and there's me. That's my book, Hands, Grooves, and Fills, which is a very important book, Neil. But let me tell you something. It's not my first book on drums. It's quite a sad story. I'll explain it to you. I wanted to write a book about drumming because everyone deserves to play this wonderful instrument. I think it's a wonderful instrument, and it makes a great tune like that. And so I wrote a book called All You Need Is a Drum Kit. And this was a bit of a disaster, Neil, because, of course, I left out the fact that you also need sticks to play the drums with. I got a lot of angry letters. A lot of the books were returned. So what I did was, the next book I wrote, it said, A Complete Guide to Drumsticks.
Yeah?
But this ended up in the cooking section, Neil. People thought I was talking about chicken drumsticks and not drumsticks.
It happens.
So for the next book, I thought I'll get ahead of the game here. Hands, grooves, and fills.
That's the one.
Grooves and fills, that's real drumming. But hands, of course, is just reminding people to hold the sticks in their hands, Neil. So let me demonstrate for you real quick. This is a groove. I'm going to play a groove for you now, Neil, in 1, 2, 3. There's meant to be grooving sounds.
No way. Pat Petrillo performing in my jazz club.
So that's a groove, Neil.
Incredible.
Thank you. I will now demonstrate a fill.
Oh, boy.
Ready?
Let's do
And
it.
a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Would you like a go, Neil?
That would be incredible. I mean, you're an educator first, and I feel like I've learned so much.
Of course. Hands, grooves, and fills is all you need. There's a drumstick. Take the other drumstick, Neil, and
You've
away
only
we
taught
go.
me the grooves and the fills.
You'll be fine.
All
Go
right,
for
then.
it, buddy. Oh, my God, Neil!
No.
What have you done?
No,
It's hands, grooves, and fills.
I'm sorry.
I'm ruined. You've ruined Pat Petrillo's career. Oh, my God, I'm drying my tears. Neil, how could
I
you?
didn't know.
Oh, I came all this way.
Pat, I'm so sorry. Cut the camera. Pat, please. We gotta get you to a hospital, man.
my God.
Oh, my God. I'm so sorry, Pat.
Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. 'Cause lately it's so plain to see.
She's driving me crazy, and I'm out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that.
I didn't know he's a drummer by trade. The hand, I know, it's the hand.
You didn't mean to. It happens. These things happen all the time to other drummers.
Is the book just supposed to be called Fills and Grooves now? I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Fine.
I gotta compose myself. Purge, tell me though, something that's happening with Nigma Galaxy.
What Nigma Galaxy is going to do in this next game is try to figure out why Neil's grip strength is so powerful, because he pulled that guy's arm right off. It was very impressive. Anyways, what they've been doing is they've been exploiting the cheese, the Bloodseeker Silencer cheese. And I know that Lacoste talked about this yesterday, but it happened 2 days ago. Then they just let it happen again. So we got to really investigate this, see why it's so broken, okay? You're silencing the guy. He's taken 8 extra seconds of Arcane Curse damage. You know what? I ran the math. I ran the numbers. These 2 spells at level 1 do about 400 damage. 2 level 1 spells. The normal damage that you do with a skill at level 1 is about 75 to 100. So it's doing like 3 to 4 times. These are going way too fast, doing so much more damage. Here, they're switching this up a little bit by doing Silence plus Curse. This double combo is very sexy, I gotta say. Elongates the amount of damage that it does. Very, very effective. But they changed it up by putting Enigma. Look at this cooldown here. Curse the Sound almost ran out, and he comes up and puts a Blood Rage on him. And that's going to elongate the total damage that he's doing. So they switched it up by putting a ranged core against him instead of the melee core, which works out quite nice. And watch Boxy here, abusing his high regen when he banishes himself. He's got a 10 going, 28 regen per second, one of the very few ways that he can sustain through this incredibly high damage output. So they basically bided their time, ate a bunch of regen, and then they looked for the opportunity. He regens up after that go, and then they just run at him with everything. And when these spells aren't up doing 400 damage, they're just normal, boring-ass heroes, honestly. And they actually can win these trades. So very patient of them to go for this. And then when Silencer's dead, again, the combo's broken up. Now they get to run at their opponents. So the lane was still a little bit tricky for them, but the series of stuff that they did to pressure their opponents did a lot. Another Silence, instant TP, he's not messing around here, doesn't want to give him any free gold. And then Saberlight basically is playing solo for a bit because Boxy had to walk back from the fountain and went to go help control runes and pressure the mid tower a little bit. And Saberlight held his own pretty well. He even delivered a Tranquil Boots here so that he could have a lot of regen and help offset the damage. He still got ran down. And once again, look at that damage. It's incredible. All right, look at this. The final bait. All these Eidolons on top of a centaur, bait them into using their spells. Yeah, they kill some Eidolons, but you know what happens afterwards? You just kill these heroes because they're not strong anymore. Their spells aren't up. So I thought it was very impressive what Liquid did to deal with this. I just know they're going to do it again if somebody lets them. Like, if they get a melee matchup here against this Silencer Bloodseeker, they are going to murder that guy. So Paravision in this upcoming series, they got to watch out for this super cheese. It's not going anywhere.
If they're not careful, their arm's gonna get ripped off.
Exactly.
God, I almost fell over standing still. What happened, Neil? What's the problem?
I don't know, man. It's been a rough day.
I'm so sorry, bud. Jeez.
But maybe not as bad as it might be for...
All right, Kev, that's not cool. The guy's mourning something.
I'm traumatized. It might not be as bad as what Nigma Galaxy...
Patrilla feels if he's
Yeah, exactly. He's making fun of...
Dead right now. He
He's
doesn't have
at an
feelings.
EMT. He hasn't not been
Oh, I
pronounced dead
killed him.
yet.
I snuck into that ambulance and I was like, ah!
You killed Pat Patrilla?
Why would you do that?
Damn.
I was just grooving a little bit.
Can I ask you a question about that tech segment, Kev, which I very much enjoyed?
Sure.
If you can't get Enigma and Dark Willow,
Yep.
what other two heroes could you run that would give you a similar effect?
You need an off lane that's ranged is ideally the thing, because otherwise you just can't last hit at all. The Eidolons are nice because you can use those to hit. You could use a summons hero that's kind of like that. I don't have any good ideas.
Okay.
And then the Dark Will is just good at fighting. You need to dodge the damage and then go when it's a good time. So something that can say Dispels would be great too. You can Dispel the core who gets hit with both.
Because that's why we were talking about putting an Oracle in that
Yeah.
lane to get rid of it. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
That would work.
We need to make sure that Nigma Galaxy is not a one-trick pony, though, because that strategy has already been cracked twice, and it won twice. Now we'll see if they feel like running it back a fifth time, especially against Parivision, who is undefeated right now in Group Stage 2, at least in terms of series. So it is a very, very uphill battle for Nigma Galaxy, in addition to being an elimination series. We just saw Team Liquid get eliminated by Gaming Gladiators. Nigma Galaxy is in the same situation. If they lose this series, then they will not be able to make it to playoffs of DreamLeague Season 26, which will have heavy implications for the amount of points that they can potentially get to the Esports World Cup. That's a problem for maybe 2 or 3 games from now. If we're focused on the here and now, it's Parivision and Nigma Galaxy Game 1 picking Bristleback, Nigma Galaxy picking up a Batrider, banning out a Templar Assassin. Yet again, 9 still gets his Slark banned out, and a Terrorblade and Undying. Parivision, they ban out the Silencer, the Tusk, and the Morphling.
You know, they remove one half of the Bloodseeker Silencer. Neil, I have a conspiracy theory.
Ooh, okay. Let's hear it.
Do you remember 2 days ago when we talked to DM in an interview? You know, remember what he told you about Bristleback?
Told me it was garbage. He said that he wasn't going to reveal anything else, but he explicitly went out of his way to say, by the way, I do think Bristleback's trash.
Do you know what happened yesterday?
He picked it.
Teams let it through. And because maybe they knew or they heard what he said.
They're not
They
going to
picked
pick it.
They won with Bristleback. And then today, teams let it through again. And they're going to probably win again. So what I'm saying is he used us.
My
He
God.
used us as a medium to give false information out so that people would not ban Bristleback against them.
I'm an accessory to misinformation now?
That has to be what happened, right?
It's possible. You can't do deep cut research on teams anymore. So like little bird whispers are back in town.
Or he's
Screw
figured
data.
out a build that works.
Yeah, in the 12 hours since I did that interview. He was like, actually, it changed my mind.
He played against some guy
We've been
in Divine, right? Stole his build. Yeah.
Are you guys flabbergasted that they also banned the Bloodseeker in addition to the Silencer? I thought they were just going to ban one of the 2 heroes. Unless they're going to like pick Pango. I'm very surprised.
It could be that they want to protect somebody.
Yeah, like a Pango, I guess. I don't know who else warrants a Bloodseeker ban these days.
I mean, any kind of mobility hero, or maybe even Bristleback, like a way to deal with him is to rupture him and he can't move forward in a fight. He's kind of just stuck being stationary.
That's a good point.
And maybe the Silencer because they want to pick some serious team fight. Maybe an Enigma.
That would be if DM stays true to his word and doesn't pick the Bristleback. But now I can't trust this man on the screen. Look at him. Look at how his shifty eyes are.
Yeah.
What is he looking at?
Jimmy Neutron looking, lying son of a bitch. I'm
He's
only
a
kidding,
wonderful
DM, I love
guy.
you.
He's a wonderful
No,
guy.
I know he is. He's lovely.
He just used us as a psyop for all the Dota coaches watching him during that